it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes. And no one knows what it's like to be hated, to be faded, to telling only lies. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free. No one knows what it's like to feel these feelings like I do. And I blame you. No one bites back his heart on their anger. None of my pain and woe can show through. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free.
Discover
No one knows what it's like to be mistreated, to be defeated behind blue eyes. And no one knows how to say that they're sorry. And don't worry, I'm not telling lies. But my dreams, they aren't as empty as my conscience seems to be. I have hours only lonely. My love is vengeance that's never free. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes.
Oh, shit. What's up, people? Yeah, it seems like it might be one of them shit-talking moods tonight. I don't know. But, we'll start it off with some humor.
Okay, ladies, our thumbs are down, our wrists are flexed, and we're going to position ourselves for insertion. Ready? Do it. Good, Marissa. You can use a little teeth, but you don't want to be a biter. Now, you're going to do the work, ladies. These carrots are not gonna ejaculate or getting hid here. We're not breastfeeding from a mythological beast. Oh, that's funny to you? Because you won't be laughing when somebody prematurely pops in your face. It stings. And that is now why I have a lazy eye. Thank you very much. Continue, please continue. Up and in. And mind the stepchildren. Mind the...
What a, all right. I need like 2, maybe 3 minutes. But let me leave you with some music for
Ed, whenever you're ready, sir. Thanks, man.
a minute. What is it not playing? The fuck?
You know what? I first time I got a chance.
Oh, okay, all right, it's playing. I'll be right back, guys. Literally like a minute and a half. Just want to take the dog out, get her some water before we start.
Now I'm in town, break it down, thinking of making a new sound, playing a different show every night in front of a new crowd. That's you now. Child seems to laugh, it's great now. See me lose focus as I sing to you loud, and I can't, no, I won't hush. I say the words that make you blush. I'm gonna sing this now. Ow, 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 ow. See, I'm true, my songs are where my heart is. I'm like glue, I stick to other artists. I'm not you, now that'll be disastrous. Let me sing and do my thing, I move to greener pastures. See, I'm real, I do it all, it's all me. I'm not fake, don't ever call me lazy. I won't stay put, give me the chance to be free. Suffolk sadly seems to sort of suffocate me. Hey, cause you need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you at all. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you at all. You need me, man. I sing, I write my own tune and I write my own verse out. Don't need another wordsmith to make my tune sell. Call yourself a single writer, you're just bluffing. Names on the credits and you didn't write nothing. I sing fast, I know that all my shit's cool. I will blast and I didn't go to Brit school. I came fast with the way I act right. I can't last if I'm smoking on a crack pipe. And I won't be a product of my genre. My mind will always be stronger than my songs are. Never believe the bullshit that fake guys feed to you. Always read the stories that you hear on Wikipedia. I'm musically, I'm demonstrating. Whenever I form loud, feels like I am meditating. Times at the Enterprise when some fella filmed me. Young singer writer like a Gabriella chill me. Yeah, yeah. Cause you need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you at all. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you. You need me, man, I don't need you at all. You need me, man. When all I want in this cold is to make music and use it, not to abuse it and get infected with the who's who of music. Who did it? Who is it? Who's in it? Who? What the hell does it matter? Chitter chatter, don't matter. What a yitty yitty yada, don't matter to me. All I want is.
Oh. All right.
Go.
Peanut butter and gumballs, nice combo. Don't worry about what happened. Time heals all things. Except these crazy eyes.
Oh, it's good to be home, I know that much.
I wasn't talking to you, Deeds. I was talking to that squirrel over there.
Oh.
Although it is a shame about that Cedar fella tearing apart your uncle's company and firing all those nice people.
Where'd you hear that?
Well, I watch the stock market channel all the time. I just watch because I suspect that anchorman of being an evil leprechaun. He can bullshit everybody else, but he ain't fooling me.
Can you believe Deeds bought us all these?
Damn, these things are fast.
So a lot of people do that.
But then, you know, all of this shit that, you know, he tells people to come to his house and he's going to leave them for dead. And then they go there and he calls the cops. And, you know, you could say he's just, anyway, my point is that I thought he was a straight shooter and he never lied about anything. But now I got him telling me things on the phone and then he's saying different things on, you know, YouTube. So, you know, see, he thinks he's playing with the kids in the park. You know, anyway, I'm not going to put anyone else down. But I'm not really here to fucking start calling people names and attack people. I'm just going to discuss the fact about what he said to his best friend at the time about cooperating, because now he knows who told me. You understand? But I got hot and I said it. But the guy who told me, he's not mad at me because, you know, he knew why I said it, you know.
Right.
And if he don't start talking to me.
Guys, yo, FBS has moved on. He's no longer part of the genre, dude. He's now giving fashion tips.
The reason I say the baggy clothes should always be the choice is because chances are if you're wearing a decent outfit with some baggy jeans or shorts and a nice shirt, some nice sneakers, you're going to look good, okay? It's baggy jeans with some construction Timbs.
Listen.
Bro, listen, let me tell you, bro.
Always say Polo Association.
This is why I say I make a joke out of it because I know it's cheap shit, bro. I know it's cheap shit. I have priorities because I went to the Polo outlet a couple months ago. I saw the same shit that I wear every day for 5 times the price. I said, I'm good. I'll spend my money on sneakers and shit. I make a joke out of it. Bro, when we were going to take a picture of me outside the Polo Association.
Oh, yeah? Whoa, what are we getting into tonight here? What are we getting into, huh? Kind of shenanigans are we getting into tonight? I don't know. No. The Beverly Hills Polo outlet. Exactly. But it doesn't matter what you wear. It's, you know, if you're wearing shit to, you know, because you like, you know, style and this and that, or if you're wearing it just so other people, you know, look your direction and say, God damn, that's an ugly shirt. What's up, J-Vid? Why, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Oh, yeah, I had a JC meme and fucking I made it too long, you know, but Ruski's fucking just killing me. We found fucking Fish's side hustle, you know, and I got to make one, you know, real quick in a minute with the thumbnail I had tonight. But, you know, gang. Old stream comments. If I enjoyed myself, oh shit. Hold on, what's our roll, guy? Oh shit! Wow, Ro, thank you. I appreciate the, you know, the push and shit. But, you know, we're here to laugh, bust some balls, you know, and I guess fucking, you know, have our brains short circuit and shit for all the fucking fuckery. But hey, you know, it is what it is. You know, we got lions, tigers, bears, wolves, fucking all that shit, dude. So watch out. Oh, Jesus. Dude, what is it with people and dropping the N-word on this genre or whatever the fuck you want to call it, dude? It's like I just heard somebody drop that shit almost as much as fucking Ranger fan did that night.
A man I trust, a man with whom I share a his shoulder anytime, anywhere, because
every time
his
I play this
dedication
game,
knows
the
no
song gets
bounds.
stuck in my head for like
If there
hours.
is a man who can get you your shipment
Hours.
on time, it's my guy Glenn. So you can doubt me, you can doubt my services, doubt Glenn.
So apparently, from what I'm understanding, and again, I told you guys from the jump, yo, this is gonna be a fucking, probably a shit talking show for a little while, just because, like, yo, you can't see shit. Ah, gotcha. I usually do this, but I just stopped doing it because nobody ever fucking donates. Down. Whoever just donated, thank you. It's very much appreciated. Oh, yeah. Down. You know, can't all fucking get 6,500 or whatever. And then, well, since we're talking donations and shit, I mean, fuck. I just heard some shit on the way back because someone's like, no, you gotta watch this shit. I'm like, really? Really? Do I have to? I guess.
Raising an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, I was.
So listen, there's only two ways you leave gang. The only two ways you leave Yizzo gang is in a box or you disagree with him.
Welcome to the nines, baby. Only way out now is in a box. In a box? In a box. Oh, in a box. Right.
In a box. Oh boy. What's up, Casey? I gotta check who donated and thank them properly. Oh, thanks, Shines, man. I appreciate that very much, sir. I take my hat off to you. Oh, fuck. All right. Now, normally, I just can't, but like, yeah, dude. Oh shit! What was that movie with shit, the Wayans brothers, where one of them was like on a baby's body and it's supposed to be like some oh shit, hold on, it's my boy's birthday. I gotta text him and say happy birthday. Or I'm a dick. That'd be a dick. If I'm aware of it and I'm not fucking wishing dude a happy birthday, I'm a dick. Hold on. Text. There it is. Clue. Happy birthday. Good. All right. Because that shit sucks. Like, yo, when it's your birthday and shit, and motherfuckers Don't say a goddamn word. Bow, 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 bow. All right, so let's get this shit out of the way, cause I mean, yo, I just. Dude, I don't want them. That's the thing is like, I don't do it for the views or the fucking bullshit like that. And I don't care. Like, if I do some content, I'm not generally looking for the majority of the people in this genre to, go for it. You pretty much know what's what. But, sometimes you just cannot look past some shit. And it's just like the fucking, it's just ludicrous and not the rapper. All right, hold on. Isn't it way too many devices? Make sure it's the blue. I gotta find my other fucking speaker. There we go. That's why. Boom. Bow, bow, bow. All right, be ready for a doozy. And goddamn, if I only had these clips and he didn't fucking revoice them. Warning, everybody! Warning. We're about to hear a real dangerous, real tough guy. So. People that are scared easily or intimidated should probably cover their ears with their hands and go la 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 right about now, because we're about to hear some fucking shit like this.
There's 2 cop cars, okay? And they're chasing 4 real deals. It's real neat ORP. And there are bullets flying all over the place. It's the most amazing thing I ever saw. More amazing than the time Michael Jackson came over to your house to use the bathroom.
More amazing than the time you saved those old people from that nursing home fire,
Yeah,
right?
and I bet it was even more amazing than the time you ate your weight in Godfather's Pizza, right?
Okay, Brand. Michael Jackson didn't come over to my house to use the bathroom. But his sister did.
Bow, 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 bow. Hold on, I gotta play this one part.
Somebody right now. I'm telling 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 somebody right.
Okay, sorry. That shit tickles me pink, yo. I find that to be fucking hilarious. I'm surprised I haven't made a meme about that right. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah, get ready.
Y'all tell anybody I'll kill you! Hold on, crap! Look out, Brett! Here I come!
All right, man, on this first clip, I'm going to show y'all.
He describes a clip.
Oh, and started running his mouth about a legal case that I take very fucking seriously.
Where he's talking about JC.
Fucking dope. But you know what? Good. You know what makes
now, JC, listen. He does take this legal case very seriously. How dare you laugh? Listen, he's ready to hire extra lawyers and pay money for this legal case.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All I know is I got to get up bright and early in the morning and straighten this situation out. I got to hire a lawyer to, well, the DA is most likely going to say no about reinstating the charges right away, and then we just got to fight it, which we will, and they'll be reinstated. There's no question about it.
How fucking dare you?
Laugh about you jerk-offs who leave here? Now you can't be part of this chat anymore.
This gay little chat is all fucking important and shit like everybody wants to be there. Dude, your chat is all the fucking nerds from the community. They just sit around and lick your ass and tell you how great you are for some fucking reason. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them people. And Scott don't care. He'll just go to Gunsmoke's chat and start donating to him. That's what everybody does when you throw a little hissy fit and talk shit to them. They just leave and go to Gunsmoke's.
If Scott comes back, I don't care if he comes back offering to blow everybody in the chat. Block his ass. You motherfuckers are losing out. Not me. I don't need you, Scott. You know how many people left this chat and now wish they could get back in?
How many people left that chat and want back in?
Nobody gives a fuck about your
who wants back in?
There, Piggy. Nobody. Like I said,
I'm sure an Andrew Jackson will get you right back in there.
Money. Gunsmoke's chat is filled with all the nerds that got tired of your fucking bullshit and all your pussy behavior.
No, you can't. Fucking unbelievable. Like, I need you. Stupid ass.
As sick as
Nah, dude, it won't be, because he fucking threw the first punch, and it's on, dude, he's on YouTube talking about throwing the first punch. So
listen, sometimes the right is right.
Dude, this whole video, man, it just, I'm like, wow.
Try to be grammatically correct.
I'm like, where did this tough guy come from?
Nerd. Try to be grammatically correct.
I
don't know. Now you know, if you see a sock account talking shit about someone's grammar or the way they type.
Oh, yeah, bro. This dude was talking shit about back in the day when he was talking shit about me. He was like, look, he doesn't even put punctuation in his text.
Because it hurts my heart.
What a dummy.
Oh, here you go, Michael Hensley. Don't get me started, you son of a bitch. Who cares? Biden, Trump, 60, 70-year-old men. We need some fresh ideas. People are aging.
Sorry, this is more important. Yo, J-Fid's right, Casey. Listen, talk to Dragon, and maybe both of you guys can, benefit off one another. Have Dragon make you a fucking dope-ass holster, and then you review it and put his site up, and, both you guys bring views and shit. Just a thought.
Yes, we're younger in politics, so sick of whack old ass ideas. Well, yeah, this is the thing. I told you guys, I'm not going to get into politics.
All right, we're not going to listen to this dude's politics.
I hate the right. I hate them with a fucking passion.
No, but I don't know.
Here we go.
All right, so let's get started. Did I already drop the link? I don't even remember. Did I? I don't know. Yeah, I'm dropping it now.
He is.
Johnny Mitchell, Uncle Mitch, come on, buddy. Come on, let's have it out. Let's debate. You can tell me everything you'd like about what you think of me.
You think he really didn't fucking show up?
I promise. I heard you're already fucking 3 sheets to the wind. Fucking old drunk alcoholic scumbag. Yeah, oh, Chris can't say alcoholic. He runs an addiction and recovery show. Blow me.
No. That's not why people give you shit for running an addiction and recovery show. It's more about shit like this.
Oh my fucking God, Lefty. Why don't you do one of two things? Get off my dick or OD already. I mean, Jesus Christ, your days are numbered anyway. Who cares if it's today or tomorrow? When are you gonna fucking drop dead, you fucking faggot dick ride?
Just saying. I gotta get this out of my system. I just seen this shit and I can't fucking handle, like, I just can't handle wannabe tough guys that
I care more about people in recovery than any of you motherfuckers. Than any of you ever fucking will. Okay, I'm the only goddamn fucking person on here completely and totally clean and sober. Now that's not to say that everybody has addiction issues. Oh, here he is, he's here.
Casey, aren't you clean and sober? For over 9 years now?
No, I don't want to be a nice guy at all. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Congratulations on that.
What's the problem? What's the problem you have with me?
I really don't have a problem with you, but I have a problem with your story, bro.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Like,
right? Yo, drop your link.
You're not really about what to say.
How the fuck do you know? Yeah. Were you there throughout my life, Johnny? Oh, yeah.
Hold on. We can get back to this dude just playing pretend on here. I'm gonna give this dude a wrench so he can drop his channel and hopefully I don't know, dude. I don't know who you're gonna get from me, but but Here. And drop your link to the chat, man. Feel free. All right, back to the bullshit.
Johnny. Oh, yeah.
So who
Come on
is
back,
this
Johnny.
guy,
Maybe it was a
Mitch?
glitch. Maybe I accidentally hit the X. Come back on. Yeah, everybody comes on here. All of a sudden, they don't have a problem with me anymore.
I did.
I'm not really about
Turn
it.
your
Bro, you want me
phone
to call
down.
a couple of guys right now and have them tell you some fucking stories?
Yo. All right. Did you just hear that? This is why I'm playing this. Did you just hear that? I'm going to play that again. And hey, the creepy ass screenshot takers, why don't you have him have some friends on
Well,
here?
shit. You know, you're not really about what you say.
How the fuck do you know? You were you there throughout my life, Johnny?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Come on
Get
back,
ready,
Johnny. Maybe it
dude.
was a glitch.
This
Maybe I
shit's a
accidentally hit the
fucking
X. Come back on.
doozy. This is a doozy, guys.
Yeah, everybody comes on here. All of a sudden, they don't have a problem with me anymore. I'm not really about shit. Bro, you want me to call a couple of guys right now and have them tell you some fucking stories?
Yes.
You have no idea. I've done more than any of you. I'm not fucking crazy. Any of you. You collect guns. I've used them. Okay? You talk shit. You say you've committed all types of crimes. I've actually committed them. Okay? I took any fucking stupid charge I have, no matter how much, how big or small, and I did my fucking time, no matter how little it was. And I've done shit none of you have done. You watch gangster movies and you praise these fucking guys. You have no idea who I am. You have no fucking idea who I am. And you especially have no idea who I was, or you wouldn't be making comments like that.
Y'all hear this fucking shit?
Hear this? Like, yo, I gotta agree with this dude.
Funny. Piggy's feeling strong today.
Oh,
yeah, Piggy, get some people on here to tell us how much of a badass shooter and gangster you was.
Shooter.
We all want to know. And how much time did you do? You didn't do no fucking time. You were in the mental hospital. You might have went to county for a day or two, but that's about it. You never did no fucking time, boy. You look like a fucking lesbian. Those inmates would eat your little soft ass alive.
I'm sorry.
You ain't tough, boy. You're a nerd.
Did we just hear that correctly? Yeah, I don't know. Who believes that this guy's a tough guy? The same guy that rode in an ambulance. And then,
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All I know is I got to get up bright and early in the morning and straighten this situation out. I got to hire a lawyer to, well, the DA is most likely going to say no about reinstating the charges right away, and then we just got to fight it, which we will, and they'll be reinstated. There's no question about it.
Yo, I wish this clip wasn't fucking edited with the voice. Yo, you guys don't know who he was and what he's done.
Just admit it. You ain't never did no fucking gangster shit. Give me a fucking break. Just admit you're a nerd and come out and say, I'm a punk, man. I ain't never done shit. I'm a bitch. And I will never make a video on you again.
He's not.
That's all I want. I just want
Yo,
you to quit acting
that's
hard
right,
because I know
JC.
you ain't.
People collect guns. He shoots them.
Tell us who you are. Tell me about your life. No. As a matter of fact, I want to talk more about what your problem is with me. How do you know me?
He's picking fights with senior citizens, apparently.
Did you
now.
just call my wife a drug addict?
No, we're adults.
Did you call my wife a
I
drug
don't
addict?
yell like teenagers.
Don't worry, this ain't gonna be
you
the
wanna
whole
go on
show, I
somebody's
promise.
Down a glass of scotch, call my wife a drug addict, and then I'm supposed to be a gentleman to you?
I don't really think I did that.
That's because you're too fucked up to remember. You did it.
Okay. So
now, how do you know? What do you know about me, John?
Stop yelling at me.
What do you know about me?
What I know about you? All right, this is what I know about you.
Okay.
I've been following you from day one, right? When you first came on here.
Yep.
With your raggedy fucking ass, right? You were raggedy, bro. You were sitting in a fucking...
Look at you. Look at you, bro.
You were sitting in a... Let me talk, then you can talk. All right?
It's my show. You don't like it, cocksucker? Jump off.
Right?
I make the fucking rules, bro.
Someone...
the fucking rules, clown.
Yo, I think someone's been getting him triggered again. I think he's a bit high strung.
Damn, boy, you don't want to piss off the Yizzo gang. They're badass.
Yo, you leaving a box.
Yeah, okay, then shut the fuck up.
You invited me on here.
Yeah, not to be friendly with you. Talk the shit you were talking on stand-up guys. Talk the shit you were talking on stand-up guys. Don't be a bitch now.
I'm not being a bitch. I'm both stand up. I love stand up.
Tell me I was raggedy, you fucking asshole. Tell me. I want to know.
I'm gonna tell you, bro, because like when you first came out here, like I checked you. I checked you out, and you were
single stack Ruger. Really?
You built yourself up, and you fucking you went sideways, bro. You were like you fucking disrespect people.
Do I?
I prefer
you know about what you just said? I don't know you. Did I even know your name before tonight? Okay. Did I ever say a word about you before you started trashing me?
No,
thank you. So am I disrespectful or are you disrespectful?
No, you're not disrespecting me. And I didn't say you did.
Oh, I'm about to start.
Well, that's okay. I mean,
okay, so you said, no, but I just blew your argument out of the water. Because you said I came on here and I started disrespecting people. No, it's motherfuckers like you who thought you could walk all over me, and then when I gave it back to you, now you want to cry like a fucking baby.
See, bro, this is what you're doing. You're taking your anger out on people that don't deserve it.
You don't deserve it? You just called my wife a fucking drug addict, you piece of shit. And speaking of raggedy, do you live in a double wide? Because that's what I just heard.
No, I don't, bro.
Look how mad she is. She can't control her emotions. And look how this little bitch keeps throwing people's names out and where they live and all that. Man, you really are. You're just a fucking straight up hoe. That's all you are. You're a fucking hoe, boy.
Yeah, go show me the outside of your house.
I'll show you what I live in.
Good, I want to see it.
I'm not like that FPS. I'm not, I don't live
I know. Just try and get through this.
Your buddies.
That's not what I heard.
It's just mind blowing.
Who are my buddies?
Fucking SoFlo and that fucking
SoFlo's house is like a museum. SoFlo's house is fucking beautiful. I've been in it.
Hold on. Now I'm just calling it for what it is. Wasn't this dude clowning SoFlo's house and saying fucking all this and that like a month or two ago? Like, I just don't get it, guys. It really numbs my brain. And again, I promise this will not be more than maybe 15-20 minutes of this shit. But it's just like, yo, I have to get other people's opinions and shit. I can't do double stack or anything bigger. Don't need one. My hand is too small. Yo, the Glock single stack is actually, I had the 380 and my buddy's got the 9mm. Those aren't too bad. I'm not a big... I like Ruger over... I just won't take a Smith & Wesson. I don't like the way the trigger pull is. But... I don't know. The only Ruger I've ever been a fan of is the 22. It fucking is, dude. It's like, dude, but it gets so much more fucking ridiculous, VX. Like, that's what I mean. I'm like, all right, at least I'm not fucking...
Yeah, you been in it?
Yeah, Piggy's been in it. He got molested when he went down there in Florida.
Oh, jeez.
Here's a picture of him when he showed up at Harambe's house.
Oh, jeez.
And here's a picture of Muscle showing him how to ride his new motorcycle.
Okay, that's funny. This dude's got a giant fucking dick bike.
Bro, does he live there?
I don't fucking know. I don't care.
You don't know if he lives there.
But that hillbilly motherfucker, you think he's a short guy, he's a big guy, he's this and that. He's a broke down hillbilly, bro. All right?
Who are you talking about?
And you know what?
Who?
If you're about it, bro, listen, I don't give a fuck. I have nothing against you. I have nothing.
Wolves, dude. Don't listen, man.
I don't have any bad feelings about you. I kind of like
that's what started me back up, Shines.
But if you're about it with these people, attacking people, fucking bring it, bro. You know
what do you want me to do?
Oh shit! He said, "Put your money where your mouth is."
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. So come to this area.
Oh
you
God!
Come to my house, I'll kill you.
Oh God!
Yeah, like the last dude that came to your house and whooped your ass.
See?
You ran to the police, bitch. Quit trying to act hard. Everyone knows.
All right. My question is, and it has nothing to do with this dude. For real, if you're going to be the aggressor in a situation, right? And make verbal threats of violence and shit like that, and challenge people or this and that. Why is it on YouTube that they're always like, yeah, and come to me? Now, this dude's got a proven track record of calling the cops. Yes, Ro, listen, if a apparently, that's not new, but it's I don't know. He just seemed to, you know, I guess get some helium back in his fucking nuts. Who knows? But this is, you know, dude, when he got beat up, he was in the ambulance like, I got killers, and then said some shit like this.
They didn't come to my house while I was inside. They didn't come to my house while I was inside. I would have killed every one of them. No, they waited till I pulled up.
Sounds like the only people he sounds or gets tough with are senior citizens and women.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All I know is I got to get up bright and early in the morning and straighten this situation out. I got to hire a lawyer to...
Oh, God, I'm so happy. Like, you guys have no idea how happy I am that fucking a bunch of people aren't flooding in here because I'm talking some shit. I'd rather have the regular people in here right now and just get some honest opinions and fucking laugh at some shit. Dude, he's all right. I'm gonna have to do it. I wish I fucking had the exact clip. I might be able to find it, but I don't feel like looking through shit. Listen to Pizza. And you tell me these two idiots don't sound fucking alike.
You think you can take me? You know where I live? All you motherfucking clowns. You know where I live?
And yeah. No. And besides that, like I said, man, you keep selling wolf tickets, eventually, you know.
You are.
Come to the
bring you, SoFlo, and that hillbilly broken down hillbilly.
What hillbilly, you stupid motherfucker?
That hillbilly, CM, you know what I'm talking about.
Bro, CM or Tony SoFlo will twist you up into a fucking pretzel. Look at you. Look at your fucking, bro, show us your belly. Show us your belly, bro.
I got no belly, bro. Listen, I'll stand right up and show you.
This dude ain't talking about someone else's fucking body,
Shit,
right?
you're built like a bag of wet sand. Oh my God. Look at
Chris,
the titties.
you're built like a fucking McDonald's chicken nugget.
Oh, look, you're a classy guy. I heard you said you were raised right.
You know what?
Yo, and that's the other thing. Fuck that shit. I know this motherfucker's biting my lingo again, yo. Biting my fucking lingo. Classy, birds of a feather and shit. All of a sudden I start saying that, dude. Listen, I hate when motherfuckers bite my vocabulary.
Everything you did.
You think I care?
That's what sucks.
No,
really
Uncle Mitch, I started going in stand-up guys chat a long time ago. Who do I see trashing me and my wife every day? You.
I don't trash
you. Know you?
You won't show me. Then you want to put up receipts like you say? I never trash your wife at all.
Somebody send me the link of him calling my wife a drug addict earlier on stand-up guys show.
No.
Not the link, the clip.
Hey, man.
Before I keep playing this, warning is a trigger warning. The guy talking to him is it doesn't seem to be a decent guy either, and you'll see why if you
do y'all even go on this dude's panel anyways?
Exactly.
All you're doing is helping him. Why is everybody going on this
called him
panel all
you know,
of a
when
sudden?
I finally got his number and he was popping off
That
on
shit ain't
live,
cool,
and he
man.
turned the
Just
volume
giving
down
him
on
views
his
and
phone.
That's nothing to do with you, though.
Yeah, no shit.
Come on, bro.
So if you're denying that right now, what do I call it?
I'm denying I say anything about your wife because you know what? I got a wife, and you know what? I don't talk about people's girls. Fucking.
That's exactly why you better not talk about mine.
You're right.
That's exactly why you better not talk about mine, buddy.
Hey, what? Don't fucking talk to me like you're putting me down. I'm being cooperative here.
How long have you known where I live?
I know where you live for a long time.
Okay. How long? How many
You
times
hear
have you
this?
come by to visit me?
Do you hear this?
Okay, then stop asking me when I'm going to come do something.
I want y'all to look at this little bitch right here, man. He's always trying to fight old people. He'll fight an old man and he'll fight an old woman.
Won't fight me.
Anybody around his age, he don't want to fight him. Hell, he don't want to fight Harambe. He's scared to death of him. This motherfucker is a punk, dude. All that tough talk didn't mean shit when you got your little bitch ass whooped.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, yo,
trying to act like
where
a badass. Just be the
is
nerd you are,
reality?
man. Be yourself, and you won't have problems with people.
Boom.
That's why everybody hates you, because you think you're a fucking badass. Dude, you got your ass whooped at your own house in front of your family. You a punk, boy. Accept it.
What city do
I'm
you
not
live
asking. I'm not a fucking 50-year-old man. I'm a fucking asking to do shit. All right?
How old are you?
I'm 50.
Listen to this dude trying to
I'm
get some
150.
fucking information.
I'm 150.
You're 50. What have you been through? 6 wars, bro? What do you mean
Yeah,
you're 50
bro.
years old?
I've been
Holy
through
shit.
that. You're right, bro.
How much prison time did you do? You were fucking terrible.
My man. I live a rough life.
I'm not your mate.
Well, I lived a rough life. So,
Yeah, I'm sure you were a real G. You're a
I
gangster.
wasn't a J. I never claimed to be a J.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Right?
So
I'm not a
what's your
gangster.
problem?
I'm not a J. I'm not any of them people.
All right, so since I'm the guy that's so disrespectful and I just attack people,
All right,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
on
leave it
people.
alone. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna say to you
Good.
that I really never had a problem with you. And
Absurd, bro.
but yeah,
You
it's absurd.
motherfuckers,
It's
bro.
absurd
You
now.
motherfuckers,
I'm
bro.
sorry.
You talk all this shit.
It's absurd.
I just
You wanna
needed you
get
people
taxed,
to hear this
right?
shit.
But you know what?
Cats.
You'll never come. You know
Dickhead.
where you live? I live in Saratoga, right?
Good. That's what I needed, buddy. And is your name really?
No, that's not my name.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't worry. Anybody who has information on this cocksucker, send it to me. Just name your price. Name your price.
Anybody that has information on dude, you know, you guys remember, right? Oh shit. No, I really need to hang this one up.
Yeah, cocksucker. That's what you are. You're
Cocksucker.
You're the
You know what
tranny,
you
the
are,
new
nigga?
stand-up guy.
You're a false.
Oh, look, now you
You're
show.
right.
That's what I was raised
You're
right.
right. You ain't
show
about
your
it. You're
truthfulness.
the only white guy that lived in a nigger neighborhood.
Oh, I am?
See?
Oh, what is that word? I never lived around that.
Fucking asshole.
You're a fucking nigger.
See, look, he wants
You're
to
a
get the show
nigger.
taken down. Here, look.
You're a
Oh.
Dude, you're the one that looked like fucking Uncle as Alias from Planet of the Apes with your upper lip, you retarded looking motherfucker. Hey, FBS, don't let him fucking. That's fucking Planet of the Apes white version right there.
Yeah.
That's just Link
See?
talking about fucking Shanna right there, bro. Where'd you go, bitch?
Blew up his whole
Uncle as
fucking
Alias with your fucking upper lip looking like an orangutan.
You know.
goofy looking motherfucker, you.
What did you? Sorry, Miss Gabriel, I'll drop it now. What do you mean? Where's the link?
I got the link in the private chat of this guy talking.
And this
about
guy's
Shanna.
fucking screaming on the mute.
you fucking
You
Oh boy.
fucking jerk up.
Oh, boy. This
Your
is
sister's name is Chad, you fucking sitcom bastard.
You
Your sister's name is Chad. Your sister's name is Chad, you gay looking motherfucker, you. Look at you, bro. It's your
Yep.
dick sucking slit.
Cringeworthy. Right.
Your mama sounds like that kid getting fucking her ass, fuck. That's what your mom sounds like when she's
Fucking
getting in her
worthy
keister.
is.
He's squealing like a pig, like he's in Deliverance. You hear
Yeah,
me?
that was it. I think that
Yeah.
was the guy. He was practicing for the new part, Deliverance 2, Electric
Oh,
Boogaloo.
He's such a fucking tryhard, man. He's like, good job, Papa Muscle. Are you proud of me, Papa Muscle?
Check this out, bro. There's right there. There's a link where this guy's talking about Shanna in the private chat.
All right.
He's not only a fucking punk, he's a liar. What happened, man? Fucking upper lip. What the fuck's going on?
Oh, I know. Nah, dude, he went with the hard R like Ranger fan did.
Hold on, I'm gonna play this.
He
now.
pulled the Ranger fan.
This now.
Go ahead, bro.
Because if you talk shit about a man's wife and then he's facing you man to man and you fucking deny it, what does that make you?
A punk.
Exactly. It makes you a fucking bitch, a pussy.
That's Uncle Azaleas, bro.
Yeah. He talks all that shit and then look how triggered I got him. Look how fucking
Oh, yeah,
mad
he was really upset.
Dude, I don't know. He seemed pretty fucking triggered. But now listen. You guys remember this, dude. Now here's the. I had to play this video just because all the tough guy shit, and then, the self-awareness is just.
What's up, uncle bitch? I don't need any substance or any crutch to get me through the day. You do. You proved it tonight. You're talking about addiction and recovery with a man who hasn't had a substance in almost 5 years, and you can't even be on YouTube for 5 minutes without getting high and drunk. Fucking, that's why you hate me, because you're a weak
Unfortunately,
motherfucker. Because I've accomplished things you can't. Because I beat fucking bad addictions and habits that you're not able to. Because you're too fucking weak, you pussy.
Y'all hear this fucking shit? Biggie, nobody gives a fuck about your little Narcotics Anonymous bullshit. You can't even drink a couple beers with your friends or else you'll tailspin back into being a full-blown alcoholic, dude. That's fucking weak.
Did anybody in Red Joe's chat abuse him for saying that? I will look.
All right, let's see what this is. Wait till we find out who Uncle Bitch is. Okay, and I use that fucking N-word shit that he just dropped in the fucking show. I use that to ruin his life and everyone around him.
I use that to ruin his life and everyone around him.
Look at a spiteful little bitch this dude is, man. Talking about ruining people's lives and shit because they're making fun of him on YouTube. You're gonna run into the right one of these days, boy. Last time you got your ass whooped, them boys were just trying to teach you a lesson, man. One of these days, you're gonna run into a crazy motherfucker that don't give a fuck about lessons. They're just gonna want to snatch your fucking life away, boy.
Yeah, but
you just don't know, man. You ain't been around. You talk all that street shit, but you don't know a motherfucking thing, boy.
See? He just made a fucking excellent point. So listen, he just made an excellent point. He talks all that street shit, but has no sense of reality, so to speak. Nah, good call on that, BX. But yeah, I don't think you're.
Oh, the bastard took some pictures of me, and he tried to make me look fat. Do I look fucking fat to you?
But Cletus has a good comment.
Do you look fat?
He only quit crack because nobody trusted him to sell it to him anymore.
He's as big as a fucking house. My God. Did you see he's built like a shitty diaper, bro? You saw that?
Bro, this dude built like a fucking hard-boiled egg.
Do you love me yet?
Why? I don't know.
Did I do good right there, Papa Muscles? He's over here looking
now
for
we got
love
the
in the
asshole
wrong places, man. Fucking Papa Muscles is new father figure.
All right, I'm just
you
waiting.
gotta be careful, Biggie. Mike Slick's gonna get jealous.
All right, blah 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 blah. What the hell is he showing? Is this his?
Everybody.
All right. Then
since everybody has this delusion that
here's a great part
that nobody donates anymore.
Crying
oh my God, look
broke,
at this.
right?
The Johnny Mac thing happened, and now his donations dried up. No, they didn't. His might have. Mine didn't. You ready?
All right, y'all remember on that other clip when Fat Ass said that other people brag about what they got all the time, but he don't do that shit? Well, guess what he's about to do?
What do I want to do first? Okay, let me get to here so I can. Let me take these two down. They're not necessary. That's not necessary. All right. So
pay attention.
I get donations 4 different ways, sometimes 5 with Zelle. PayPal, which by the way, PayPal and Venmo, that's where usually my biggest.
And hold on, there's a disclaimer. No one cares how much the dude's making. It's he hasn't grasped the fact that everyone's just bewildered on how this dude cries broke, and you'll see.
Okay, everybody uses different services, right? Cash App, I get Cash App, I get a lot of donations through, the majority of them, But the larger donations, like my man Frank and sometimes Antonino and other people, are usually through Venmo and PayPal. Now, the way they have it set up, you can't print a statement like you can with Cash App. So if I put that up, you see everybody's names, and I can't have that.
You see everybody's names, and I can't have that. Don't worry. All y'all people out there that gave him money and now he has your name, he'll put your name out there one day. You'll make him mad, or you fucking won't agree with him or something, and he'll fucking put your docs out there. Watch. You'll see.
So I assure you of this. What I made in Cash App, I made equal, not in each Venmo and PayPal, but in the two combined. I made around the same as I made in Cash App, okay? So take my word for it. But when you guys see my shows and you hear me shouting out people through Venmo and PayPal, you kind of have to know it's true. It's a fact. So I'm just telling you that because I'm going to show you just 2 things tonight. Not Zelle, not Venmo, not PayPal. Just 2 things. Cash App. All right, we got that there. You guys see that? Tony Pizza. You're looking at the screen, dickhead. You're streaming my show live. Look at the screen, dickhead. Watch this. Okay, so now I go here and I click on March. Just March, which, by the way, in case you forgot, that was last month, which was only 3 days ago. Okay? I had to double check real quick. Here we go. Now, mind you, I don't do Cash App business with anyone. I don't send money through Cash App. I don't do any of that. You know what I mean? Like with people in my normal life, I don't receive money through Cash App, just from YouTube. Okay? Did I do it? Why isn't it up there? Okay, I guess I got to do this one. I have 2 open. What the fuck? Why is that happening? This is very odd. Okay. So I go. Do you guys see it? Why is it not working for me?
Should have fucking bought an apartment building and fucking rent that shit out so he has some continuous income and doesn't have to, you know.
Anyway, I don't know why this isn't working, but I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just show you.
No, you're absolutely right. Should have paid his house off and, you know, put a down payment on, and or, you know, bought a 3-family or whatever. But, nah.
A little bit. Donations are welcome. Please, guys, do me a favor. I'm not trying to be a dick, but if a whole lot of you can't donate tonight, can you just put it in the chat so I can end the show and go enjoy my life? I don't want to be an asshole. You know, I really don't, but...
My phone.
I still can't believe he's inviting people to his
There's
house.
always a solution. Maybe it's not allowing you to do this for some sort of safety reason.
I guess money's low. He needs a lawsuit.
Let me try this one. What the fuck?
Einstein over here.
Maybe it's a security thing. I don't know.
Everyone remember, Iggy's smarter than everyone else, but he can't even check his own fucking money.
Let me go to.
Well, he has been now, Roro.
Documents, account statements, March of 2024. Okay, I'll let you watch me do that. You
Some of the ugliest polo gear I've ever fucking seen.
Can you see that? You got to look at money in. I don't know how well you can see that on the screen. It's not working out well. Not the green number, the one below.
Bro, it's so important for this dude to.
I'll show you. Let me take a screenshot of it.
You know, show people how
look
well.
at the weird faces this motherfucker always makes.
You know, look at me. Look at me. Look how much better I am than you.
Let me try to crop it so you can see everything.
Jilted sense of reality.
See Tony Pizza on my screen here because that's what I was watching. Oh my God! You know what? I just remembered. Did I keep them in here? No, I uploaded it, then I took them down. Here. You see Christopher Lamanna? 306, yeah, that's me. 306 Cherry Street, Wrightsville, PA, March 2024. Now, right there, it says 1,060, but that's just a change in the month. What you have to see is this number from money in. What does that say? What does that say? Holy fucking shit. Are you telling me that just through Cash App in March, I made $2,682 fucking dollars? Look at that. I thought I was broke. Oh, nobody's donating anymore, huh? Okay, well, I got more for your ass. This one I know will work because I've done it before. It's YouTube Studio. Share screen. Channel Analytics. Share. You guys see that? Now, you'll see a decrease in, you know, as the months go on, a decrease. But here's the thing. You guys heard me say in the last couple of months.
All right.
You guys. Tony, does that drive you fucking crazy for all the people who think Tony makes more than you? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Matter of fact, I saw him struggling tonight. Not a single donation, huh? So sad. So sad. Arguing over how much money you've been... You motherfuckers can't write for shit. You got the first word without a capital, and then begging. You said gimp. Begging.
Okay, here he goes, correcting people's grammar and typing and shit like a fucking nerd again. Dude, you are a fucking nerd. The funny part is that you're not even smart. You're a dumb nerd.
He ain't lying.
Okay. I'm not arguing over anything. All day, people have been telling me I'm broke and I don't make money on YouTube anymore, that all my donations have dried up. Tony Pizza said you never show respect.
See, that's the difference, too, is he's like, all day people say I'm broken. Blah. No, that's what you're telling people. Oh, I'm not getting what I'm so broke. Geez, donations are so, I'm going to have to go. So people are like, oh, okay. And then, you know, again, just wanted to make that point.
So I showed you receipts. I'm not arguing with no fucking money. I'm just telling you the reality of things. The reality is I will always make more than Tony Pizza, and my money will go to great things like a mortgage, a brand new car, jewelry, polo clothes, Jordans, bills, my daughter, my stepkids, my mom. You know?
Stepkid got 10 racks.
When he said that he doesn't brag about all the stuff he's got and how much money he has.
Talk to you.
Well, it looks like you're caught in another lie, fat boy. You're not as smart as you think you are, dude. You're actually pretty damn stupid. It's easy to pull your strings. You're extremely emotional. And emotional people don't think logical. You act like a fucking hormonal woman, man.
Not the
Yeah, dude, guys, remember.
Bro, listen, let me tell you, bro.
Always say Polo
This is why I stay. I make a joke out of it because I know it's cheap shit, bro. I know it's cheap shit. I have priorities because I went to the Polo outlet a couple months ago. I saw the same shit that I wear every day for 5 times the price. I said, I'm good. I'll spend my money on sneakers and shit. I make a joke out of it. Bro, when we were going to take a picture of me outside the Polo Association.
Seafood dinners and nonsense, crack and methamphetamine and whatever else he's shoving into his fucking body. So there you go, kiss my ass, jealous motherfuckers. How about that? And by the way, guys, I'm gonna tell you something, a little secret. You ready for this? That is substantially lower than it used to be. So I dropped, it dropped some. But that just gives you an idea what I used to be.
Here we go.
But as you can see, with what I'm making now, I'm okay.
Listen to this part.
Okay. And I can tell you exactly why it went down. And it's not because I lost popularity or anything else. There was 3 major donors that would give me hundreds at a time. One of those guys left for his own personal reasons. Another guy is just sick of all of it and doesn't get involved in MobTube anymore.
I wonder what those personal reasons were.
And the other dude shows up from time to time, but rarely. People get sick of this bullshit. Okay? So,
nah, he's just tired of looking at my Polo
Not for
gear.
any other reason. Not for
So
any
I
other
had
reason.
to change it up.
But you know what? That happens. That happens. And then you build, more. You get more donors, different donors, like JT earlier. You know what I mean? Look at Malik Urban, $4.99. Here's to Tony Pizza's next birthday and Christmas. Yes, because I stole his birthday. All that money goes to me. Thank you, Malik Urban.
Now I'm going to show y'all a clip from a month ago. Remember everything he just said here.
Anyway, guys, listen, man. I don't like doing this. I don't feel like bitching to you guys. Most of you guys look out for me and take care of me. Everybody's here right now, guys, because you obviously purchased a membership, or at least you've been gifted one. Meaning someone else in here purchased you a membership. And don't get rid of your memberships based on what I say tonight. Give me a few days, and I'll tell you.
I was on the phone with Beck and Soplo,
and
this dude was
I don't just mean
convinced.
I mean mentally. I still, even though I'm not doing
taking some kind of
the shit
pills
I was doing, I hate
in the
this
bathroom
so fucking much because no matter how much I denounce it or try to get rid of it, I'm still part of this twisted, sick community. Which has the likes of fucking Tony Pizza and people like that, a bunch of others, scumbags, lowlifes. I'm still somehow part of this shit. I'm still doing shows where these animals are watching me every fucking day, and I'm I got a bunch of people that listen, I don't want to get into it. I've had it. You know what I mean? I've had it because the money is as I can't even tell you. If I showed you, you'd be in shock. It's gone down tremendously, and it's been happening for about 6 months. It's to the point now where I just can't any fucking more. I can't do it. My plan a couple of months ago was to try to figure out how to start a new channel, and until then, do this shit. Still be on here.
No, look, Fish is there.
I would rather go work an 8-hour shift at a factory than be on here for 1 hour and not make any money. That's how aggravating it is to me. Because the hell that I've been put through just doing this. I mean, I'm underpaid. My best month ever, I was still underpaid. Put it that way. It's unbelievable the amount of fucking people I entertain. And again, it ain't just my show. The whole fucking community till this day is based around me. Okay? I built the whole fucking thing basically from the ground up, involuntarily and voluntarily. Certain channels I helped on purpose because I wanted to see them do well and I like people. And then other channels I had nothing to do with it. They just started because, they wanted to talk about me or bash me or whatever. Everything you watch on here, you can thank me for. That's what it really comes down to. And I've been through more than anyone. I've been put through hell. I say it all the time. At this point, I can say I literally put my blood, sweat, and tears into this shit.
Well, we damn sure know you put your tears in it, you fucking crybaby. You get on here and cry all the fucking time.
I fucking, I don't know. There's I don't know. I know what I want to say, but at the same time, I'm so fucking irritated. Otherwise I'm saying too much. And I know it. I just can't stand it anymore. I don't get it. I don't understand how it's possible. And me, of all fucking people, should ever have to say the words, please donate if you can. It's shocking to me. It's unfucking believable. Again, without me, what would you have? Be honest. What channels would you have if FBS never existed? What channels? I want to know. What would be left of this? I don't get it. It's astonishing. It's so unbelievably aggravating and infuriating. And the worst part is, I know why it's happening. Because I'm not tearing people to shreds every day and feeding everybody red meat. That's why it's happening. That's all anybody will pay for it. That's it. Anything else, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow I can have fucking Robert De Niro on here. I would make $40 fucking. I would, but if I tear up Tony Pizza for an hour or SoFlo or somebody like that, I'll probably make $300. I mean, it's amazing. That's why when people talk about content, what are you watching? Nobody wants content. They don't. If you call content something that is planned, organized, researched, something like that, scripted even, then let me tell you, I've done it and done it and done it and done it. Nobody wants it. They don't want it. They want all of us to come on here and destroy each other and affect each other's lives and do everything we can to hurt each other in any way possible. And then they'll throw money at us, hand over fucking fist. People, I've been leaving comments lately.
All you do is talk about pizza, which is complete and total bullshit. Even now, that's not true. But have I been talking about it a lot? Yeah, you know why? That's one of the things this community was built on. As sick as that is. As sick as that is, beefs like that, breaking balls. You know, somebody like him, people love it. They can't get enough of it. Can't get enough of it. And I'm smart. I've always been smart. That's why I've done so well, is because I know what people want. I know that I can come up with 100 different types of things that might even be considered real content, and none of you are going to give a fuck. You're only going to care.
Okay. Just fucking wow. Yeah, Roro, that's actually a really good point, dude. The dude is all over the fucking place. But the fact that this guy is literally telling people to show up at his house again, it's like, yo, he don't collect guns. He shoots them.
And you know what I'll do, the way I handle things, and you guys see it every day. I don't want to be anybody's friend. I don't give a fuck about having friends on here. I give a fuck about making money.
Yo, you could always take up fucking Fish's side hustle.
Jerk alert. Not mine. It's Chump. I just saw the most amazing thing in my entire life. First, you gotta do the truffle shuffle. Come on. Do it.
Okay, ladies, our thumbs are down, our wrists are flexed, and we're gonna position ourselves for insertion. Ready? Do it. Good, Marissa. You can use a little teeth, but you don't want to be a biter. Now, you're gonna do the work, ladies. These carrots are not gonna ejaculate our getting head here. We're not breastfeeding from a mythological beast. Oh, that's funny to you? Because you won't be laughing when somebody prematurely pops in your face. It stings. And that is now why I have a lazy eye. Thank you very much. Continue, please continue. Up and in. And mind the stepchildren. Mind
the stepchildren. But, again, dude, I just couldn't believe my fucking ears. People have been telling me fucking for days now. Dude's back on his brolic shit. Oh, boy. Anyways, all right, cool. So we lost those people. Pretty much fucking, yeah. So, I just needed some other people to fucking, scratch their heads too. It's just, wow. But guys, he's a dangerous guy. Like, I gotta play that one part again. I do. Because that shit just, yo, Mark, listen to this. I want, excuse me. The fuck are you talking about? I don't know if you can't grasp the concept, James. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
And speaking of raggedy, do you live in a double wide? Because that's what
No, I don't, bro.
Look how mad she is. Yeah, Piggy, get some people on here to tell us how much of a badass.
There we go.
Shooter and gang.
This is the fucking part.
Mister, you was.
Come on, man. All right.
I care more about people recovery than any of you motherfuckers. Than any of you.
Oh, just got here? Gotcha.
Okay, I'm the only goddamn fucking person on here completely and totally clean and sober. Now, that's not to say that everybody has addiction issues.
Here we go.
Here he is. He's here. What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
Oh, now you want to be a nice guy now?
No, I don't want to be a nice guy at all. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you? Okay, so what's the problem? What's the problem you have with me?
you know, you're not really about
Okay, here we go.
what you say.
How the fuck do you know? Were you there throughout my life, Johnny? Oh, yeah. Come on back, Johnny. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe I accidentally hit the X.
Here we go.
Yeah, everybody comes on
doozy.
here, all of a sudden they don't have a problem with me anymore. I'm not really about shit. Bro, you want me to call a couple of guys right now and have them tell you some fucking stories?
Yes.
You have no idea. I've done more than any of you. I'm not fucking JC. Any of you. You collect guns. I've used them. Okay? You talk shit. You say you've committed all types of crimes. I've actually committed them. Okay? I took any fucking stupid charge I have, no matter how much, how big or small, and I did my fucking time, no matter how little it was.
What up?
And I've done shit none of you have done. You watch gangster movies and you praise these fucking guys. You have no idea who I am. You have no fucking idea who I am. And you especially have no idea who I was, or you wouldn't be making comments like that.
Y'all hear this fucking shit? I told y'all it was gonna be funny. Piggy's feeling strong today.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, Piggy, get some people on here to tell us how much of a badass shooter and gangster you was. We all want to know.
I know.
How much time did you do?
Bro.
You didn't do no fucking time. You were in a mental hospital.
That's what I'm saying.
You might have went to county for a day or two. That's about it. You never did no fucking time, boy.
All right, that was all right. I had to replay that one part. I was just, you know, he said that with some oomph. You have no idea. I've been there, done it all. You only knew who I was. Do you know who I am? I don't know about that. But, yeah. God damn, dude. You ever fucking, you know, see a kid? It's like, yeah. No shit, dude. Well, you did what he told you to do. He's like, if I ever fucking get back with SoFlo, fucking leave me, make fun of me, fucking, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, it was just, do you want him to call the people and get him on there? Yes, dude, he's been promising that for a long time. Why don't you get Cam on? We would love to hear from Cam. I'm just saying. Something tells me he might have a thing or two to say. No, dude, a lot of people were like that in Other Fat Bald Italian.
Well, a lot of people do that. But then, you know, all of this shit that, you know, he tells people to come to his house and he's going to leave them for dead. And then they go there and he calls the cops. And, you know, you could say he's just, anyway, my point is that I thought he was a straight shooter and he never lied about anything. But now I got him telling me things on the phone and then he's saying different things on, you know, YouTube. So, you know, see, he thinks he's playing with the kids in the park. You know, anyway, I'm not going to put anyone else down. But I'm not really here to fucking start calling people names and attack people. I'm just going to discuss the fact about what he said to his best friend at the time about cooperating, because now he knows who told me. You understand? But I got hot and I said it. But it's, the guy who told me, he's not mad at me because, you know, he knew why I said it, you know.
Right.
And if he don't start talking to me weekend, okay, then he went on his fucking show and started fucking talking disgusting about fucking Puerto Rican people when he knows I'm Puerto Rican, okay, to that guy Joe Callo, okay. Then he went on his fucking show.
Dude, there's like a billion of these fucking clips.
The only reason why I was going on YouTube, all right.
Where the fuck?
He even said, he says, I knew what was going on over there. There was nothing going on. We were just going on because we liked.
There's one fucking clip I'm dying to find about integrity.
Okay. He also lied. He said that I said that I begged to go on.
Give me like 10 seconds.
Talking about how how Angel, other than his kids are all turning out good. I applaud him for that. Okay, I didn't fucking like when it came to when people said that he's a family guy, I wouldn't disagree with him.
He's talking about.
But I'm not. I'm going to use an avatar. And he even said, he says, I knew what was going on over there. There was nothing going. Before you know it, I was telling the whole story that I was disappointed in him because I felt he didn't have integrity, and that's what I liked about him in the beginning. Okay, then he decided to go on his show. He says, "Oh, before you know it, I was telling the whole story that this is going to be a one for the books. This is going to be a great one with that fucking smirk on his face."
Yep.
And then he says, "Yeah," and then he says something about, "Yeah, Howie, you retard." And as soon as he said that, I lost it because you're not going to talk. This is going to be a one for the books. This is going.
Yeah, if you haven't heard Howie on here, there's a show I've got where let's see. It's very interesting. I talked to him the other day, man. He's doing good. Doing good. Laughing his ass off at the fucking insanity of it all. Thank you very much, another Fat Bald Italian. I appreciate the donation, man. I try not to fucking browbeat the fuck out of people, but donations are always welcome. We were watching some shit last night about all right, here it is. No, sorry, that's us making fun of Hujimu what now. Let's see. They got clips of it they took from my show, but I prefer to play the whole thing. Fuck it. I'm just looking at my views. Very much appreciated, sir. Dude, love your fucking last name too, dude. That shit is dope. Oh, fuck. And don't worry, you don't ever have to worry about me fucking saying it. I can promise that. All right, we'll listen to a little Howie. Uh-oh.
I know.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, this is the wrong one.
That
was another time Howie came on. Shit, I think it might be on my other channel. Yeah, it is. Must have been suspended. But it's just like, come on, dude. Do you have any kind of fucking obviously he has no self-respect. And nothing he says means anything. And this dude fucking nailed it right there. It was such a big deal. SoFlo was said the worst things, but oh shit, there's BK versus Ranger fan. Let's see. Damn. You know what, dude? I did record it. There's fish. Screenshots. The fuck? Sorry, guys. I'm just I might have deleted it because it was taking up too much space. Nope.
That
Nah.
that
It's
don't
just me and you. I don't know.
I'm not here to fight with anybody that doesn't like me or whatever the fact is.
Thank you. I gotta go take a
but
piss. So
you don't have to take that guy off.
take a listen.
Oh no. I prefer to, you know.
No, it's all right. I mean, he hasn't said nothing. But
No,
anyway,
I know.
listen, the guy made up that text, or when he said that when he read that text and did that fucking little stupid smile he does, and then like, yeah, well, he did it anyway, you know, and having his chat going, ooh, ah. I said, wait a second, I never said that to that fucking guy. I got every fucking text correspondence between him from day one, because there wasn't a lot of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I went back, I looked through that about 5 times and I couldn't find anything like that. So I texted him and asked him, well, where's that text? He says, when I show you the text, are you gonna apologize? I said, there ain't no text, so I ain't gonna have to apologize for anything.
Hold on 1 sec. Yo, Dalton, or you know, the guy in the sock account, when you gonna come out of the closet? Just curious. We're just curious, that's all.
Anyway, so then he texts me back and says, how the fuck did you do that? All your texts are missing. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. All my texts are missing.
Listen to this
and
part.
He says, would you have your Fed friends help you erase all your texts? All I see is my texts and all of yours are missing. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right?
I erased messages on his phone from
You didn't know? Howie's got superpowers, man.
So and he knew he was fucking caught, and he just kept with the fucking lie. Well, I'm not apologizing.
Who knows?
for nothing,
Maybe
because
Howie
he
will
just
make an
said
appearance
to
tonight.
his chat that I would never apologize if I'm fucking lying or wrong.
Bust some balls with
Okay,
us.
and that's the second one, because the first time he said, I challenge you to find the clip where I said rats are cowards. And
I found it for you, man. I put that shit up immediately.
Exactly. And he did apologize through text, but he won't
Not
apologize.
publicly.
He
We'll
won't
see.
apologize.
I'll
to
shoot him a
his chat. He
text.
said it. So anyway, my point is that, see, he thinks he's playing with the kids in the park. You know, anyway, I'm not going to put anyone else down, but I'm not really here to fucking start calling people names and attack people. I'm just going to discuss the facts. He said that about that text, okay, hoping to annoy SoFlo so SoFlo would do a show about it. You understand? That's why he made that up.
Of course, he's trying to distract people.
Right, because he made sure he mentioned SoFlo before he said it, and he said it after he said it.
Yeah, because he knows how quick SoFlo is to react.
Right. I don't know that guy SoFlo. I've never, you know, I don't really have
no, but FPS
anything to say about it, because I don't know him.
Well, no,
But,
I'm saying FPS knows how to. He's dealt with SoFlo so long that he knows what to say to get him to try to provoke a reaction.
Right. Now, as far as you know, when I was on Gunsmoke show and I said to the rest of the guys, you know, I'm
So really
disappointed
quick.
in the guy because,
You know, I'm gonna play the part where, you know, Howie speaks his mind about this, but after he does that, I would definitely check out this video, because me, Howie, and K-Mac actually had some pretty good conversation and shit after that had nothing to do with some idiots.
of everything that he's done. Okay, because originally the reason why when I came around and when I first started watching the YouTube, I liked FBS because I thought everything he said was the truth. And that's what I told Frankie. Okay, he also lied. He said that I said that I begged to go on his show and that I thanked him that thank you for letting me put my story out. First of all, I never did an interview with him. I didn't want to do an interview with anyone, but I had promised to do and I didn't even do the interview
Sorry,
with the
it was a screenshot. I thought my phone was fucking doing shit on its own.
So, he's just, anyway, my point is that I thought he was a straight shooter and he never lied about anything. But now I got him telling me things on the phone and then he's saying different things on, YouTube. So, but a lot of people do that. But then, all of this shit that, he tells people to come to his house and he's going to leave them for dead. And then they go there and he calls the cops and, you can say what you want about me, but one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to call the cops if somebody punches me in the nose.
No, I wouldn't go on live 5 minutes later with the blood on my face and tell the EMT that, don't wipe it off because there wouldn't be an EMT there. I wouldn't be riding in an ambulance, giving cops information and, talking about how, oh yeah, there's mad people at my house who want to catch bodies.
Well,
right
guys, you don't know who he was.
An EMT.
Well, listen, I'll tell. Listen, when he was talking his shit from behind the computer screen, okay, he said that this has been a long time coming. So that means he's felt a type of way about me for a long time, way before this shit happened.
Well, yeah, when you All
right, so now I'm gonna tell you when I think he started having a little animosity towards me. Okay, one day he was on his show and he was talking about how John Jr. doesn't know about Angel on YouTube because he's the one who supports the whole family, and if he knew about it, he would.
If anybody notices anything they would like to point out that maybe I'm not noticing,
FBS, and I told him,
we aren't noticing. Feel free.
She's not the type of person to listen to anyone, and he doesn't. My opinion, he doesn't support the family. Okay. Anyway, he took that show. He should put that show back up so this way people know what I'm talking about. But anyway, my point is that I disagreed with him and he didn't like it. And like, 2 days later or whenever it was, Angel went on her show and confirmed everything that I disagreed with him about. She says, I'm married. I have a husband. Nobody takes care of her. And she's not going to listen to what anybody's going to tell her to do. She's going to do what she wants to do. And that was my opinion. And he kept disagreeing with me because he didn't want to be wrong. But he was wrong. So ever since then, he's felt some type of way. Okay.
Well, yeah, you crushed his dreams, man. You're
right, but he'll tell you the reason is because I got mad that he was talking good about John Jr. Yeah, I was annoyed that he was talking good about him because he's put me on his show to help him attack them. Okay, now he wants to talk good about the guy to disagree with me. And he's wrong. So yeah, I'm annoyed that you're going against me and you're wrong.
Right. So, you're not doing it because you're correct or this and that. You're doing it.
That's a normal person, dude, right there. Listen what he just said. He said, yeah, I was a little annoyed. You specifically had me on your show to help, talk shit about this person. And now you're just going to fucking praise a person because it's going to bother me. Excuse me. Fucking vapes. That's what I don't get with these people, how they can just go from fucking...
That, I feel that John Jr.
I wonder when they're going to start saluting fucking Chicago Muscle.
He did what he had to do to save his family and he's a good father and his kids are all turning out good. I applaud him for that. What I don't applaud is not admitting to what he did. But that's neither here or there. That's an old story, but that was just my point. Okay, I didn't fucking when it came to when people said that he's a family guy, I wouldn't disagree with them. Yeah, he's a good family guy. Everything I said about them when they were growing up, yeah, I still stand by all of that. But like I said, that's old, and I'm not looking to really get back into that shit. But so now, the only reason why I was going on YouTube, all right, he kept asking me, come on the show. Okay, I didn't want to go on the show. So then finally one day I said, all right, I'll go on the show, but I'm going to use an avatar. And I went on the show and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed talking to my old friend Frankie. I enjoyed talking to the fellas about, shit in the past and telling war stories and stuff like that. I mean, you got to understand, I grew up in a social club around guys, and all we did every day was meet at the social club and socialize and talk to each other and tell stories. It was like therapy for me.
Like this, yeah, dude, it's therapeutic.
Yeah. Listen, that's exactly what it should be, and that's what I try to have, try to have that environment in here. Obviously, every once in a while, some shit happens, or me or someone else has to speak their mind, but that's what it's about, man. Breaking balls, having fun, and having some laughs and talking to some people, and again,
yeah.
Here doing that
So
shit.
I enjoyed it, and that's why I kept going on. But I was on a leave of absence. That was the only reason why I was able to go on so much. And I explained to everybody, I said, listen, I can't come on as much anymore because I'm going back to work.
Right.
Okay.
Remember that.
And I work the graveyard and I sleep during the day. So, that was it, right? So he had said, I had asked him if he would, and this is minor stuff, but my point is, it's the principle that he did these little things to get under my skin because he was mad.
Those things. So
he was mad that I did
Sven?
the interview with Jeff Nadeau and not him.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I had asked him to put my email up, so this way, if anybody wanted to get in touch with me, they can email me. Okay. And I did have a guy from a long time ago. I still haven't gotten back to him, but he did try to get in touch with me, and I thanked him for that. And
I'd offer Howie to
then
put
all
up
of a
his
sudden, he
email, but
just
I don't
took
think
it
anybody
down.
would look at my shit.
So I said, all right, I didn't really think too much of it, But then when I started seeing people saying, oh, did you see the interview that Howie did with Jeff Nadeau? It was
By the way, guys, if you haven't seen Jeff's interview with Howie, it's a good watch. I suggest you check it out.
It was a good interview. He ignored everything everyone said, and he didn't put their comments up on the screen. Now, come on.
Well, Howie wanted you to know he was displeased with you.
Right, whatever it was, even if I'm wrong, so what? Okay. Then he went on his fucking show and started fucking
Indeed
talking disgusting about fucking Puerto Rican people when he knows I'm Puerto Rican. Okay, to that guy Joe Calla. Okay, for like a good fucking 20 minutes or something like that. And, I happened to be that night listening to the show with my girlfriend. Okay. Yeah. And it was really fucking awkward listening to him fucking badmouth my race in front of her. Okay. Right. So that,
and not for nothing, but, I'll let, the meme speak for itself. Shout out to Howie for sending this to me.
I mean, what happened to this gang? We used to own this city. I go away 20 years, and all of a sudden now there's friggin' Mexicans controlling the neighborhood?
Okay.
What? What, I say something wrong?
No disrespect on Paulie. We all get your point. I just think it's a little weird that you made it so, I don't know, racial. Yes, thank you.
That didn't rub me the right way. That didn't rub me the right way, but I still didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, what was the next thing? I can't think of the next thing after that. But you know, he's doing, and then he started doing these subliminal messages saying that if it wasn't for him, none of these guys would be on YouTube, and because he was jealous that we were going on Gunsmoke show. Yeah, because he even said, he says, I knew what was going on over there. There was nothing going on. We were just going on Gunsmoke show because we like him.
Right, but you remember when we would come on here with Ant, me, you, Howie, and fucking Common Sense and all these guys, or you know, wherever we went on his, like the dude would get up and walk away.
That's because Gunsmoke's a likable person.
He'd just be like, all right, guys, have fun. You know?
And when he said that if it wasn't for him, none of these guys would be on YouTube, he said it with a fucking angry face, like he was fucking pissed about it.
Yeah, because you're not giving him attention and coming on there shooting everybody what a good
credit.
Let me finish, Left, because I lose my train of thought. My train of thought really quick.
Oh shit! Hold on, sorry.
Go for it.
Yeah, that's one thing, yo. I gotta let Howie talk. Because sometimes, like, yo, he's like me. He'll forget exactly what we were talking about and it's funny, dude. Both of us will be like, wait, what? What were we just talking about? I blame it on the weed.
And, you know, he started making these comments about, like, you know, about us. He was talking about us. And then I didn't like what he did to Frankie, okay? He was mad at Frankie for going on Lee Cole's show because Frankie never said anything to him, and he found out through his chat. I'm staring at this guy's face for 2 years. I can see that he got annoyed by that. Okay? Now, I haven't spoken to the guy on the phone for like fucking 2 months or something. I don't even know how long. All of a sudden, right after that happens, he tries calling me. I said, fuck you. You want to call me? Fucking ask me to see if what I know about Frankie going on Lee Cole show now. I never answered it. Okay. Then what he did was he kept when Frankie said something nice about Kane Shade's show on Gunsmoke show, him and Mustache Pete, he kept fucking pushing fucking Gunsmoke to say something about it. Okay. He kept fucking annoying the shit out of him until fucking Gunsmoke started talking bad about Frankie. Okay, well, because he didn't have the balls to talk bad about Frankie. So now I know that Frankie loves Gunsmoke. He thinks the world of the kid.
Listen, man, when that shit happened to Gunsmoke, man, or with Gunsmoke and Frank called me up, bro. He was really fucking.
Listen, let me finish, Left. I'm gonna forget. You know, and I felt fucking horrible for Frankie because I know how much he liked Gunsmoke. He always told me, he says, I love this kid's show. Okay. And I always told him, well, I like FBS's show because I think he's, you know, he's a straight shooter, he's an honorable guy, and you can believe what he says. Until I didn't believe it anymore. Okay. So now that happened. Okay. And then, you know, he's doing all these subliminal fucking things on his show. I can't remember every single one right now. But so then, you know, I don't know why I didn't go on Gunsmoke show to talk about anything that had to do with him, but I said something and then I felt I had to elaborate on it. And before you know it, I was telling the whole story that I was disappointed in him because I felt he didn't have integrity. And that's what I liked about him in the beginning. Okay, then he decided to go on his show. He says, oh, this is going to be a one for the books. This is going to be a great one with that fucking smirk on his face. And then he says, yeah. And then he says something about, yeah, how are you, retard? And as soon as he said that, I lost it because you're not going to talk to me that way. And he's lucky I don't live near him. and I don't give a fuck how he takes it. Okay, so you know that's what happened. So then what happened on the show happened on the show, and I wasn't going to say nothing about what he said to his best friend at the time about cooperating, because now he knows who told me. You understand? But I got hot, and I said it. But the guy who told me, he's not mad at me because he knew why I said it.
Right.
And if he don't start talking to me the way he talks to me, I never say anything about anything, because I don't give a fuck that he's a rat. Okay, I don't care. Okay, my point was that he has no integrity. Okay, and he thought he was gonna fucking come on and fucking say whatever the fuck he wanted about me, and it was gonna go well for him, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Now he threatens. Now he writes me. He writes in the text messages. He threatens to tell people, to dox me, to tell people my name, where I live. Oh yeah. Plus he said that. He said
no shit.
He said where he thinks I live.
Yeah.
So he couldn't wait to say that. So
he was only joking though.
Now he says he knows my name. He's going to tell everyone my name. He's going to tell people where I live, where I work. Okay, but he thinks I'm fucking stupid. How he words it? He says I'm not going to tell people where you work or your name or where you live. But he's really telling me that he's going to fucking tell them if I don't fucking stop. You understand?
Oh,
and
he said it was after the LNA had.
Yeah. So. And then he's got the fucking balls to tell me, because he knows the person that told me about him is a trustworthy guy. So he says, so somebody that I trust tells me that you're a rapist, then I should believe him. And the reason why he's using rapist is because of the shit that went on with the bail proffer, and I had to prove that it's not true. Okay, so that's why he said that, to get under my skin. And and then what he did with the text message, he's not going to apologize for it because he knows he'll look like a liar.
He's not going to apologize publicly for the comment either. That all rats with powers.
Hey, another thing I didn't like what he did also was I didn't like what he did to my friend Johnny A-Light. Okay, I know Johnny A-Light since I'm a kid. Okay, I don't fight his battles for him. He's a big boy. He can fight his own battles. Okay, but he pulled on John's heartstrings, got in touch with him on Father's Day. Okay, pulled on his heartstrings about his daughter to get him on his addiction recovery show, because he had decided that he wasn't going to attack people anymore, and he wanted to show everyone that he can do interviews. Okay, so the guy that he fucking started his channel by fucking bashing, he fucking did what he does, manipulate him, pull on his heartstrings to get him to go on the show when I know the fucking guy can't stand him. Okay, I didn't like what he did. He took advantage of the guy. He gave the guy, he knew the guy is fucking advocating for fucking that drug fentanyl because of what happened to his daughter. Okay, so he knew he can get him to come on the show if he was to talk about that.
Right. It's unfortunate. I heard a lot of people told me that John's changed person. So.
Well, I mean, listen. I mean, if
that's fucking terrible and tragic,
If that happened to you, I mean, that would change your life also.
Right.
It would, sure.
But I haven't even spoken to John, because I'm not going to tell John what to do. He's a big boy. But I'm sure he wouldn't like to know that this guy fucking and I believe this fucking guy told people that what he was gonna do. he said to somebody, I bet you I can get this guy to come on my show. That's the fucking guy that all these people sit there and believe every single word he says.
Yeah. Without any.
Okay, no matter what. Okay. And listen, if I don't think that you got integrity and I don't want to fucking bother with you anymore, that's my fucking prerogative, okay? I didn't attack the guy. If you listen to that show, I didn't attack him. I didn't call him names. I just said that I feel he doesn't have integrity.
No, Howie, we put it on and everybody listened in here and nobody thought you attacked him on Gunsmoke show. You just gave your opinion on a situation.
Listen, I gave him an opportunity to fess up about the text message, and I gave him the opportunity to tell his chat that he was wrong about the comment, "The rats are cowards," because when I played him the video that Lefty found, okay, he said he was sorry, but in text message, but he didn't tell his fucking chat that he was wrong.
No, but he makes speeches about people taking accountability and so on and so forth when he's talking specifically about that.
Right.
Well, people on here don't take any accountability when they're wrong. I bet Howie won't take any accountability for this.
So listen to me. I don't care what anybody thinks. I've never once fucking come on fucking YouTube and lied about anything. Okay? I'm not a fucking idiot. I know me lying about things could jeopardize past cases. Okay? Me lying about things will always be there because everything you say doesn't go away. Okay? And I'm not going to embarrass myself and lie about things when I have plenty of shit to say that I don't have to lie about.
Right. It's you can never lose with the truth.
And the last thing that I'm going to fucking do is fucking lie about him. Okay? Now, if he lied to his friend and told him that he cooperated and wore a wire, that's on him.
Right?
I know his friend didn't lie to me because he had no reason to lie.
Exactly.
Because none of this was an issue at the time. Okay? It was just a conversation and it came out by accident, and I guess maybe I put him on the spot to elaborate, and he told me what happened.
Yeah. So it's it's really disturbing, Not there's nothing to do. It's about the hypocrisy and how this guy is literally dog whistling people and trying to scare people and use information and literally blackmail people into silence.
Listen, he brought this upon himself, okay? Because he decided that he was gonna fucking treat me like a kid in the park, come on and say whatever the fuck he wanted to me. And he was just gonna fucking get off scot-free, thinking that he made me look like an asshole.
Right. When you were nothing but.
There's informants every fucking where. I know that even from the drug business. That's why I say, a lot of these guys, they don't realize the people that are still in the street, they don't realize they're talking to rats every day. Because you don't know everybody that's around. Because a lot of these guys in the street that I dealt with, I found out a lot of them never even did a controlled buy. They just gave information or, they told tales. So you never even know who's a fucking rat. Anymore. It's not like there's a label on it. You know what I mean? You guys, I'm sure in that life wear wires and every fucking thing else undetected. How could these guys operate the way they used to?
respectful and kind. And like, you know, I love how you know, he makes a slick comment about, you know, how you sent him a text when he said his mother was sick and this and that. Dude,
Yeah, so what?
Fucking people with fucking class and fucking shit do. It's called fucking common fucking decency. You know,
Exactly.
you hear-
Exactly. And you know what? I also said I love my fucking wife till death do us part when I got married.
Yeah.
My ex-wife. You know, people, you know, I don't understand. He always says that, well, you just texted me and said some nice words to me. Yeah, so what? So now I think different.
Right. I still wish ex-girlfriends Merry Christmas.
You know, I mean, I don't have nothing against his mom. Of course, I'm going to wish her well.
Absolutely. Anybody's mother's sick. You know, you feel bad.
I mean, I'm not a fucking animal.
No. And especially, you know, you get older, you know, you become a little more
Listen, when I was a fucking kid, all I did was go to funerals and weddings. Okay? I know how to fucking act appropriate and fucking have manners.
and just some common decency. And like I said, man, you know, you show somebody respect that you expect to be treated with.
Exactly. And you know, he sent the combination of all of the fucking subliminal messages that he sent, and I know I'm missing a bunch of them. I just can't remember right now. I'd have to go back and watch a bunch of videos, but he took a lot of the shit down. But you know, like
he's famous for those
it
subliminals.
just, I guess it came to a head. And like I said, I didn't go on Gunsmoke Show to talk about that, but I had mentioned that I was disappointed in him. So I felt like I had to elaborate. And then I said something else that I felt like I had to elaborate. And then everything just came out.
Yeah.
And everybody on that screen agreed with me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rob Jean, Frank, and Anthony Tavernese all said the same exact thing. So this dude wants to know, he said he specifically wore a wire.
Oh, yeah. Specifically wore a wire, and the guy that he wore the wire against, his name was Monk.
Okay, because that was his next question. Where'd the name Monk come from?
Yeah, I don't.
No, Howie, you have no reason to lie, and it's not like you
and I never
you
said
had this information for a long time.
I never said that I know for a fact. I just said that's what came out of his mouth. Okay, and another thing, fuck. See, I lose my train of thought.
Which one is this?
All right, I just give me go ahead, talk. I'll think of what else.
About it.
I mean, he doesn't care if anybody dies. I'm not talking about myself. I'm just talking about in general.
Oh yeah, no. He wishes death upon me all the time. Fucking, you know, he actually said his deepest wish and desire is to light me on fire. So,
anyways, you guys got the point.
You know, what are you gonna do?
I'll text this dude and see if he's around.
I don't know. I don't understand that goofy ass
Currently,
shit. You're literally, you called the cops for a bloody nose because someone fucking showed up.
Fucking God, Lefty. Why don't you do one of two things? Get off my dick or OD already. I mean, Jesus Christ, your days are numbered anyway. Who cares if it's today or tomorrow? When are you gonna fucking drop dead, you fucking faggot dick ride?
Such anger in his voice. Yeah, nah, dude, I'm the same way. Like, my mind will travel to a different spot. If you know, you're interrupted or you think of something else. I got to keep my punctuation and everything. Milwaukee. Really? What an odd fucking subject. Anyways, so, you know, there's some shit, again, that I just don't think people heard or, and I honestly figured I'd just play that because I was trying to do basically, you know, give it a little bit of animation, and I literally would have to do 15 seconds at a time and jump on like 3 different apps and shit, and that shit was driving me, like, honestly, yo, it was driving me nuts. Like, it's way too much. So I you know, clipped this together.
So
I was
a lot
gonna
of
do
people
this.
do that, but then, you know, all of this shit that you know,
But again, figured, you know, people, I prefer to stay in reality. I prefer to stick to the facts. You know, and you know, when I heard, dude, it's like, listen, yo, what had me going the other night and going fucking, you know, clowning this dude for 4 hours. Because listen, you guys know, more often than not, you know, we're talking about something else, or God only knows on here. But this is what fucking had me going the other night, man. When I heard this, I was just like, what the fuck? And then I realized he was talking to a chick.
I guarantee it. Bring some people, show up. See the pack of fucking wolves I got with me, the fucking goons that you're all of a sudden surrounded by, and see what comes of it.
Hey, man, as long as it wasn't your leg, I don't know. Is Ruski around, man? Because Ruski, from, you know, rumor is, you know, he's been seen, you know, with, was the last person to be seen with a woman who's currently missing.
Oh. All right. There you go. Peanut butter and gumballs. Nice combo. Don't worry about what happened. Time heals all things. Except these crazy eyes.
Oh, it's good to be home. I know that much.
I wasn't talking to you, Deeds. I was talking to that squirrel over there.
Oh.
Although it is a shame about that Cedar fella tearing apart your uncle's company and firing all those nice people.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh, I watch the stock market channel all the time. I just watch because I suspect that anchorman of being an evil leprechaun. He can bullshit everybody else, but he ain't fooling me.
Can you believe Deeds bought us all these?
Damn, these things are fast.
Yo, Ruski didn't know how he crashed, bro. He said he always keeps his eyes at 10 and 2. Sorry, that shit was funny. But listen, that wolves, I got wolves and goons and shit. Bro, listen to the way he talks to a chick.
Release on your fucking record here. Domestic assault.
And
okay?
this will
So
be it.
why do I have this feeling you're not exactly
Because I want you to listen to this.
respectful towards women and shit?
He says something very interesting.
I've never seen anyone talk as much shit to women as you have. You always talking shit, boy.
Tell you all about. This fucking lousy bitch actually thinks I'm scared. You threaten me, Marla, and I swear to fucking God it'll be the last mistake you ever make. How about that? I promise you that. Make a fucking threat, stupid. Go ahead and bring your bitch ass friends and whoever the fuck you want with you. You know where I live. Show up, bitch. Show up. I'll slap the fucking hair right off your head if you even have any. Okay? And everybody who's with you, every punk motherfucker you bring with you will get their ass handed to them. I guarantee it. Bring some people. Show up. See the pack of fucking wolves I got with me, the fucking goons that you're all of a sudden surrounded by, and see what comes of it. Okay, and I'll say this to any man on here as well, but this lousy bitch.
All right, so listen, in a couple seconds, he's going to say, and you better look into my history, and then cuts himself off, and he says, not my criminal history, when he's talking about, kicking the shit out of a woman.
We have a fucking problem. I don't know if it's in other countries too, but in this country, you get this from women, especially black women. They think they're fucking tough. You ain't tough. You ain't beating no man. Any man would whoop your fucking ass, leave you in the street, and you know it. So don't raise your voice and don't act tough with me, slut.
Right here.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You better look into my fucking history. Forget my criminal. I'll stop at nothing. You keep fucking with me.
Did you hear that? That's a pretty fucking important. Why would someone say that? You better look into my history and not my criminal history.
Don't do it. You better look into my fucking history. Forget my criminal. I'll stop at nothing. You
That's
keep
why he
fucking
cut
with
himself
me.
off.
I can't stand bitches. I can't stand bitches who think they're fucking tough. You guys already know I have a fucking problem with women.
You guys are.
All right. And that's it. Anyways. All right. I got that shit out of my system. Well, dude, listen, Bruce City. That's what I do is I listen to what the fuck people say. It's amazing what happens when you actually listen to the words people are saying, especially it seems to just blow by a lot of people, a lot of shit, so, or they just don't care, one or the other. But again, man, you have to listen to that shit. It's like, So, anyways, what the fuck's else been going on? Anybody have any, trouble or anything happen with the earthquake yesterday? Lost a leg opposite to his, bought a pair of shoes together. No shit. No shit. Yeah, dude, they cut when my dad had cancer and shit. He was in the hospital because they were trying to figure out what was wrong with him, and his feet got gangrene or whatever. They cut off his feet like halfway, and he had to get oh, okay, hey, I don't know, dude. They cut both my dad's fucking feet like half off and shit. And he had to, get these like special insole type things and learn how to walk again and whatnot. I mean, that shit sucked because, the dude was on limited time already and he had to sit in the rehab and shit like that. But, fucking asshole never complained. Just like, yo, you got some more pot? I used to have to fucking sneak him out. I used to have to sneak him out, or like I'd take him outside in the wheelchair and shit at the rehab place, and he'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette." He's like, "Did you bring some weed?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got you." He'd just fucking sit there and just rip a fucking joint or a vape cart down. Like, dude, he that's one thing, you know, he liked his smoke. We had aftershocks, but I was out with my friends. I didn't feel it in the restaurant. My entire house shook. Wow. What's up, Farmer? How you doing, man? How you doing? $30 million cash stole. Yeah, I did. I saw the headline. What was it, in jewelry? Because unless you have like a buyer for that shit, jewelry, you really got to know somebody. And even then, they don't give you that much. Well, it depends, I guess. You guys know, the Hope Diamond? The guy mailed that shit in the U.S. Postal Service. Yep. He figured that was the safest way. Is nonchalantly in a fucking box, he fucking shipped the Hope Diamond to the Smithsonian. Anyways. Yeah, we don't get very many earthquakes over on the East Coast. You guys know Yellowstone is actually just a giant volcano. And when that shit goes off, oof, bad news. I didn't either, man. I didn't know shit. Cashware. What? Oh, shit. No, okay. There was another robbery with some jewelry, and I think that might have been like 100 mil. Really? No shit. They blew the roof off. How the hell did, let's cash. $30 million heist. What to know about the heist in Los Angeles? The AP News. No shit. All cash. Oh my God. Yo, there was a guy who robbed the Connecticut, what the hell's the armored truck people, Brinks. He worked at Brinks or another armored truck thing and fled to Puerto Rico and shit with all right, so here's where we're gonna take some odds and bets and shit. Do they get caught? How soon do they get caught? And how do they get caught? A brazen Los Angeles cash heist on Easter weekend in which, all right, that's smart holiday weekend, in which thieves cracked a safe and got away with as much as $30 million, is believed to be one of the largest such heists in U.S. history. The heist has triggered a rampant speculation among public long infatuated with daring burglaries and hefty criminal paydays. Honestly, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, $300 million in cash. Wasn't the theft? No, they stole like jewels, but this is $30 million. LA police and the FBI were tight-lipped Friday about any new developments in their joint investigation, but police, where the fuck was $30 million fucking hanging out without alarms and shit is what I want to know. Which broke news of the crime. The thieves were able to breach the money storage facility. Oh. Money. in the suburban Silmore neighborhood, then crack into the safe containing the cash. Media reports identified the facility as a location of GardaWorld, a global cash management and security company. Got you. The Canada-based company, which also operates fleets of armored cars, did not immediately respond Friday to the request. I'm going to say this was some real professional shit. Police said officers received a call for service at the facility at 4:30 a.m. Easter Sunday, and aerial footage from whatever news showed a large hole in the side of the building that appeared to be boarded up with plywood. What are experts saying? Jim McGuffey, an armored car and physical security expert, called the theft a shock. Any such facility should have a 2-alarm system and a seismic motion detector right on the safe, he said, as well as additional motion sensors throughout the building. That's exactly what the fuck I thought. I'm like, where the fuck? I mean, you could. So there used to be like a hard line, like where alarms would have like a hard line into the phone, and dial the alarm company or whatever else, and then they started doing it with a cellular signal. So, I mean, with a jammer, you can get away with certain things. For that kind of money, you don't just walk in and walk out with it, he told the AP. A facility should be protected from top to bottom and the sides. I agree. Fuck. Someone saw this shit and saw how fucking poor the security was and was like, dude. Randy Sutton, a former police detective in New Jersey and Las Vegas who investigated major crimes and high-end burglaries. See, we should get Howie on for this. I'm going to text him again and say we don't want to talk about that other dude. He's probably still sleeping, to be honest. But I was doing my makeup before shaking. Same security cameras that were in the Epstein jail. Yeah, but dude, it depends on how tight it is. See, that's the thing. There's no fucking fence. There's no nothing. It's cash. All right. Crimes, high-end burglaries. Said a crime of this magnitude had likely been planned for months or longer and involved numerous people. This took a tremendous amount of research and tremendous amount of knowledge on the technical end regarding the circumvention of the security systems and surveillance. Yeah, I mean, if you find out. He said, much of the cash at the facility, like the one operated at GardaWorld, has already been in circulation, so unless it comes directly from the U.S. Treasury, the majority of it may not be traceable. He added that law enforcement has almost certainly started interviewing anyone who worked at GardaWorld or knew anything about its security protocols. You can bet that just not current employees of that organization are going to be scrutinized, but prior employees as well. Just how much is $30 million in cash? Law enforcement officials have not discussed details of the cash that was stolen, but regardless of the denomination of bills, such a massive amount of cash would be difficult to move and transport. Yeah, absolutely insured, bro, though. It would absolutely be insured, but they'll fight about the amount, and, cash makes it difficult. But, oh, shit, I don't have that. It was on this clip, ask Fish. Fish weighs, Fish weighed the money. He was making so much of it. So he knows all about how much, money weighs and shit. The weight of $1 million in $100 bills alone is about 22 pounds, according to testimony from a U.S. Treasury official to Congress. If the cash were in various denominations like 5, 10s, and 20s, the weight of 1 million could be closer to 250 pounds, which could bring the overall weight of last week's haul to a whopping 7,500 pounds, or about 3.5 tons. But again, you don't know what the denominations was. Sutton said it's likely the criminals who pulled off the caper had already had a plan in place for how to launder that money. You don't need to fucking launder that money. Well, I mean, yes, I guess to like, not like serialized, like, you know, in succession bills or shit like that. A lot. Never mind. It's an interesting question. That do you get rid of that amount of cash, he said. I know it's a real quandary we'd all like to have, but the reality is these criminals probably had that in their repertoire. Like, dude, money launderers who you know, can make money legit. Yo, I want to say around 30%. As high as 40% they'll take, but they'll legitimize the money. Although the largest cash heist in the world is believed to be plundering of the Central Bank of Iraq during the U.S. invasion of 2003, large cash heists have been pulled off in Europe, South America. Los Angeles heist would be among the largest ever in the U.S. The 1997 armed robbery of nearly $19 million at the Los Angeles Dunbar Armored Car Depot was the largest cash robbery in U.S. history at the time. That caper, during which 5 armed robbers in black clothing and masks tied up a handful of workers at the depot, was planned with the help of a former employee at the facility. It took years to crack the case. Although 5 culprits were caught, most of the cash was never recovered. That actually reminds me, I should fucking look that dude up. Because there's a guy out. I don't know if he's still alive right now, but oh, you don't think? Yeah. They put it in a 98 Lincoln Town Car trunk. Although not a cash heist, nearly 2 years ago, as much as $100 million in jewels and other valuables were stolen from a Brinks big rig at Southern California truck stop. People have long been obsessed with big money heists, as evidenced by the key role these criminals' jobs play in movies, film, television, central theme, Goodfellas, blah, blah, blah. Ocean 11. Damn. It could be a double Sicilian. Could be a double Sicilian. Like Hootie. Oh, Jesus. We were talking about the Gardner heist. Where you guys think those paintings are? I think they're fucking rotting somewhere. I think they're rotting away somewhere. There was a robbery they did in England. There's a couple. There was the art heist by that gang leader who ended up selling the paintings to the wrong side, and the IRA whacked him. But there was a robbery crew, and I'm not talking about like the bank one where they dug a tunnel, but these guys. Wait. No private collector. No. I don't think so. Not that one. There's an interesting, like one of the suspects they, suspected of robbing that got killed shortly thereafter. So again, he might have had them and they don't know where the fuck they are. They're in someone's basement
or hope to God they're not buried. But yeah, they use stolen art more so in Eastern Europe and Italy and places like that as currency for like a drug shipment or weapons and arms and shit. But I think about it. It's a $10 million reward. One of the paintings is a Rembrandt that's, you know, supposedly worth about 500 million. Again, stolen art. Like, that's the thing with art and shit like that. You really, you know, almost have to have a buyer or a benefactor that's that wants that specific thing. You heard about the guy. Oh, but they do. You guys didn't hear about the. There was a. I forgot whether I think it was the Camorra boss or something. But dude, they raided his house and they found like I think 10 different masterpieces that were stolen. So there's you can't. That's almost like so with a lot of these guys with like that kind of money, that's almost like a it's like almost like a brag, you know, like someone with Fila's and then someone showing off some Jordans, you know. It's like yeah, look what it depends on who you show it to, but chances are the people that, you know, you would have in your house. Like that dude, Vince McMahon, my boy installed some of his security system in his house in Greenwich. And let me fucking tell you, good luck, dude. The guy's got like fucking special forces, you know, motion sensors you couldn't fucking imagine. Seismic things in the yard, and like it is nutty. So, like some of the security that these guys you know. So again, yeah, but if you're worth a few billion, you know, well, you had to get that money somehow, and I guarantee you fucking stepped on a few people's backs and maybe cut a few people's heads off to get it, metaphorically or you know, literally. But yeah, that's the thing with that. I guess depending on how many people were in on the robbery, yo, you don't even know. You don't even know. Like, my boy was like, yeah. Where you guys think James Dean's car is? Well, dude, that dude, you know, just ask Lee Cole. Apparently that dude's fucked over fucking, you know, that guy's a scumbag. So, again, you know, people to reach that kind of fucking level, you know, shit, dude, those Russian oligarchs and shit, you should see what they have on their yachts. Anti-fucking, they have like anti-missile, like they have missiles on their fucking yachts and shit, dude. It's, you know, again, man, look at Epstein, look at Diddy. These people, get tired of the regular shit that everyone else, you know, does, and they got to push it more and more and more. And, you know, you get people like Epstein and Diddy who blackmail
or offer something too. Didn't Epstein fucking always offer like those young girls like school and some other shit and housing? Oh, dude, creepy as fuck. But there was a reason he was hanging around ex-presidents, the scientists that are and engineers that are creating or coming up with again, man, to get that kind of rich, you got to do something fucking. You got to do something. Anyways. Sorry, no, I'm just reading something. Just reading something. I agree with you, Tony. Excellent point. Actually, so much worry and excessive security is counterproductive to freedom. More money, the more fucked up they are. No one tells them what exactly. Dude, and it never ends well. Like, smart people keep people around to keep them grounded and shit like that. I gotta go take a piss. So play a fucking meme, and I'll be right back.
That's $60. Good luck getting it. Hey, I fucking won, Paulie. It's only right you pay me. And for other things, too. Like what? Fucking Dom Perignon for everybody in the skybox at the Garden the other night. Check comes, suddenly you're MIA.
Chrissy, you're too fucking worried about what I give you. Worry a little more about what you give me.
Blow me with your lectures, Paulie.
Kid, you wearing a wire?
You fucking crazy?
Pasquale, let him down.
He fucking touches me.
Then make it easy on us all. Take him off. Everything.
New York reopened the books, but they also laid it down. Probationary period.
When I was coming up, this would never happen to new-made guys. But too many people are doing a simulcast.
Well, maybe you fuck.
Do me a favor, and don't take it personally.
I said everything.
Go fuck yourself.
Before I was breaking balls. Now you're beginning. I guess you could call that a dick.
Okay, so now we just got the regulars. Oh. Anyways. Nah, dude, it's weird, man. It's weird how sometimes your brain thinks it's like some people may call like I was talking to somebody. I'm like, yeah, I want to, maybe do a little content about this or that, this and that. And they were like, oh yeah, like unsolved crimes. And I meant, and I'm like, I mean, like, and I was like, but I was using the word like successful. I'm like, yeah, successful crimes. But no, I think it's, interesting. And again, man, somebody could catch some shit. Yeah. I mean, we've all seen it. We've all seen it, Tony. We've all seen it. But hey. Damn, someone else go live or some shit? I was listening to someone put some shit in my head. I haven't thought about someone in a while, and it ended up coming up on my feed and shit. People can villainize somebody, and they got to realize, it's, someone's singular actions don't represent the whole of that person. Because I could play you, a phone call of a friend that is infamous and said to be the worst of the worst of the worst and the worst and shit. That there's tons, and I don't know why the fuck they're I guess shit's coming up out of now, it's been quite some time. Videos about discouraging bike thieves? Really? Huh. The Reality Report with Craig and Friends. Jimmy D'Amico. My Life with the Gambino Family. Huh. But as a matter of fact, and it sucks too, man, because this, when you found out what happened after, when they did like the autopsy and shit, dude, it was like sad.
Yeah.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Suffolk County Jail.
This call is being recorded and is subject to being monitored. If this is an attorney-client conversation, please hang up and call 617-704-6820. Once again, the phone call is being recorded.
To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Man,
Yeah, I was gonna call last night, but when the game was on, I was like, this dude probably at the fucking game, man.
Yeah, I was at the game. I was in the box.
Yeah, man. Oh, you was in the box?
Yeah, you know, Q's got a suite up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just got back, bro. I'm out back chilling now.
You're out back at a restaurant, or you out back at the crib?
I'm out back at my crib chilling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You had a good time out there? What you did when you went out?
Well, that bitch just got twisted the whole time when Keys got fucked up, and then when I went out one night, but that shit whack. You know, that shit, I'm so used to Miami life, and I go somewhere else, that shit's so whack.
I'm ahead. Cali's not even like Miami.
Yeah, son, that shit be so whack, bro. I'm like, fuck.
Vegas is, though.
Vegas the only thing like Vegas
I'm
and then like a foreign country.
I'm ahead. Damn, man. But what you call it? You at the crib with your girl and the baby?
Yeah, my son right here running in and out of the house with the girl. I don't know what she.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Doing good though?
Yeah, how you doing?
This is Aaron Hernandez talking to one of the Pouncy brothers.
Workout like every day, man. Just chilling, man. I just had a lollipop, man. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it, man. Just chilling, waiting for this trial, man. I can't wait, man. Just like
something coming up, soon.
Huh?
Coming up soon, ain't it?
Yeah. What you mean? I start on Friday.
Oh, okay. I thought it was tomorrow.
Oh no. Friday I start. Thursday I go back to the other jail, that bullshit ass jail, and then Friday I got jury selection. So the jury selection was like 2 weeks, and then it gets on and popping. That ain't that good though.
Shit.
But shit, but yeah, then so Friday starts jury selection, then 2 weeks of that shit, and then the trial starts. I mean, I'm just ready for whatever, man. Like, just let me know what's good, you mean?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
I'll be that. You're gonna be good, bro.
I already know, man. Like, they were cases weak as hell. They know I ain't do shit, you mean? But hell yeah, man. Real talk, man. I be myself just like thinking, like, damn, yo. Like, when I get out, like, the only thing I can think of is, like, my first day, like, I gotta chill with you niggas. Like, I got to.
Bro, I can't wait, bro. I cannot wait.
For real, man.
Real.
That's your little boy talking?
Yeah, he hollering my name.
He said, Daddy?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Shit melt your heart, man.
Shit crazy. Shit change everything.
For real. My daughter's cooked up, yo. She be twerking and everything, but she ain't be laughing about that shit, man. That shit ain't funny. I be like, Daddy gonna give you papa. She be like, booty. Fucking girl. And I was just saying on the phone, I'm like, yo, like, you gonna make her to be a stripper. You know what I mean? And she's like, she gonna be what she wanna be. And I'm like, this fucking girl, Cheyenne is cooked up, yo. Fucking girl, yeah. I'm gonna go into fucking Tootsie's to have a good time and see my fucking daughter there, yo.
Man, bro, that'd be crazy. She getting drug up out of that bitch, I can tell you that.
Buy her hair, and then she may never have legs again. I made her cut both her legs off at the kneecap.
Bro, she gonna be so embarrassed, bro. She never gonna want to ever go in there ever again.
No, for real, yeah. I'm like, yo, like, she can't do that. For real, she cannot do that. I'm saying, in all reality, like, I'm gonna love her and protect her regardless, but damn, yo, you cannot do that, yo.
At all, bro.
For real. Hey, yo, know what I was thinking about that time we, remember I was sending you those pictures with ABL with all the money around her?
Oh, hell yeah. And picture clean as a motherfucker, too.
that shit was bad.
Racked up.
That shit was bad, right? But she was giving you the finger. I'm talking about stripping money ain't good. There's a picture of her with bad bread.
Yeah, you know what I forgot? Hey, bro, you know what I forgot? He ran down for Cobble Food the other time. I forgot to ask him where you seen Coco at.
Oh yeah, I think Vegas or something.
He went out there without me.
He didn't?
Does this sound
He
like
ain't been out there
a
since
monster
I
and a
been out
fucking
there.
evil fucking...
Oh, maybe on Twitter.
Could be, bro. Hell. Could be.
Matter of fact, I think it was Twitter. I think he said she hit him up on Twitter, and then he was contacting her, and then he got her phone number. They was texting and shit like that. And I was like, yo, you better go get that head. Yeah, that bitch mouthed that shit up, my nigga. I was like, yeah, you can get that shit. Yeah, Mike told me.
That shit dumb, bro. Hell.
Yeah, you told me. Matter of fact, we were talking about the famous girls the other day. Oh, you know I have back Sierra though, right?
Sierra who?
Sierra, Future's girl.
No way.
Nigga, my daughter could drop that right now at the Super Bowl when we went to the Super Bowl.
You fucked her?
Nah.
Oh. Nigga, I'm thinking you fucked.
Nah, I ain't fucked with that. But what's it called? I just chilled with her out that night. And then she told me and Shirley to come to her place. Oh, and she said she has one in Atlanta and one in Cali. And then when I went out to Cali, I didn't even get up with her because she didn't pick up. And then when I was coming back, that's when she texted me. That was after the first Super Bowl, though. But then Cheyenne caught my text messages with her and shit like that. And Cheyenne obviously went crazy and shit. So any song with Sierra in it, Cheyenne will go crazy. Like, if we're ever with each other and play a song of Sierra, you know what I mean? She going to give me the dirtiest look.
Man, I got the same way, bro.
I gotta give it to the Pouncey brothers, dude. They've
I'm at the point, bro. I just be like, bro, I swear, bro, she be tripping, bro, about me going to the strip club. I'm like, I'm not gonna stop going to the strip club. So I'll just be like, I'll leave out the house and be like, all right, leave me there.
Oh, she gets mad that you go to the strip club.
Yeah, bro.
I know. I don't get that, yeah.
That shit's whack, man. Like, come on, man. Nigga been doing this shit his whole life forever, like, and then you come mention, I'm like, no.
Yeah.
You know, do shit my way. What's that highway that run all the way through goddamn Massachusetts? 95?
Huh?
Or 10, what's the highway that runs all the way from down here to up north?
95.
95. It's either my way or that way.
My way at 95. Yeah. Damn, yo. But how y'all doing? Y'all straight?
Yeah, we good. We good.
Hell yeah.
She came with the Pittsburgh with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She ain't go out with y'all though, huh?
No, I was with the boy.
You already doing that. Hey, yo, what's it called? She, yeah.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Suffolk County Jail.
This call is being recorded and is subject to being monitored. If this is an attorney-client conversation, please hang up and call 617-704-6820. Once again, the phone call is being recorded.
To accept charges, press 1.
a
To
buddy
refuse
of
charges,
mine,
press. Thank
Aaron
you for using
Hernandez.
Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Someone else knew him too,
Happy New Year, my
but
nigga.
I ain't gonna put them on the spot.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, my nigga.
Happy New Year. What the fuck is good, yeah?
Man, ain't shit, bro. What the fuck you up to, bro, huh?
Shit, man. Chilling.
I'm up here in Pittsburgh at Key's shit.
What happened?
I'm up in Pittsburgh at Key's house.
You're at Keith's house?
Yeah, he played with my dad. They played him on.
Yeah. Tell him I said Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I love him.
Footy?
Oh, he at the hotel right now.
Oh, he's at the hotel?
Yeah. We about to get ready to go out, boy. I'm about to go ham. Got them
How
yams.
you doing, man?
Good, bro, huh?
Trial's about to start, man. It's just about to get real quick, man.
That's too long, bro. I can't wait. Can't wait.
One sec. But what's it called? Little boy getting big?
Man, he big as fuck. That is running around here now with our money.
Yeah.
How you feeling in there? How you doing in there, bro? Huh? You doing good?
You know I'm good, man. Yeah, man. I can't wait for this trial shit. Get over with. Everything's looking good, man. I think it's gonna go my way, but you know, what's meant to be is gonna happen in this world. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'll be good regardless. But damn, man. How's your family doing good, everything?
Yeah, everybody doing good. They all up here. We just ran out to get some food.
Aaron Hernandez is the worst human being ever walked the earth.
I'm going out tonight up here. Laying down right now.
Who you going out with?
Going out Miles and Beast and McKee's home. Yeah, you know, he's going to be on the cloud now. Some Vegas type shit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, man, I miss y'all. Think it's so fun. Hey, what's it called? I can start calling more now since season's over. Season's over for you, right?
Yeah, I'm on free every day now. You know that.
Yeah, you already know that. I'm gonna call every day. Even during the day, you free?
Yeah, whole day, bro, huh?
Yeah, you know I'm gonna call you every day now. Back.
Anyways, I just wanted to fucking, you know, because like all I ever fucking see is just, you know, crazy fucking this, that, and, you know, again, people don't realize, you know, just because somebody's accused or, you know, does something doesn't necessarily, you know, nobody's, you know, all bad or all good. Oh, this seems interesting.
The Joe Rogan Experience. The other thing they did, the only thing that I saw in pharma personally that was shady is they would do these courses on never off-label promote, don't talk about this, don't talk about that, and you would sign all these documents saying, I'm not going to talk about this. Yeah, definitely. And then a week later, have us come listen to a thought leader in the field off-label promoting all the shit they told us not to talk.
Yeah, Roro, yeah. Or they're influenced by people around them and shit. So his mom, when his dad died at like when he was like 16. And you know, his dad and his brother were you know, notorious, I guess, back in like the 70s and shit. And they were supposedly with someone else who, you know, killed a cop and is in prison for the rest of their life now. But it was rumored that they were with him. But, you know, he turned his life around, you know, and everything. But I guess, you know, he was very abusive, like beat the shit out of both, you know, them, him and his brother and shit. But, you know, pushed him with the sports constantly and shit. But he died during a hernia operation when Aaron was 16. And they let him graduate early. And that shit fucked him up. And then his mother remarried someone, and the family that she married into, literally, I can tell you, every single one of them is a criminal of some type, shape, or form. And shit. Bone. But, you know, like he used to be 85. And when Chad Ochocinco came to the Patriots, he sold the number to him. They told everybody that he gave it to him out of, you know, just good-heartedness. I think he gave him like 70 grand cash to buy the number off Aaron. And he ended up giving the money to his cousin, TL. And from what I heard, I didn't know, you know, the kid he shot in the face in Florida. But, you know, and they flipped that shit with whatnot. But, yeah, dude, you know, you surround yourself with certain people. Again, man, having yes people around, or just even a bad influence, or, you know, someone who's not going to be there and be like, yo, that's not a bright idea, you know, or maybe we should rethink this or some shit. They're just going to encourage shit. You know, so I mean, like, dude, they made this dude out to be like a Bloods member, this, that, the other. Dude, he could listen. I'll tell you this: I watched him in high school. You know, some kid stabbed him in the leg with a little knife, right? And this dude was he was a big dude. He bulked up, you know, for football and shit. But yo, he didn't even fucking hit the dude. He said, yo, get the fuck out of here, and didn't touch the kid. Told him to bounce before, you know, he beat the living piss out of him. I don't know too many people that get, you know, stabbed in the leg and just, you know, tell the dude to take off. But again, you know, and then you find out the CTE shit. You know, his brain was supposedly worse than a person with CTE at the age of 65 or something like that. And, you know, the dust didn't help at all. Like, I will be honest, I ain't gonna lie, you know, dude definitely scared the shit out of me a few times. Like, I would refuse to be around him when he smoked that shit. But, you know, a good kid who cared about his friends, you know? I don't know. I just felt like I, you know, needed to say something. Not that it makes any difference or anything. And there's, you know, only 11 people in here, but still. Ooh.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So I live in Las Vegas, which happens to be a good town to think about why the hell can't we moderate, right? Now, when you live there, you see all kinds of wild stuff, right? But to me, what's always been the strangest has been the slot machines. So you've spent time in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's like they're in the casinos, obviously, but they're in the gas stations, the grocery stores, the restaurants, the bars. And
this guy's going to explain how casinos predict human behavior.
People are playing them around the clock.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the hell is up with that?
Just plays in your dopamine.
Well, and it doesn't make sense because everyone knows the house always wins.
Yeah, it's not. It's like a numbing thing. They just sit there and press the buttons, and press the buttons, and press the buttons, and hope they make money.
Yeah. So I decided, all right, like I'm going to find out how a slot machine works. Why do people get hooked on slot machines? That's the question.
Huh.
And so I go into journalist mode and I start making calls. Now, the first group of people that I call turns out to be a dead end. So who I call are people who are effectively anti-gambling researchers. Okay. So these are researchers who have a very anti-gambling bent, and they tell me all sorts of sort of strange things. They're like, oh, it's because casinos don't have clocks. They're like these myths we've all heard. Casinos don't have clocks. Slot machines only play in the key of C, which relaxes people and relaxes their wallet. casinos don't have any right angles, and right angles activate the rational part of your brain. And so I go, okay. And then I go to an actual casino, and there's right angles everywhere, right? The screens are right angles. No clocks, but guess who else doesn't have clocks? Like most businesses, right? There's
Right.
not clocks in Costco.
Most restaurants.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not normal to have clocks. And then for the audio, the KFC, I call up a slot machine audio composer. Now, this is a real job you can have in Las Vegas, right? And this guy goes, "Where the hell do you hear that?" He's like, "I use all keys."
Drug dealing.
So I realized that the
They must
problem
not be
that
paying them very
I'm
much.
encountering is that I have called people who want us to stop gambling. I need to call people who want us to start gambling, right? I got to follow the money on this. So long story short, I talked to a handful of people in town, and this leads me to this casino on the outskirts of Las Vegas. It's brand new, it's cutting edge, but the catch
Listen
is
to this.
that it's not open to the public. So this place is basically a living, breathing casino, but it's used entirely for research on human behavior.
What?
Yeah. So
Really? Who
Yeah.
funds that?
73 different companies. So there's gambling companies that are involved, but also a bunch of big tech companies who are on the Fortune 500. So I go there, and it's like I said, it's a legit casino.
How big is it?
It's I would say, I mean, it's not the size of a normal casino, like a sprawling strip one. It's probably about the size of your everything you have here, maybe a little bigger. But they have hotel rooms.
It's like a Walmart.
Yeah.
That big?
Yeah, it's in this big office building, basically. And they're basically looking at how everything that happens in a casino affects human behavior. So how does room design and the technology we're using in rooms affect behavior? How does betting with, say, an AI bot versus an actual human impact betting? Now, when I'm there, I meet with, to bring it back to slot machines, I meet with a guy who designs slot machines. So the reason that these things are so entrancing to people, it tracks back to this behavior loop that I call the scarcity loop. And this is basically a looping behavior that when people do it, they tend to get hooked on it very easy. So it's got three parts. It's got opportunity, unpredictable rewards, and quick repeatability. So opportunity, you have an opportunity to get something of value. So in the case of a slot machine, it's money, right? 2, unpredictable rewards. You know you're going to get the thing of value if you continue the behavior, but you don't know when, and you don't know how valuable it's going to be. So with a slot machine game, when those reels are spinning, you could win nothing. You could basically lose your money. You could win a couple dollars, or you could win a life-changing amount of money. There's a fantastic range of things that could happen. And then 3, quick repeatability. You can immediately repeat the behavior. So with slot machines, the average player plays about 16 games a minute. And that's different from all other habits. Like most habits, you don't immediately repeat them. Now, the reason that people are so interested in this, companies, casinos, is because this sort of 3-part system I just laid out, it can get people to repeat a lot of other behaviors too. So it's in social media, it's in sports gambling, it's in dating apps. Even companies like gig work economy companies are using it to get people to work longer hours. It's being leveraged by the financial industry in a lot of personal finance apps, and on and on and on. It's become, it's been embedded in so many of the products, even institutions that influence people's lives, because it is so captivating to us. We tend to get hooked on this 3-part system.
And so when you're talking about like gig economy stuff, like you're talking about like Uber, and
like
things along those lines,
driving for Uber.
And so how do they use that?
So things like unpredictable rewards get put up in front of a driver to get them to drive into an area of town that Uber might want them to be in. There's also
unpredictable rewards. What do you?
Yeah, so like you might get if you drive here, like your whatever you'll make X amount more money. Right? And it sort of pops up unpredictably.
Also, they'll incentivize you that they offer you more money to go to a different part of town.
Yeah, or dropping in cues that saying like, "Hey, this is where you're going to make more money today," type of thing. If you think about it in terms of something like social media, It's like the opportunity is to get, say, status or likes or whatever it is, right? And then say a person posts, and then the rewards become totally unpredictable, right? You might get 2 likes, which is like, oh, that wasn't great. Or you might get hundreds of likes, which is like, oh my God, that's amazing. It's the same exact architecture as a slot machine. And then you check and recheck. You're repeating the behavior all day. And this loop, the reason that we're so attracted to it, it goes back to evolution. So I talked to this, once I learned how this kind of loop pulls people in, it's really what slot machines lean on to get people to repeat the behavior. I call up a psychologist. He's this old school dude from the University of Kentucky who's been studying psychology since the late 60s. His name's Thomas Senthal. And he basically explained this likely goes back to evolution and finding food. So if you think about hunter-gatherers, the thing you have to do every day is find food. But it's random whether you're going to find the food or not. So you go to point A, you don't find any food. Go to point B, you don't find any food. You go to point C, no food. Point D, oh my God, it's a giant berry bush full of food. And that saves your life, right?
Research.
So that search, that repeat searching really pushes us and grabs our attention because it used to help us survive in the past. And there's even, I mean, if you want to get down the rabbit hole in it, there's even things like what are called near misses in slot machines, which is when you kind of almost win, right? You might
2
get
lemons.
Yeah, 2 lemons.
And the other lemon just barely passes by.
Barely passes by, or losses disguised as wins. Do you know what those are?
No.
So that's when, let's say you bet $1 and you quote unquote win 50 cents. So,
anyways. Yeah, they'll do anything. People used to give these guys anything to go out on the field. Joey Diaz on crack and weed in the 80s.
And I remember the history of crack cocaine. I'm thinking about it. I grew up on 148th Street.
In the Bronx?
No.
Oh, no, you were like Washington.
I was on 88th Street. My mother lived on 88th Street. I went to public school on 89th Street.
So you were just uptown.
I was an uptown guy.
Yeah.
But my godmother, my Santeria godmother, lived on 148th Street.
So she's Harlem almost. She is Harlem. She's Harlem, yeah.
This guy's fucking
And
hilarious.
it was a great neighborhood. I learned a lot there.
A couple of blocks up, you can cross over into the fucking Yankee Stadium over there.
Right there, 169.
Yeah.
Right over. So it was that whole block. Not when I was with my godmother. As I got older, 10 years later, I would go visit my godmother. I would surprise. I'd bring her flowers. She'd talk to me, and then on the way out, I'd just cross the street and cop Buddha Thai weed. They would sell Buddha Thai, Buddha Thai, Buddha Thai, Buddha Thai. This is 82, 81, 80.
Oh, yeah, that's where they're smoking Thai stick and Buddha.
Thai stick and Buddha.
Yeah.
No problem.
And they either sold you Buddha, Thai stick, or they sold you Sensimilla. It was the beginning of Narcos.
I wonder if Fish sold them any weed.
Narcos, Mexico, when they started selling Sensimilla, that was 1980 fucking.
That was a Jamaican one.
Well, the Jamaican one was lamb's bread.
Right.
That was what they sold in the city. That was big. That fucked you up.
I remember that. Why is it called lamb's bread? Because it's some bad shit.
Yeah. Oh. People don't even know about lamb's bread today. Very, very, very few people know the power of lamb's bread. You know, they used to call all that weed chocolate Thai, Buddha Thai.
Yeah.
But basically it was lamb's bread, and it was Jamaican weed. And it fucked you up.
And then in around 84, 85, they started smoking Willa blunts.
Well, before that was when the Sensimilla started coming around. And then I had a school teacher, Mr. Pullman. He used to fucking get
Hopefully this pulls in some fucking assholes who, actually know a bit about this, and that doesn't include Fish. But again, I happen to know that people in my chat would know a bit about this.
And he would sell it to you at school in a stick.
Hilarious.
$35 for 3 joints.
Jesus.
That was more than you ever paid in your life.
How much was the regular joint?
Like $1 a joint. Oh shit! Okay. So you could buy a half ounce of dirt weed and get, pay $25.
Yeah,
and
don't
get
be like Ruski Primo and keep your eyes at 10 and 2. Only your hands.
32 joints, so I can make $7. Like that was your thinking, and when you were a sophomore in high school, 7 joints is $20 today. So do you see what I'm saying? Like I made 20 on 25 investment. So I would buy a quarter pound for $100 and sell it for 200 right off the bat.
I was doing that shit in the late 80s.
When I was a sophomore, I hung out with a guy that's what he sold. He would front it to me. He would drive me. He would drive me, give it to me. I'd go upstairs and I'd keep 100, give him 100. That's how quick I made $100 in those days. That was the 8th grade freshman year. But going back to my godmother, when I went back, and this is all in 82, 83. I went to Colorado in 83. Came back, and I never really went to see my godmother. I was on the shit list. And then finally in 85, I came up with enough guts to go see my godmother. I went down the stairs like, perfect, I'm going to get some weed to go back to Colorado. But as I was waiting at the light to cross, I seen all these motherfuckers putting cardboard down, fucking like making believe fighting. And then they would start spitting on their backs and shit. And that was more or less.
That was 82 then.
Yeah.
How many ounces?
81,
in a pound,
82.
bro?
That was
16.
like it was everywhere. Like I had been in such a cocaine closet. I missed the beginning of all that shit. And I'll never forget going up to a guy and going, "Where's the reef? Who's out?" And the guy's like, "There ain't no reef on this block no more. This is straight up Crackville."
Yeah.
Like, Crackville was 180 first and up.
Oh yeah, it hit the Bronx hard.
It hit the Bronx hard.
I had friends. My friends in the Bronx told me crazy stories.
No, he said 126 pounds, Tony, because he was mocking. He was basically saying something so ridiculous, like 400 pounds in a trunk type thing. He's like, "Oh, I believe you, Fish, because I had 126 pounds in a backpack."
The Fish, I believe the story because I got caught. I was a kid and I got caught with 136 pounds in a backpack.
I know from dealing coke, it was 28 grams in an ounce.
Yeah. How many ounces are in a pound?
How many ounces?
How many ounces are in a pound, Fish?
Stupid.
Fish, how many ounces are in a pound? He doesn't fucking know. Holy shit. What do you know? 28 grams are in an ounce.
How about this?
Fish, you keep burying yourself.
Dude, when that clip starts, fucking Joey Beans, shout out to Handstand. You gotta give him credit. Because when that shit starts, dude, you hear that shit and he goes, "Oh shit." Because he knew he had fucking Fish dead to rights. Hold on one sec. I think it's right here.
Sisters came to talk to her husband. When they walked in, there was murder in their eyes. But she sat him down.
And then he had a raised bin pinned on the side.
How's the life? Like, how's everything going? And by the time they got to talk to her husband, they were calmed down. Now, you could laugh, you could joke, but I was there. I go up there, and I don't give two flying fucks what any of you assholes think.
No, I won't. Should have had.
Hey, Fish. These guys were making fun of you earlier.
Listen.
I didn't like that about the whole pot thing.
They could make fun of me. Of course they can. That's what they do on YouTube.
No, but listen, Fish, I believe the story because I got caught. I was a kid, and I got caught with 136 pounds in a backpack.
You're a good man, Fish. You're a good man.
He blamed it on Tony
Well, the
P.
good part is I didn't get caught at least 7 times.
At least 7 times.
So the one time I did get caught with the car, you know, it made up for it.
Oh,
Hey,
Fish,
Fish.
shut up.
Fish, how many grams are in a pound, Fish? How many grams are in 1 pound?
Oh, shit. Go for it, Fish. Go
Come
for
on,
it, Fish.
You know
I know
you-
the grams are in a pound.
Oh boy. Like, dude, he knew that was a question. Like, he's like, oh shit. Yeah, I know that wouldn't fit in the backpack.
One of them was like, yo, he said he was on. I said, how long were you on crack for? He goes, right up until around 97. I go, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, 97? He goes, yeah, I had it bad. I go, he goes, you ever see those movies and then those abandoned buildings with the fucking crackheads everywhere and fucking just strung out? He goes, I was in those buildings, fucking raw dogging these crackhead chicks. I'm surprised I don't have AIDS. I'm like, God damn.
Crack was fucked up. I could lie to you and tell you I went to a crack den. I never went to a crack den.
Did you try crack?
Yes, here.
Oh, really?
Can you believe that? Here.
How was it?
2002.
Wow. I
2000.
couldn't find it in 2002.
2002.
It was throwback crack.
2002, 2003, they sold it on Orange and Selma.
In Hollywood.
Right down the block from Man's Chinese Theater.
Wow.
If you cross the street,
Yeah, I know where it is. The building right there.
and you walk down, and then you go to Hollywood.
I'm here for the same reason you is, man. I want some crack. Crack.
Coke and drinking at the comedy store. So I drive on Selma all the way home. Cross Island, cross La Brea. And then by the time I got to Orange, every night they would stare at me and I would stare at them. And one night I go, what's all this staring about? So I pull up, I go, what's cracking? And he goes, crack. He didn't say crack. He goes, I got a rock.
Yeah.
So I said, let me get a 20. And he fucking let it know. He took a bag out and gave it to me. I'm like, all right, see you later.
That's normal?
Yeah, with a baggie with a twist on it
Oh.
and shit. They hide it in their mouth and shit.
Don't worry, I'll like it.
Right? So he gives me the bag and fucking I go home and my girlfriend at the time, who was not my wife, was sleeping. And I took it home and I fucking crushed it up. This is how stupid Uncle Joey is. I crushed that fucking rock up to death. It was a mountain of coke, and I fucking snorted. I sat there for 20 minutes, and my throat got a little, but nothing happened. The party didn't start. I didn't jerk off, nothing. And the next day, I told a dear friend of mine that was a fucking animal what I did. He goes, "They sold you crack, stupid."
You got to fucking,
I
you
go,
got to
he goes,
freebase
"You
that
fucking
shit."
retarded?" He goes, "You got to smoke that." I go, "How do you smoke crack?" Like, I didn't know. He goes, "You got to get a pipe." And I go, all right. So next night I went over there again. I bought crack and I put in a Coke can. I went home,
They're
cracked up
both
the Coke
terrible.
can, put holes in it, and I started smoking crack. And I smoked crack
I
for about
would
6
assume
weeks.
crack would
My
probably
wife
be
would wake up in the middle of
worse.
the night and go, "Joey, what's that smell?" And I would go, "It's a new reefer I got. Go back to bed." I would buy 4 rocks, 6 rocks.
How was it?
It was disgusting. It was part of my disgusting days.
No. But what was the buzz like on it?
It was like a cousin to cocaine. At that time, Russell, I think it was like 2001.
Mm-hmm.
It was all the same. It didn't matter what night it was, it's all one big blur now. But I smoked crack for about 6 or 7 weeks. And then I had a 2-week run in El Paso. He used to hire me for like 2-week runs. So he would hire me for like 1 week to open up for Russell as a feature. And he liked me so much, he'd go, "Why don't you do me a favor?
Open for me?"
Like, yeah.
Oh,
No,
he's
like,
throwing a name
for a
out.
guy
Okay.
like you. When I was a feature headliner, I could headline.
Yeah.
And I was really a strong feature. He
Right.
would say, "Open up for Russell, stay," because he had a condo. And they'd go stay and then do a show Wednesday by yourself. And then Russell's cousin's coming in Friday and Saturday. And then you do Sunday, you headline Sunday. And I would do that. So when I went down there, Nobody's got crack in El Paso. They got the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like they walk it over. Yeah, for you. They just walk it over. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can call Mexico. Where you at? I'll be there in 10 minutes. All of a sudden, a sewer plate pops up. The Mexican comes out with a little mud on his head.
Like Felipe on Three's Company.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's cocaine everywhere. So when I went down there, I looked for crack. I couldn't find it. So I went back to snort coke. That's how I got rid of crack.
I remember it must have been around 1994, and I was driving in Toronto. I thought I was fly because I had this fucking Saturn. Oh, actually, it must have been 95 because I had rims on it already. I had a Saturn, but it had no AC. I didn't have power windows, nothing. So I had to roll down all the windows, and I had a sound system that I put in the trunk. And I'm driving through this crackhead part of town, and I'm at a red light. Music's playing. There's a girl standing at the corner. She's cute. She looks at me and smiles. I go, "What's up?" I go, "Where are you going?" She goes, "I'm going that way." I go, "Get in." So she gets in. She goes, "Thanks. Can you take me? I'm going to my uncle's." I go, "Cool, no problem." "Do you mind if I smoke?" I go, "No, go ahead." She pulls out a fucking asthma inhaler, puts a rock on it, and starts lighting up in my car. I go, "Yo, what the fuck are you smoking?" She goes, "I know, it's a bad habit." I go, No. Cigarettes are a bad habit. You're fucking smoking crack in my car. I go, "Why don't you smoke some weed? You got some?" I go, "Actually, yeah," because I was selling weed at the time. I go, "Actually, yes, I do." So
Jesus.
She goes, "Oh, good." So I went to her uncle's with her. Some shady ass building. I walked in. Uncle's there.
Sounds like a party at Charlie Sheen's house,
So I
bro.
sold him some weed, and I just got the fuck out because I was like, I don't know if we're gonna get shot, stabbed, whatever's gonna happen in here.
You know, when you tell stories like this, it's like when I tell stories like this. And it's crazy because people can't fathom that.
No, they don't realize how fucking weird our lives are.
How weird.
No idea, Tony.
Crazy position. You know, when you come to Hollywood as a woman, as a young man, you see things. You know, these women that complain, this, that, you know, they see something and you just get sucked in by it. And I can tell you something, there was 9 parts in my life. I can name 9 situations in my life where at one point I said to myself, I really don't belong here. Like,
I say that every fucking day. I say that shit.
Yeah, this isn't who I am at all. I didn't come here to see a guy get beat or a guy get hit in the head with a pipe. Or, you know, I seen my stepfather shoot a guy at 8. I wasn't participant to all that stuff. One story that I told on Ari's that I didn't tell the full creepiness of was when I sold that guy the stolen thing and he gave me $60 and he gave me some heroin. That was like a horrible night for me. I made it funny. But if I really sat down with people and described what happened to me that night and how there was an old lady, the whole time we did coke first, and then he's like, you should try this heroin. I'm 16.
Oh, wow.
I'm 16. He's 29. Who the fuck knew?
I didn't know he's much older.
Yeah, he looked like fucking Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath. But he was cool with all my friends. Like, he was one of the older guys that we were cool with. And when I came in, he goes, "You want a blowjob? I got a girl in the bathroom that likes to suck dick while you take a shit."
Oh, a blumpkin.
I'm sick of that right there. Just hearing that, that's traumatic for some people. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Like, nah, I'm good, bro. I wasn't into disgust yet. I was still a Catholic. My mother had died.
Right.
And I hadn't lost my faith yet. And I was like, nah, I'm okay. I just want to pick up the $60. And, you know, and he's like, well, sit down. Let's do a couple lines. Then he came out and we did the heroin. When I was on the heroin, he asked me 10 times, like, you sure you don't want that chick to suck your dick? Like, it was so disturbing looking at it now. I didn't make it disturbing. It was a joke. You know, it was a fucking joke. Now I look at it as kind of funny. But I didn't belong there that night. You know, I didn't belong there.
Right.
You know, so
nobody really belongs.
It's kind of weird when you have stories like that a chick got in your car. I was in Montana. I love to say Missoula, but it could have been Billings. I know it wasn't Billings. It was either Missoula or one of those. I get to the fucking club. Russell, I'm a junkie, but I'm in Montana. What are my chances of copying?
Mm-hmm.
Unless the kitchen guy is Mexican, Like I was in South Dakota one time. I made eye contact with the busboy. Next thing you know, I was snorting coke. You know, he was the only Puerto Rican in town. He was from the Bronx.
Hilarious.
He was in the service. And on the weekends, he washed dishes at this restaurant I did comedy at. It was a triple run. You know what I'm saying? So you could cop in Green Dakota, South Dakota, something. You can cop anywhere. But I'm in Montana. I'm not looking to cop. I'm not even thinking.
You're probably in your head. You're probably looking forward to a weekend of being clean.
Yeah, I was like, I'm doing Montana, Portland. Maybe I'll cop in. I think Saturday. I was like, I know I can cop at that place.
Yeah.
So here I am in Montana. Hey, how you doing? Joe Diaz, the feature actor. I'm the MC. Nice to meet you. The MC goes up on stage. The owner comes over. He goes, this is my daughter. Girl was fucking beautiful, tall. And, tell her what you want if you're hungry. He walks away. I'm thinking this girl goes to like Yale. She had that Yale look to her. And the girl says, how you doing? How was your drive in? Is the hotel fine for you? You know how people ask those basic questions.
The generics.
But right on, she looks me in the eye and she goes, if there's anything you need, I mean anything, ask me. Like, okay, let's start off with the basics. Because before I buy the fucking lobster Cantonese, I gotta try the pork fried rice. I go, you got reefer? And she goes, yeah, what do you want? I go, I don't know, give me $50 for the reefer. Yeah, because I'll be right back. Left, came back, boom, reefer. And she goes, anything else? I go, I don't know. Let me go on stage and I'll think about it. I went on stage, I got on stage. They paid me. I pulled her aside. I go, can you get some powder? She goes, it's not here. I gotta go for a ride if you want to come. Well, I got the feed track with me. I don't really want them to know what's going on. So she goes, I just bring it to your hotel room. Okay. You know, half hour, I get a call in the hotel room. I didn't have a cell phone then. And she's like, I'm on my way. I'll be there. She showed up. Very nice. Nothing sexual, nothing. She sat down. She goes, do you mind if I do a taste? I go, no, go ahead. And I stopped to get like beers. I got a beer for her. And when I turned around, she was checking out a rig. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she goes, I don't snort that. That's for pussies. She goes, I shoot it. No. Oh, Jesus Christ. So who would expect to see somebody shoot coke, a woman who's beautiful, by the way? This was not some girl with fucked up teeth.
And we used to tweet together, man. And he turned Christian. He's doing good, man. He's great. He's doing real good. And he was like, hey, you remember that one time we were all tweaked out? He told me that we were on speed. And we were like a kickback. You know, kickback where girls do it with you, but people got money, so they're drinking. And he says that I was so tweaked out that if you know me, I grew myself a lot. He said that I was cutting my toenails in the living room. And in my head, I was going, fuck, dog, I was lost. You know what I mean?
Like you in a bar cutting your fingernails?
No, I was at a party cutting my toenails in the living room where everyone was tweaking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's the fucking... That beats Felipe's ordering spoons from room service.
Dog,
that was...
Hey, you know what?
Weekend.
This is a better story.
You know, it's so weird. I'm about 2 weeks away from not doing coke for 12 years.
No way, really?
2 weeks away.
Wow, you're counting down high. Jeez. Good Lord, man. Good for you, man.
When I was the old me, I think they told a story on Ari and Red Band's podcast,
right,
about me slamming the computer on Red Band's finger. And I called Brian the other day, and I go, I don't know if you knew this, Brian. That was my 3rd month of sobriety. That was January of 2008, and we were at Cobb's Comedy Club.
Right.
And, I got clean like November 10th or something like that of 2007.
Would just blow?
Just blow.
Right.
Just blow alcohol. I wasn't really a drinker.
Right.
My thing was that cocaine by myself. And
how would you come down? Just smoke weed?
I'd smoke weed. I'd maybe a pill.
Okay.
Whatever you had, you know. But the pills would take me somewhere else. It's funny, I watched Dolomite last night.
Oh, okay.
And he says a line in the beginning of that. They're at the diner and he gets upset and he goes to his car. And he goes, you know, I've been here all this time and nothing has happened in my life. And he goes, whatever I'm selling, nobody's buying.
Right.
And the way he said it and the way he meant it, as a comic, you get to that point,
right? Yep.
Where you're like, whatever I'm selling, they don't want to buy it. Whether it's a script,
right?
My act, you know, I'm just fucking death, you know. And
right.
He becomes, you know, for me, that was what made me quit. Like I was like, I either have to fucking do this, or they're not buying what I'm selling no more.
Right.
Like, yeah, I left it and picked up some movies and shit like that. But I'm not going to pick them out anymore because the word's going to get out.
Right.
The word's going to get out that this is a big problem. I already had problems. I said along the short. I had problems in the set of this other movie. I quit this job over, you know, and I could lie to everybody and say that, yeah, I had another job doing Mountain Dew, but I canceled that fucking movie that time the people came to my house and I pushed the producer. That was all cocaine induced.
Wow.
You know, that was all cocaine induced. You know,
yeah,
I'm smoking coke till 6. You're going to come bang on my door at 9.
Oh, no.
I'll stab you in the lung. And then when I tell you to go away, you keep banging on my door. I got a banging headache. I feel bad enough. The dealers already called me twice because I didn't put the $50 in the saddle and took the coke.
Right.
You know, I need you knocking on my door to go do a fucking movie down in the corner about the dumbest thing I've ever heard about in my life. You know?
Right.
The word's going to get out.
Yeah.
Eventually the word's going to get out. And I didn't want it to get out. And if it did get out, I wanted to correct it with those people. You know?
Right.
Like after I got clean, I wrote a letter to Adam like a year later.
Right.
And he put me in a movie. You know, I could write Adam a letter and next thing I'm in one of his movies.
That's cool, man.
Like an apology letter or whatever.
Right.
You know, but I that whole incident in Cobbs happened because I was still running a little shaky. 90 days ain't shit.
Right.
90 days, this thing could turn at any minute. And I know now from talking to other people who have gone through we've gone through that it could change every day. So I have to check myself every day.
Right.
I've had it around. I know people have had it in their pocket.
Yeah.
I know it's at certain places that I frequent, but it doesn't affect me. I can't think of going back to that.
Oh yeah, it's
I can't think of. First of all, I think I would die of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Right off the bat. Like at this age, with what I've done and how hard I've done to repair everything, the garlic pills, the cardio.
Right.
I think that like this podcast would not still be intact if I was doing well. There's no way.
It would go a lot quicker.
No. Nobody would show. This poor kid would still be here 2 years ago, sitting here waiting. Who shows?
No shit, man.
When you're on coke, it's a 50-50.
It's just a 50-50 chance. You're going to show up. You're not going to do it.
You do any plans with me, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
And like, so I know you now, or at least I feel like I know you pretty well. And like, you're punctual. You get mad. Like, you don't like when other people. You're very on your calendar. Like, would you feel bad about it in the time, but you're just like, I can't leave the house right now. I'm too fucked up, or
it just it changes to the point where you think you can probably ninjutsu your way out of it. Get out of the situation. You can probably blame it on traffic, but I said stupid, had stupid excuses. Hey man, my arm fell off, that kind of thing, and I really believed it. So, hey man, my arm fell off, but you get sick all the time. It sounds
I just remember. There was a time where I could not sleep, stop doing coke at 4 and get in the car at 6:15 and go on a plane ride. Feel a little creepy at the airport. But as time went on.
Oh, God.
Can we help you? Yes, I'd like to join your fine organization. Is that cool? You do? Sure. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Sweet.
Oh, man. I missed the good part.
The addiction turned into something different. And it got to the point that if I was high till 4, I wouldn't even leave the house at 6. Like I would call the comedy club and say, I'm getting on the plane. I'm headed to the airport, but I wasn't even leaving the fucking house. I did it to about 4 or 5 comedy clubs where they caught on, you know. I think I did it to Joe one time, you know. I mean, and you see how I am about comedy now. You know, like I can't see that. It wasn't me. It was whatever I was doing. That was, I mean, the last year I canceled 8 gigs the Friday.
So let's say you were supposed to leave Friday, Thursday night or Thursday during the day. You're like, okay, I'm not gonna get high tonight. I'm not gonna get high.
Yeah.
And then at the last second, you're like, fuck it.
Fuck it. Let me go get a package. I'll be fine.
All depends how good the show is. You know, if you rock, you want to re-up. You know?
No. But I'm talking about even getting down there.
Oh, getting down there.
I wouldn't even make it to the plane. Like I would leave, and I'd have the owner of the club waiting for me at the airport, calling me, going,
Hello, freak bitches. It's fucking amazing that stuff's legal.
"Did you watch 60 Minutes 3 weeks ago?"
No.
That was the motherfucker's motherfucker.
What was it?
Just about the opioid epidemic and how the DEA stopped prosecuting. The word came from, you know, it's just a nightmare. They're fucking terrible, those things. Listen, those things are terrible.
Yeah, there was a whole article recently about the company that sells most of the opiates and the family that's behind that company and how many billions of dollars that they've made off the opioid crisis. Opioid. How we say opioid? How we say it wrong?
Once that shit grips you, that synthetic heroin, that's what that, right, isn't it?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
It's a bad grip. Like I said, I took a 16th one night in my living room and I had to lay down. And that's my whole resume with Oxycontins. And I'm a fucking mule. I can eat 2,000 milligrams of THC and live. A 16th of one of those pills. I popped, it was just a little piece, nothing. My blood pressure dropped so fucking much. I just laid down, went to sleep, and I knew my pill career had come to an end. And never even let it start.
Really?
Never even let it start. Can you believe, brother? In 2 weeks, it's going to be 10 years since I've done that wipeout. I want you to think about that.
Wow.
I want you to
10 years.
really think about it. I still remember being at Cobb's with you that January. And like going, it's been 2 months. I don't know if I could really do this shit. Like, I don't know if I control this feeling. And I controlled it.
So you, like, when you quit, what was like the first week like? Hell.
First 2 weeks were hell.
Did you think about going back, just like, I can't do this? Or did you know that you had to make a change?
I had to make a change. I knew that my spine was starting to hurt. I knew that.
Spine was starting to hurt.
Yeah, I was starting to get jolted. Yeah. And this by 4 a.m, you know, after you do coke. Right at the tip over here.
A lot of people who've done coke get like Parkinson's.
Yeah, fuck that. No. Once I started,
you think that's related?
A
No, a
couple
lot
different
of old timers that did a lot of coke in the 70s, and then they wound up like some serious neuromuscular disease.
Absolutely. That shit shocks your central nervous system. There was times I did cocaine that was like electric. It was like when you put that thing in your hand or you get electrocuted, you could feel the electric in your body the next day, like that. Like in your brain, like you can actually see the neurotransmitters are fucking on fire. You could feel that. You know, I could tell when I would go on stage after doing 2 or 3 nights of blow that week. I had no control. I really had no control over my material. I had no control over my delivery. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Like you're just the way you communicate is just off.
Yeah, your mind can't grip it. You can't tell the joke. The facial doesn't connect with the hand movement or the breathing. So, like, I knew that was always going to be a danger in the future. Now, you know, I take all that for like a year. I drank those, what's your buddy's name that makes the neurosurgeon milkshakes? The football player that fucking beat the guy up,
Romanowski.
I took all his stuff for like a year just to.
Did you?
Yeah, the orange drink and stuff.
Neuro One, that stuff. Did that help you?
Yeah, it felt good. It felt a lot better.
Like give your brain some
give
nutrients.
me some control. Yeah, but 10 years. I mean that I had to do a benefit in Hoboken, and I had gotten high like that whole summer. I tried to get off coke. I was doing the heroin. I was trying to get off the coke and shit. And then that September, I ran out of heroin. So I was doing it like maybe once a week. And the whole thing went down with Maryland. I knew I had to stop. And then.
All right. So we got a choice. We can listen to Steve-O from Jackass and the celebs he did coke with and add a little humor. Or we could click on another person. A coroner recounts the most bizarre deaths he's investigated with Theo Von. I need some feedback here. Need some feedback. Bizarre deaths, no problem, Roro. You got it.
So when does someone call a coroner, and what is a coroner death investigator? I'm going to call it a coroner for the episode.
That's fine.
Okay. What is a coroner?
So a coroner is an elected position, but what we do is we go out when someone dies, or we're called every time someone dies that lives within our parish.
Okay, or county.
Or county. In Louisiana, it's parishes. So we're called if it's a natural case or if it's a homicide, suicide, any of the manners of death. Anytime it's an accident or just your general natural death, it comes to us.
Okay.
And we have to pick up the phone and decide, is this natural causes or is there foul play? We work closely with police.
Okay. So the police give you a call.
That's right.
Yeah. So take me through like an interesting call that's coming in, especially down there in Louisiana. Dang, bro.
Yeah.
I knew people that could, they couldn't learn the alphabet and they took their own life.
That's right. We see a lot of that. There's a lot of preventable deaths that we can talk about. But, a typical call in Louisiana is anything from heart disease, suicide, OD. But to be more specific, we've had many that they find a body floating in the bayou. And that can be different, because they've been exposed to water. So, they may be bloated more. Some of the surface evidence or the trace evidence that we use is not there because they've been floating. You can see where turtles and other animals in the water have nipped at them.
Oh, yeah.
So it can be somewhat gruesome and then hard to tell, why are they in this water? They're dressed in regular street clothes. They weren't,
they weren't swimming.
They weren't swimming. They weren't fishing. And they're in the water. Sometimes people OD and their friends have no clue what to do with them. So they throw them into the bayou.
Yeah.
Sometimes these guys are just, hanging out and they slip and fall and hit their head or they pass out. We don't always know what got them to the bayou.
Now, how do those bodies look if you roll up on a body? Because I've always wanted to find a deceased body. I think a lot of people have.
Bucket list of mine. I see them every day, but I've never rolled up on one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is. Why is that a bucket list thing for people?
I don't know, but it happens often. I had a guy cutting the grass at a rent house and found a body.
God. And did he get any intel or he just got lucky?
No, he just got lucky. He was cutting grass and boom, he found that body.
A lot of times if you work and stay focused and you keep working towards, it's better than some lazy dude who's doing nothing finding a body.
Right.
At least that guy's out there doing something.
Well, when that lazy person finds a body, you got to question, how'd you find this body? We had one recently that was just a driver was passing by and there was a lady in the ditch. Now, what was interesting was her arms were removed. She was a Mexican female.
Damn, that's interesting.
So they removed her arms because of her tattoos. So this was
the killer.
This was a hit job. Correct. And they didn't want her identified, so they see this in a ditch and they call us. And then we got to figure out, well, where's the arms? So there's interesting cases like that where people just, they right time, right place, and they find bodies.
And so you said, did you roll up on that scene with no arms?
Yes.
So when you get there, what's going on? Like, are people milling around? Is somebody, what's the scene like when you roll up on it?
Well, in that regard, there's no families present. It's different than most. It's a lot of sheriffs standing around looking at the dead body. Now, we have jurisdiction on that body, and legally they're not supposed to touch that body until we get there.
Okay.
So, of course, I would get there, look at the scene, to try to find out, does she have family around here? What's she doing in this area? She's not from here. They'll do an investigation. The law enforcement will do an investigation on their part. And then I'll start looking at the body for obvious signs of foul play. And in this regard, she had no arms. So we knew something wasn't right. And it wasn't like an alligator or an animal came out and removed her arms. This was intentional. So in that case, we would get them to an autopsy.
Oh,
facility. Yeah. I mean, I had a guy find a foot once. It was from a fatality, but they called me, and this was, weeks later. Hey, we found a foot. Would you come pick it up? They don't want to touch it even, so I throw a bag in my car and I go grab a foot. It's a different lifestyle, Yeah. If I get pulled over, carrying anything, yeah, man, I got a foot in my car.
Yeah, bro. I got a 10.5 in the trunk.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dude, that's wild, man. Yeah, that's interesting. And you put that foot in the trunk, you put it in the back seat. What do you do?
Yeah, well, in that case, I figured it would be pretty gnarly. So I actually brought a disposable ice chest and packed it in there, and then got it to the funeral home that they brought her body to. She may have been sent to cremation, but either way, the funeral home would take care of that body part.
Okay.
And I've traveled with worse. And, in Louisiana, it doesn't snow often. We had a case years ago where it was an infant death, and the autopsy place is about an hour and a half away from where we live.
Okay.
Or where we work in our parish. So they had a baby that had passed away, and they asked, hey, it was snowing really bad. Hey, can you meet us halfway with this child? And I'm in my personal car. I'm like, sure. So the baby, of course, is in a body bag.
Yeah.
So I'm driving down the highway with a baby in my
And how
car.
big's that body bag? I mean, it's like a gallon or something. Not that big.
Well, it's
Who
it's like a
looks
duffel bag.
forward to finding a body?
But you get pulled over, and I have an unmarked car. I'm in street clothes or normally scrubs. And what are you carrying?
At least you're not in a Miata or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of, man, maybe I should call this guy, because I definitely have found a fucking, random fucking foot in the bushes here. I definitely should call. You people really clean up after yourself in the fucking bushes. I mean, you're going to hang out here and lurk around. At least, pick up the used condoms, the empty fucking Pabst Blue Ribbons, and various other things. Fish, you left some heels. Ruski left a foot, apparently.
Miata, and you got a baby in a duffel bag, bro.
I kind of went over the speed limit just to kind of maybe man, if I could only get pulled over here, it would be an interesting case.
But, that'd be fast.
But no, it's sad for when we lose babies like that. But the fact of the matter is, the baby needed to go to autopsy, and we'll do anything we can to assist in that regard. And if it meant driving through the snow 30, 45
this
minutes,
guy definitely borrows bodies
some
from
of
the
things
fucking
that we do
morgue to
help.
carpool lane.
So I was called to one case where the deputies said, this case is unusual. We'd like you to come out. And
this dude definitely takes bodies from the morgue to fucking drive in the carpool lane. 100%. 100%.
Well, then I go out, and they had noticed some blood dripping on the floor, blood stains.
Out of the body?
Just on the floor.
Okay, that's all they noticed.
Right. They saw that, and then the body was an adult male on a couch.
Okay.
So I walk into the house, and I mean, we're reading everything the minute we get on scene. Even what friends and family are there, how do they look, who's their neighbors, what area they live in. So I walk into the house.
Yo, K-Mac, how that shit frustrates I've found a dead body or two. Shit, I found a dead body on live. Well, actually not on live, like right after live. I was like, pretty sure my uncle's dead downstairs. I'm going to go check after I get off. And sure enough, fucking walked up and, and that was the weird shit about that. It was like I didn't see him for a few days, and I told you, man, I had put money in an account for him, and this dude I would hit me up every day. I didn't see him for like 3 days, so then I go in the downstairs, right, and there's like a room all right, so the kitchen's here, and then there's a room here, room there. So that's his room right there. So I'm walking in the kitchen, and I see the light on, and as I'm walking up to the door of the room, I see this dude's leg, like he had a fused knee or whatever. So one of his legs was like up and on the bed, and then the other one was like down, and that's like the way he sat. And I heard like a radio or some shit. So I was like, oh, okay. So I was like walking up. I was like, and I saw his legs. I'm like, oh, okay, he's fucking fine. Then I fucking looked, you know, I actually walked a little closer, and this dude was like, the blood already congealed in his face and shit. So he was dead for like a day or two. But it was like, I knew that motherfucker was dead. I'm like, yo, there's only one reason this dude ain't hitting me up for fucking more money.
And this was kind of in the country. And the first thing I see is he had Mickey's Malt Liquor memorabilia everywhere. So I said, okay, I like this guy's style.
Right?
You know,
Yeah,
he's a middle-aged guy.
Yeah, he's a Kappa Sig, probably.
Yeah. So I'm looking at that, and then I asked the detectives to show me where the blood stains are. Well, I go and I look, and there were some cobwebs over the door, so I could tell that home that area of the house hadn't been used.
Okay.
Just from the cobwebs and stuff.
Okay.
There. But when I opened the fridge, there was an intact hawk's head in the fridge with fur on it.
Ooh.
I mean, that's odd, you know, and then I look in the oven, and the guy's making cracklings in an oven. Now, if you've ever made cracklings, you know, you're stirring those in grease. When you're baking cracklings on a Tuesday night and you save the hog's head to make hog's head cheese later, you're going to definitely have heart disease. You know, there's no foul play here, fellas. And that blood probably came when he was moving the hog's head from the kitchen to from the counter to the refrigerator.
Oh, from the actual hog, you think?
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely. So, you know,
Man,
again,
that's when you're on your last limb for a snack, man. I mean, you know,
yeah,
that's crazy.
when you baking cracklings, bro, you're gonna have high cholesterol at a minimum. But you know, again, the blood stains triggered the law enforcement to call, and the fridge told me the story.
Yeah,
as well as the way the guy lived. He smoked cigarettes. He had, you know, alcohol everywhere. The papa was a Rolling Stone. You know, he that environment told me, you know, what was going on with him.
Right. It gave you a lot of clues right there. Now, say if you pull up on, like, let's go back to that water body, right?
Right.
What happens to a body when it's in water? Because I think sometimes a lot of people fantasize. It's one of the fantasies. I'm gonna find a body. Right. You know, it's either in the woods by the interstate, or I'm gonna walk down by a creek bank and there's gonna be a body right there. I think that's some of the general fantasy of humans. What does that body realistically look like, depending on how long it's been in?
Yeah. So, you know,
I gotta listen to
you got a lot-
Oliver Stone about the JFK.
The Joe Rogan
cover-ups.
Experience.
The community of people that are obsessed with the JFK
Thank
assassination
God.
is pretty
Thank God.
thorough.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, there are a
amazing.
lot of nutcases
Yes.
too out there, but those serious people are really good. And they're the ones that kept this case alive.
Well, it's a thing that a conspiracy theorist really looks to.
I don't use that word. I think truth seeker is much more.
Okay, well, forget about that word. But someone who's interested in uncovering the truth about this assassination, the type of person that has that mindset, that's interested in uncovering the truth about any historical
That's
event.
correct.
This is one of the best ones.
That's
because
it.
there's
What a
significant
historian does.
Yes, there's significant evidence, and there's significant evidence that there is a conspiracy.
Significant evidence.
Significance. I mean,
I would say from the beginning there was, yes, when you have a shot from the rear and a shot from the front.
yes. Well, I was going to get into that. So when you detail,
Oh, don't feel bad, dude. Don't feel bad at all. Listen, man. Do not feel bad at all about that shit. To put it lightly, you know, there was when this dude came back after my dad died and was there for a month or two, there was a hole already dug for that motherfucker. But my dad's friend actually, you know, talked to me and saw where it was going. And he's like, listen, your grandmother has lost 2 sons already. I know this dude's a cocksucker and is the worst person in the world, but it would break your grandmother's heart if she lost another son or he went missing. So, and then, you know, even worse, my grandma fucking asked me not to get involved or stick up for her or do anything because she just said it made it, dude, it was just fucking terrible, dude. This motherfucker tortured my grandmother like the last 2 years of her life. So fuck that shit.
Brilliantly in this documentary, all of the people that were involved in manipulating evidence, whether it's autopsy photos, whether it's the evidence about the actual shots, where they were fired from, the impact, like where the exit wounds was, all these various people that were involved. How many people knew what had actually happened? Because it seems like there was a concentration of people that was not small. And one of the things that people who like to use the pejorative term conspiracy theorists, they always want to point to people can't keep a secret. Well, the fuck they can't. They had to.
It's a giant maze. It's so confusing.
Yes.
That no one would be believed if they
right.
They're one part. Think of it as departments of this. Departments of this. Somebody pops up and says, "I know this." So he disappears in the maze. It's another piece of information.
Yeah.
There's been no attempt by government to follow up on this at all. They dismissed. They had the HSCA in 1978, right? That came about because of pressure, and a lot of that was.
Yo, what do you mean Santa's dead, David? He's too busy fucking, moving kilos.
Even when I was just another low-level thug on the streets, I hung out with bigger people, more important people. I had the best connects. I was the craziest when it came to doing violent shit.
Come on. All right, how are okay?
Classified still and disappeared for a while. We got it out
about
all that stuff. They decided that there was a probable conspiracy based on the acoustic evidence of the motorcycles, but we don't want to go into that because that's a whole other story.
Acoustic evidence,
Acoustic,
sound
from the rear,
recording,
in the front.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
the shots.
The physical evidence of the impact on the body is
That's
way
more important. Yeah.
way more important and way more obvious.
Yeah.
That first of all, the establishment of the magic bullet was one of the most preposterous things that the United States public has ever accepted.
And I think we did a great service by driving a stake through that heart of that family.
Hold on, it says discussing the newest revelation in the JFK assassination 6 months ago. So there's Ant follows all this shit, dude. He sent me a whole bunch of shit. Actually, it's probably on my little phone here. He's like, that's what you should do, left. I got people, giving me good advice, maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Hear about this? This just popped up on New York Times. This guy claims he's like the last witness of the JFK assassination. He claims, I was just reading through it, he claims he's the one who found the bullet in the car, placed it on the gurney next to Kennedy's body. Like, he's the one who found the magic bullet.
Yeah, but ask that guy about ghosts. I have a ghost that visits me every evening.
He also happens to be
tells
selling
me
a
the
book.
lottery numbers, but I don't play it because it's not ethical.
He's selling a book that's coming out.
Of course.
Of
course. Sam, is it possible it was Lee Harvey?
Oh, he's one of the Secret Service agents.
No,
that makes it more interesting. He was a
Bro,
Secret Service agent.
Educate Brian on Lee Harvey Oswald.
Well, have you ever seen the video where the Secret Service just gets pulled off? No.
I found my uncle at like 3 a.m, and he was supposed to get evicted by the sheriff at 8 o'clock the next morning. And my cousin called, or maybe it was like 9 or 10, I don't know. But she called me in the morning, and she's like, what's the deal with Tommy? I'm like, oh, he's dead. It's like, what? And she feels, I think she feels a bit guilty or anything, like, and maybe possibly thinks he did himself in, but because she's like, you wanna when they were doing the whatever the fuck autopsy or whatever, she's like, you want a toxicology report? I'm like, hell yeah, I do. And funny how that never got done. But yeah, I had her fucking deal with that. I'm like, yo, you can deal with that. You can call the people and shit out. I'm like, I ain't fucking no.
It's like, what? And the
thought I
car
had a
takes
warrant.
off.
Because they were going down a different
whole-
route.
That's not a real video, is it?
That's a real video.
Real video, Brian.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
what's
the Secret
really
Service were supposed to
crazy,
be with him the entire time, and they pulled away from him.
the Supreme
a different
Court's
route.
weird because his whole trip, he's surrounded like the Beatles.
Yeah.
And then at this one point in the plaza, there's nobody around. It's really creepy. And you're like, what is going
And he's
on?
in a convertible.
Yes.
We're talking about this anyway. After my uncle died, my grandmother, took it hard. But when my dad died, she really like, changed and shit. But I don't know. And then obviously, shortly after, it wasn't even 2 weeks after my dad passed away that this cocksucker fucking moved back from fucking Colorado and just raised hell and fucking. Oh. Anyways, yeah, I am shedding no tears. I would have fucking, kicked this dude in a hole and called it a day, so to speak. Charles de Gaulle, 7 attempts on his life. The guy knew how to dodge a bullet. Yeah, man, nobody should outlive their kids. Brad, I'm assuming your dad was sick and they were aware that it was inevitable. It wasn't just a look, dude. The guy next door to me just died like yesterday, the day before.
Didn't he say he wanted to go in a convertible? Wasn't it he who said he didn't want shield around him? I think Kennedy said.
I never heard that.
No.
I never heard that. You know
because
what they
they pulled him off of Chicago a week before.
CIA talking point.
Yeah. What
You guys trying to
class did you
defend.
learn
I
that?
heard he wanted to go into that
Hey,
convertible.
B, in that convertible, as soon as assassination happened, they rushed that computer and wiped that convertible and wiped it down. So there's no evidence
bro,
in the
there's so
convertible.
much stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Is
There's
that not
so
weird
much
to you?
stuff.
They washed it all
Oliver
out.
Stone talking about it was interesting because he was talking about Curtis LeMay and all those guys, and it's not surprising that they would.
The CIA, deep mafia roots in Dallas. Jack
Well,
Ruby.
The really weird is Jack Ruby shooting him. Like, why would he do that?
Do you
What's
guys,
the point of that?
You know, everyone's talking about Biden and the votes and all that, the numbers, and whether that makes sense or not. Dude, JFK's election was the exact same thing.
Oh,
they're pulling shit.
shenanigans.
Yeah, dude, the mob was
The
pulling
mob got it for him in Chicago.
100%.
Because of his dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
You fucking idiot.
No, the only thing I had, the only conspiracy theory that does make some sense to me is
What?
Kennedy.
The only one ever?
Yeah. No,
What
there are
about
other ones.
Enron?
What about the scandemic?
What about
Enron was a
Gulf of
conspiracy that-
Tonkin?
Enron was a conspiracy, and they did time.
What
in
about
jail.
the Gulf
That
of
wasn't-
Tonkin?
Bay
What
of
about
Pigs?
Operation Northwoods?
Yeah, but I'm saying all
That's
of
the
those.
craziest one.
That's a crazy one.
Operation Northwoods was, but hold on.
Here we go. This is
Hold on. Operation Northwoods
I don't know why Brian does
was the Joint Chiefs of Staff came up with a bunch of different suggestions for the president.
Brian, they
That
signed
happens.
that. The Joint Chiefs of Staff signed off on Operation Northwoods, which means they were gung-ho to blow up a jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm
100%.
Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay.
So
They
hold on.
wanted to give us motivation to go to war with Cuba.
Excuse me, but when the president says to his Joint Chiefs, when he says to his military brass, he says, come up with different scenarios of what we do with this problem. Everything is on the table. You get 1,000
including killing
suggestions.
American civilians.
You get
That's
1,000
Brian, that's a
suggestions,
conspiracy.
And Kennedy said
Brian,
no.
Yeah.
It's not a conspiracy.
Brian,
No,
that-
it is a conspiracy.
It is
They-
100% a
It is
conspiracy to
100%
lie to the American people
They-
through blowing up a jet. It is a plan to lie to the American. They conspired to create a scenario that did not exist They were going to blow up a jetliner. They were going to attack Cuban friendlies. They're going to kill Americans.
So
the public gets behind it.
So
God
again,
damn
so
it.
again, guys,
Do you think
that's not accurate?
Brian, do you think
What
they
it
just took
was-
those plans and threw them out? Oh, he doesn't like them. Let's
Yes.
just
What
throw them
happens-
out in
what
the trash
happens-
can.
What happens is the military comes to your civilian infrastructure, your president, the executive, and says, here are the suggestions. Kennedy said no, 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 and no. This is not constitutional.
What are the
You're
other
not allowed
ones?
to do that. There are legal issues.
What
you
are the
can't
other
do.
ones other than Operation Northwoods that he did that with? That were scenarios that would get us into war with Cuba.
Iran-Contra?
No,
and
no,
they
no.
got
That would get
found
us
out.
into war with Cuba. By the way, that's another conspiracy that
Yeah.
was real.
Yeah.
Not only that, the Sandinistas and when the Contras and the Sandinistas fought and they sold cocaine in Los Angeles to fund that. That's another
I'm
conspiracy.
not saying
Oh,
that.
no, that's
I'm not
100%.
saying that rogue elements
So
in
don't
different
say
places do
that that's the
illegal
only
things.
conspiracy you believe in, because that's not true.
Brian, do you
just
think that
admitted to
weapons
four.
of mass destruction just was a big miscalculation?
No. Let me be clear.
Okay.
I 100% think that different like parts of the government, whether it's State Department, Department of Defense, there are elements within those who want to push an agenda forward and will bend rules and do things that are illegal
Okay.
if they can. Yes.
Right.
We have a lot of examples.
Do you
in
think they
history of where get
conspire to
caught.
do that, Brian?
I'm sorry?
Did they conspire to do that?
They do conspire to do
Okay.
that.
And we're
But
Interesting.
we find out about these things. Why?
You're the perfect
Why
guy
we-
to do a show like this with Sam Tripoli, by the way.
I know. That's why
Because
people
you're
like
so bad at
Conspiracy Social
defending
Club, everybody.
the deep
Conspiracy
state.
Social Club.
You're so bad at defending the deep state. You make everybody a Sam Tripoli fan.
No.
I love it.
No, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of competing interests within government.
Yeah. When you two got together, I was so happy. I was like, Sam's gonna crack him.
Yeah.
It's a matter of
Did
time.
I get him 1 week?
Sam's not stupid. He just goes so deep that
Yes, he does.
sometimes
It
he's
gets a
not
little
really in
crazy.
water anymore. Like, he's in the bedrock.
Yeah.
It's like, Sam, you got to go a little higher. The reason, the Joint Chiefs of Staff document, the reason they were held so long is the Joint Chiefs never wanted these up because they were so embarrassing.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they fucking asked for it. The whole point of a democracy is to have leaders responding to the public will. And here, this is the complete reverse. The military trying to trick the American people into a war, Brian, that
You know
they want, but nobody else wants.
You got this on Putin.com, and I want you to
That's
go
on ABC News, son. That's ABC News.
Yeah.
Huh. No more pillbox hats after Jackie. All right. So we'll go back to what's his face, Oliver Stone.
That heart, that vampire, because it's been around forever.
Well, you detailed in so many different ways,
Yeah.
too. You detailed all the various ways that they had tried to establish it. Once they found the wound in the back, they tried to
Well,
establish.
don't confuse it. First of all, the magic bullet, there's no chain of custody on it. The
Right.
FBI lied, and we
Yes.
proved it in the film.
Yes, you did.
Because the
Yeah.
times don't match
Right.
when it was given. So the FBI down and out lied.
Mhm.
Now, Hoover, of course, never wanted to believe that Oswald did it alone. He had to, because they put themselves in a straitjacket. They said 3 shots.
Mhm.
There were not 3 shots. It was probably 4 or 5 shots. 3 shots, one assassin who, why? What's his motive? He was a perfectly reasonable young man. He was in the corridor being yelled at, and he said, I need a lawyer. I'm a
Right.
patsy.
Yes.
You know, the guy didn't behave like he was proud of what he had done.
No.
Which is what they said. He was a communist, an assassin. They had this background of visiting Russia. Of course, we found out, the community found out that it wasn't everything didn't meet the eye. It was a whole other story going on.
What about
that Oswald had been
No, K-Mac, not to fund the Cold War. It was what they were just talking about, the Contras and the Sandinistas. And yeah, we were basically, that was the whole Berry Seal. They were shipping or flying in cocaine into Arkansas. The Bushes and the Clintons were involved in that. Yeah, it gets messy, but Oliver North. But basically, yeah, they were selling that shit to raise money for weapons and to fund that shit.
associated with the CIA.
Yeah,
not that he'd been an
There's
agent.
a show called Snow. It just ended, but it's the real Rick Ross was the guy who was moving the coke and shit. Well, that's according to Johnny Russo. You know, they got these doctors that are just hitmen and shit.
But he'd been watched by the CIA for 4 years. That we know without a doubt now because of what we declassified. Angleton, James Angleton, the counterterrorist chief, had a file on Oswald since before Russia. They knew him. They knew what he was doing up until the week. Well, apparently they disappeared his flash warning about a week before the assassination, which means to say you don't need to check Oswald if you're a Secret Service. You see him somewhere on a parade route. You'd have to clear out those type of people. The Secret Service is very aware of people who have backgrounds who could be dangerous. They took that off the signal on Oswald.
The other thing is that Oswald was working both sides. Clearly, that he was working with the pro-Castro and the anti-Cuba movement.
But the CIA set up both.
Yes,
the CIA set up the pro and the con.
Right. So it's very clear that they were well aware of him.
Dip him in the Cuban poison. Sheep dip him. Just make him look like a commie who loves Castro. That was the intention, I believe. I believe that the CIA was so upset about these two near invasions of Cuba that this was a chance, by killing Kennedy, to get the United States to move against Castro. And this is where Johnson is not, you can't blame Johnson because he felt that there was this pressure right away. And he said to the Warren Commission guys, he says, look, there's a lot of pressure to point the finger at Russia and China and Russia and Cuba. We don't want to do that because we're going to have a nuclear war if we do that. Like 40 million people are going to be dying. That's what he told Warren. Warren went white, in those days it was very serious. 40 million people, my God. He had all the weight of the country on his shoulders, and that's why he accepted this lousy job as the chief commissioner. So Johnson used that story, but Johnson believed, I think he believed it. I think he believed in some way, I'm not sure. Let me put something, this is very important. Marvin Watson was his aide to Johnson. In 1970, Church Committee, he testified that Johnson, after he read the IG report that we talked about earlier, which said that there were no assassination, that President Kennedy or Robert had never authorized any assassination attempt on Castro, right? He read that report and he told Watson, according to Watson, he said, I now believe the CIA was probably involved in the assassination. That's what he said.
Wow.
In 1967, when he read the report.
Wow.
It comes out at the Church Committee, which is classified, disappears for some reason. We find it. We find it again because of this ARB.
So he was probably left in the dark as well.
I do believe so. I think he's definitely involved in the cover-up because he doesn't want to have a war.
Right.
But he changes the whole policy of Kennedy right away. We have that declassified call between him and Robert McNamara. What does Johnson say in that call? Do you remember? It's in the film. He says, I was never in agreement with you and the president about withdrawing from Vietnam. I thought you were wrong. He says that proudly because he's going in.
Right.
Why he wants to go into Vietnam and not Cuba, is another issue. But you think about that. Just think about the implications of that. Johnson is moving towards war in Vietnam.
And how deep in that he was looking to do something to weaken the grip of the CIA, not just get rid of those three guys, but he also wanted to diminish the CIA's influence.
Yeah, but that wasn't his only thought. He had 100 things to deal with.
Right, that's the problem, right? And newly in office.
Well, yeah, by 60. He said statements about the generals. He said, they're not worth a bucket of piss or whatever it was. They're not. Generals think they know everything. They always want to go to war. They want the parades, but they don't want the casualties. They don't want the result. And that's true for the United States. We go to war with a lot of hoopla, and we come out and we leave our people
I think
we leave our people
you know,
to go
could have
over
been,
there in mostly in very difficult states, you know, either suicide or in veterans hospitals with limbs blown off. It's not fun, war. And we treat it like, I think the United States has never.
yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a, you know, a bunch of moving cogs and stuff. Yeah. No, he definitely was not a fan of the CIA, and they were definitely not a fan of him. Now, interestingly enough, Sam Giancana and Johnny Rosselli, both, Sam Giancana was killed in his basement kitchen, you know, shot a bunch of times with a Silence 22, and Johnny Rosselli was found in, I believe, in Miami in the ocean in a fucking barrel. Both of them were suspected of plotting or whatever, and they were. I know for a fact Giancana was supposed to go to some kind of congressional thing about their participation with the CIA in attempts to kill Castro. So, but again, you know, there's a whole bunch of possibilities and shit. So, yeah. Where's the actual documented link with Oswald and the Cubans, Russian mafia? I mean, this is when I ask this, I mean, what documents do they have? Were they directly involved in? What do you mean? Listen, if anybody wants to grab the link and come on and discuss theories and all that shit with this, more than happy to. This is something I find interesting, and you know, something I believe people, you know, everybody's got an opinion or a view, especially on this.
Experienced the war. I think that's a problem
on our shores.
Yeah,
yeah.
And and when we do, we're shocked.
So we have a distorted perception of what war is.
I think the Russians are much more realistic because every Russian is related to somebody who was killed in World War II.
Right.
It's in their hearts. It's seared in. And you know, I can't speak for the Chinese, but they lost like a couple of million men in Korea. You know, so they must have been a lot of family pain there.
Have you ever tried to calculate how many people were involved in the cover-up of the assassination? Because, you know, when you break down all the various people that you document, everyone from Arlen Specter to everyone that's on the Warren Commission's report, it's very clear that those folks had to know that what they were doing was bullshit. From what you said about the FBI chain of custody for the magic bullet to the alteration of the autopsy photos and the difference between
the autopsy itself.
Yes, the autopsy itself. The difference between the Dallas autopsy and the way they looked at it at Bethesda, Maryland.
There was no autopsy in Dallas. It was just
the examination of the
it was very
body.
quick. The track.
Correct. And they also have him supposedly. They have him documented meeting with Russian agents in Mexico City as well. Now, some people think when he went to Russia that they ended up killing him, giving somebody plastic surgery, and, you know, sending them back over. Yeah, Andrew, you're like 20 minutes behind at least.
Tracheotomy.
Yeah. The tracheotomy and also the description of the exit wound.
Shit, my bad.
In
his head.
well, that comes out later.
Yeah.
Although some people didn't see it, but 40 people, what the ARB did, thank God, was collect all the people who saw the rear exit wound. And it was huge. We showed the film in the film. We showed the 40 people who saw it.
What's really crazy to document in the film was the fact that it wasn't really his brain. I
was going to go to that.
Yeah, please. The brain that they had used as a piece of evidence that this was Kennedy's brain had clearly been in formaldehyde for at least 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad our documentary, and this is James D. Eugenio who wrote it. He's really the guy who reads everything, remembers everything through all these years, and there's 1 million documents. We drove a stake through the magic bullet. That's clear. There's no chain of custody. The FBI lied. They also, in the matter of the autopsy, the brain is intact. And it was photographed as such. It was a clean.
Yeah, no way.
The whole area was
No
still there.
fucking way.
Whereas it's impossible because the brain was seen. You see it spraying out in the car during the Zapruder film. You see it. The nurses, Audrey Bell, is talking about it's
mush.
I can't remember the medical term. Whatever it's called. It's spilling out on the floor of Parkland.
Yeah.
And when they weigh the brain, as they do in an autopsy, it comes out normal.
Well, not just normal, but extra large, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Larger than average. It was like
it's impossible. And what's more important is, and this drives a stake again to the heart of the photographer of the autopsy, John Stringer, the autopsy photographer. He's a straight guy. He's pro Warren Commission, all that stuff. They bring him back. The ARB brings him back, and they show him the photos that we now have of that are in the National Archives, and he says, I never photographed that.
Right.
It was he took an up view of the brain. He never took a basilar view from below. He said, I never photographed that. And that's very important.
There's also some evidence that they had.
Why didn't he take all the facts?
Hold on.
Secret Service agent William Greer, the driver of the presidential limo, firing the toxin pellet at President Kennedy's head. And you can see he's fully turned around. And he's got this.
Let me actually pull this up on here. Let me grab the link for this. Because this is, some shit Ann sent me. You can see the guy turn around and fire something. Now they said the driver, so he could have accidentally hit him, or could have purposely. Give me 1 sec. Copy. Okay. Just got to send it to myself.
So what are you saying that he's fucking security?
Yes, the Secret Service guy, the driver, after the first shot, you see him on the video turn around with a gun in his hand and supposedly fire. Now, supposedly this guy, there's rumor this guy accidentally, killed himself. Or not killed himself, sorry. Basically lived in, a permanent state of regret.
Yep.
Because, he fired and accidentally, because that would explain why the shot that came from the back into the left. Exactly.
Yeah.
So hold on, I'm just
fuck.
I know.
So there's no way there's no way that Oswald would have got him from the front first, and then
No.
the car moved forward.
Nope.
And he had another shot, which by that time he would have been shooting at the back of his head.
No.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna put the link in the chat as well. Where the hell's okay? So I'm gonna put the link of the video I'm gonna play in the chat as well. Where the hell's? But I'm gonna pull it up.
The sewer shot out of the drain.
That's somebody's theory.
Yeah.
Hold on. I gotta copy this shit somehow. Fucking StreamYard.
What was the link with Oswald and the Russians and everybody else that was involved, but potentially?
What was what?
What was the link with Oswald? I mean, there was apparently links with the Russians and maybe the mafia and maybe Cubans and what's the actual link?
What do you mean the link? I don't understand. Like, there's the link is the Bay of Pigs invasion.
That's all? Like, I'm just trying to work out, like,
no, God no. There's fucking ungodly amounts of shit. So, right. I mean, if you're asking me to pull shit out of my ass, like right now, I have no.
No, I'm not, buddy. I just thought you'd have a vague
like but I'm not really understanding your question completely either. Like,
I think what I'm trying to say is that well, the Russians got to him and he did it for the Russians. The mafia got to him, he did it for the mafia. The Cubans got to him, he did it for the Cubans.
Oswald is a fucking patsy. Oswald's a complete patsy, dude. 100%.
So what is the reasoning behind him, like, taking that on?
He didn't. He didn't take it on. That's what I'm saying. Is he
wasn't the actual shooter.
All right. So no.
Was he the shooter?
No, absolutely not. I mean,
All
dude, they make a big deal about how this dude was in the military was
yeah,
a whatever the hell. And it's like, dude, that's not anything, or a marksman basically in and that ain't shit, dude. That's just, qualifying and stuff. Checking the proxy firewall. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Hold on, I'm gonna open up another thing. Let's hold on. 100 fucking. Oh, okay, I gotta sign into Google. Give me a second. I was like, why is none of this shit coming up? Okay. Paste. And enter. What the fuck is going on, man? Oh shit, I got the full JFK assassination video right here. Look at that. Let's see, how long is this one? 48 seconds. This is Oswald getting killed. This is on YouTube.
Yeah. So was Ruby a patriot or another patsy?
No, Ruby was a wise guy, loosely affiliated with Carlos Marcello, and probably did. Apparently, he was dying of stomach cancer and shit. So
He just did a good deed, is that what you're saying?
well, basically, you know, he again, you know, people don't realize like how high of how highly held these people and wise guys were at like the mob and shit. How much these people again took sorry, I'm just trying to do something on the computer. It's a pain in the ass. Okay, here we go. But yeah, it's like, dude, when a mob guy like Carlo Gambino would it's just like Pablo Escobar did with that guy he had carry a fucking suitcase bomb on the plane. He's like, your family will be taken care of, so on and so forth. I don't think the guy knew he had a bomb, but he again
That might have changed his willingness.
Yeah. Well, no, probably not. You know, that's the crazy thing. These people hold these people in such high esteem. You know, what is going on?
And if you were told your family come from fuck all and they're going to be living in luxury for the rest of their lives and their children's children, it's a...
You're going to lose me for a sec.
You'd think about it.
Okay, so my computer's all fucked up. Let's see. All right. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. Yep.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Because, yeah, I'm on my phone right now. Should just go on my tablet. Should just go on my tablet. I don't know why the fuck this shit is all wonky and shit.
What are you trying to do even?
Nothing. I'm trying, dude. I just got kicked off my computer and shit, and Google. Like Google won't fucking load.
Might be down. Happens every now and then.
Yeah, not really. Like, the computer just, what the fuck? It's like not working at all. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna restart it.
I know with my one, with my Wi-Fi, it after a while there's like an automatic sort of it logs off automatic, and you got to log back on after a while.
No, like nothing on the computer is working at all, like the
Yeah.
Apple ID. So I just restarted it. So
That'll work.
it should, hopefully.
It always works.
Right? And if not, I just bang the side of it.
Yeah.
Gosh dang it. No, but
God
so
dang
you're
it.
saying like what's the thing that ties like the mafia and Cuba and all that shit together? All right. So
Yeah. Like you've got
I can
three,
explain some of that. Like
there was
or
three
like
different
why they would
scenarios.
work together or something like that you're asking? All right, so the
Well,
mob
I'm just hearing like there's been like the Cubans, there was the Russian potentially,
okay.
then there was the
So
mafia. It's like, well,
when
what's the
Fidel took
link,
over the country,
and why would they
when
do it, and
all
what
right,
was the impetus, what was the motivation
I'm gonna
for
tell you.
him to do it?
Again, it's not Oswald that has motivation to do it. Again, he's a patsy. So
Yep. Yep.
the mob and the CIA actually had several failed attempts and plots to kill Castro, whether it be poisoning his food or having an exploding cigar or poisoning the
Yep.
cigars
Yep.
or whatever. And the dude Johnny Rosselli and Sam Giancana were basically the go-betweens between the CIA and the mob, because the mob's motivation was when Fidel took over the country. Now, Meyer Lansky and all these other guys had casinos, so they were basically betting on both sides. They felt Batista was getting too greedy, so they thought, let's help this guy Castro, fund him some, so if he wins, he'll, because the Castro promised to, he told people whatever they wanted to hear at that moment. But when he took over, he shut down the casinos. He actually imprisoned Santo Trafficante, and he was later released, but he thought he was going to get killed. And they lost all their source of revenue and their money and investments in the casinos. So their interest was getting the country back under non-communist rule, so they can go back to making their money and shit like that. Cuba was the Vegas before Vegas.
Yep.
And obviously, the U.S. government's main thing is they don't want a communist country 90 miles off the coast of Florida, allied with the Russians and shit. So Oswald was portrayed as a communist. They have him going and renouncing his U.S. citizenship and going to live in Russia for a year. Then he came back. His ties, his uncle.
So why kill Kennedy, though? Did they were hoping to get someone more docile that would come in and help things out, or?
Basically, the CIA hated Kennedy and his brother, and the mob hated his brother because he was going after the mob and the Kefauver hearings and all that shit. So, but yeah, no, Lansky. That's why everyone thought Lansky had a ton of money and shit, but he lost most of it in Cuba. So yeah, that's basically the motives of each party in a nutshell. And again, you know, if you're going to do something like that, the best way to do it and get away with it is compartmentalize that shit. Have somebody do something, but they don't know what the next person's or why they're doing this or that, you know.
Yep.
But it's you know, a bunch of things, you know, end up because what was I gonna say? There was a rumor or something like that. I forgot exactly. I have to look into it, but there was supposedly you know, going to be an assassination attempt in Chicago, and I think Kennedy pushed that back
Yep.
or canceled it, and they
Last minute or
found
something.
some
Yeah.
guy with guns or something like that.
I reckon I've heard about that one as well, mate. Yep.
So, and yeah, well, their thing was, you know, Carlos Marcello and shit was like, you know, cut the head off the snake, you know.
Yeah. A very big call. That's a very big call. I mean, if you want to stay under the radar and make money, and you choose to make a decision like that to kill the president of the US, the superpower of the world, that's a very big call.
Dulles was embarrassed over his firing at the CIA, and his assistant chief was the brother of the Dallas mayor. Too many coincidences. See, I don't even know about this dude Dulles. So,
Well, that's the thing. That's Primo's got another potential. So many, there's so many things up in the air.
yeah,
That's the thing, man.
crashed. Like I hit restart, and that shit is taking for fucking ever, and it just fucking, dude. Don't laugh, man. I can't
No,
afford a
I'm
new
laughing at
computer, man. Like I got enough problems. It's the last fucking thing I need is this thing to crash on me. Ugh.
Was it the iPad?
No, it's a 27-inch. No, it's the 27-inch desktop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but that was just young, charismatic, and fucking, you know, most of the presidents were old, crotchety men, you know. He was, whatchamacallit, like, and then a lot of it was actually Jackie. She was the one who portrayed and came up with the whole Camelot thing, and was very good with the branding and shit. Oh wow. I remember Clinton getting impeached. We watched that. But yeah, no, I mean that was like a big thing. Like I think it was who was it? You know, where he came on the news. He's like a famous news guy, Walter Cronkite or one of those guys, and the president is dead.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but like the autopsy photos and shit were dude, there's a whole bunch of just way too many like different like, you know, coincidences and happenstances with that. You know?
Yeah, there's not been too many occurrences throughout the last, I don't know, 60, 70 years. I think first is maybe the moon landing, JFK.
You think they landed on the moon?
Fuck yeah, they did, bro.
No.
Cha.
Hey, man, listen.
All right. That's the next one.
Yeah. All
And
right.
the flag doesn't move, and there's no shadow here and there. And come on, all us moon experts will chime in and.
Hey, I'm just saying. There is some shit. There is some shit to be said. You know what I mean? I don't know. This is no moon. Right?
And then
boy.
maybe what?
Yo,
Princess
this
Di?
shit
Princess
just
Diana?
started over again. Yo, this shit is just oh my god, dude, my computer's fucked. This shit is just I just keep seeing the Apple thing and the bar, the bar loading bar. It gets all the way to the end and then starts over again. Oh
It
my
might be a
god.
forced upgrade or some shit. Just relax.
Okay. All right.
Might be a forced upgrade.
I just had to restart the computer to do it. Yeah, I really fucking hope so, because, I'll be on here crying like FBS. You guys don't appreciate me. Everybody watched him dead. Everybody wanted him dead. He printed silver certificates to compete with the Federal Reserve notes. He wanted to end the oil depletion allowance afforded to oil companies. He was going to leave Vietnam. There's a story out there that we were about to land, and then some alien beings contacted NASA and told them not to land. Jesus. So I don't know, guys. You believe in aliens?
I do. Fuck yeah.
You believe in it? All right, so let me rephrase that. Do you believe in an intelligent life form?
Yeah, I reckon I do. I think the universe is too big, man, and too old for us to be the only ones to attain intelligence or conscience.
Okay, now here's the second part. Do you believe that the Earth or human beings have had contact with, or legitimate contact with some of these
No, I don't think we have.
Huh.
I don't think we've. No.
I don't know. I was never really a big believer or whatever the fuck, but I talked to some.
What part of the world has made actual contact?
I
Because
don't
I reckon
know,
if
but
America they would have used that shit if they had technology that no one else had.
well, where do you think a lot of shit? You don't think technology is gotten whatchamacallit, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, all right, they say the military has technology. We're about 50 years behind the military technology in the public.
What we're told, yeah.
No, like technology wise, they have like 50 years ahead of time type shit. Like, but here's the thing is I used to, but I'm not a big believer in coincidences and happenstance out of nowhere. And for the United States to, I believe they were prepping people, acknowledging that there are unidentified, flying objects, like the Tic Tac video, and like these are jet fighters and shit, and
just the shit that you see is it just defies physics. And for the government to be like, well, listen, I think because again, man, society needs to be eased into things, otherwise there's going to be a
Correct, mate.
giant panic.
Yep. Yep. What's it called? Mass fucking
Mass hysteria.
hysteria. I get that. I
So
think that they may have some funky shit that may have crashed or whatever, but I don't think they've actually made like proper contact.
okay. See, now there's a. Oh, I gotta fucking. All right, hold on. Let's see if this works. Thank God it
Boston,
turned
how are
back
you,
on.
man? What's going on?
Thank God that shit turned back on. I don't need anything else going wrong. Roswell was the beginning of the cover up. There's a guy, the Blue Book thing. The guy, would disprove. He was hired by the government to disprove, all the crazy shit, and there was shit he couldn't even explain, and he explained quite a lot. Like he explained quite a lot of things away due to science and deduction. But there was shit. The Washington D.C. thing, where they sent jet fighters over because there was a flying thing, and then the World War II, the L.A. Whatchamacallit, they were shooting machine guns and anti-aircraft shit because they thought we were getting invaded. Yeah, yep. You're absolute. I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's the CIA. But
There was the one with the Japanese pilot. He's just doing domestic flight, and he reckoned he saw this thing. It was probably, he reckons it was like, oh man, I might be talking shit, but it was like 7, 8, 9 times the size of that aircraft, like the big fucking Airbus type. He reckoned it was huge, and it was following them for reputable people are putting forth their what they've seen.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It ain't fucking Billy Bob from the fucking stick saying, "Yeah, I got abducted and they probed me." And his
I
fucking
saw it.
and his cousin
It's
Dwight
real.
is giggling, taking off a condom like, "Yeah, you got probed, boy."
Yeah.
Motherfucker, listen here, you got probed, motherfucker.
It's real, goddammit.
You met my anaconda, motherfucker.
I done saw it.
Oh,
with my
shit.
one good eye.
Listen here, motherfucker. I was abducted. Now I'm a general in Space Force, motherfucker. That was 1952, and objects flew by the White House. Yeah. And they sent jet fighters out and shit.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Looks like it was. All right. It's back to working. I was like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Okay. Here we go. Back to the JFK shit for a minute. Then we'll hear all the stuff from Area 1 has been moved to Dugway Proving Ground in Utah. Yeah, Area 51, there's another site, Groom Lake or something like that. But yeah, man, there's all sorts of shit. Supposedly the Nazis had oh shit, wrong one. supposedly the Nazis were working, you know, there was some UFO type shit. And then, you know what's real fucked up is apparently the Russians faked a crash with to bug out the United States or whatever. And they basically surgically made aliens out of humans and shit. And then the United States basically were like, how the fuck did they do this? And they took a bunch of mentally handicapped kids and did it to them.
And
You guys can see this? Let me make sure it's up.
Oh, you can see the spray.
Yeah.
You can see
This
the
is now
spray
watch
on
the driver. Watch the drive. Oh, what the fuck? Is it up now or still or no?
Yeah, I can see it, but it's not
Alright,
moving. But
No, I know. I haven't hit play yet. I just
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
to make sure it was up.
yeah, it's up.
Play. There we go.
There's one simple thing that
Oh, what the
anyone can
fuck?
do to help balance their blood sugar every night
gotta have an
before they
ad.
go to bed.
Most people don't know this, but the real
Diabetes.
reason
There's an ad
behind
in first.
unbalanced blood sugar has nothing to do with eating too
Diabetes.
This is the CIA's assassination handgun.
Mr. Chairman, the round thing at the top is obviously the sight. The rest of it is what is practically a normal 45, although it's special. However, it works by electricity. There's a battery in the handle, and it fires a small dart.
So that when it fires silently?
Almost silently, yes. Very little.
What range does it have?
100 meters. 100 meters, I believe, about 100 yards, 100 meters.
About 100.
Video clip here of Secret Service agent William Greer, the driver of the presidential limo, firing the toxin pellet at President Kennedy's head. And you can see he's fully turned around and he's got his pistol right here. It levels out. And then when he fires it, you can see his left hand squeeze, constrict as he pulls the trigger. And also on the top of the pistol, you can see it gets black up in there because there's
Cocked
some
back.
sort of piston mechanism happening there that's kicking the propulsion of the pellet out the front of the gun. It's a pneumatic gun. I believe it may have had batteries in the handle, electronically operated, but it was pneumatic with forcing the pellet out. You can see the pellet actually flying out there. It's even the shape of a pellet. And then after he constricts his hand, fires the pellet, the gun jerks and then recoils. Okay. So you can clearly see him firing the toxin pellet. I mean, there's no question about it.
Could be a bullet.
It's not any illusion. Any
War grabs a gun. Bang.
Now watch.
Ooh.
Just rooting head. What's the back one?
Don't watch.
Kill John F. Kennedy. Was it
Film withheld from the public. Now you brought that film with you. Let's take a look at that if we can. Here's the film. Go ahead.
Watch.
And narrate this for us, will you? Well, it took me 16 years to find this film because it has really
Right
been
here.
withheld. And what you're seeing here is the motorcade on Elm Street.
Grabs his
That's
throat.
the book depository
Okay,
building.
watch.
Kennedy has been shot in the throat, and Jacqueline is pulling him toward her, trying to comfort him.
Boom. You see that
Kennedy's
shit right
shot.
there?
At this time, you see the driver
Yep.
turn around with a pistol in his left hand, firing over his right shoulder, and shoots the president directly in the head. Here's a repeat of it.
He fucked up.
Watch the driver. His name is William.
Exactly.
Greer.
And
He was,
that's
in fact,
exactly,
a
dude, there's
agent.
no other way to
The
explain.
weapon is an
Nah.
electrically operated gas.
He fucked up.
Assassination pistol.
Yeah.
built
Like there was rumor that fucking this guy felt like, you know, he was fucked up the rest of his life because he knew he killed him by accident.
Is a pistol there.
Watch the fucking president's head,
That's
dude.
correct. It is well, it's an air operated pistol. It's pneumatic, and it actually fired a
What up, Drum?
floating pellet which injected shellfish toxin into the president's brain, so that if the actual explosion of the pellet itself
Watch
did
his
not
head.
then the toxin would.
Now, did you read all of this?
He's grabbing his throat.
Yes, and that's why.
Now,
his
see,
brain
I don't know.
switched to another
I don't
brain
know about
in
this
transit between
because I'm
Parsons,
looking, and I
Hospital in
think
Dallas
I
and
see,
Bethesda
like, you know,
Naval
the
Hospital
impact.
in Washington, D.C.
Now, what about
Oh, folks.
All right, I got more videos, but you see fucking the side of his, like, you know, he's driving, and then you see the impact, like he's like this, right?
Yep.
And then you see basically it almost like hits right on the side of his temple, and boom, you see the you know, the, I forgot the technical term for it, but the spray and the blood and the this and that.
Plasma.
Not a brain
Plasma
matter and skull. I mean,
Yeah.
Jackie was literally crawling and trying to fucking grab pieces of his brain.
Yeah. Yep.
And
that definitely came from the front. Obviously, his head rocks back. And if you got that dude cocking the pistol.
Well, that's the
at
thing is you
front of
got the guy
car
fucking turning around. You got him turning around and going
with a gun.
And he supposedly fired. I mean, you see the gun fire. So the question is whether it's, you know, an actual pistol or one of those CIA assassination things.
Right,
I'm a bit
okay.
hesitant about the whole CIA assassination pistol thing. And, you know, like you heard Oliver Stone before, they took the audio of that shit, and he said there's at least 4 to 5 clear, distinct gunshots on the audio.
No, you can see after he's grabbing his throat, he clearly gets shot in the face, and his head snaps
It's
back.
the side of his is the side. I got another. We'll watch the video.
Oh, what's up, K-Mac? What's up, Lefty?
How are you,
What's up,
buddy? All right?
What's up?
Yeah,
man?
good, thanks, mate.
I
Just
come
visiting
from a
the
land
folks at the
down
moment,
under.
Yeah, you're getting attacked by the Australians, mate. Look out.
Look out.
I know, fucking nobody's gonna understand you guys but me. They're like, who the fuck? God damn it, Lefty, get these assholes out of here.
So I'm moving to
Go
Connecticut.
back to talking shit. We want to hear shit talking.
Are our accents really that hard to understand?
Dude, listen, man,
Seriously.
I have no idea, man. I can understand most people on here, accent or not, and people are like, wait a minute, like, see? People are like, yo, what the fuck is that dude saying? Like, you guys didn't understand that shit? For real?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, fuck. This is why I didn't do that before. Oh, well.
This version tracks the limousine and maintains President Kennedy and Governor Connally at center frame. This version is only in slow motion.
Watch. Boom. All right, watch the sign right here. Now he's going to be grabbing his throat right after the sign. See, boom, right there. Now watch. Watch the side of his head right by his ear.
Bang. He's about to get shot.
Boom. Do you see that?
Yeah.
The side of his head right by his fucking temple. So that shit, it doesn't look like, now see, that's the thing, is it doesn't look like the guy from behind the driver there. If he shot him, it would have been like, you know, it wouldn't have hit him here. It would have hit him, you know, because his face wasn't like this.
My assignment that day was to meet Air Force One at Love Field. I would get in the motorcade, ride to the Trade Mart, cover the speech, Kennedy's speech. I got lots of pictures at the airport of the crowd waiting for him, and then when he came, and really it was just my transportation, you know, the motorcade to the Trade Mart. And we were in an open convertible, seated on the back of the seat. I was. I didn't really worry that much about my position. I would rather have been in a better one, but you know, the way it was set up, all I could do is shoot crowd pictures along the route and shoot the motorcade ahead of me when we were on a curve, say like on Turtle Creek, or when we turned a corner. Then I had a chance to shoot, to get something of the presidential cars up there in the front. As we approached Maine and Houston to make the right turn, I had just unloaded my camera. So we had prearranged for
Here's
me
the book
to
depository.
pass my film to, because that's the direction the sound came from. Tom Dillard and I looked at each other. The first thing we
Round
thought
the corner,
was it could be a gun.
Dealey Plaza.
Then we heard two more shots closer together. I just looked straight up ahead of me because
Boom.
that's the direction the sound came from. And I saw two black men leaning out of the window of the 5th floor, looking directly up above them. My eyes went on up to the next floor, and there was the rifle. I could see the rifle in the part of the stock and it being drawn in the window. So then the car proceeded on rather jerkily toward the intersection. I looked to my left. I could see grassy knoll, the slope where all the people were. People were running different directions. People were covering up their children. I asked the driver to stop, and he let me out. So I got out. I ran back under the underpass, back up the hill. I was standing there. It was less than 10 minutes after the shooting. There were a couple of other photographers who came up to me. One I recognized as a UPI White House photographer. We hitched a ride with a lady, and she took us to Parkland Hospital.
So,
What do you
yeah.
reckon about? Have you seen the footage? Like, they track down everyone that's in all the pictures and all the footage. Apparently, there's one old lady that they can't find. Have you heard that theory?
No.
Well, yeah.
Hold on. This guy's okay. Wait. Here we go. Damn it.
Because I thought that was an interesting theory when I first saw it. They track
All right, what
everyone
is
else
this?
down.
Secret Service recalls President. All right, this is this guy Clinton Hill talking. We lost K-Mac.
Yeah, he said he'd be right back.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, dude. Always the private chat, dude.
Yeah.
Secret Service. Could be Primo. Could be. I don't know about foreign. JFK's shot wounds in autopsy room. We're watching that next with Valuetainment. Where the hell's fucking goddamn fucking New York Crime Spot? I need Patrick David to come on.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Tony? Yeah, the old lady. They couldn't find her. She's the only person in all the footage
Going into
they
Texas.
couldn't track down.
The reason for the trip was maximum visibility, and his eyes were fixed. There's a hole in the skull. I could see in that hole there was no brain matter left. It had all been blown out.
Oof.
No brain matter left. That's a high rifle.
Yeah, from
We
a
were very
distance.
concerned about it,
Oh.
but we knew we didn't have much of a choice. In this particular instance, going into Texas, to my left, I heard this explosive noise in the building, and there were some workmen sitting on a ledge, apparently having lunch, taking a lunch break, watching the motorcade as we approached. And we had turned down on Elm Street, maybe 150 feet. And as I was scanning to my left, I heard this explosive noise from the rear over my right shoulder. I didn't recognize it as a gunshot initially, so I started to turn toward that noise, and I only got as far as the back of the president's car because I saw the president's reaction, and that's when I realized it had been a gunshot. He grabbed at his throat, and he started to fall to his left. He had a back brace on, which prevented him from really bending much forward, but also immediately in front of him was seated Governor Connally in a jump seat, and the back of that jump seat was almost up against the knees of President Kennedy. So he started to fall to his left, and when I then realized this was a gunshot, so I jumped from my position and I ran toward the presidential car with the intent of getting up on top of the back. provide a shield there for President and Mrs. Kennedy. Now, when I ran, I had to go between a motorcycle officer on his motorcycle and the car I was on. There was engine noise, and they told me later there was a second shot at that time, but I never heard that shot. And as I approached the car,
for a dinner,
there was another shot that was
and
fired.
a fundraiser.
That one I heard and I felt, because that time the president had fallen a little bit farther to his left, and his head was way down, like kind of like this. And that shot hit him in the back of the head, and then it erupted out of the upper right quadrant, just above the ear.
No
and
fucking
blew
way.
that portion of the skull, which was still attached to the scalp, forward like a flap, kind of. And
Yeah,
out of that
maybe.
wound gushed blood. And
See how
bone
the fucking
fragments
direction
and
of the
brain matter all over the back of the car, all over me,
and shit.
all over Mrs. Kennedy. When I started to get up in the car, Mrs. Kennedy came up in the trunk. She was trying to grab some of that material that had erupted out of the president's head.
Exactly,
And she managed to
re-election.
get some of it in her hand. I grabbed her and put her in the back seat. When I did that, the president's body fell to his left into her
boy.
lap. The right side of his face was up. I could see his eyes were fixed. There's a hole in the skull. I could see in that hole there was no brain matter left. It had all been blown out. I assumed he had passed. He was dead. So I turned and gave a thumbs down to the other agents on the car behind, because they hadn't had a chance to react like I did, because they turned toward the noise too for guys on the other side of the car, which meant they turned away from the president just at the moment that he was going to be shot.
Oh shit!
By the time they turned back,
blowing up.
I was already at the car. It was too late for them. They couldn't do anything.
This ain't good.
What was your immediate reaction then? And was it you that gave the order to go to the hospital?
Well, I screamed at the driver to get to the hospital, but the agent in the right front seat, he told the driver to hit it, get out of there, because that was what we were supposed to evacuate the area. And so we were not familiar with the Dallas at all. And so the chief of police, Chief Curry, got in front of us in his car, and he led us to Parkland Hospital.
How long of a drive is that?
It took us about 4 minutes to get there, and we were running above 70 miles an hour as we traveled down this Stemmons Freeway.
Yeah.
And I was.
That's amazing. The Secret Service don't know, like,
Hold on a
we're not
sec.
familiar with the area.
I gotta play this just audio. Hold on. All right, give me a second. I gotta play this on my phone. I can't. I don't want to. Don't know how Valuetainment will feel. I know other people. Most people that can clear that shit.
Would you mind us going through the timeline of what happened from the moment they found out he's dead to the moment, because that's where the challenge is with the story, right? I mean, you did the autopsy stuff, but the challenge for me when I look at it, I'm a numbers guy. So first they find out he's dead. Boom, check mark. Then they say, let's put his body, they wrap him up in they put him in a really nice casket. They take him to Air Force One. That's number two. Lyndon Johnson's waiting.
You heard about the
rather than
hooker
going back
scandal
to
in
DC,
Colombia, right?
to have the body being delivered to the plane. Just kind of a little bit wild for that. Gets to Air Force One. Then they fly back to Bethesda, DC. They land. They take that nice casket and they put it in the automobile that Jackie Kennedy is riding in to go to where you're at, the morgue. They arrive actually at 7:30, but the body doesn't come until 7:17. And the body doesn't come until 8. And the challenge that I'm seeing there is another automobile delivers a casket that's used for Vietnam veterans back in the day. It's just a cheapy type of casket that apparently they took John F. Kennedy and they put him in a body bag and they put him there. And that was brought to you guys at around 6:30. And you had an hour and a half before 8 o'clock. So that's the part that's conflicting here.
See, and again, too, I really don't have any insight into that either.
But the report, you read the Beaujean report and all of that, the numbers, him and Dennis David's timing.
And see, and I had to have a timeline for this. as I was writing it. I had no personal timeline because, all I saw was the body being brought
Jackie
in.
Kennedy's ex-Secret
and
Service
what I
agent makes no
consider to be a
claim about the
shipping casket.
JFK assassination.
That was striking, and the fact is that it was the president's body in that such a ordinary plane.
You saw that.
Yes, I
You
did.
saw the shipping casket.
Yes, I did.
And that's not typical protocol to put a president in a shipping casket.
I wouldn't think so.
You witnessed that.
Yes, I saw.
Check mark, not time, but you saw that part.
Yeah, the casket came in.
All right,
it was
so this
brought
is
in
this guy.
by people. They were in business suits, and there may have been a couple of military officers with it, but they were brought. It was brought in, and it was brought into the morgue proper, set down on the floor. Paul helped them take the body out, and they put the body on the table in front of me. Now I used Dennis Davis' timeline, and I use it because Sergeant Borgen's action report stated 6:35. Several years ago, we talked to an individual. His name was he was Dr. J. Scott, I believe, and he's told us that he was the officer of the day for the Bethesda Hospital. During the conversation was William Law. William asked him what time the body came in, and he immediately said 6:30. So I took Sergeant Borgen and Dr. Scott as collaboration for the time.
All right, hold on.
Let's bring in author James Robinette, who penned a Vanity Fair article, spoke with Landis. Thank you so much for being with us. I had a chance to read your article. How significant is this new account if it is in fact true?
Ooh, this is news.
Well,
I can actually
it is
hear
the biggest
this.
news since.
And this is the
We
guy.
are about to talk to a former Secret Service agent with a secret that, if true, could rewrite so much of what we know happened on the day President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. It is a confession he says he is making after 60 years of silence, all about a single bullet he found in the back of that convertible. Now, the implications could be staggering. There's a lot of fact from fiction that we're going to be separating here. So we want to start with just a little bit of history and take you back to that fateful day in Dallas in 1963.
Okay, so this is the one where he put
The
it on the
motorcade
gurney.
is traveling at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. This is the scene of confusion. Something has happened here. The cameraman running toward the scene to the presidential car ahead of him. These films from outside the emergency room of Parkland Hospital in Dallas as the president is dying inside. Senator Ralph Yarbrough, who saw the shooting, said he heard shots and then saw a Secret Service man pound his fist against the rear fender of the presidential car in anguish.
White House Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff has just announced that President Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is about 35 minutes ago,
After being shot by an unknown assailant during a motorcade drive through downtown Dallas.
A flash from Dallas. Two priests who were with President Kennedy say he is dead of bullet wounds. This is the latest information we have from Dallas. To give you all of the information as it comes to us. We'll repeat with the greatest.
That's what they played on the airwaves.
another president assassinated.
Now, the final report by the Warren Commission concluded that 3 shots were fired. 1 shot passed through the president's back and exited through his neck. It may have also hit Texas Governor John Connally, seeming to ricochet inside his body, and that the last shot hit President Kennedy in the head. But here's the thing. The root of most conspiracies surrounding what happened deal with a mystery known as the magic bullet theory, all having to do with the shot that entered JFK's back, as doctors told Congress, and then again again somehow allegedly
Damn, I
exited
wish this
through his
wasn't
neck
3
and
fucking
pierced
hours long.
the governor. Sitting there in front of him, went through the governor's chest, shattering a rib, then exiting his body, then going back inside to his wrist, went through that, and then hit his leg. And that bullet was found intact at the hospital. Now, it was always assumed that it fell off the governor's stretcher, but today, that Secret Service agent who we are about to talk to says he's the one who found that bullet and put it on the stretcher. But before we get to him, let's take a quick look at this report from NBC's Liz
They hit
Kurtz.
him in the neck, the side of the head.
60 years after one of the most earth-shattering days in modern American.
And
that sort of kind of sealed the deal. Okay, he said, let's go ahead and do a documentary on this. All right. And so that's what happened. And Rob was a producer.
The title of
and I
this
was
is
the
Top
writer,
Secret JFK
and Oliver
Documents
was
the Pentagon will
and
never
that's how
release.
JFK Revisited started. Okay, and
Which is a
now,
fascinating documentary. I just rewatched
right, the
it.
documentary, right. There's a 4-hour version, which is called JFK Destiny Betrayed. In this book that we're going to talk about, it has both scripts, plus it has something that I think is really, really important. The reason that this documentary created such, no JFK documentary ever had the impact this thing has had. It's still going, okay, to this day. All right. And it's because we interviewed almost, I think, 30 people for the film. And this book has a lot of those interviews that did not make it into the film, because we had 48 hours of interviews. All right. And like I said, there's a 2-hour version, a 4-hour version. So there's no way everything was going to get into the movie.
How do you see this 4-hour version? Is that available yet?
Okay. Yes, it is. That's called JFK Destiny Betrayed.
Okay. It's a different.
So if you want to know how this happened, how we ended up with 2 versions.
All right, here's a short
Originally,
clip. This is Oliver Stone talking about this shit again.
There's a thing about your films, though, that I think, like, I keep getting back to this, but because you did go over there, it's almost like in your films, like you have something you have to tell people, but it's like you have to give them medicine, but you got to give it to them in sugar.
I don't think of it that way. I take thorny subjects.
Yeah.
But they're entertaining too,
Yes.
because I want to know what happens next. Like you, I think you have an interest in. So even political matters can be fascinating.
Yes.
Who else would do Nixon's life?
Right.
I mean, come on. He was not the most popular guy.
No, he's an
But
odd man.
For me, it was a challenge.
Yeah.
Same thing with the JFK murder. I mean, it was so gnarly.
That one's extra complex, right? Because you took some liberties there to try to move the plot along.
You know, but liberties in the spirit of the. I didn't violate the truth that
Right.
I saw in this. I mean, I had to combine characters and so forth.
That is a complex story. The story of JFK's assassination is very complex because I can learn a lot from a person in what their opinion is. Like, what do you think happened? Well, Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. You get these very specific character types where these people have these predetermined patterns that they plug into.
Sure.
And the Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone is one of the weirder ones.
Yeah, sure.
That is one of the weirdest arguments. And when I talk to them about the magic bullet, and they go, well, that's actually been proven that can happen. And that drives me nuts.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm a guy who shoots guns. I'm a hunter.
Yeah.
And I know what happens when bullets hit bones. It doesn't ever come out like that. Ever.
And also, I think it was a hell of a shot.
Well, the hell of a shot can happen. I don't think it's that bad of I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think that's overstated. There's many things that are overstated. One of the things that's overstated is the scope was off. People always say, well, the scope was off. Well, fucking anything can knock a scope off. You can drop a gun in the evidence room and the scope's off. That's nonsense. That's people who don't understand guns.
Yeah.
But the bullet hitting those 2 people and finding its
coming
way
out
onto
fucking
Connolly's gurney
perfectly,
magically with very little distortion in the bullet at all is straight up horseshit.
Yep.
And the fact that still gets touted as being, well, this is actually how it could have happened. And weird things happen with bullets. Sure, weird things happen with bullets. But one weird thing that never happens with bullets is when they hit bone and shatter bone, they always distort.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, I'm making it. I made a documentary. It's almost finished about. We went back to the case again, taking all the information from the Assassination Records Review Board that came out of the film. They passed an act, the JFK Act. Congress did. It was amazing, and they allowed the board to exist for 5 years, and they went through a lot of detail. They weren't out to prove anything, but they
okay. K-Mac,
they
you
found
wanted
a
the
lot
Cuban
of
connection? Here you go.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
And they got imprisoned, and they had a lot of resentment towards Kennedy. I mean, I go into the book a little bit about the Kennedy assassination and the belief that that a handful of those Cubans may have been involved in the Kennedy assassination, along with the Italians, with the mob, because they were working hand in hand with the CIA.
Yeah, that was one of the leading conspiracies outside of the CIA killing him. And even the CIA killing him was a part of the Bay of Pigs conspiracy, and also the idea that he wanted to disband the CIA. There was a really interesting article recently that was dismissing almost every single conspiracy theory about the Kennedy assassination. They said except the CIA one. There's legitimate possibilities that the CIA.
Well, you can bet your ass that if the CIA was involved, then Cubans were involved.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you something. In the book, you speak about Fidel's mistress.
Yeah.
That he
only had
disenchanted with her at this particular one.
Marita.
She had gotten to New Orleans or to Dallas.
Marita Lorenz.
This is very interesting.
Notorious figure. She had a child with him and had an abortion and didn't have the child. She got pregnant with Fidel. In fact, Castro admitted as much. She got pregnant with Castro. She had an abortion.
Jack
and then the
Ruby's
CIA
court-assigned shrink was an
used her to
MK
try to
Ultra
assassinate Castro.
shit.
She was supposed to slip him a pill, and she put it in her face cream, and the pill dissolved in her face cream, and that was the pill she was going to try to slip to Castro. Her case agent was a guy named Frank Sturgis, who wound up being one of the Watergate burglars. See, the thing about Bay of Pigs and the Cubans, the Bay of Pigs invasion is the key to understanding the whole latter part of the 20th century politics in the United States, the Cold War, because the alliance between the CIA and the Cubans rears its head constantly throughout the latter part of the 20th century. The Watergate burglary, 5 out of 7 of the burglars were Cubans, Bay of Pigs veterans.
Really?
They'd been recruited by a guy named E. Howard Hunt, CIA agent who was one of the orchestrators of the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Was also one of the people that on his deathbed said that he was involved in the assassination of Kennedy.
Yes.
Really?
So the CIA would come to these Cuban exiles, the militant exiles, and they'd say, go do this operation, go do this burglary at the Watergate, and then we go get Fidel. Go do this assassination, and then we go get Fidel. And the Cubans were always ready and willing.
Because it was all leading back to getting Fidel.
It was all leading back to getting
Did you ever
Fidel.
see the images of what they said was E. Howard Hunt? He was one of the people that was arrested. There was a series of, there was a bunch of guys that were arrested that were on trains. They were calling them hobos, but they were all very well dressed.
Right.
That were near where the grassy knoll
The
was.
men on the grassy knoll, yeah.
And
Oh,
then-
there's lots of rumors about that E. Howard Hunt was one of those men.
Yeah.
There was even a reference that Jose Miguel Battle was one of those men, but that couldn't have been the case because he was in the army at the time.
Sub-drum.
The U.S. Army. No, so it's like a subterranean narrative that runs through the latter part of the 20th century. The CIA and right-wing elements in American politics using the Cuban Americans to do all kinds of dirty covert deeds. And we're talking about terrorist activity, assassination of an ambassador from Chile right in Washington, D.C., blew up his car because he was sympathetic to Castro. A bomb planted on a Cuban jetliner flying from Panama City to Havana. 73 people killed, innocent people, including the fencing team from Cuba, young people. A dirty war was waged by the anti-Castro underground in combination, in partnership with the CIA. And this, we know about it now because a lot of it has been declassified.
I thought I was going live on 2 channels and I'm only looking at 1.
Yeah, I thought you're only live on Alibi Room.
Oh, okay. All right, then I could be all right, yeah, all right. I was just mistaken. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And it's come out. We didn't know about it at the time it was taking place.
Why'd they blow up the plane?
It's just an act of terrorism against Cuba to show them that it could be done, to instill fear and paranoia in the Cuban. The concept was to destabilize the Cuban government so they'd be vulnerable, and then you could take them over.
Wow.
So any act against Cuba, I mean, asking why blowing up the plane is asking like why fly planes.
Listen,
into the
if
World
anybody
Trade
knows,
you know, it was just a
about some of this
destructive
shit,
act.
feel free.
It's
man,
pretty
grab the
amazing
link.
how resilient Castro was. I mean, unbelievable. The guy's 90 miles away from Miami and just ran shit through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, into the 2000s.
They say there was something like 632 known plots over the course of 4 or 5 decades to kill Castro.
That's incredible.
632.
That's
Don't they have a
incredible.
movie 101 Ways to Kill Fidel?
Yeah.
And he got on a train in New York, and they're like, "Are you fucking crazy?" And they checked to see if he had a bulletproof vest on. He's like, "No." He took the train to the UN.
Wow.
Like, he's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
He was fucking nuts.
So what makes this gangster story of the corporation so interesting and different is this political context, the framework that all this shit was taking place against the backdrop of this desire to kill Castro and take back the homeland. And anyone who was involved in that was seen as a hero within the community. Joey can tell you about that. Union City, New Jersey, and Miami were the hotbeds of the anti-Castro movement. There was an organization in Union City called Omega 7. There was one in Miami called Alpha 66. These were terror organizations, secret organizations that existed to plant bombs. They would plant bombs at embassies in in New York City. They would put bombs at Lincoln Center when an orchestra from Cuba was making an appearance. They were trying to shut down any relationship between the U.S. and Cuba and governments that were sympathetic to Cuba. They would do actions against them. And this went on for like 40 years, man.
That's unbelievable.
You couldn't mention Fidel in the 70s in Union City. Like a joke. Like, it's not a joke. Don't even bring him up, though. Because you will get smacked.
Now, was there any pro-Fidel support amongst Cubans?
There was, and bad things would happen to them.
In the United States?
Yeah.
In Cuba, though? What about in Cuba?
Pro-Castro in
Yeah.
Cuba? Oh, yeah, sure. I mean,
was it real or was it out of fear?
It's real. It's real. I mean, I've been there numerous times. You know, the Cuban people made a choice. And the revolution, I believe, would have happened with or without Fidel Castro. The guy who was in power, Batista, had taken over the government in a coup d'etat. He wasn't elected, so he was kind of a fraudulent president. And ever since he got in, people knew he was a fraudulent president, and there was attempts to try to ouster him. And that's why he was such a dictator. He knew they wanted to ouster him, so he used the military to repress any kind of movement against him. And it was ugly.
What's up, man?
Yeah, it was me and Tony Pizza that killed Kennedy.
I believe it.
Sally
Believe it.
Peppers and Tony Pizza were quite the team.
That's right. They took on Hoffa, DeMayo, Kennedy. You name it, yo. We got a legend on here tonight.
Sally Peppers.
That's right.
I can validate Tony Pizza. He's a real deal.
Exactly, man. Tony Two Jobs is fucking the real deal.
It was the woke folk and Black Lives Matter that keep me from working.
Jokes. What's up, man?
What a fucking imagination, huh?
No
How
kidding.
you been? You been all right?
Oh yeah. I just got in from my gig. It's the latest I fucking played in the longest time.
Yeah?
I gotta tell you a funny story, Left. You're gonna love this. So these two wasted chicks, these two white chicks, really like white privilege. They were grinding on every song up against these guys. Like they were dirty dancing. Like but they were doing it to all these songs that made no sense.
Yeah.
And then we did No Diggity,
Yeah.
and they put their hands to their side. They put their hands to their side and were just standing there, like just rocking their shoulders back and forth. The song they should have been doing it on, they were just standing there.
Yeah.
Got the bag.
At least they weren't dancing like Elaine from Seinfeld.
Oh my God.
Yeah, true.
Did you ever see that picture? I got to post that picture on with me. I used to do a benefit every year with Mr. Peterman, John O'Hurley, with him and Cheryl Teagues in Palm Springs. I used to do a benefit for the music program in the school system in Southern California.
Yeah.
And I have pictures of me and him a couple of different times on there. He's a great singer, John O'Hurley, Mr. Peterman, great singer.
Yeah, dude's funny as hell. Elaine?
No, he's a really nice guy. He was on Broadway. He did a lot of cartoons, that guy.
Really?
You'll hear his voice in so many different cartoons. Yeah. Voiceover, big voiceover guy.
Voiceovers. Yeah. Okay.
He's the nicest guy in the world. He used to come and see us play at the Bellagio all the time. That's how we got involved. And then he asked us if we wanted to come and do this benefit, and we did.
Yeah.
And the funny thing
You
is,
make good money doing that,
Dude,
like voiceovers.
we thought we were doing a benefit, right? And like volunteering our team. And at the end of the night, they said, "Who do you want the check written out to?" I said, "Huh?"
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, charities.
Who do you think?
Unfortunately, a lot of charities, the money really goes to operating the charity and shit.
Yeah, operating the fundraisers. They have to pay for DJs and stuff like that. I didn't know. I was like, oh, okay. I thought I was doing it for free.
Yeah. You think you're doing a good thing, and they want to sling you a few grand.
Yeah, like tonight, my friend opened up a brand new rock club, and she's been supporting us for the longest time. She's, when I do it, I'm gonna do it right. She was a bartender now, and finally she scrapped out. Her and her boyfriend, he's an EMS guy, and she was a bartender, and she makes she has a business where she does what do they call that? Stuff to make drinks, like mixers and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Premixes.
Yeah, and then she does something else. I forgot what it is. She does man, I gotta go on her site to see. I forgot what she does. Something else, some kind of garnish. But anyway, long story short, so they finally got their own place. These people abandoned it, and they took it over, and they did a nice job. But we didn't plan on getting paid. She just said, "Can you come in and play?" And Raul's like, "Yeah, of course she's gonna pay us." I'm like, "Yeah, but what is she gonna pay us?" I have no idea. We never discussed it, but she ended up doing the right thing. I was like, "Cool." I didn't expect it,
Yeah.
I was off. I was off. So
It's always good when someone does the right thing and throws you a few dollars,
yeah, it took me. There was some problem on the bus. It took me 2.5 hours to get there, and then I had to take an Uber to 2 buses. And then when I finally got there, I got a little lost. I got turned around. I don't know Staten Island. Even though I lived in Staten Island for like 5 years, I don't really know it that well.
Yeah.
And then so I turned around. So it took me 2 hours and 40 minutes to get there. It wasn't supposed to. It was supposed to take me like 50 minutes. But then my boy just drove me home because he quit drinking for a while. So he said, "I'm taking you home." I said, "You sure?" I said, "Yeah." All right, good.
I'm an Australian, so I don't know how long it's supposed to take to get anywhere. But yeah, that's it.
Now, what coast are you on?
Interesting. Say again.
What coast are you on?
Don't let Andrew fool you, dude. He's in New Zealand.
I'm on like what you call the South Coast. I'm from Melbourne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you've been to the Opera House, right?
No, that's in Sydney, New South Wales.
Yeah, the Sydney Opera House.
But I have been to it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's nice, huh?
Yeah, that shit looks dope.
I heard that's a state.
Yeah, it's a tripped out building, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, state of the art. I heard the acoustics in there are incredible.
Yeah, they do lots of plays and like opera shows and comedy shows and
Yeah, my
cetera,
my
et
buddy,
cetera.
my buddy played a gig there with Michael Bolton. He's in Michael Bolton's band, and they played a
Oh,
gig there with
really?
they played a gig there with the Symphony Orchestra back in the day. He said the acoustics were amazing. He said better than Carnegie Hall.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. That's why they designed it the way they did, to make it sound good for, you know,
Yeah,
stage presence
acoustics and
whatnot,
shit.
reverb. Yeah,
Dude, you'd be surprised at how much that makes a difference.
yeah,
Oh my God,
yeah,
it's all
yeah. It'll change your
That
show.
can change the entire sound of something. You know, the room and the acoustics and shit.
Yep. That's why DJs and mixers that like mix the soundboards and that, they don't get enough credit, I think. Like bands are good in that when you hear them on the CD, but when you hear them live in a actual like event, it's the mixer, it's the soundboard guy that's like bouncing everything around and trying to make it sound good. You know what I mean? The soundboard guy.
for the band.
Yeah, yeah.
That's for the audience. What's your name?
For the audience, yeah.
What's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew.
Yeah.
I'm AJ. So drum capella. But so yeah, no.
Oh, John
Here's the thing.
Capello, what's going on? Yeah, I see
Yeah,
you in the chat.
Yeah. So I for the band, if you're doing bigger gigs, that is not bars and restaurants and stuff like I'm doing now. But when I play the bigger gigs,
Depends. You got like
the guy who's my best
50
friend,
people crowd, 200 people crowd.
yeah, the guy who's
Yeah.
mixing out front is not my friend. I don't give a shit what he does. It's a guy who's mixing my in-ear monitors that I'm worried about. He's the one that I gotta hear what I'm doing.
What sort of music are you doing? Are you doing like EDM or?
I do a large variety now. I just play like at hotels and restaurants. I do like everything. I do a mixture of stuff. Easy listening, rock, pop, dance, R&B, soul.
But you
Any
like
place you'd
you
hear like live music.
I'm doing cover music. I do it like a. I don't want to say an acoustic thing because I use an electric guitar. But it's like a one-man band. They use a loop pedal.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So
but-
you're not just a DJ. You're like you play it. You
No,
play
I'm
an
not a
instrument.
DJ. I'm not a DJ at all. I'm a musician.
Okay. No, good. Yeah. I get you.
I can't be like some of the DJs out there on MobTube. There's some really good ones.
No,
can't
I
compete with
know. Nah, Andrew, he does shit like this, like that.
So I keep singing that one up and start this rapping shit up for pressure from haters. They came in, baby, say this and just develop the hater radar.
You hear the music in the background? That's one person playing. He just loops stuff.
Just a normal casual, usual, everyday type of guy in my head in the sky. Ed Sheeran, urban angel, coming ready to die. So see the signs, stand to the side, open your eyes and take a look and realize the resurrection's arise and there's a mist clear. I arise from my tomb in the sky, all alone star, urban angel rising from the ashes. Surprise, no, it's got no moving, now steady, you can find me in the club. But I fill up, mommy, I got that.
I'm just waiting for the chorus.
Drugs, and I having sex, signing, I'm making love. Come and give me a hug, then again rough. You can find me in the club, but I fill up, I believe, mommy, I got that. Hexagon, I'm taking drugs, and I having sex, signing, I'm making love. Come and give me a hug.
But listen to the guitar beat in the background. This. So it gives the effect, or he can play a chord and loop it. So that chord.
It's like the soundboards. It just repeats the sound, and you can eventually make it sound.
Well,
like
after every
full band. Yeah.
No, it's like he can record it, play a certain chord on the guitar, hit the pedal, and then, set it to where, every 5 seconds it's going to do that and loop that.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Andrew, one of my favorite 90s bands is from your neck of the woods. I think they're from New Zealand. Crowded House.
Oh, Crowded House. Yeah. They're Australian. They're Australian.
They're
as fuck.
Australian? I thought they were from New Zealand.
They might be. A couple of members might be, but That's the thing with New Zealand, because we're a bigger country. If anyone comes out famous from New Zealand, we just claim them as ours.
Who's the most famous band to come out of New Zealand? You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, Crowded House. Yeah, I know Crowded House.
No,
Yeah.
who's the most famous band to come out of Australia?
Say again.
Who's the most famous band to come out of Australia?
Oh, probably Mel Gibson.
No, the most famous band, dude. Come on, you got to know this answer.
AC/DC.
There you go, my brother.
Yeah. That's no question, no doubt,
I
man.
forgot what was there was a band from Australia like Silver Spoon or something like that.
Yeah, Silverchair.
Silverchair, yeah.
Yeah, Angus Young said when they got
DC is the best, yeah, for sure.
Angus Young said that when they got Brian Johnson in the band, because they toured around. He toured around Geordie and Bon Scott had torn around England with a band, and he used to love to go see Brian Johnson sing. So
When he died, they put Brian Johnson in. Yeah.
You got to hear this guy, he said to them, but when they first got to him, Angus Young said, I couldn't understand the fucking word he said. Because he's a Geordie. He's a Geordie. He's from Newcastle on Tynes, and they have this, they're kind of they have like a ghetto version of a Liverpool accent.
Yeah. Well, Bon Johnson's like original AC/DC, but I got into him when Brian Johnson was already their lead singer. So for me, AC/DC is Brian Johnson as the singer.
Well, yeah, I mean he had the bigger hits.
Yeah. Well, I'm an '80s baby, so you know what I mean.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 40.
Oh, yo, how are you an 80s? How are you an 80s baby? You don't remember the 80s if you're 40. Come on.
Nah, 80s babies means you were born in the 80s.
Oh, you were born in the 80s. Yeah,
I was born in 82.
Shit, I was born in 64, bro.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah. So you got a few years on me then.
Do you know tonight this bar is a lot of rock stuff, so somebody requested Black Sabbath. So I did stuff from the Dio era, and the tip jar just filled up.
They didn't like it.
No, they loved it. They loved it. I did Heaven and Hell. I did
beautiful.
Holy Diver, and they were fucking freaking out, bro. They were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe seeing you guys." You guys started out with like, this other shit, and when you started singing that, I was like, "Holy fuck."
Yeah. Just the accent brought it back. Yeah.
Yeah, it's stuff is rare. You don't really hear people doing that. Dio stuff is hard to sing.
Oh man, AC/DC Live, the double CD. That was one of the first CDs I ever bought. You know what I mean? Like,
I bought the Beastie Boys. That was
such
my
a good
first
album.
The Beastie Boys used to come into Katz's Deli at 4 a.m. when I used to play down in the Village. They were so fucking wasted and belligerent. Oh my god.
I wasn't into
No Sleep to Brooklyn
until Intergalactic Planetary. Like I missed their whole early actual rap era. I only got onto them when they were pop. But that's my bad because I'm behind the scenes.
Lefty, did you get that? Did you get that link I sent you before? Text?
I don't think so. Hold on. I didn't see any new texts.
The YouTube thing.
There's one in the star thing for you, Lefty.
1860. No, that's mine. Okay, hold on. I didn't see it.
I sent you the
oh shit! I can't play that shit on here. Woof.
Hey, Ken.
Sure, I can. And in about 10 minutes, I won't have a channel.
Bro, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think Irving Azoff and Don Henley's listening.
It doesn't have to be them. It's their yeah. Trust me, man. I just checked, dude. I've been getting emails and shit like my spare phone's like flashing like a motherfucker because the memes I play and shit.
Don't you get a warning first though?
Yes and no. Like they give you a warning, but you literally have to have your email open and look. Like I could be on here playing some shit, right? And not that's how I got the other strike. Is I wasn't aware that you know, that like remember they cutting my show off the other day? Like it cut off for like 5 minutes. Well, if you keep that up and you keep playing like I was playing the Three Stooges, and I shouldn't have played the color version because that wasn't you know, in what do they call it, public
not
domain.
in the gallery. Yeah.
But,
Okay, so
when we played Little Nicky, we played like 2 minutes of it, and then it got cut off. It was just
You know what
me watching it.
I know what we could do. I belong to DistroKid, so I pay for it.
It don't matter. I ain't fucking taking any fucking chances.
No, when you pay for DistroKid, you post a cover tune, the artists get royalties. So if I post a DistroKid, you could post the link to DistroKid, and if people go listen to what I'm doing on DistroKid, I won't get struck because they're getting paid for it. So in other words,
so that's a way to play music as long as it gets passed on. Yeah, that's
no. There's only certain people you can't play on YouTube without getting a strike. Like songs that they'll give you a copyright thing, but again, it's it just means you cannot monetize, you know, but they allow it for use on YouTube.
No, I'm talking about them just listening to it. They can go to DistroKid. If I post it as a cover tune, the artist gets royalties for it. I don't get nothing for it, but it's on my account, and I pay for DistroKid. So the money I pay, and every time somebody listens to it on DistroKid, it's legal, and the artist gets paid for it. So that's the thing that where cover bands go to put their demos up and stuff. Yeah, I have my record on there. So I did like this little heavy metal, hard rock album. I have it on there, and I get stuff all the time from YouTube that they Facebook and YouTube try to block me from putting my own music up because DistroKid monitors it. So they go, oh shit, why is that on this channel? Not realizing it's me that put it up there, so I have to go through a whole rigmarole to tell them, no, I posted it.
Yeah. No, it's they're pretty you know, they want their money. You remember when Napster came out and shit?
Yeah. Yep. Nappy Roots.
But
I remember when Lars from Metallica pulled out a check for
God.
It was like 8 million fucking streams, and the check was like $1,600.
Yeah. They made such a big deal, like, you know.
Man, they clowned him so bad, but he was in the right, but they clowned him bad.
No, but dude, you know, music, it's like, you know, it wasn't like people were selling it and shit. He just wasn't making money, you know, but people were downloading and listening to shit, and they couldn't have that.
Yeah. It's a tightrope to walk, isn't it? Yeah.
I guess. Shit, I get a copyright fucking. I was just looking when I was on the show right now. I was looking because my spare phone popped like emails and shit. So I'm looking, and like yesterday I got like 10 copyright things, you know, from the Seinfeld. You know, it's I was swimming and like a bunch of other shit. But again, I can.
I can't remember who it was. It was that guy Sean Paul, one of the Jamaican artists. Goes, he was doing an interview. It was an interview. Yeah, he did an interview, and he goes, "If you download my music, I'll come to every one of y'all houses."
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I mean, I fucking love music, dude. I've played music on here fucking quite a bit, but you know, you play that one artist or whatever that like the Beatles is notorious on here for like instant
removal.
What else did I have on here? there was a couple other ones I can't think of at the moment, but yeah, like there's no go on that. Oh, what was it? Jimi Hendrix. I had to take that out. Who else? Shit. There was a couple of them when I was playing pool. I was playing, some classic rock and just having the music in the background. And there was a couple songs that I had to edit them out in order for the video to even be played. And I remember Jimi Hendrix All Along the Watchtower was one of them because that's like my favorite song.
Yeah, my Lefty, you would have loved this food tonight. My friend came up with these fucking great burgers and she designed for her menu. I had an Elvis burger, dude. It was like this peanut butter sauce. It was like really unique peanut butter with bacon.
That actually sounds really good.
With
I
bacon.
wouldn't think so.
They had a shepherd's pie burger.
Really?
Yeah, it was fucking. I tasted it. It was amazing. Yeah, so she's like, "Oh," I said, "How much for my food?"
Interrupt. That's almost exactly what I'm eating right now in Australia. I'm eating like a peanut butter shepherd's pie kind of deal, if that makes any sense. I was gonna keep my mouth closed, but yeah, that's what it is. It's like the meat is like a peanut butter and meat and gravy mix, and then it's potato on top for like a shepherd's pie. But anyway, I'll shut up now.
When I have a lot of caffeine, I get really hungry, and then I come home like these hours. That's why I hate these hours because I'll eat.
Eating at night is not good.
The worst. And I just put some macaroni and cheese bites in the toaster oven.
I was eating macaroni and cheese too. It's only like 5 o'clock where I am, but yeah.
My doctor goes, I say to my doctor, Andrew, I say, "Doc," I said, he's a young Italian guy from my neighborhood. And he's like in his 40s. He's the coolest fucking dude. But I text him, he comes and sees me play. He comes and sees my band and stuff, my gig.
Excellent.
And he goes, "What are you eating over there?" I said, just having some sweet potato fries. I said, "Is that good for diabetes?" He goes, "Fuck you." That's what he does. He goes, "You don't listen to me. You just don't listen to me."
Yeah. Salt and cheese and sugar. Yeah, it's all great for that shit.
Hey, listen. Compared to what I used to do, compared to what I used to do, I'm a fucking angel now. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's it. Me
Yeah,
too.
we
I've
used to
just
take
hit 40.
bacon, put it between 2 slices of pizza, a pork chop.
No, the fact is, there's 12 slices in an L&B half a square. 12 the pizza. I used to eat the whole pie.
Yeah.
I'm only 5'7".
I can like, dude, I'm not like, but I know, sometimes I can finish off a pie. I'm like, oh, I can't believe I just ate a
pie.
I'm only 5'7" and I was 215. Now I'm 180, and I got on the scale this morning, and I'm under that now. I was 180, and I lost another pound. I'm 179, the first time in a long time. I want to get down to 170 is my ideal weight. I want to get down 9 more pounds.
We have kilograms over here, but I'm glad to hear you lost a pound. Yeah, because I'm about 6'3" and I'm about 120 kilos. But I could
bro, I lost more than that. I lost 20 pounds before I started the Mounjaro injections, and then I lost another 20 pounds after.
Wait,
I lost
what?
20 pounds together.
20 pounds. What's that? 2.2 kilos. That's
I don't know. Get a fucking calculator.
Yeah, that's heaps. Yeah. Hey, good on
What
you.
the fuck's what's the shots you're talking about?
Mounjaro.
Yeah, what's that? Never heard that.
You don't know what Mounjaro is?
Sure about that. Yeah,
No.
yeah. There's a couple of different ones you can get. There's 3, or you can just get them singly, but they help you with weight loss. Apparently.
Listen, man, if it's got a needle, forget about it. I gotta go. I still gotta go give blood, and I'm too much of a bitch.
Yeah, I hate it too. I just stick my arm out and look the other way and go,
No,
do what you got to do and tell me when you're finished.
Listen, I would move heights and
I can't take it. Yeah.
you know, I don't have any tattoos, no piercings.
I got plenty of tattoos. I got plenty of piercings, but
I would never
I
get tattooed.
don't want to see your, you know, eeny weeny peeny fucking piercing, please, will you? I mean, Andrew.
Because
no,
of
I don't have that. Why would I get that?
Sorry, go ahead, John.
Because of kids, I got my ears pierced at 5 World Trade Center in Innovation Luggage in the 70s. Both my ears, I still got the same holes, but I don't wear the earrings anymore. I wear these like plastic places so the hole don't close, just out of like for memories, because I got them. I got them in the World Trade Center, so it's like special meaning, you know.
Yeah,
no,
I wanted to get my ear pierced.
And I wear a diamond in each
so
one.
bad.
I've got both eyebrows pierced, but I don't wear those anymore. I used to have my tongue pierced, but I don't wear that anymore. I just keep the 2 diamond earrings open. And I used to have real 1 carat surrounded by gold earrings. And then in a fight, I lost one, and I was like $5,000 down the drain. So I just got
$5,000 for that, dude. Oof.
Yeah, exactly. So
I yelled at my boy. He went to a guy in Boston that's you know, famous, called Mr. Exclusive and shit. And I went with him on Christmas Eve, and he picked up a ring he had custom made. And I'm like, bro, holy shit, don't ever come here fucking again, ever. I'm like, this guy ripped you the fuck off. And on top of that, like, all right, so let me ask you guys a question. Now, if you're buying jewelry, right, and you've spent over $100,000 on jewelry at this place, okay, and you're picking up an $8,000 ring, and you ask, you know, how much for that necklace in the case, and the price on the necklace on the tag says $3,000, right?
Yeah.
And
I want it for half price.
No, the guy fucking, you know, says $3,000. I want, you know, I mean, there's something wrong with that. Plus, you know, again, it was like way overpriced. But either way. Oh, we lost drum.
I used to wear a 200-gram necklace that was worth $4,000, and when I went in there, I said, "Look, I'll give you 200,000 cash, so you don't have to do you know, receipts or taxes or nothing on it. You can just take it off your shelf and pocket the money." And they were like, "Sweet." It was like Cuban links, you know what I mean? That classic style of just necklace. And I bought the same thing with a wristwatch. It was like 79.9 kilos, like 80 kilos. It was big. It was ridiculously big. I was just showing off to show off. But yeah, so I bought the necklace, I bought the wrist, the bracelet. But if I go back into that shop, when I bought the earrings, I said, "Look, I just want cubic zirconias because I know I get in fights and I don't want to fucking lose, you know, a fucking $10,000 worth of diamonds in a fucking fight."
Well,
So
dude,
just
if you
give me cubic
have that kind of jewelry,
zirconias.
should really be insured. I mean,
Yeah, well, I just said, just give me a nice looking cubic zirconia in you know, 9 carat or 18 carat gold, and that's what they did, and it only cost me like couple of $100. So
yeah, they
that's
have
what I wear in my
synthetic
ears.
diamonds now. They have what do they call those? Moissanite. They have you know, synthetic diamonds, man-made. They have a whole bunch of different
And that's the
options.
thing. When I wear, if I wear those, and then I wear my
Diamonds are
necklace and
honestly
my
pretty
bracelet,
worthless. You know, I mean, to a
dude,
point.
they're only worth a couple of $100. But when I wear it with the rest of my shit,
No,
it
I'm
looks
just saying, like,
real.
diamonds
You know
are
what I
like
mean?
the worst. If you think you're getting investing money, you're not. Gold, yeah, but buy it in coins or bars.
Invest, buy a block, buy a kilo or an ounce of gold in a solid block. You'd be better off. You know what I mean?
What about the gold thing now? They talk about gold like.
Yeah, buying gold in ounces and just selling,
no, they expect
trading it.
Wait,
they're
what do they
saying
expect it to do?
expect it to be worthless at some point because it doesn't serve any fucking purpose. All the metals that serve a purpose that you can do, do some kind of have some kind of function are going to be the ones that are worth a lot.
Well, that's not true. Gold is actually one of the best conductors and shit they use in.
Yeah, I know.
Well, money is basically a representation of gold.
No,
It's just we've kind
the
of
gold
evolved.
standard is hasn't been used in a long time. They think.
No,
what do you think?
You understand what I mean, though. Like we evolved from giving you, I'll give you a piece of gold, and
Well,
you give
yeah,
me your
you have to
goose.
have some kind
Now
of
it's money.
system, where something is as instead of
As valuable as
barter and trade, you have to have something that's said to be worth something. Again, something's only worth as much as someone's going to pay for it. Or
I heard something on Joe Rogan that he was saying something about diamonds. That diamonds are the only thing they use it for is drilling, but now they came up with something else. Like, diamonds.
Well, I mean, I wear real diamonds around my neck, but in my ears, no, because I get in fights too much. And if I lost $10,000 in a fight, I'd fucking either want to kill myself or kill the other
pretty
person.
well. I heard platinum's supposed to double up. I heard platinum's supposed to double
I heard
up.
that too. I heard that too. But I used to work in Beekman Jewelers. Matt Dillon was one of our customers, but that was one of the only day jobs I ever had. But it was a long, long time ago. But I remember when people would come in for diamonds, the markup was unbelievable. It was like just ridiculous.
I know.
It'd be a diamond
And I hated wearing fake diamonds. I hated wearing fake diamonds, but I'm just like, I can't afford to wear 10 grand in my ears. And, if someone puts me in a headlock, I lose 5 grand
So,
or 10
maybe
grand.
you're getting into too many fights.
Yeah.
I would be, more worried about,
Lefty, you're into fashion and stuff. Remember that designer Isaac Mizrahi? He was a famous designer, but anyway, his cousin owned a jewelry store. But this guy was hilarious. So people would come in and he goes, "I paid $50 for that diamond. Anything over 400, everything over 400, give it to them." So I would go, I'd be like a runner and I'd do some sales, slight sales and stuff. But he used to go.
You were running and you were selling jewels to the jewelers, basically.
No, I worked in a jewelry store.
Okay. Because there's like a jewel market in New York too, where he
wouldn't let me sell too much. But he used to go. So like he'd give somebody a price that was astronomical, and they'd go, "What?" And he'd go, "Do you finger your ass too much?" He'd go, "Do you finger your ass too much?" And they go, "What? What did you say?" Said, "Do you figure I ass too much?"
Like, listen here, meow.
Yeah, meow. I'm talking right, meow.
Meow, listen. Do you think I would say meow?
What, meow? No.
I want to know why.
Listen to me, meow.
I got to hang out with those dudes for a day.
Oh, they look.
Some chick.
What are they called? Broken Lizard.
Broken
or
Lizard.
Something? Yeah, they're fucking hilarious, bro. They've got a bunch of movies.
Lefty, people come up. I'm in the middle of a song and I'm singing and playing. They want to talk to me. I just go. I have the whole fucking crowd going. And I go, "Hey Mo, what are you bothering me for? What'll I ever do to you, Mo?"
Oh, my voice is all fucked up.
I saw busted into Larry
pretty well.
Huh?
I could do.
What's that?
I said I could do Curly pretty well.
Oh, Curly. Hey Mo,
Oh, certainly.
Certainly not.
Come on, you porcupine. What do I ever do to you, Mo?
Wise guy, huh?
Yeah, you're a wise
voice.
guy, huh?
What the fuck is going on with this dude?
Yeah,
I
man.
should shut up. My Australian accent is probably ruining it.
My God. What up, Joe? I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I said Shemp was the best.
I fucking hate Shemp.
You do? He was great.
I do. I fucking hate. I don't even like watching the episodes with Shemp.
You know, Shemp was before Curly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the real brother.
And then he came back. No, Curly was a brother. Yeah. Curly, Mo, and Shemp were brothers.
Curly, Mo, and Shemp. Okay. Yeah.
Brother.
Yeah. Larry wasn't a brother. I knew that. But
Shemp Howard, Shemp Howard, Jerome Howard, which is Curly, and Mo Howard.
All right. Yeah.
They live where I live right now. If you walk around the block and to the left, 2 blocks down, they had 3 houses in a row. They knocked it down now, but that's where they grew up, Bath Beach. They bought properties. They bought properties in Bath Beach. All of them.
Yeah, Curly had a sad ending. Stroked out and shit.
Brandon knows more than me, though. So.
But yeah, dude, I did not like Shemp, dude. I got used to Curly, and then I'm like,
Larry spoke too.
And because every year, 4th of July week, we would go down to a beach house, and my dad and his friends would have that giant Subway grinder and this and that. But there was a TV and a VCR, and my dad's boy is a huge Stooges fan, so he had all the Stooges tapes. So that's what we would watch.
That Iggy Pop and that.
Night.
Yeah.
I had my first drink out there. Had me a wine cooler.
I just watched an interview with Larry right after his stroke. He had a stroke too.
Oh, really? You know what was sad? And somebody, I don't know who the fuck it was, but they were taking advantage of him, was Paulie. What the hell is it? From The Sopranos. What's his name?
Oh, Paulie Gualtieri.
Well, that's not his real name.
But yeah, that guy.
Tony Sirico.
Yeah, Tony Sirico.
He's
from my neighborhood too.
And I'll be back.
You know, he used to give Jimi Hendrix wedgies and shit.
Yeah, he was all over my neighborhood. That guy. He's another one. Yeah.
Hey, I survived the Colombo War by the skin of my balls.
Yeah.
Chrissy.
I like when Tony tells him, "Hey, don't you think you should get yourself checked out for Tourette's?"
Yo, how about when he's whatchamacallit, on the boat with him and shit, and he's like, I want to kill that motherfucker. I want to kill. And then he's like, I can't. It's like, T, you like the general with the painting and shit.
Gee, you ever think of checking yourself out for Tourette's? You repeat yourself all the time.
Oh, fuck. I should take that clip.
Where's the gabagool?
Gabagool.
It's so funny. In New York, they call it gabagool. They don't call it gabagool.
Dude, we had a not a content creator, a subscriber, funny as shit, who used to go by gabagool.
Hey, did you hear that? You didn't hear back from the Mazda people, did you? No.
I'm sorry, what?
You didn't hear back from them anything with what we talked about today?
No, but like I said, I'm waiting on somebody to put me in touch with said person. So
that would make an interesting conversation.
I think so, and I mean either way, whether it's on here, or just privately, I would, I'm still going to try to do that so that again, it provides resolution and closure. You know?
Yeah, well, I would just like to know what the story was at the end of their life, because I didn't see them for a lot of years. So I mean, I like to know what happened. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I can imagine what happened. They were just left. They were just so fucking nuts, dude. They were out of their minds. Seriously, they were beyond like just being just some fucking tough street kids. There was something fucking seriously wrong with them. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the guy Jerry Papa, his kid, you know, they said Jerry Papa was probably at least I forgot, like, you know, severely paranoid or some shit. And you know, his kid ended up being a nut just the same, cutting people's faces off and shit.
Yeah. There's too many there were too many guys. I mean, but you know who's who. You know, that's why I must have had a lot of clues. There was a guy on the bus. I still don't know who he was, but he used to ride the bus and he had a gun. Like, and every time you look at him, we see him on the bus and we get off because he sit in the back of the bus against the wall of the bus, and if you stared at him, he had a toothpick and he'd be chewing the toothpick and spitting pieces out just on people and stuff. Like, just you're not realizing.
Just trying to look for trouble.
No, I don't think he realized what he was doing. He was like, he had this weird death stare in his eyes. But every time you look at him, he'd pull out his gun and he'd put it from hand to hand, like bounce it back and forth from hand to hand, like looking at you, going, just staring at you. And he's a fucking nut job. I don't know if he was connected or what, but I don't know why he'd be on the bus, but he was a maniac. But that's why you don't know who's who. You know, I so many times, I had a fight with this kid. We used to have the hobby shop on the corner on Kings Highway where you race your little cars, you know, the little fucking Tyco cars or whatever they fucking were. And then so this kid started to fight with me, and he took had my car on the track, and I guess he put his car on the same track, and he grabbed my car and he fucking threw it at me, hit me in the head. So I fucking popped him. You know, I just hit him in the face. I just punched him in the face, and that's when I first started scrapping. I can't remember how old I was. It must have been like 12. I was with Pat and Albie then, but I wasn't. They weren't there, but I was with them then. And then he all of a sudden, I'm in the store and his fucking father comes in. And I guess he was a wise guy, but he fucking smacked me. And he's like smacked me right across my face. And I said, he said, so I went to my father and I said, Dad, this fucking guy just smacked me in the hobby shop. Where is he? I said, nah, Dad, come on. I don't want to fight with anybody. And my dad's like, where is he? So we went back to he took me back to the hobby shop. We went in and he was gone. They were gone. The kid and the guy were gone. So my father goes, who was that? And the guy told my father who it was. I don't want to say the guy's name, but anyway, he goes, you're lucky you got away. The guy in the hobby shop's like, Charlie, you know who that is, right? He goes, you're lucky. He's lucky he got away with just a slap. So you don't know who you're fighting with, you know?
Yeah, see, you're right, because people have been killed or severely beaten for either defending themselves or, you know, kicking the shit out of someone that most likely asked for it.
But you know what? At the end of the day, it was a couple of months later, but my father said he saw him and he apologized. Because my father was with everybody too, you know. So my father was not a made guy or nothing, but everybody knew who he was, you know. He would sit in front of my house. Like, I always wondered why cars would pull up and give him like envelopes, and he'd put them in this Dutch Master cigar box and put it under his. He would be sitting on his cart, you know, those old milk crates, the old ones, the wooden ones.
Yep.
He'd sit on those and he'd put it behind him. There was an opening in the milk crate. He'd stick all the money in there.
Yep.
So get the money for the bets, and then he would you know, it was a wild because he ended up, you know, he was doing the same thing in the city for the Westies in the restaurant where he was, and then I didn't know this till later on in life, but it was just a strange shit to get the gist of what was going on later on. You know, I had no fucking idea, you know?
No, you know, when you're a kid, you know, you're not made privy to certain shit. Like, you know, my dad's friend was, you know, I thought he had this massive like mansion with like a huge pool and a whole bunch of like an arcade in the house and shit. And that's where my dad and a couple of his friends would have like like my birthday or someone else's kid's birthday party or a barbecue or whatever. And my dad and his friends were always like, yeah, no, he's at college. I'm like, God damn, this guy just stays and loves school. He's been there for fucking years,
Yeah, I never understood why I would go to the beach with this lady and her kids and my father. I never understood. I guess it was his gumata or whatever, but I never understood. Her name was Mary, and my dad used to bartend once in a while in this Regina Pacis church in the bowling alley downstairs. It was run by some guys. They would run these Mother Cabrini and all these places. They were run by the mob. But I would wonder why we always went to the beach with this other family.
Hopefully he wasn't flopping his cock out and fucking pissing in a peanut jar.
Oh, now I get right. now I know why,
Yeah, but epiphanies and revelations and shit.
And that's what I like about this. That's what I like about discovering this. I don't know. I can't say who started it because when I first came on this, I was listening to, like I said, Jeff Canarsie and the guy Big Rich. That's who I was listening to.
Yeah, I'd listen to Big Rich. I like that dude.
I remember early on correcting Big Rich and Canarsie on some stuff that they said, and like.
Don't do that to Nadu.
Yeah, Canarsie got pissed off at me.
Of course he did, yo. He's too busy telling tales of his grandfather flopping his cock out with Raymond Patriarch, and fighting for a parking spot in the burning hot summer. They wanted to, right next to the porta potty, they would cook steaks and take turns taking shits. I mean, dude, what the fuck?
What was that? Providence, West Virginia?
Oh, dude, I wish I could blend like the Sopranos and like a banjo.
You should do a sign. You should make a sign going on a road and write Providence, Virginia.
Oh shit! Witness protection, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Didn't Frank go there or something?
Yeah. He has some friends out that way, and he actually I didn't catch it, but I believe he actually ran into some childhood friends and or associates of Senor what the fuck is he? What does he always say? Like, dude, that guy, like, I don't understand it. Like, do these people, like, are they lying to themselves as well? Or are they just trying, like, when does the lie become real for these people?
I have no. I can't answer that question.
When does the lie that these people tell start to become real in their head?
Tell it enough and it just becomes verbatim.
Nobody can hear you. Want to move in with me, Tony? Yo, we got to get Tony to New York and Boston, either or both.
All right.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell her just go to New York, go to the Museum of Natural History, and check out some other museums and shit. Just go for that. She hasn't really been she hasn't seen a lot. So
shit, I'd love to be able to just go to NYC.
You find living in New York, you always hear people don't appreciate the shit when it's close or whatnot. Have you ever been to Ellis Island?
Where?
Ellis Island?
No, I'm from New York. I ain't been to the Statue of Liberty either. I'm from New York.
Fucking dick. Oh,
that's for people from Iowa.
yeah, I guess, you know. Iowa. Yo, yeah, the Iowa family, you know, they were really, you know, forget the Purple Gang or the Albanians as the sixth mafia family. Listen, you know, down in Boise, yo, these guys, forget about it. Forget about it. Hey, oh, you know.
Yeah, the Boise, Idaho. Yeah, they were fucking the potato family.
Well, hey there, would you like a potato there?
No, it wasn't potato, it was potato. Yeah, make it sound Italian.
Would you like some pop? Like, no, I'd like some soda.
Who's that? It's Carmine Potato. You don't know who he is? He's a boss.
Cousin to Tony Pizza.
Yeah.
This is the Tony Pizza.
The funniest thing, when the Frog was in a car, and one of the first times the Frog ever was hanging out with Tony Pizza back in the day, and he goes to Tony Pizza, he goes, "Why did I call you Tony Pizza? You never made pizza."
Oh, no shit. Oh, God. Didn't he come on and say, like, you know, didn't he? I know he got fired from a pizza place because, you know, he didn't send some shit to a chick, and I think she, you know, hit him with a fucking rolling pin or some shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. That really happened.
Oh, I know it did.
All I can think about when he showed himself making dough. Do you remember that episode?
No, I haven't seen too much. It's got to be a pretty significant thing, like the shit finger.
He was in Pizzeria making dough. And he looked really good at it. And but all I can think of is him picking his nose and picking his ears and eating his fucking boogers and shit.
Scratching
and
his
not
ass.
but touching cigarettes and then touching somebody's pizza.
Oh God. You could dip that motherfucker in rubbing alcohol and it'd still be fucking oh. That guy literally has created new diseases and germs.
You know that apartment he had? I don't think it had a bathroom.
No.
He's not used to having one.
No, that one that he was in up on the patio that he was rented for a while. I don't think it had a bathroom, dude. There was no bathroom, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Had to have a bathroom.
I don't think so. I think he had to go downstairs to the store and use the bathroom.
It used to
Dude, there's no way in hell that lady kept that guy around that long with him. Hey, listen, I gotta, take, Josie or what the fuck, or I gotta drop a John Saba. Where the fuck's the toilet paper? Hey, you got the New York Times or the Post?
Drop a Josie.
Dude, he did fucking, I prefer, hey, go drop a Ladrago. Go drop a fat fucking Ladrago.
There was a guy in the chat one time, and he said her name. He said her name, and he said that he knew her from the trans community. I don't know if he was just saying that, but he said some guy was a long time ago when she first came on the scene. And then people started calling her a tranny, and that she's a woman, right? She is a woman.
It's the fact more Sicilian that started that rumor. It's not my fault I take me mag light under me legs. No. As far as we know, she's had kids and everything else. As far as we know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, even if she's like fucking, I might have to think about it. She's pretty cute.
No boy, dude.
Oh,
you haven't seen that photo with like the bald head? Like, yo, her hairline, bro, her hairline starts, behind her ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard of a forehead, right?
Dude,
that's a five
head. That's listen.
That's a 10 head. And
You know,
she
I
has the nose.
ever. You know, it looks like, you know what she looks like? She looks like those Asian dudes that shave all their head except for a fucking ponytail in the back. That's where her.
I know exactly what you're talking about. George Carlin, the George Carlin look.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember Otto and George? The ventriloquist?
No, you know the rules
Dude,
are the road.
you have to watch Otto and George. You will fucking love. Oh my god, I can't believe you don't know what Otto and George is. It's a guy. He moves his lips. The ventriloquist died, but he was always on Stern and Opie and Anthony. He was a ventriloquist dummy. He was evil looking, and the guy moved his lips, but the dummy was disgusting. It was like really blue humor. But Otto said,
Jeff Dunham?
no, Otto and George, but the dummy was so evil, but the guy moved his lips. It was fucking hilarious. But he'd go like this. He go, some guy was in the audience. This guy was in the audience with a ponytail, like just like you're saying. He goes, "Sir, what's with the ponytail and the bald head? You look like a dead teenager."
Oh Jesus. Yeah. I mean, I could not believe that was but listen, man, makeup is a you know, look, man, you know, Fish puts his face on every day. And I mean, God only knows what that dude looks like without makeup.
Yeah.
He puts his face in right. He puts it on another guy's ass.
Well, dude, we found out what the fuck he's been doing for fucking a side hustle.
Okay, ladies, our thumbs are down, our wrists are flexed, and we're gonna position ourselves for insertion. Ready? Do it. Good, Marissa. You can use a little teeth, but you don't want to be a biter. Now you're gonna do the work, ladies. These carrots are not gonna ejaculate our getting head here. We're not breastfeeding from a mythological beast. Oh, that's funny to you? Because you won't be laughing when somebody prematurely pops in your face. It stings. And that is now why I have a lazy eye. Thank you very much. Continue, please continue. Up and in. And mind the stepchildren. Mind the...
Oh my god, is that Pauly Shore?
No, that's Fish, but it was Andy Dick.
Oh, Andy Dick. Oh my god. What a perfect name for him, huh? Andy Dick.
Yeah. Dude, yo, now we know why Fish has those telescope glasses, you know. Too many shots in the face.
So you can so you can work the balls in the shaft.
Don't call him Fish anymore. You just gotta call him Aussie now. That's it. Hello?
Ouchie or Ouchie?
Auciello is his last name.
Yeah.
Ouchie. Ouchie. Yeah.
He used to go by that name. Whatchamacallit? That was like his first screen name.
It's a disgrace to Aussies. Yeah.
And then I think fucking people remembered good old Ouchie.
Andrew said he's a disgrace to Aussies.
Oh, dude, I can play a clip right now where Fish is like, you know what, Andrew? Cuz, Andrew, I'm real disappointed in you, cuz. How could you take
play it, man? Play it. That's when I finally realized what it was all about.
You blow one guy and they got to judge you.
No, I used to just think it was a ball breaker and this and that. No, I didn't realize.
Well, it was a gradual progression of sorts. You know, he was an obnoxious cocksucker, but he didn't, you know, take it over the line. Obviously, some shit happened besides me breaking his heart. You know, with some women and or other things that I'm not going to get into, but you know, then he started getting all fucked up, and then you know, again, unfortunately, some people who are miserable, you know, want to make other people as miserable or more miserable than them, and they
Misery loves company.
get something out of it. You know,
Yeah,
maybe they get a
know,
little
talking about the
satisfaction.
neighborhood.
Jesus. But
And
then he got outed as a fucking fraud and shit, and he
Yeah.
don't like that. He don't like that at
Basically.
all.
I'm sorry, but Bofo was the most clever troll ever.
Yo,
Oh,
absolutely. Yo,
I love
Bofo was
Bofa.
fucking
I'll never forget him. He's got a
like I
place
said,
in my
man,
heart.
that guy
Forever.
literally was a doctor, a music producer, a father,
A
endless
lawyer,
shit.
everything.
You gotta
Yeah,
try to
Bofa.
find. You gotta try to find or get in touch with stand up guy and see if we can get the first time Bofo was on the show.
Bofa
It was one of
always
the
had a place with
it
me.
was one of the first couple of shows, but it was so hilarious because he had them going.
Yeah, nah, he had that. He did that with Code too. But I wouldn't fucking call stand up guy with your phone. You know, yeah, not my style type of. He's not my type of people.
Oh, I can't stand that fucking guy. But
So, you
it
know.
would be nice to have a Bofo call.
Oh, well, yeah, dude, I got some Bofa in the whatchamacallit, in the vault, so to speak.
Lee was talking about Bofo the other day because he said, "I remember when Bofo had me going. I really thought something happened." I don't know.
Oh yeah, dude. He had a lot of people going and shit, dude. He was good, man. He was good. I just, you know.
Was he really that Was he really that guy?
What do you mean, goofy and shit like that?
Yeah.
He was he got crazy and goofy and shit, but you would, if you watched him on the pool hall, he would always go back to the fucking nutty asshole. But no, he was you know, he was that was like one of the prerequisites of me having him on here. I'm like, dude, I'm like, I ain't with the bullshit, dude. I'm like, you want to be yourself and fucking, you know, this and that. I'll have you on, because again, you know, he was banned everywhere at that point. But you know,
And
yeah,
he really became himself and was just like, I'll be
yeah.
a
But
white
then he
troll,
fucking, you
I'll
know, he
crack
couldn't
jokes.
resist that shit. He could not fucking resist that shit.
Yeah, alright.
Did you talk to him behind the scenes?
Yeah.
I feel like I know him a little bit because he kind of opened up a little bit, but he
A
loved
little
the
bit,
troll.
dude. You know what the sad thing was? You know what the sad thing was? Is I think, unfortunately, he felt like, all right, so he had fun with that shit, but
But he had to do it.
I also think the dude said those things and you know, portrayed these things because he felt like people wouldn't like him as him,
Without it, yeah.
you know.
Nah, he could have been himself and just been like another regular person in the pool hall, you know?
Andrew, how would I know you? Andrew, what was your screen name?
What was it? Bofa's scream?
You.
Andrew Gray.
Andrew Gray. Yeah.
And did you have a different screen name? Did you have a different one before?
No.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't remember. I used to be Yacht.
I've always been myself.
Yeah, I know, man. BK was fucking saying, yeah, Yacht Rock. And I'm like, dude, that shit was driving me fucking nuts. I'm like,
Yeah,
yo,
back in the day, it was Yacht Rock.
Well, oh, yeah, dude. Primo was close to that, dude. You know, I always had a soft spot for that, you know, perverted, crazy bastard. And he was the first person to call out MRE, pounding that pink veal.
Yeah, pounding that pink veal. Fuck, I forgot about that.
Bro, he's got like
man.
10 different names, and people don't, you know, when
Yeah.
they hear he was
Yeah, I
Donate, you know, Bear Pushy, Pete the Killer,
These
pounding
nuts,
that pink
wasn't he?
veal, you know, a guy in NB's fucking or what was it?
The guy in MB's box.
Yeah, guy stuck in MB's box. Bro, he used to come on with like new names and shit, and he'd be like, "Yo, what the fuck left?" He's like, "Every time I come in with a new name, he's like, you always fucking block me." And I'm like, "Well, what the fuck are you saying?" I'm like, "Oh, I know. You're the one who keeps dropping fucking way too perverted and fucking over the line jokes, you fucking asshole." Like,
well, if I drop dead, you guys wouldn't even know because, like, I don't really have anybody to contact.
Listen, has anybody seen Falconetti?
He's probably there. He's probably somebody else now.
No, he wasn't doing too good, and people haven't seen him in a while. And he's not a person that would, I feel, change his name. He's been around since Jump.
I used to say 18 subscribers, 72 screen names. That's what I used to say all the time.
I hope he's
I
alright
don't
then.
get that shit. I don't get that. It's like, why on earth would you want to do that?
I literally got one.
Obviously, there's some
name, one
reason
screen name, one picture. That's it.
What the fuck, man?
Some people get way into the troll stuff though, but that's never been my gig.
Well, I have Drum Capella, and I still have my Yacht Rock account, but I never use it. Only for email.
Some people have like 10, 15 soccer accounts, and there's no problem with that. I don't give people who have that shit, like
sensitivity training with fish. And I make no secret
that's
that
like
it's
diversity training with MRE.
Exactly.
You know what my friends are playing tonight, Lefty? Woodbridge. What's Woodbury? What's Connecticut? Woodbridge?
Woodbury? Waterbury?
No, Woodbury. I think it's called Woodbury Brewing Company.
Oh, okay. Haven't heard of it.
Yeah.
Damn, dude, I've been on a strawberry milk kick lately.
That's good.
Oh, I drink a lot of milk. It's usually chocolate milk, but
and you gain weight?
Yeah, no, I have, dude. I'm at my regular weight that I've always been at. Like,
yeah,
I've always been a skinny ass motherfucker. I mean, I weigh 180, and unless I work out, this is my weight. Unless I put muscle on and actually try to work out, then it's
I was skinny my whole life. Then I got ripped, and then I got heavy after my accident, and then I got back in shape, and then I tore my abdominal muscle in half.
Oof.
And then it's called erectile diastasis. I went back to the gym and I was doing like serious fucking ab classes, medicine ball. And one day they're doing this mashing thing, and I heard pop.
Oh.
So it looks like my belly is protruding out of the sides, but I actually don't have a belly. It's called the diastasis recti.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, I tore ligaments in my back in high school during a pickup game of basketball in the gym, and I just roughed it through it, right? And during the summer, I was at my uncle's, and we had a pool and shit, and the fam's there, and my back was like bothering me, but not like, dude. I was on the diving board. I took a jump, like, dude, mid-air. I kid you not, like like when I jumped off the diving board, something just fucking, and I was like some of the worst pain, and I couldn't fucking move. Like, I'm like trying to swim up with like my arms, and I'm like, yo, help. I'm like, someone grab me. And I was laid up for fucking a week, dude. That was bad. Oof.
How old are you?
38.
Oh, you're fucking young, bro. I got a daughter your age. I have an older daughter your age.
Yeah.
Holy shit, bro! Wow, crazy.
Yeah, I have an old soul, I'm told.
38. You're a baby, bro. I didn't know how old you were. So you're younger than Gunsmoke, right?
Nah, same age.
Oh, same age.
Yeah, we were both born in 85.
He wasn't on today.
Yeah, he was. No,
No.
No, he wasn't. What? Wait, was he? No, I texted him and he. Wait, yeah, dude, I thought he was.
No. I was on the
that's
phone. I was on the phone. I was on the phone with Anthony Tavernese, and I said, "Lefty's calling. I'm gonna call him back." He's texted me. Lefty emailed me. I'm gonna call him back. Because I was on the phone with him, and I said, "Let me get off here and see what's up."
Yeah. Yeah. Not much, you know. But yeah, no, I you know, again, the thing we talked about definitely make happen either on you know, whatever you prefer, on here, off here, you know, privately, whatever.
I'll do it online if he wants to do it. You know.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want to get paid for shit like that, you know.
Yeah. Holler for the dollar. Get strange for some strange.
Well, I mean, if he does it for money, fuck it. Well, I'll talk to him behind the scenes if he wants, you know.
Yeah, yeah. But I think, you know, it'd be a good message and you know, it'd be a good look. You know what I mean?
Didn't he go on Stock Show?
Yes.
So then he doesn't get paid.
No, most definitely not. Unless you want pocket lint and fucking chewed gum.
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
Old meth residue.
Or if you want, man.
Meth residue and sock lint.
Oh, Jesus. I gotta use crack pipe. Oh,
fucking
that guy, dude, he's from my town. Like my ex roommate like laid this dude out, toes curled and all, because you know, Stack's toes dropped.
Where you are now, right?
What's up?
He's not where you are now, is he?
He's in Bristol. Yeah, I mean, dude, you know, I'm like a town away. But yeah, like where my brother and you know, I grew up in my
So where's Bristol compared? Like, what is the closest major city to Bristol in Connecticut?
Hartford.
Oh, Hartford. Okay. No, I used to go to the Civic Center to watch wrestling.
Yeah, dude. It's like 10, 15 minutes away from Hartford.
So fuck, I know exactly what. Check this out, Lefty.
That's
I got
where
this turbo. Lefty, I gotta figure this out, bro. I got this turbocharger on my phone, and it's going down with the StreamYard. No, it's not charging it. It's going down.
That's crazy because usually, I mean, what do you have it plugged into?
Got to plug into my turbocharger.
No, I know. What on the wall is it?
Right in the outlet.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, usually it'll hold the battery, and you know what? It might be to the point where it's so low that it's just. Yeah, it did that to me once. But yeah, StreamYard drains motherfucking batteries.
I did a check today with my camera on the computer with the real interface, like from my studio. It's fucking amazing, and the picture looks great. So today I'm able to go live starting today, and I had to get verified. So now we could, when I come on, it'll be like fucking pro sound, you know?
Yeah. No, absolutely. Like that.
Maybe you could do when you get up tomorrow. Maybe we could do a private show. You can put it on private, and we can just do a sound check.
Yeah. I can do.
I'm gonna go live now. I'm gonna go live with like a music show. I want to bring some friends in. I used to have a podcast. I don't want to advertise it, and I don't want anybody to link to it because I don't want anybody to see it. But it's all my famous friends that play with currently play with me.
If you want to drop it or whatever, dude, I don't care.
want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to put it out there on this platform.
I got you. Too many, degenerates.
No, it's on YouTube, but I just have it hidden. I just don't want it. I just don't want it to be out there. I just don't want those guys to get involved in any of this shit.
Yeah. Oh, I get it.
People guys who play with Prince and like major people. It was like the Sideman show. It was about all these side guys that play with all these big people. I have a friend who has more dance hits than Madonna on the clubhouse circuit. She's the biggest club artist of all time. So now you can go Google it. But I interviewed her. I interviewed a few different people. But
yeah, dude, I was I forgot what I was watching, but they had stories of like crazy like on the road stories with who the fuck was it? There was a couple people actually, like Hank, I think Hank Williams, or dude, there was a couple people they would like some people from the band or the roadies or whatever the hell would tell stories. They'd have different people on, and just like Willie Nelson, and dude, there was James Brown. There was a hilarious one. I can't think of the name, but it was like a rocker.
James Brown was out of his fucking mind, dude. He used to, if you missed one dance step or was a little out of sync, he would fine you.
Who?
The guy could come back with $1 on their paycheck.
Who?
James Brown.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, James Brown died broke. Michael Jackson actually paid for his funeral.
James Brown's band, he tortured them. If you got hit one flub, missed one dance step, anything a little out of line, a hair out of place, something on your jacket he didn't like, a wrinkle, and he would fine you. There were guys in his band that said that some weeks their fucking paycheck, there was $1 on their paycheck.
Oh my God.
You take money out of their fucking paycheck.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know how people, oof. Wow.
I'll tell you the story about my run-in with Chuck Berry one day. It's a very funny story. Let's save that for when I got the audio hooked up. The story is hilarious. It's just it's timeless. My friend
Capella fucking banged it out with Kenny G.
Chuck Berry is completely insane. Insane.
I bet he is.
Yeah. Yep. I'll tell you the story. Remind me to tell you the story about Chuck Berry at the car show. Just remind me of that one day.
Yeah.
I actually got more music business stories than I do fucking anything else.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you got anything to, that you heard that was just some crazy shit or seen, man.
Tons, Lefty. I never said what I did. I played with a lot of major artists. But I mean,
I know, man. That's why
some of the stories are fucking whack.
Shit, sure. So what's one of the strangest things you've seen?
And then the stories my friends who still play with major artists tell me that they see. They see.
Exactly.
Without saying their names, I can tell the story.
Yeah, dude. That would be great, man. I'm always again, it's people's life experiences. People have interesting shit that.
Plus, it's good comedy. It's good comedy,
exactly, like shit you haven't heard, and or exactly. What's the weirdest?
And we could play off of it. We could goof on it and make scenarios up and like do a skit of it.
Yeah, like what was the weirdest superstition you've seen?
Me personally, like
no, either you personally or you've heard of.
Like my friend's Kenny Loggins story was the weirdest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life.
Kenny Loggins.
Kenny Rogers.
Why? What did you do?
But so the story goes that his second wife Julia, he met her at she was his colonic lady. You know what? Of course, you know what a colonic is, right? High colonic.
One of those.
It takes the water up your ass and clean out your colon.
Yeah.
It's like new age shit, right? And Kenny was wacky to begin with. My friends told me that they used to trash hotel rooms because she would give him colonics in bed, and the fucking shit would be all over the place, and they'd make love in it, and they would trash hotel rooms, right? They would trash hotel rooms on the road, and the hotel bill would be like they'd have to pay like $6 grand for like the clean up and all this shit, and because one of my friends was one of his musicians and a road manager, so at the same time. But so he said so they started renaming his songs, like the song "This Is It." They started calling it "This Is Shit." He had a song called "Return to Poop Corner." They would call it "Return to Poop Corner." What a poop believes. all the songs he wrote, and they were changing the fucking titles and the words and shit, and making up songs. Like they said, it was the most disgusting thing ever. It was gross. It was
Yeah.
One of my friends knocked on his door to ask him a question. He wouldn't open the door, and he had the chain on the door, and he cracked the door open. He goes, the fucking smell that came out of it was like death.
See, I didn't even think about that, dude. Oh my god. Oh, gross.
And then one of the guys in the band who's I still talk to to this day, he goes, man, AJ, he goes, I just could never look at him anymore. He goes, I'd wonder, I go to myself, dude, I can't shake this guy's hand. What if he reaches out and shakes my hand? How good he's cleaning himself.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. That is just fucking nutty. Oof.
Yep. There's a bunch of other stories, but a lot of them has some good stories too. Of like guys I met that were my idols at one time, and they disappointed me. And then there were people that I never expected to be some of the nicest fucking people. Like the guy I went to see yesterday. He's kind of a big deal, And he was the little place he was playing because he's off the road right now.
Yeah.
And I went to see him yesterday. He was one of the nicest fucking dudes, bro. He was so nice. I mean, I said to my friends, he was beyond expectations, and he's a motherfucker. Like piano singing, incredible.
Yeah.
I'll link you to him behind the scenes. You'll see for yourself. But I mean, it's he's just amazing, man.
They say never meet your idols.
Well, I mean, he's a lot younger than me, but
no, I'm not talking about him. You said there were people that I idolized, and they were nothing but a disappointment or
I could easily idolize this kid. That's how fucking good he is. He's every bit as good as anybody that's ever lived.
Yeah.
But and he's in a pretty famous band now. So he was a solo artist. Now he's in a pretty famous. I mean, his video, like even the videos he's with a couple other projects he's in, they got like millions of views on YouTube. They're kind of famous. You know how people are famous now. That indie artists are very famous.
Yeah.
So it's. I did shows with I'll just tell you some of the people I did shows with. Chaka Khan. I was in a production show with her. Bunch of R&B people. I've done backup shows with Blackstreet and Joe and Casey and JoJo. And
I heard Casey and JoJo. One of them is like a terrible drunk.
Yeah. He I'm not going to tell you which one, but he passed out on stage. Fell to his face.
No.
And of course somebody caught it on YouTube. And me and my friends that knew him, because I have Casey's number in my phone.
Yeah.
And me and Casey had a good relationship. He's a good guy,
Yeah, no, they was one of them was on like a TV show on VH1 or something.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But they,
Yeah.
they, you know what they had? Well, one of them has Graves' disease, so his eyes bug out, and the reason he wore the sunglasses, so the other guy wanted to match, wear the sunglasses too, so they look uniform. But the record label made him wear the glasses because he's got Graves' disease, overactive thyroid, bugs his eyes out of his head.
Yeah, no, I've you've seen that lady on what the hell is it? A bunch of them, like, she's always the one who can pop her eyeballs out like crazy. We got a crazy-eyed fella in our midst.
Oh. All right.
Go.
Peanut butter and gumballs, nice combo. Don't worry about what happened. Time heals
Good
all
old
things.
Crazy Eyes Ruski.
Except these crazy eyes.
Oh, it's good to be home. I know that much.
I wasn't talking to you, Deeds. I was talking to that squirrel over there.
Oh.
Although it is a shame about that Cedar fella tearing apart your...
But yeah, I heard what the hell's his name? Stevie. Damn it, I just had his name earlier. The blind dude. Shit. God damn, my brain is just the blind black guy. Not
Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder, yeah, that he's not really like blind.
No, that's not true. I'm gonna send you all this stuff. But I was with the guy that played trumpet on Superstition.
Yeah.
I with Sir Duke. I sang for his band for 5 years. I have pictures and articles and all the shit. And he was him, Stevie, and another horn player were the only 3 guys that played on Superstition.
Yeah.
He's that trumpet you hear in all the songs. That's him. I'll send you all the info. I'll send you the pictures and everything. I was waiting for this, but yeah, no. I was in a production show, and you can Google it. It was called Signed, Sealed, Delivered. It's a tribute to Stevie Wonder. And the stars of our show were Chaka Khan, Peebo Bryson, and Melissa Manchester. And so I was in that show. I was in that show for a couple of years at the Venetian in Las Vegas. And Stevie would come and see us on a regular. And then when I was with Steve Medeo, he came and sat in with us. I have a video from my flip phone of him playing the piano. My keyboard plays shitty piano and singing with us. And
yeah,
they were telling people not to video record it, but I did it anyway from behind the bush.
You little shit. You stop fucking peeing on that mat, dude. The dog just got up, fucking literally just walked up, got off her bed. And I'm like, where's she going? She goes right to the door to the mat, and she's just like, psst. I'm like, you son bad puppy. You know,
how old is her baby?
She's like 5. But no, she's just being lazy. That's
how
all.
How old is she? Left?
5. Yeah, she's just being a lazy little bitch.
Wait, you said 5 months?
No, 5 years.
She's 5 years old?
Yeah. Yeah,
she was a puppy.
No. I actually I was with this chick like 2 weeks after my dad passed, and we were in Hartford at a golf course / like park, and we were leaving, and there's a believe it or not, a Lincoln Town Car in front of us, and like it's like an area where it was like woods, and then like busy ass road, but there was maybe like there was like almost like it was like woods where like you could see cars have pulled over before. They pulled the car over, threw the dog out of the car, and it was like, next to woods, or, she would have gone on a very busy, highway type road. And we were just in shock because these people just took off, like threw the dog out of the car and took off. And I was like, oh my God. So, I was like, listen, can we grab the dog and at least take her to a shelter or something? And she's like, yeah, absolutely. And so, I tried to I called the dog, and I ended up picking her up. she came to me and I picked her up, and she was all, her hair was all matted. Clearly, no one was taking care of her. So I figured it was probably, some elderly person's dog. They passed, and then whoever was there, just decided to, but, I ended up, I was like, yeah, we'll take her to the shelter in a couple days, and, I don't know. I ended up keeping her, and my grandmother fought me fucking tooth and nail. Like, she's like, get that dog out of here. Get that dog out of here, right? And she wouldn't poop. She would not poop. Like, I'd take her out to the yard, she'd pee, but she wouldn't poop. And then I'd wake up and there'd be a giant poop in the kitchen. I'm like, what the fuck is, I'm like, come on. So I was like, I was so overtired and shit. And I was like, all right. I was like, I grabbed like a long leash, and the backyard was fenced in. I put some water down. I said, dude, you're pooping out here. I was like, I'll be back in an hour. I fall asleep. I wake up. I go outside, right? There's no leash on the clothesline thing. There's no bowl. There's no nothing. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And my grandma's sitting on like the porch going, where's the dog? And I'm like, I'm running around the block, like looking for this dog, like if somebody took her or, and I'm like, what? Dude, my grandma's just playing it cool. I'm like, and then I was like, yo, if you did something to the dog or, whatever, I'm like, I started getting serious. I'm like, you need to tell me, because I'm running around the fucking neighbor. And she goes, no. She's like, what are you doing leaving dog outside? I took her inside. I'm like, and I did not get my dog back for like 2 years. But, I do know, like, she's made a comment or two where the dog went everywhere with her, like everywhere, to the morning coffee and paper, and yeah.
So
that was like the only thing that made her happy was the dog.
How old was the dog when you got it?
I took her to the vet, and it was maybe a year old.
Oh, so you got a full year?
Yeah, like she was fully grown, but.
Oh, wow.
But I could not ask for a better puppy. Huh, girl. Yeah. You stink face. Yeah. Who's a good girl? But no, dude, she, she would, I'm happy she made my grandmother happy. But, dude, my grandmother was so opposed to the dog. And then, she used to eat breakfast. She used to make, like, eggs, toast, and sausage or bacon and shit. And, like, literally, like, the dog would eat with her, sit on the chair and everything.
If you warmed up to the dog.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, dude, I used to have to fight. I'd be like, I'm going to take my dog for the night. She's like, okay. Get a call at 7 in the morning. Bring your dog down.
Is that a backdrop or is that the room?
That's the room.
You got a kitchenette in there?
No.
You need to get yourself an air fryer, man. Those things are fucking amazing.
I have one in storage. I don't know what does it do? Like
you can do anything in it, bro. And if you got the one with it's like an oven type, holy shit, it makes the best fucking wings, cakes, everything you can think of. You can heat anything in it. I made a brisket in it, man. It was like incredible.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing. After mine burned out because I used it so much. Seriously.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting there's Travalo or something like that. It's like one of those toaster oven things, but it's got like a scanner, and they have food like you can order and you scan it and it cooks the stuff according to, and it's I looked at the food and it wasn't like TV dinner shit. It actually looked like real good food.
Well, you can actually get a microwave that has a convection oven built in too. Those are good too.
Really?
Yeah. It cooks with microwave. Because microwave, people think microwave is radiation. It's not really radiation. It is, but it isn't. It moves. So it's the same kind of it does the same molecular displacement.
It vibrates the molecules, to heat.
The same little radar does, not like a nuclear plant.
No. Yeah, but I still wouldn't. William, don't stand in front of the microwave thinking that thing's gonna get any bigger.
Its first name was, when it first came out, it was called a radar range. We had one in my house called a radar range. It was a big giant metal box with this fucking big
like
door.
a stove, right?
Yeah, my father brought it home from the restaurant, but it was a big fucking box. It was a big metal, like you opened it and the door came down, and then you'd have to close it, and you'd have to turn the knob of the handle for it to lock. But it was like, when we first got it, my mother didn't know you couldn't put metal in it, and she fried the fucking top of it inside. It was like fucking, who knew? No, we didn't know what the fuck. You couldn't put metal in it,
Oh yeah, oof. Metal and
but it was metal back then. It wasn't made of plastic. So, but it burned the top. It burned the top of that. Top had burn marks in it. We still used it though. It still worked.
Oh, you ever put a CD in a microwave?
Yeah. I didn't do it, but I seen it happen.
Yeah. No, we took a microwave. We had this clubhouse type thing that this dude's dad built way back in the day. It was almost like a tree house, but without the tree. And so it was just like a plain empty tree house type thing, right? And I'm like, I have an entire room full of shit for the apartment buildings, like outlets, wire.
Full of shit? What are you, Kenny Loggins?
What's up?
I said you got a room full of shit. What are you, Kenny Loggins?
Oh, can you imagine the fucking room keeper going in there, grabbing the card and being like, boop.
So you have you were saying you have these CDs that all microwaved out?
Oh god damn, dude. No, but we hooked that shit up. We ended up taking a microwave and taking the exhaust fan and running a PVC pipe we were smoking and shit, it could suck the smoke out and go outside and whatnot. We had that shit hooked up. My boy was like an electronics genius. He set up some shit way back where
you were like Doc from Back to the Future.
Listen, he gave me a box that I could hook up to the phone, plug a phone wire into, right? I could listen to the phone calls without someone picking up type thing. So if someone was on the phone, all you do is put in some headphones and you could listen to the call without being made aware. And it did a couple other things. And I remember he had one as well. And he had a brother that was a year younger than him. And we were at his house, we were smoking and shit. And we hear this dude on the phone, dying fucking laughing. We're sitting there with one earphone each while this guy's fucking talking to his girl. And it was just the funniest, corniest shit ever. Yeah, baby. Nah, baby. But the shit he was saying, it was just so fucking ridiculous. We kept fucking with him. He's like, yo, what are you guys doing? Spying on me?
That's fucking funny.
But yeah.
That was the crackhead drummer I had in Vegas. They shut his phone off, so went up in the telephone pole and tied his phone into the neighbor's fucking line. And his neighbor used to be on the phone, so he'd be making a phone call. His neighbor would pick up the phone to make a phone call, and he'd go, "Would you hang up the phone? I'm trying to talk."
Oh Jesus!
The poor fucking lady didn't know what was going on. This guy talking, having a conversation on her phone.
Yeah. So when one of the times I got kicked out, I went and moved in with my brother at one of our apartment buildings, right? and this dude didn't have cable. So I went in the laundry room and I noticed like all the cables there and shit. So basically, you know, I wired some shit up and I was stealing cable from like a neighbor from the source. And, you know, we were watching and then, you know, we turn it on one day and it's just out, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? And I go down to the thing and it's all unhooked, right? I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, no way. I hook it back up. This happens like 2-3 times, right? And I'm like, who the fuck is doing this shit, right? The cable company somehow could tell I was, you know, taking cable from the source and splicing it. And they were coming, they put some kind of like weird lock and shit on it, dude. I was like, oh, I was pissed. I couldn't get free cable anymore.
You're maybe too young to remember this, but I don't think it was. It might have been exclusive to New York, but somebody figured out that you could
the gray scramblers.
You know, you can get free phone calls on the payphone. So what you do is you take a paper clip and you put it in the bottom. I can't remember if it was the bottom or the top of the receiver into one of the holes.
Yeah.
And you stick it into the round circle in the coin box, the lock thing.
Yeah.
And you could dial. I'm sure everybody, if there's anybody on here from my neighborhood, you could validate this. But you could dial the phone for free. And then on occasion, okay, if you take it out a certain way, remove it from the thing, while you pull it out, if you pulled it out a certain way and left part of the cable, part of the paperclip into the phone, and just kind of swirled it in a circle in the hole, change would come out. Change would come out.
Yeah.
It recognized you doing like as if you were made a phone call and nobody answered and you got your money back.
Right. Like you hung up.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy. I know if you ask somebody like Jimmy Colangelo, he'd remember that shit. Rob Jean might even remember. He was a little young, but this is the shit. I don't know who figured that out, bro. Somebody figured it out, but it circulated everywhere. You couldn't get on a payphone. I used to try to call because my father used to freak out. I used to get like $1,000 phone bills because at that time in New York there was a time when it was Bell telephone.
Yeah. Long distance.
It was 10.6 cents a minute to make a local call. Or wait, no, I'm wrong. I think it was 10.6 cents per call. So I would make thousands of calls, like call everybody, my friends and everything.
Wow. So they even charge for local calls?
Yeah, I would get these huge phone bills. Yeah, local calls, absolutely. Yep.
Oh yeah, I've been responsible for a couple huge phone bills because I went to a private school, so there wasn't so like the girls and shit were from different towns, and you know it'd be like long distance, and they flipped out. They're like, oh, what the, you know, but. The biggest phone bill I had was when cell phones, when the brick Nokias were out.
Yeah, I had that thrown off a mountain.
They, you know, would charge you per text message and whatnot. And let me tell you what, ladies, you love to fucking text. Like, I remember I got like a $700 phone bill one month. It was bad.
Listen, I don't like to talk on the phone now, but I used to back in the day. But like now, like that, you're talking about the brick Nokias. That's funny
because I know how to hack those and like clone someone's phone.
I got 2 cell phones, and the brands date back to the old. I have a Motorola and a Nokia right now, and so what's funny was I was on that Nokia phone that you're talking about, the brick phone, and I think I was in like Pennsylvania or something. And I had a fight with my girlfriend. She's like, you got to get off the road. I miss you. And I'm like, yeah, fuck you. She goes, oh, I'm going to keep blowing up this phone and building your phone bill up. That's funny that you say that, right? I took the phone and I fucking flung it off the mountain. In Pittsburgh, I think I was.
Yo, some ditzy girl left her phone in my car and or my truck. And one of my friends, you know, who did not have a phone at the time, ended up taking it and using it. And he had that shit for like 6 months. Oh, and the girl just didn't like, dude. Her dad was, part owners of this strip club where the owners ended up cooperating and shit.
Did you say you had apartment buildings?
Yeah, my parents, my stepdad, yeah, they have a lot of apartment buildings.
You have many more no more.
No, they do.
So they can't hook you up with a crib over there?
No. I gotta work a 9 to 5.
Oh, that's a stipulation.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't really I've always done shit on my own is because they either offer shit and never come through. If you do this, we'll do that. Okay, I've done this. Well, but and stupid me would just continually fall for that shit, or there would be unrealistic, like basically you have to do everything they say, and God forbid you do something they don't agree with or they don't like, they hold that shit over your head. Or,
no, I've been there. Ro was saying something about Stephen Bishop. Did somebody say that Stephen Bishop was an animal? I mean, Kenny Loggins was an Animal House.
I'm not sure. Oh, Tony said he had a cameo in Animal House.
I know, Ro's right. That was Stephen Bishop.
Yeah. I got thrown out of Catholic school for starting a food fight like Animal House.
Oh, man. That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Hell yeah.
Fawn Leibowitz. Do you remember that?
What?
Fawn Leibowitz. They go to the girl. They go to...
Yeah.
This girl died, and to go pick up girls, they went to the sorority house.
Yeah.
And they said, Fawn Leibowitz here? I was her boyfriend. And so they got sympathy. They got laid for sympathy.
Yep. Fucking assholes. Nah, the funniest shit was the horse fucking dropping dead.
Hey, Roro, how come you never come on the chats? I mean, on the streams. I'd like to hear your voice.
Yeah, how about it, Ro? I've popped many of people's cherry on this channel. It's probably the most easygoing, easiest one to come on with, the least amount of pressure and the least amount of people. So, again.
Yeah, let me tell you, I have a feeling Ro's around my age, by the way, the references she makes. So that fruit has probably been gone a long time.
No, I'm just saying, as a StreamYard fucking thing.
Like
over here,
Sally Peppers. We gotta find the Sally Peppers interview is on there. You need to fucking play it, dude. It's fucking funny.
I can't watch 5 minutes of these assholes. Hey, you guys send me the clips. I'll take them and make them, and but I cannot
Dude, I did send you the Sally Peppers one in the chat one day, and you ignored me.
You gotta I'll be honest, sometimes I don't see comments or shit in the chat, but fucking Mickey Griggs, that fucking asshole, dude. One night, this dude's on here. He's like, left, put my comment on the screen. I'm like, all right. And then I put his comment on the screen. He's doing it with every other guy, left. Make sure you put this on the screen. And he's like, one of them, he's like, left. No, not that comment. The comment above that shit. I'm literally clicking through the fucking chat 20 minutes. I'm like, bro, I can't find this shit. I'm like, no.
I was on that night. That was the night I was at that gig in Astoria. Remember when I was in the pizzeria? Yeah. But no. But the thing is, this guy looked like he looked like a crackhead. He looked like he found him in the room next door. He had a New York accent. He had this nose that looked like a pepper. I thought that's why they call him Sally Peppers. But Tony said Sally Peppers. Sally Peppers. And so validating Tony. That was what the show was about. But then he's talking about the frog and how the frog, he pulled a frog out of his car one time and beat the shit out of him. Sally
Yo,
Peppers was
I heard some guy, I think it had to be the Frog, because he's like talking about that specific story. And he's like, yeah, he's like, I think the guy actually was from my area, because how else would he know that I got, robbed in my car? Like whatever they stole out of the car.
And he said to Tony that I realized he might know him because he said, yeah, Joe Biggs was the Batman. Remember, Tony? And Tony shut up. Because that didn't validate Tony. That validated the fact that Tony robbed the Batman thing from fucking Joe Biggs.
Exactly. That's all that guy is doing is taking, dude, you could literally put, Encino Man and play fucking, he'll be watching Encino Man tonight, and tomorrow he'll be like, yeah, so listen, me and Sally were digging in the backyard, and I'll be goddamned if we didn't find a fucking caveman that came to life. It was great.
Seriously, though, bro, don't get mad at me, but the Italian guys in that the guys that were like wise guys that lived in Long Island, they were always weirder than the ones in Brooklyn. But my father's friends all moved there, the ones that were from Brooklyn. They all moved out there to
Well, what do you mean they were weird compared?
They had a different vibe. I can't explain it. They're like Joe Biggs and Tony Pizza. Like that whole weird. They were almost like
weird vibe. Like
we'd call them street urchins.
Oh God.
Like the New Yorkers call the New Jersey guys farmers.
Yeah. Oh boy. Street urchins.
There was this one wise guy. He used to call the Philly guys foolies. Yeah, those guys from Foley.
Listen, I'm not a street urchin. I'm a starfish.
I sell Costco Italian ices in a park in Minneapolis. There's a fucking perfect venue to sell frozen confectionery treats.
I'm still convinced that cocksucker's roofie and single moms. Yeah, here, have another Italian ice, rum flavored.
Did you hear the episode where he says he's getting a state-of-the-art cart from China, had it custom made?
Oh, he had it custom made. Oh, that's new. That's
Yeah,
new.
it's on its way from China, he said.
Oh, okay. He had one custom made, Yeah, dude. Listen, Common Sense fucking posted a link to it. It's got a pneumatic seat that goes up and down in the shape of a penis. Maybe that's custom, cuz. I even had the tip of the cock, made to look like your face, Lefty.
Mike's custom Italian cocksicles.
Listen, man. We all know fucking. I cannot believe I did not think of this clip before of this dude giving blowjob lessons. Oh,
yeah.
All right, mind the stepchildren, FBS.
Okay, ladies, our thumbs are down, our wrists are flexed, and we're gonna position ourselves for insertion. Ready? Do it. Good, Marissa. You can use a little teeth, but you don't want to be a bite.
Eats everything he knows about sucking cock.
Now you're gonna do the work, ladies. These carrots are not gonna ejaculate or getting hid here. We're not breastfeeding from a mythological beast. Oh, that's funny to you? Because you won't be laughing when somebody prematurely pops in your face. It stings, and that is now why I have a lazy eye. Thank you very much. Continue, please continue. Up and in. And mind the stepchildren. Mind the...
Oh, Jesus.
Whose face is that left?
That's Fish's face.
Fish. Hey, give me a fuck face. I mean, fish face.
They called him Fish because, he was rotten and smelled bad.
Lefty, listen, you fucking night creature. I gotta go to bed. Fucking, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm up. I'm like 90. I'm like 90 years old. I should be sleeping by now. Like 104.
Shit. I'm on a day over 87.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, but I'm gonna get out. and I'm gonna go to Coney Island, and I'm gonna go sit on the boardwalk, and I'm gonna walk around.
Ride the hurricane?
Huh?
You gonna ride the coaster?
I don't know if it's gonna be open, but I'm in Coney Island like 4 or 5 days a week. I go. It's my zen. Everything's over there. I literally could walk right over I walk right over the bridge, and I'm in Coney Island.
You ever see Ramondi?
No, but I told you about him at the car service.
I know. He used to have a cigar stand at Coney Island too.
I showed them the other day when I was walking in Coney Island. I showed Gunsmoker and all them where his stand would have been. Because that's exactly where the concessions are. I showed them there's a concession, one alley where all the cars had the concessions. I showed them the freak show.
That dude is the definition of a carny.
Yeah, no, he's out of his mind. Obviously.
I think he's a sly fox, man. I think he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing.
The Pope didn't see it coming.
No. And the tattoo guy fucking had the joke of a lifetime. I still cannot believe this guy got fucking the Expendables tattoo on his arm.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's fucking people, bro. Can't make shit. What did Jerry Springer? Where do they find these people?
Jerry Springer's dead.
But he used to say, "Where do they find these people?" That was his thing at the end of the show.
I was so bummed, dude. I stood in line, like they have the shows in Stanford with like Maury and Jerry and all that shit, and we stood in line like an hour or two, right? And I think we were like 10 people past the cut point. I was so fucking pissed. Never went back. I would have liked to see an episode live.
Bro, I'm fading. I'm sorry. I'll talk.
No problem.
We'll touch bases.
All right, man. Sally Peppers, you take care.
We gotta fucking play that episode. I gotta find it.
I'm sure somebody's got it.
I'm gonna drop down in the chat. I'll be listening to you while I fucking doze off.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
Take care, left.
You're out too, Tony? All right. Yeah. How do I feel? I'm gonna go take a piss and figure out if I'm gonna stay on for a few more, bro. I don't know. You guys tell me.
So a lot of people do that. But then, all of this shit that, he tells people to come to his house and he's going to leave them for dead. And then they go there and he calls the cops. And, you could say anyway, my point is that I thought he was a straight shooter and he never lied about anything. But now I got him telling me things on the phone and then he's saying different things on, YouTube. So, see, he thinks he's playing with the kids in the park. Anyway, I'm not going to put anyone else down. But I'm not really here to fucking start calling people names and attack people. I'm just going to discuss the fact about what he said to his best friend at the time about cooperating, because now he knows who told me. You understand? But I got hot and I said it. But it's, the guy who told me, he's not mad at me because he knew why I said it,
Right.
And if he don't
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. All I know is I got to get up bright and early in the morning and straighten this situation out. I got to hire a lawyer to well, the DA is most likely going to say no about reinstating the charges right away, and then we just got to fight it, which we will. A lot of these guys in the street that I dealt with, I found out a lot of them never even did a controlled buy. They just gave information or, they told tales. So you never even know who's a So you never even know who's a fucking rat anymore. It's not like there's a label on them. You know what I mean? You guys, you know, I'm sure in that life wear wires and every fucking thing else, undetected. How could these guys operate the way they used to?
Marijuana is not a drug. I used to suck dick for coke. I seen them. Now that's an addiction, man. You ever suck some dick for marijuana? Huh? No, I can't say I have.
All right. So we've got really Pete the Pick. Yeah, no. I asked dude way back in the day, I was like, hey, by the way, you know, any way you can get me in contact with that guy? He's like, no. Actually, Roro, I think fucking I jumped in a chat and like, dude, I felt like such a dick. I think it was you, but I felt like such a dick because I jumped in the chat and it was like, you know, I guess like 5-10 minutes into it, or it was towards the end of it. And, you know, I asked that shit. And apparently, like a few minutes before that, or at the beginning of the show, he addressed, like, you know, basically, you know, I've been getting hit up by different people to, you know, he's like, no offense, but, and you're like, yeah, he just said that, dummy. I'm like, oh, my bad. But, nah, dude, I think, I like dude, man. I like his sense of humor, too. Again. Oh, man. Yeah. No, I like that dude. Again, I think, you know, people take shit way too serious. If I ever need a laugh, I put on this dude's, you know, Anthony Raimondi, Lufthansa tail shit. I might just play that shit right now because that shit is fucking hilarious. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. You're talking about Raimondi anyway. This dude wants Steve-O Coke stories. Maybe. But subscriptions. Let's see. There it is. Inside Man. Eesh. All right. View channel. Where is it? Where's Raimondi? Oh shit, there's some shit I haven't seen. Wouldn't mind that. All right. Where? There it is. Oh my god. Are you guys in for a motherfucking treat? You guys are in for a motherfucking treat. This is hilarious. Hold on.
Forget everything you know about the December 11th, 1978 heist at JFK's Lufthansa cargo building.
Oh, nice.
You're about to hear is the real story.
Dude, this
based on the
kills
accounts
me.
of Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi. Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi, also known as Tony Cigars, and Anthony Shades the Legbreaker, was born during the 1950s in Brooklyn, New York. His family's roots went back to Sicily, and both his grandfathers served as original members of the Black Hand. One of his grandfathers being the first cousin of Frank Costello. His other grandfather, Tony the Barber, was the first cousin of Salvatore Lucania, aka Charles Lucky Luciano. However, that's not the only Luciano connection in his family.
His grandmother just happened to be the half-sister of Charles Lucky Luciano. He would be surrounded by numerous mob figures growing up, many of them spending time in his home and congregating in the living room. These men include Frank Costello, Carmine Galante, Vito Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Meyer Lansky, and Agnello Della Croce. Lansky and Della Croce, being two men Raimondi often refers to as uncles to him. No matter where he looked, there was an uncle or a cousin who anyone with an inkling of mafia knowledge would refer to as mob royalty. Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi was the son of Quiet Frankie, or Frankie Top, who was the godson of one-time Colombo acting boss Tom DeBella. Quiet Frankie obtained the nickname of Frankie Top because everything he did was tops, including being involved in the deaths of Albert Anastasia and Joey Gallo. In fact, Quiet Frank would be the one to put the last bullets in Joe Gallo. These two homicides being just two of an estimated 40 homicides Quiet Frank committed for the mob.
Damn.
But he would never become a made man. He simply just didn't want to. At 14 years old, through the blessing of Meyer Lansky, Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi started working with Joe Colombo. Colombo didn't know who Raimondi was, but once he found out he was Quiet Frankie's son, and Meyer Lansky gave the okay, it was on.
He gave the head nod.
At 16 years old, he would be given his first club by Joe Colombo, the Cadabra Club. This place served as a spot where Raimondi would collect money for the mob and deliver it directly to Anthony Scappy Scarpati. It would be at this club that Raimondi would be pistol whipped by Sally Burns,
Whoa.
a third cousin of Salvatore Sally Burns Granello. Later on, he would commit his first murder when he executed Sally Burns, the third cousin of Salvatore Sally Burns Granello, by shooting him in the head 13 times. According to Raimondi, Sally Burns' head would be completely gone from the shooting because he used hollow point bullets. This murder was directly authorized by Joe Colombo. Raimondi would skate free on murder charges because he was a youthful offender. Instead, he would be sent to Vietnam, where he committed 300 killings during the war. Not only did he kill Vietnamese soldiers in the hundreds, but he has the tattoos to prove it.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He fucking put the tattoos in.
Mob enforcer on the streets of Brooklyn, ultimately becoming a made man in the late 1970s. However, initially it didn't look like Raimondi would become a made man because there was a big problem. The Colombo books were closed. In order to circumvent this dilemma, a Colombo captain would go see Carmine Galante so that Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi could be straightened out with the Bonanno family. He would also get the okay from his grandfather. And on Good Friday, 1979, he would be made at Casabella restaurant with Galante and others in tow. After being made with the Bonannos, he would be transferred back to the Colombos. But before this making ceremony, they had to scour Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi's resume. Of course he had the family roots, but did he put in the work? He certainly did. He was a huge moneymaker and a man willing to take a life or two, most notably involved in the death of Pope John Paul I in September of 1978. Raimondi's cousin, who was the head of the Vatican Bank, was involved with a large stock scam. When John Paul I took power, he vowed to dismantle and prosecute all those involved in the stock scam. This was signed the Pope's death warrant, and on September 29th, just 33 days after he took the throne, he was found dead. The cause? A lethal dose of cyanide.
In his case?
But perhaps his most impressive feat was just a couple months later.
Yo, I'm sorry, my imagination gets the best of me. All I can see, when he just said that, is fucking Raimondi in picture Beverly Hills Ninja. Raimondi in a ninja costume wandering around the Vatican and shit. That, I don't know, that's just where my head went.
When he would be one of the masterminds behind one of the largest heists in New York City history, the December 11th, 1978 heist at JFK's Lufthansa cargo building. A heist profiled in Martin Scorsese's 1990 film, Goodfellas. However, like many films supposedly based on reality, it barely touches on the real story. Between whacking out the Pope and planning the heist, one has to wonder how Raimondi made time for so many high-profile schemes. But as we know, crime never sleeps. and Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi was encompassed by it. Now, of course,
we also learned from Fish that crime don't pay.
Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi already knew some of the players in the heist, like Jimmy Burke and Paul Vario, but he perhaps knew Henry Hill better than all of them. Years prior to the heist, Henry Hill would come close to losing his life at the hands of Raimondi. The event would provide a cautionary tale for many. That tale being, don't mess with a man's money, and most definitely not a brutal mob enforcer's money. At that time, Raimondi was running numbers out of the Cosmopolitan Lounge in Staten Island. The club was ran by Big Mike, who was with the Genovese family. Big Mike gave permission to Raimondi.
Bro, this dude needs to do an FBS video.
Tony Cigars was already a notable enforcer who kicked up to the Colombos. Why not give a piece to the Genovese family also? As the notorious B.I.G. would say many years later, spread love. It's the Brooklyn way. In a few months' time, Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi started noticing that his money from the club was coming up short. His runners, who would collect the money for him, weren't bringing the bags of old. Raimondi started investigating. He would find out that Henry Hill infiltrated the Cosmo Lounge, pushing drugs and getting the whole place high. Most importantly, taking revenue out of Raimondi's pocket.
Oh, shit.
I can only imagine that Raimondi was pissed, because if people got really high, they wouldn't want to gamble anymore. As we all know, only sober people gamble. He would have a sit-down with Henry. Raimondi would say, "What the hell are you doing in my club?" Henry replied, "It's Big Mike's club." Raimondi would then say, "Number one, Big Mike don't give you no permission to sell dope here. And number two, I take all the action in here, and you're cutting in on my action. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to leave, and that's that. Or you're going to stay, and no one will ever see you again." Henry Hill would then yell out, "I'm with Paulie Vario." "All right, then," Raimondi replied. "You go set up a meeting with Paulie Vario and tell him it's Tony Cigars. He knows me." He would meet with Paul Vario and tell Paul that Henry is going to end up missing if he doesn't stop, and that order's coming right from upstairs. Henry would then cease his drug operations. Later on, he would meet with Teddy Persico Sr., whom Luciano Raimondi referred to as Uncle Teddy.
Oh, God.
Uncle Teddy had a guy he wanted to put in Raimondi's crew. That guy ended up being Henry Hill. It would turn out that Henry Hill was sick of Paulie Vario and the Lucchese's, and he wanted in with the Colombos. In short, it just wasn't going to happen, because as soon as Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi saw Henry, he told Uncle Teddy about his drug selling and all the bullshit that he was into. This only left Henry with one option: crawl back to Paul Vario and forget about the goal of being with the Colombos. In late 1978, Raimondi would meet with powerful Lucchese associate Jimmy the Gent Burke and other representatives from the five families in order to discuss a potential heist at the Lufthansa cargo building at JFK Airport. The goal? To figure out how to rob millions of dollars and jewels from the building. One mobster at the meeting would say, "We're going to go in with helicopters over the airport, and men are going to rappel down and grab the goods." Anthony Raimondi would say under his breath, "This is bullshit." The man heard him. He would say back, "Who the hell are you to talk? What's your idea, you smart ass?" That's when Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi's Irish cousin, powerful Colombo enforcer Hugh McIntosh, stated, "He's allowed to talk because I said so." Raimondi told them that the fighter jets from New Jersey and Connecticut would be there in mere minutes to take the helicopters down. Not only that, but a battle helicopter named Puff the Magic Dragon with a 50 caliber machine gun would also be in tow.
Oh, my God.
There'd be no escape. Another guy would say that they could crash through the building with trucks and tie up the safe and drag it out.
Puff the Magic Dragon.
Raimondi didn't like that either. No matter what the suggestions were, Raimondi wasn't hearing it.
He wasn't having it.
Then a light bulb went off. He would tell the room full of gangsters that in his mind, there was only one man with the wit and the balls to pull off something like this.
You ready?
Q, the mob fixer himself, the accountant, a man who walked amongst giants, Uncle Meyer Lansky.
Definitely got my sense of humor. I think fucking
Raimondi would get the okay to bring Meyer Lansky in.
get a couple people
He would fly
together
down to
and come
Miami
up with some
immediately to
real
meet with
funny
Meyer.
shit.
He told him of the
Especially
plans,
with some
and a couple
voices
days
and
later,
whatnot.
Meyer Lansky made his way to New York City. In time, Raimondi, Jimmy Burke, Meyer Lansky, and Raimondi's cousin Hugh McIntosh would make their way to the Lufthansa building at JFK. Upon scouring the area, Meyer perks up and says to Raimondi, "Anthony, look at those steel crates right there." They would analyze the crates, which were chained together, and Lansky would say, "Anthony, I'm telling you, there's something in those crates." They would spend the next couple of days returning back to the Lufthansa building, and each time, the crates were still there. Meyer would fly back to Miami, where he would have some time to figure out what needed to be done. He would fly back to New York in December of 1978 and visit the Lufthansa building once more. And what do you know? Crates were still there. Whatever was in those crates must have been very important, because after all, they were sitting there in plain sight for over a month. After Meyer Lansky put the full plans in motion, a team of guys, filled with representatives from every family, would make their way to the Lufthansa cargo building on December 11th, 1978. According to Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi, the plans went off without a hitch. Heist crew members would split up into three teams and work on the job. In the office, they would make out with $6 million in cash and $500,000 in jewels. But they still had those mysterious steel cases to look into.
Agreed, Roro. Agreed. I hit this dude up. I haven't talked to him about it, but I wanted to, maybe do some funny shit with like some wiretaps and whatnot, with different voices and shit. Like this, like almost like spoofing that shit.
Upon opening them, they would find more jewelry in one crate, and in another, they
Or
would find
Patrick
$30 million
Bet-David
in
interview
bearer
or some
bonds,
shit, you know what
ready
I
to
mean?
be shipped to Germany. Meyer was right. Like so many times before, he nailed it. They would make their way out and ultimately meet with representatives from all the families. Every family would get a piece. However, according to Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi, the Lucchese's and the Colombos came off with the biggest cut. After that, Raimondi would fly out to Miami and stay at the former home of Bugsy Siegel. Meyer meets with Raimondi and splits up $5 million in cash from the jewels they flipped. The bearer bonds will be handled by Meyer also, who had a guy that specialized in moving such items.
Got a guy.
Ultimately, they would make off with $26 million from the bonds. That money would continue to be split up with the families. It was an amazing score, a tremendous feat, and quite possibly Meyer Lansky's last score, and a legendary one at that. In closing, Meyer Lansky would tell Raimondi, "You know what happened here, Anthony? The crooks robbed the crooks." Certainly something to think about. It's a quote that stays with Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi still. Today, Anthony Salvatore Luciano Raimondi is an author, media personality, and quite possibly one of the most dangerous mob enforcers willing to talk about his past life of crime.
If you like that, go subscribe to New York Crime Spot. Dude, listen, I'm looking at some shit right now from Cinemills. It says Colombo enforcer Anthony Raimondi kills his first victim in his teens, right? Then it says Cinemills, document dump, mob stuff only.
He just like he said, when I get there, I'm gonna have Raimondi, I'm gonna put him on his knees. Oh, I'm here. Where the fuck are you? That's what I'm waiting to say. Where the fuck are you? You gonna put me on my knees? You long fucking piece of shit that you are? Are you kidding me? You're a piece of you're a punk. I want to see you try to put me on my fucking knees. I'll rip your fucking eyeballs out of your head.
Oh, God. Richie Aprile gave him that jacket.
Anthony Raimondi, thank you.
My pleasure.
You flew all the way from NY today, March 25th. You were in a JetBlue sardine can and you made the trip. So we at Cinemills TV, thank you.
Is to tell them how to put him away nicely without using violence. So I said, what me? He goes, well, you were numb. I said, yeah, but numb, I killed him with guns and stuff. He goes, no, but okay, I got to tell you how to do it very peacefully. Okay. I'm outside. The guy tried to hit me. He says, Frankie, they're on your property. Don't worry about it. The guy died, I think, about 2 months later. 2 detectives come walking in. They arrest me for the murder of Salvatore Granello. That was all bull. I'll take a lie detector test to it, and I can tell you what I'm saying, and none of them ever got in touch with me.
From being an enforcer in the Colombo crime family to killing over 300 people in Vietnam and has the tattoos to prove it, Anthony Raimondi is one of the many mafia YouTubers coming out in recent years telling their side of the story. And like many of these mafiosos, some of the stories seem almost too good to be true, with the internet also weighing in on these so-called gangsters, with one comment stating, "Every mob YouTuber is full of shit, but what baffles me about this clown is that he came out of nowhere. A-Light, Sammy, and Francis all lying, but at least we're sort of known. They have a foundation in which they can build on. Raimondi is a straight-up actor." For example, Anthony Raimondi claims to have been the mastermind who killed Pope John Paul I, and was even part of the Lufthansa heist that was featured in the movie Goodfellas.
That's right.
He's literally done it all. Just ask him. Really, though, who is this legend that bears a striking resemblance to Ray Charles? Like Mr. Gianni Russo's fables, I quickly needed to find out the truth to these outlandish stories. This video will explore the many lies of Anthony Raimondi.
I wish fucking, what the fuck his name was still around. Coffee with, Colada, Frank Colada.
Chapter 1, the first hit. This man's story is complex, so I'll try and break it down as best as possible because, well, the records of his claims are very hard to find. Nonetheless, let's examine these make-believe fables. So let's take it back to the age of 16 to the start of his first whacking in.
Never end a sentence with a preposition.
Oh, shit, sorry. Let's take it back to the age of 16 to the start of his first whacking.
That's better.
As I listened to his story on the Vlad interview, I quickly came across many flaws down to the weapon he used on the hit of Salvatore Sally Burns Granello.
So Joey D, I go and see him. We were the same age. This is what's going. When I told him, because I heard about what happened yesterday, I said, "Listen, Joe, I want to get a gun. I'm going to go see this guy, but I want it just to scare him." My honest opinion was I thought I was going to scare him. He says, "Pick out," and they gave me a 380 Beretta. I was hitting bullseyes left and right. I never fired a gun.
Tony alleges that he used the 380 Beretta to kill Sally Burns. And I'm almost thinking it was the Beretta Cheetah model that fires 13 rounds, to which, remember, if he was 16, this would have placed him a little before or around 1970. But the Beretta he's talking about wasn't manufactured until 1976. The killing of Sally Burns is still left unsolved. But the official FBI report would state that Granello was slated to be hit because he was bad-mouthing Tommy Eboli and was making claims that he intended to find out who was responsible for the assassination of his son Michael. Raimondi would insist that the hit was due over a dispute over the two, causing Raimondi to completely blast Granello's face off with how many rounds? That's right, folks, 13.
4 small caliber bullets with but it was a different sound.
And it is for this reason his lawyers cut a deal with the DA's office, where he was ultimately given the choice of which military branch to enlist in and ended up joining the Vietnam War. Chapter 2, The American Sniper. For this claim, let's examine Anthony's theories of being in the Vietnam War, which has the internet really bugging out with comments on the Mafia subreddit stating, "All you need to know that he's full of shit is the following. He claims to be a Marine. He has a Special Forces tattoo. United States Marine Corps didn't have a true Special Forces unit until 2006. Another comment stating, "Anthony Raimondi is literally a citizen that has a mental disorder who has convinced the world that he is a gangster. He is a circus act. He literally owned a cigar shop on Coney Island. He is a nobody." Raimondi alleges he whacked over 300 people in the Vietnam War as a sniper, and even had the Green Beret tattoos to prove it. But the Marine who actually holds the record for most sniper kills in Vietnam went by the name of Charles Chuck Mahoney, who averaged 4 kills per week of combat duty in Vietnam, ultimately accumulating a body count of 103 dead, a record unmatched in the annals of Marine history. The cigar man himself seems to hold no military record as far as I can find, and his tattoos seem to represent the Army Special Forces. Tony Cigars, I think this story is bullshit. Chapter 3.
You didn't show the
The
Expendables.
Pope gets whacked. And not by the altar boys, ladies and gentlemen. According to Raimondi, he whacked the Pope off himself. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Pope John Paul I, whose death was ruled as a heart attack, was whacked off by Anthony Raimondi.
This is what you do. Either get ketamine or Valium, put it in his tea because he likes his tea real sweet. Once he goes to sleep, you get potassium cyanide in a glass bottle. The guy who brings the tea and everything goes to check on the Pope. Half hour later, ringing the bell. There's something wrong with the Pope. Something wrong with the Pope.
He states that he poisoned the Catholic Don, but through various investigations, the Pope legit had a heart attack, to which the only speculations about his death have to do with the people who actually found him first. Mr. Raimondi, why would the mob hire you to kill the Pope if you can barely see out of your stunner shades?
I'm going to change the subject if that's all right with you.
And why weren't you comfortable enough to spill the beans about the Pope on the Vlad interview when you did it on a much smaller podcast?
And they're writing a script to do a scripted series. If I speak to you about that and give you an exclusive on it blows my whole contract.
Jesus Christ, Tony, you've done it all. Just ask him.
Yeah, bro, he rigged up a fucking custom fucking
Chapter 4,
Lincoln Town
the
car from
Lufthansa
China.
heist.
Good evening. December 11th may go down as the day of the biggest robbery in our country's
It was
history,
like the
and it happened right
Flintstones
here in New
mobile,
York. Somewhere between $3 and $5
operated by
million in
foot power.
cash and valuables was taken from the Lufthansa cargo terminal out at Kennedy Airport. And the law enforcement officers say that it was carried off with such precision and such daring, you
How
almost
can we-
have to consider it an inside job.
Remember the heist Henry Hill talked about in the movie
I get it.
Goodfellas?
I mean, like, dude, I'm sitting here like, yo, how could fucking people take some of these people on here seriously? And then I'm like looking at this dude, and I wonder how many people were fooled by this guy or Gianni Russo. Like, I'm just curious, like, genuinely, you know, how many people were fooled? Like, oh man, that guy Raimondi's fucking badass. I think even the most civilian person around would be like, I don't know about that guy.
If you forgot the heist that's being mentioned in this chapter, the Lufthansa heist was... Fuck, I can't say that name. The Lufthansa heist was
He's the
most...
kind of guy, like, you know, you, if he gives you money, you're holding it up to see if it's got the strip or if it's counterfeit. Yeah, not to mention Meyer Lansky had no affiliation with any of them.
Fuck. The Lufthansa heist was the most infamous caper in U.S. history.
going
At John
back
F.
and
Kennedy
forth
International
between Israel
Airport,
and Mexico,
associates of
getting
New York
bounced
City's Lucchese crime family netted nearly $6 million, or $22.5 million today, in cash and jewels. Almost none of the take was recovered, and only one person served time. The mastermind of this robbery? Well, it is well documented that Jimmy the Gent Burke orchestrated the event and would eventually whack everyone involved with the heist. But what does Anthony Raimondi have to say about all this?
Please, that movie was more bull than anything else. Please, I love when they make these movies and there's more coverage than anything else. Wait, what? So yep.
Exactly. I have no fucking idea what this man is rambling about, and seems to just name drop people that he himself may not even know. Chapter 5. The Truth About Raimondi. If you stuck around till the end of this video, you get a cookie from me. So what's the truth about this Raimondi fella? Here's what I think. The man wants book sales or literal views on YouTube, just like Gianni Russo and maybe like some of our favorite mafia YouTubers. Through some digging, it seems that he worked as a carny in a carnival and had himself a cigar shop called Gangster Cigars. And through some further digging, I couldn't even find any military records on the man. And he even claims that he was shot 3 times.
He shot
once in the side here, once here, and once in the leg.
Situation over Saturday Night Fever, the start of the Colombo War, another time.
Excuse me?
Huh?
That was the third time as well? What was the third time about?
Third time was I got shot in the leg. I got shot through the leg on my car. Guy came, thought he was going to make a name for himself. So I go reach out my hand like this. He puts his hand in. He shoots me. I step
Yeah,
on the
but they
desk,
also
took off
clap
the
for
bullet went in
Hootie.
here.
I think I found the article about this event in 2020.
And Vlad
I'll leave you
they
with the
don't,
first paragraph of the
They don't
story.
check on anything.
A Brooklyn, New York man is facing charges after a handgun stashed inside his pants pocket accidentally fired and shot him in the leg at a township home.
Dude shot himself. All right.
What about me? You see, what about him? I want you to take care of my boy. So right away, Al Ruddy, the producer, said, "Oh no, we're going to give him a part in the movie." I said, "Excuse me, you ain't going to give me a part in this movie. I just made this deal. Either I'm playing Michael, Sonny, or Carl." They said, "What were you doing with Pablo Escobar?" I said, "I killed this guy." "You did what?" I said, "I killed this guy Saturday night in my club."
Bro, we need to get this guy.
And he was more paying attention.
Yo, we need to tell
trying
this
to put himself in my mouth. He didn't see me grab the broom.
guy about Chicago
So I drove
Muscle. This
it
guy
under
exposes
his
a
ribcage
lot of
and
frauds.
went right out his
fakes.
back. And he's spraying the bathroom walls and floor as he bled out.
Gianni Russo. Some of you might be wondering who in the bejeebers is Gianni Russo? Well, he's mainly known as the dude that got Sonny killed in The Godfather. Not only that, he was also Marilyn Monroe's hairdresser,
my
and
God.
at a young age, he boinked her. He's
Guys, we have Johnny Russo, or we have the Steven Seagal story. We all know Johnny Russo is a fucking weirdo. We'll watch that later. Steven Seagal is just.
Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to the one, the only, Steven Seagal.
Wow, Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal.
He's Steven Seagal. What's Steven Seagal?
Steven Seagal, a man that could have been an action star legend alongside Chuck, Van Damme, Bruce, and the countless others coming out of the golden era of action and martial arts films. Instead of stamping himself as a Hollywood legend, Seagal has become a walking meme. And despite being a humble, reincarnated Buddhist Lama, he's come to have been disliked by a lot of his peers and people in general. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for stopping by. Grab a bucket of chicken, or like in Steven's case, 2 buckets of chicken, and welcome to Ponytail, the Steven Seagal story. Chapter 1, The Early Years. To understand the ponytailed man, let's take it back to his start. Stephen Frederick Seagal was born on April 10th, 1952 in Lansing, Michigan, which is the 6th largest city of that state. Though at one point Seagal claimed to have spent his childhood in Brooklyn, his mother Patricia Seagal would tell People magazine in 1990 that Stephen and his 3 sisters lived outside Detroit before the family moved to Fullerton, California when he was 5. His father, Steven Seagal Sr., taught high school math, and his mom was an emergency medical technician. Pat Seagal would also mention to People that her son was frail and suffered from asthma, also stating that he was a puny kid back then. Seagal would also spend most of his teenage years slashing it out in his garage. He would attend a local dojo where he prospered in the art of Aikido. It was around this time that Seagal attended classes at Fullerton College in 1970 and would drop out shortly a year later in 1971 to train in Japan in the art of Aikido. It is said that he would travel to Japan in 1971, but since you can never tell with Seagal, let's jump back to Cali in 1974 where he would meet his first wife, Miyako Fujitani, who was a black belt in Aikido and was in Los Angeles to teach her Aikido ways. Stephen would use his sexy good looks and passionate ways to conquer Miyako, and it worked. So much so, a year later, he went back with her to Osaka, Japan, married her, and they ultimately had 2 children together. He was also the first American to teach Aikido in Japan in Miyako's family's dojo. During their 10-year marriage, Seagal would leave for good periods of time to where it seems he would teach Aikido at random dojos in the United States. It was around the early 80s where Seagal would meet his 2nd and 3rd wives, while still being married to Miyako. By 1986, Seagal was granted a divorce after gradually leaving his family to start another dojo in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
Who states that once he was gone, I had to raise my children. I don't know how we got by. Sometimes we could only afford cheap brown rice for dinner.
Go get my pies out of the oven.
But hold your horses, Batman. Seagal married Days of Our Lives actress Adrienne LaRussa in 1987, which was annulled later that same year, because obviously he was still married to Miyako, and would eventually meet Kelly LeBrock, with whom he had 3 kids with, and also shared a nasty divorce. And according to LeBrock, she feels sorry for him and considers him a tragedy of Hollywood. Chapter 2. Rising Star. During his 10-year on and off relationship with Miyako, Steven would open several high-end dojos in Los Angeles that would eventually land him a martial arts coordinator position for the 1982 film The Challenge, and in 1983 for a more popular 007 film titled Never Say Never Again, in which he would supposedly break Sean Connery's wrist after training roughly with him.
You know, the principle is it's defense, so it's a pyramid. And I got a bit flash, and I did that. And he broke my wrist.
After pretty much having his foot in the door to Hollywood and actually operating a dojo in North Hollywood, Seagal would train talent agent Michael Ovitz. According to Steven Seagal's official website, it was Mr. Ovitz who paved the way for Steven to co-write and star in his first and hugely successful action film, Above the Law. So we can thank Mr. O for this guy's amazing running skills. In all seriousness, Above the Law would gross close to 19 million worldwide and would later co-star with his third wife, Kelly LeBrock, in Hard to Kill, with that film grossing close to 50 million. It's safe to say that Steven did fairly well from Above the Law all the way to Exit Wounds, with a few fuck-ups here and there. His groundbreaking Under Siege alone grossed over 155 million worldwide. But as quickly as the action star was rising, he inadvertently caused his own decline by taking his bad boy persona off the screen. Chapter 3. Straight to DVD.
You're not even talking about how big of a dickhead this guy is.
Steven Seagal's done it all. Just ask him.
Can I laugh in your face? Really?
He'd probably tell you he deserves an Oscar just for appearing in over 50 films alone. Shit, top that, De Niro. But it's true. Pretty much after the release of Exit Wounds, Seagal's films have basically gone straight to DVD and is credited for being the producer of many of these instant classics.
Yeah, ask any of
It's
those
also
three
fun to note that he makes very
kids
subtle
if they,
appearances in these movies, but is often billed as the top
Steven
cast
Seagal's
member.
my dad.
His last theatrical North American release was when he starred in Robert Rodriguez's Machete. And honestly, if he would have stuck with these comedic types of roles, almost grilling on himself, I think he would have made some sort of comeback. Shortly after Machete, Seagal would star and produce an action series called True Justice. Not only did it air for one season on a TV station from Spain, but it was picked up for a second season by the Reels channel, which aired on Independence Day of 2012. Because we all know that Steven is a true American.
Can I laugh in your face? Really?
So much so, he decided to protect the streets of America by becoming a renowned officer of the law.
Who remembers
Just
that
ask
show?
him.
I remember seeing this dude.
Chapter
on
4.
A&E.
The Lawman. Let's take it back to the 80s. According to Seagal, while filming a movie in Louisiana, he was asked by Sheriff Harry Lee to teach some of his fellow officers martial arts, and that he was so pleased with what Seagal was doing, he asked him to come down onto the force and be one of his cops. So jump to 2009, where Steven Seagal Lawman premiered in December.
You got warrants for me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any felony warrants?
All a bank fraud, forgery.
It's gonna be bad for somebody.
And not only was the series ranked as the best opener for any A&E series at the time, drawing close to 4 million viewers, the show would last one season before the series was suspended in 2010 due to a sex trafficking lawsuit filed against Seagal by his personal assistant, alleging that Seagal treated her like a sex toy, to which Seagal's lawyer basically called it a complete fabrication. The lawsuit was eventually dropped and A&E resumed the show for a second season. Though the show premiered a season 3 on a different network, It would ultimately be dropped before filming a 4th season. Season 3 would show Seagal versus the mean streets of Maricopa County, Arizona, in which he was also sued by a family who claimed he killed their puppy with a tank during a raid. Seagal would even become sworn in as a deputy sheriff in Texas of October 2011. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Seagal was working full-time using his martial arts.
Bro, can you imagine driving, you're on the highway and fucking whoop whoop, and Steven Seagal pops out. Oh, listen, no, I just can't imagine. Oh, wish I had a voiced up thing. That shit would be fucking hilarious, dude. Imagine getting pulled over by that asshole. No autographs. Like, I didn't ask you for an autograph. I said, why'd you pull me over? I can kill a man from 20 feet away with a look. Oh, Jesus.
Those to help them with securing the border.
Fucking puppy killer. Yo, he came out with a reggae album.
Chapter 5. The allegations.
Oh, boy.
You guys probably thought I forgot about the many allegations and
Jenny
lawsuits
McCarthy
surrounding
said
the
some shit.
ponytail. So let's start from the top. In 1991, Seagal was accused of sexual harassment, in which several Warner Brothers employees allege he made sexual advances during late-night casting sessions. Playmate of the Year Jenny McCarthy claimed that while auditioning for Under Siege 2, Seagal told her to take off her clothes, to which Seagal added there would be nudity in the movie, even though the role didn't require anyone to undress. In 1995, Seagal was charged with employment discrimination, sexual harassment, and breach of contract, to which a Los Angeles judge dismissed the case. In 2010, another sexual harassment charge would be filed against Seagal and would later be dismissed by his assistant at the time. In 2017, actress Porta de Rossi, who is married to Ellen DeGeneres, wrote a tweet claiming that Seagal told me how important it was to have chemistry off screen, as he sat me down and unzipped his leather pants. In the same year, Katherine Heigl, who starred in Under Siege 2 when she was 16, claims that Seagal told her,
And again, I had just turned 16 on this movie, and he said, Katie, I've got girlfriends your age. And I said, isn't that illegal? And he said, they don't seem to mind. And I said, Mom.
I mean, the guy has had other
that's so
countless
fucking
allegations
creepy.
by multiple women, and even had a run-in with the United States Securities and Exchange Commission in 2020 for failing to disclose payments he received for promoting an investment in an initial coin offering conducted by Bitcoin 2 Gen. I don't know what the hell that means, but it sounds bad. Even though he's had numerous accusations, lawsuits, even allegations of crapping his pants.
You versus Judo Gene LaBelle. What exactly happened on the set of that movie?
I don't even know if he's still alive. Is he still alive?
Actually, we just had him on the show like 3 weeks ago.
Either he is a pathological liar or he had somebody, making up these stories.
Steven Seagal manages to continue to make appearances in films, news interviews, and even has his damn foot in nearly everything down to politics. He's done it all. Just ask him.
Can I laugh in your face? Really?
Chapter 6. Mother Russia. Now, this is one of those questions that most people ask. Why did Seagal move to Russia? Honestly, no one will ever know the truth, even if it came from Seagal himself. Some say it was to escape the numerous allegations that were surfacing about him, while others state that Seagal escaped to Russia to avoid paying his crypto fine. Not only is he on his 4th wife, who happens to be a professional dancer, he is a citizen of the United States and Serbia, and was also granted Russian citizenship in November of 2016 by Vladimir Putin himself. Steven has been quoted in saying that Putin is one of the great living world leaders, and that he would like to consider him as a brother. Steven Seagal really knows his politics. Just ask him.
Can I laugh in your face? Really?
He knows them so well that Putin himself honors Seagal with the Order of Friendship. The decree cited what it called Seagal's great contribution to the development of international and cultural and humanitarian cooperation. Though Seagal's citizenship was supposed to be a sign of improving relations between the United States and Russia, Ukraine would ban the ponytail in 2017 and would troll the sensei himself.
Oh shit.
Chapter 7, the trolling of Ukraine and overall thoughts. Nowadays, Steven Seagal can be seen doing his same old lame demonstrations. And poor fella can barely move, it seems like. But it's no secret. He can probably still kick my ass nonetheless. And though much of his life is left out of this video, like the mafia stories and the celebrity stories, those will be addressed in separate videos since they have so much to them.
Okay.
But apart from his demonstrations, Steven has been very vocal about the war in Ukraine, even once stating that he looks at both sides as one family, even stating that he prays both countries will come to a positive, peaceful resolution. Though he was banned from Ukraine after Putin gave him citizenship,
That's interesting.
Seagal just keeps on trying and trying.
We have
Not
more
only does
Seagal,
Ukraine want nothing to do with Seagal,
I'm curious about this.
from claiming to have back-engineered extraterrestrial flying saucers to having a massive headache when confronted with serious questions about his story. If there's someone on this
Bro, we
planet
need
who's
to
an
get
interesting
fucking
character,
this
it's
dude
for
out
sure
to
Bob
Chicago
Lazar.
Muscle.
For those interested in the study of UFOs, Lazar's story is one that has stood out the most. From having people doubt his story to giving almost exact details about Area 51, his story is damn near a Hollywood spectacle, with most of the UFO community positively weighing in on his accounts. I've always believed Lazar. You can't listen to his entire 3-hour story and then tell someone you think it's all crap. Between the bone scanner biometrics he's mentioned and the intense details of some moments is insane. And to keep the exact same story for over 30 years is godlike. While Bobby seems to have stuck with the same story for over 30 years, his appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast had others wondering about the validity of his claims. In a Joe Rogan subreddit post titled, "Why Does Rogan Believe Bob Lazar?" poster Jack Frost 71 would lay out a pretty detailed description of Lazar with one comment by Caitlin's old balls stating, "As soon as the migraine excuses came out when he was on, I had to discount a lot of what he said. As soon as he was pushed to explain inconsistencies, he clammed up. It's a shame that a lot of people believed he was on the level for such a long time." Now, I won't lie to the wonderful UFO community. I am in no way, shape, or form a disinformation agent. I mean, those guys sound like they make a 6-figure income. And if they do, where the hell do I apply? But seriously, I am a firm believer that we are not alone in this universe. And Bob Lazar's story captured me when I was really into the UFO topic. But after several views of Joe Rogan's close to 3-hour podcast with the man, the migraine card threw me off as well.
You know, turned on and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry. It was as if Lazar was nervous on arguably the biggest podcast in the world, trying to make sure he got his story straight. And Jeremy, please, put that fucking mic to your mouth.
Look at how
Pull this microphone up too fast.
Okay.
About a fist from your face.
All right. I'm sorry, man.
It's literally
Oh
with
my
these
God.
migraines that had me questioning the man I once found very credible. And ladies and gentlemen, his real story is a wild one. And that's not even talking about the Area S4 stuff. Welcome to the Scotch. Grab your element 115 and watch as my fancy was literally tickled into analyzing the many claims of Bob Lazar.
Shit. I didn't know about the headache shit.
Robert Scott Lazar was essential when it came to Area 51 coming to the public's eye. The first time Lazar appeared on the news was with investigative reporter George Knapp in May of 1989, who was introduced to Bob by the famous pilot John Lear. Before Bob Lazar was making these claims of working at Area S4, Lear was way ahead of the game when it came to exposing our government's cover-up of extraterrestrial beings. After his first interview with George Knapp, John Lear would meet a man who would take him out into the Nevada desert, alleging secret government UFO test flights near Papoose Lake. He'd been given the information of these test flights by his buddy Bob Lazar,
Damn,
who
yo, you
claimed
got
to have
some
worked out at Area
chompers.
51, mainly the S4 region where he was given this secret flight schedule.
Mm-hmm.
2 months after he introduced his friends to these UFOs, Lazar would come forward disclosing his involvement in the back engineering of extraterrestrial technology out at Area S4. Shortly thereafter, Lazar would become fearful of his life that he decided to come forward by revealing his face in an even more in-depth interview with George Knapp. His reasoning for revealing
Isn't George
himself,
Knapp like a
well,
UFO guy now?
if he were to mysteriously disappear, it would be validation enough to prove his story was the truth.
The second question is that if all I've just presented to you is true and the government is keeping this a secret, how can I make a video telling you about it? Well, the bottom line is, if there are any repercussions from making this video, it would simply confirm that what I told you is true. So what you do with this information is up to you.
Interesting. See, I did not know.
After his story went viral,
migraine
virtually
on Joe
everyone
Rogan.
with a television program wanted a piece of this guy's story. Lazar would even put out a lengthy video explaining how exactly these flying saucers worked, and would go into even greater detail about what exactly was at Area S4.
As part of my indoctrination into the program at S4, I would randomly be taken into a small room which contained a table, a chair, and 120 or so briefings in blue folders. These reports appear to be an overview of alien information which can be used to brief scientists from any field about the scope of the whole project, and not just their specific field of endeavor.
Now, I am in no way, shape, or form a scientist, merely a guy who likes to find out information. But as an outsider to anything science-related, Lazar really does sound like he knows what he's talking about.
See, he's a
Comments
bofa.
under his testimonial video believe Lazar to be nothing
This is
short of an
bofa.
American hero. I've been an engineer for the last
This is
42
fucking
years.
bofa.
This guy talks like every engineer and scientist I've ever met. What he says about modern physics is true as far as I know it. It kind of blows your mind. Bob Lazar is, and he would probably deny this, an anchor in human history as nothing more than a conduit for the light of truth. He managed to bring forth the truth to the public without getting himself murdered in the process, which in my opinion is a testament to his intuition and intellect. Thank you, Bob, if you ever read this. Element 115 should be renamed Lazarium. It's interesting to note that the element that propelled these saucers was virtually unknown until Lazar came forward explaining its properties. It wasn't on the periodic table up until 2016,
I
and is an
remember seeing
extremely
this
radioactive
fucking the
element
first
known as
time.
Moscovium. Lazar
Like,
eventually knew
60
he fucked
Minutes or
up by
something
coming
like
out
that
with
when
this
I was a kid.
information, not only breaking his Majestic clearance, but also being at risk of possibly disappearing out in the vast Nevada desert. The guy sounded like the real deal. He'd claimed to have had degrees down from MIT to Caltech that no one ever found records of, and even worked out at Los Alamos National Laboratory, which there were some records of that would be dug up by reporter George Knapp. But why can't many people find his education records or consistent birth documents? Well, Lazar has a perfectly good explanation as to why that may be.
We called Los Alamos again. An exasperated official told us he still had no records on Lazar. EG&G, which is where Lazar says he was interviewed for the job at S4, also has no records. It's as if someone has made him disappear.
Well, they're trying to make me a non-person.
Explain. You called where?
Well, the schools that I went to, the hospital that I was born at, past job, and essentially nothing comes up with my name in it.
He smiles, but out of futility, knowing the whole thing must sound ridiculous.
It does seem pretty feasible that secret government programs would go out of their way to delete someone's history in order to protect their most valuable secrets. In an article titled Bob Lazar Shadows, Signal S Intelligence writes that Alan Rothberg, a childhood friend of Lazar, was interviewed about his experience and memories of Bob. Alan stated this about Lazar: "I'm going to say after high school, I would say it's pretty much self-taught, as far as I know. I don't believe he ever got any formal education. I don't know if he ever went to a college. I don't know that he's gotten any degrees, or he probably has certificates because, for example, to be a fireworks demonstrator. Again, the Caltech story is a bit surprising to me, but physics? I doubt he ever got a degree in physics. To me, that involves far more abstract math. Bob's research was almost entirely practical application when I knew him. He did stuff like, I can make this happen, so this is what I'm going to get into. But matrix manipulation for math, higher level math or theoretical, not a chance. I shouldn't say not a chance. I do not see it. But again, who knows what happened after we parted ways." It's no secret that Bob Lazar's intelligence plays a major role in the validation of his stories, even having his childhood buddies question whether or not Bob is telling the truth. But what is the truth? What is the truth behind the person who brought these revelations to the public eye? It's very hard to discredit someone's story when the person telling them is the only one with the information to back it up. Oh yeah, and a newspaper article and phone book entry that George Knapp was able to dig up. But let's take it back some years before he ended up in the Nevada desert. Hell, let's take it back to when he first arrived at Los Alamos, because the factual side of Bob Lazar's story may be even more wild than the alien side of it. With the help of the Robert Lazar timeline by Tom Mayhood, along with well-written investigations done by Signal S Intelligence on the Medium website, here are some events that caught my attention that are almost certain the true story of Bob Lazar. Let's start with an incident that happened with Lazar's first wife, Carol Strong, who also goes by Carol Asher and Carol Eastlinger. On June 12, 1974, Carol Nadine Eastlinger and two associates, Gary Burkett, a member of the Oakland chapter of the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club, and his wife Victoria, entered the home of Dennis Passero. Mr. Passero and Mrs. Burkett had allegedly gotten into a violent argument weeks prior. Carol held a guest of Passero's, Eugene Day, at gunpoint in an adjacent room while the other two stabbed and shot Mr. Passero to death. After Passero had been killed, the attackers handcuffed Day to a shelf bracket and handed him a syringe, which he was told contained a solution that would incapacitate him. At some point, Day was able to throw a wall plaque at Carol and escape to a neighbor's house where he contacted authorities. The following day, Carol would be arrested following a routine tow truck call in which she would be found in her Cadillac asleep with a 15-year-old boy. Upon their arrival, the police officers awakened Carol and the boy and conducted a search of the car. During the search, they discovered amphetamine powder and tablets, as well as stolen goods. Both were promptly arrested and charged with possession of dangerous drugs and possession of property with altered serial numbers. She would be sentenced in 1975 for a minimum of 5 years for second-degree murder, to which it seems she was released only 2 years later in 1977. It was around this time that Bob Lazar had moved out to California with his parents and attended Pierce College. Only a few years later, in July of 1980, Bob and Carol would get married with their marriage license stating they were both electronics engineers, with the highest school grade completed being 12th grade. In June of 1982, Bob Lazar is featured in the Los Alamos Monitor, with author Terry England stating Lazar was a physicist at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility. Though with Signal S Intelligence's research, whether or not England had made any efforts to verify that Lazar was in fact a physicist at Los Alamos has been debated ever since. Now, there is clear evidence of Lazar working out at Los Alamos, and yes, he is featured in the lab directory, though an actual physicist named John Jarmer was also interviewed by Signal S Intelligence, with Jarmer stating this about Lazar. When I was at Los Alamos at the lab working, he did some electrical technician work that I'm aware of. There was no reference to him ever having a background in physics. If he does, he should be able to put forth his degree credentials, wherever they're from. 1982 would be the year that Lazar alleges he received degrees from prestigious universities. Let's examine where Lazar claims to have gotten these degrees, because a person name-dropping schools like MIT and Caltech is a person who wants notoriety. Anyone who believes Bob Lazar believes the guy who tells a crowd at Rachel in 1993 that he had Professors Duxler and Hosfield at MIT and Caltech. Neither were found to have taught at MIT or Caltech. Stan Friedman found them to be Bob's high school and Pierce College teachers, for which there is record of Bob attending. MIT and Caltech also told Friedman that Bob had not attended either school.
I did a lot of checking on Bob. I tried to meet with him twice. I was supposed to on one occasion, and he didn't go along. I checked at MIT. I checked at Caltech. Neither one ever heard of them. Well, but the government wiped his records clean is the response. I talked to the legal counsel at MIT. No way to do that. I talked with the guy who has the degrees, the commencement lists and all that sort of thing. No mention of Lazar.
Remember, Bob claims they were trying to make him non-existent. But here's an interesting comment posted under the Stan Friedman video of Bob Lazar. I had a part-time job at the registrar's office at my undergrad university, which stored the physical paper transcripts and file cabinets in a walk-in safe. Those paper transcripts could easily have been lifted. I had full access to them myself, as I had to reference them as part of my work. But here's the thing. I also have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. If I had to prove that I earned those degrees, I wouldn't bother with requesting copies of my transcripts. I'd just show the diplomas that are hanging on the wall in my office.
Oh.
Sure, those could have been forged, but I'd at least have them to show as evidence. Are we to believe that Bob has the degrees but not the diplomas? It would be the first thing that any of us would show as evidence. While Stan Friedman did the heavy lifting when it came to discovering Lazar's academic credentials, Bob's longtime friend and the first person to come out with his story, George Knapp, also denies Lazar's claims of ever attending MIT and Caltech.
And I will confide to you this. I don't believe he ever went to those schools. I don't believe Bob Lazar could get a degree from Caltech or MIT for a very simple reason. You have to take all kinds of core courses in subjects that you may not be interested in. I can't imagine Bob Lazar sitting through a class in American Lit or reading poetry or something like that. He'd never stand for it. So what do we do? What do we do with that? Do we throw out the story? Here's how I rationalize it: is Bob would not be the first person to lie about his educational credentials in order to get a good job.
Though he doesn't believe Lazar's educational background, Knapp still maintains his belief in Bob's story. It was also in 1982 that Lazar claimed to have met the father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller.
And if I ask you on camera if you know Bob Lazar, can you just say no?
I will sit silently.
But the only evidence we have to suggest this allegation is Bob's account of Teller reading the exact newspaper article of his jet engine car. Let's jump to October of 1983, where Bob and Carol opened a photo processing shop called Studio West. And as early as 1984, Lazar claimed to have opened a brothel called Honeysuckle Ranch, with an excerpt from his autobiography stating, "We were doing well financially. We'd even invested in a legalized brothel in Las Vegas that was taking in $100,000 a month at the time we purchased it for $1 million. The Honeysuckle Ranch had been in business for more than 30 years. Though no record of a Honeysuckle Ranch has ever been found, people knowing Lazar back at Los Alamos recall Bob as an individual who had left New Mexico after borrowing hundreds of thousands of dollars and not repaying his debts. The following is part of a transcript of a recorded telephone interview that took place on May 25th, 1996 between Mark Farmer and an individual who knew Robert Lazar when he was at Los Alamos, New Mexico. Bob's not a stupid person. He's very intelligent. He's also very clever and kind of a little bit of a con man, I guess you'd say. He's always got something going, but he is very intelligent. Right after I loaned him the money, him and Carol had claimed that they had bought a bordello in Nevada. Okay. And that they were operating this bordello going back and forth. Had a madam running it for them, and they would sell t-shirts and things with the bordello's name here in the shop in Los Alamos. And I did a little checking on that, and I found out that there was no business registered under that name. And so that's when I started to figure out a lot of the things he was telling me, at least about his personal life and business dealings, was untrue. But from former mobsters opening up their own pizza joints to an actor who played a fake mobster who shook down a pizza joint and faced 20 years in prison.
Hey, I know him. I hate that guy.
I don't know who the hell Phil Schneider is.
These 6 mafiosos have not only gotten their hands dirty for the family, but have also chopped their fair share of pepperonis. Now, while I may love hot pepperonis melting in my salivating
All right, we
mouth,
got to do Steven Seagal part
these mob
2.
stories always
There's part
find a
2
way.
and 3. Steven Seagal is
What
just too
up,
funny.
jabrones? Welcome to the Steven Seagal Roast, Part 2. Now, for the OGs of this channel, you guys know how much I love Seagal. But for the newbies of these roasts, here's how they work. I read the comments you've left me on my 33 Steven Seagal facts.
No, that's
And
the
today,
first
ladies
time I
and
heard
gentlemen,
about
we'll
Bob
be
Lazar and
focusing
that
on fact number
migraine shit.
29. All right, Scotch. Let's get some. Here's an interesting fact about Steven Seagal Part 29.
It's amazing what fucking con people
Steven
do.
Seagal came out with energy. I really can't believe he came out with an energy drink. It's ridiculous. It's called lightning bolts.
It's natural,
and it tastes just great. So what happened to the company? According to Seagal, since he's been getting older, it was becoming a bit too difficult to capture lightning in a can. How in God's name did Steven Seagal get these chicks to come swim in his energy drink? How? How do you fucking know? Good to be the king. It's good to be the king.
Steven Seagal.
Okay, here's what pisses me off. Every time it's good to be the king.
Interesting
Isn't it? You think he's Elvis?
Jesus, there's
He's
a whole bunch of
nowhere near
short.
Elvis. You might have the same black hair dye. All right, let's go ahead and start with the comments. Steven has been making energy drinks for like 87 years. If he sold a can of Bullshito, I'd buy a can out of curiosity alone. Yeah. And let's not forget that he still runs like a girl. Have you not seen the Nike commercials? Steven Seagal does not run like a girl. Girls run better. The only known ingredient in Seagal's lightning bolt drink is his sweat harvested from under his belly flap. Dude, that's fucked. It's 100% natural water. He's been making up BS patty pie since he was 7.
He's
over
making
200 years
comments from
now.
these fucking assholes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Steven Seagal roast. So, what's this Steven Seagal roast, you ask? Well, this is where you guys come in, the great comment section of YouTube. And to show my appreciation for those who've been watching my Steven Seagal facts, I'll be selecting the best comments from those shorts and showcase them here for your viewing pleasure. So, let's get a carrot and get to roasting with the comments from the first fact about Steven Seagal. Here's an interesting fact about Steven Seagal. During the filming of Sniper Special Ops, Seagal was offered to train with the actual Navy SEAL Team 6, but declined, saying he already had enough experience as a sniper during the Vietnam War. I mean, just look at his... just look at the precision of his movements.
Oh my God, dude. I know who I'm making
really as
Steve
good as they all
Seagal.
say you are?
All right, let's get to the comments, ladies and gentlemen.
The comments.
Blue Boy 189 says, he the greatest gravy seal that ever lived.
Gravy seal.
Maury says, he sat down for 95% of that movie. I mean, I honestly didn't watch it, to be quite frank. Hell no. Baines Box says, Seal, Steven eats anything, literally. This guy with the monk in the picture. He was so tough, the mob shook him down for his movie money and cried a lot. Yeah, talk about that in one of my other facts. Navy whale. Tommy Gun 5052 says, Steven said he had enough experience as a SEAL as he's slowly morphing into one. Damn. That's mean, man. Oh, Lord, women. Are you really as good as they say you are? Seagal, frantically trying to catch his breath. Damn, that's a good one. I like the Tom Segura ones. Seagal, I don't need sniper training. I can't read. I've been a sniper for the last 73 years. The guy never went to Vietnam. That's just blatant disrespect to our veterans who have served. I'm sorry, guys, if you feel disrespected. Seagal's a walking meme. Seagal is a walking meme. Jesus. His movies have turned into comedies now. Just go back and watch it again. It's hilarious. They really are. When I hear the word bad actor, Stefan Seagal enters the chat. When he was making the phone call, his actual words were, is this the all-night buffet? God damn. He was never in Vietnam and he didn't work with the CIA. He did bring a lot of attention to Aikido. Really? How has he not won an Oscar? Oh, the humanity. Damn.
Oh, boy.
I don't know, man.
Said that he's never seen anyone aside from Steven Seagal actually really hit stuntmen on set.
He was
so
really
he would actually hit the stuntman.
Broke the guy's face, split his face open from cheekbone to jawbone. Wow. I mean, he hurt people for real. And Michael was not about that life.
Oh no,
he's
he
an
said,
ultimate professional.
Yeah.
Whereas to go and put a stuntman's face literally through the glass for real. I had to shoot the scene with him as his partner. I had to kind of remind him. He would always, oh, you effing that's me, and it's the best me, and throw a punch like inch from my nose, like always throwing a punch. I do. That's every day. He was throwing a punch at me to the point where I would remind him, like, I'm supposed to like you.
Steven Seagal hits the shit out of people. That's a unique situation.
Okay, so you did how many Steven Seagal movies?
Like 3?
In those films you did with Steven Seagal, he was actually hitting the stuntmen like.
Oh hell yeah, he's known for that.
He's known for that.
Hell yeah.
So how would the stuntmen react after getting punched by Steven Seagal?
Ouch. They try to they try to deal with it because they're stuntmen.
And so there's a certain ethic where you try to grin and bear it. But me, I think that's some chicken shit stuff to hit anybody, right? Including me. I would never do that to somebody. He's not Steven is not a pleasant person to work with. This is true. So me taking pride in hurting Seagal, I find no gratification in that. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. And like I said, I got to look at myself in the mirror. So Steven Seagal hits the shit out of people. Some people go along with it.
All right, we got a stuntman's firsthand
Yeah,
story.
let's wrap it up. But I want to wrap with talking about Steven Seagal.
Oh yeah,
the notorious Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal. So funny story. One day, one of our good friends, Bam Bam, he's a producer, he's a director now. He used to own BC Stunts, I think it's called. He's like one of the biggest stunts organizations here. So he called me. He's like, "Hey, Migo, of course." It's like, "You're Persian, right? You're Middle Eastern." I'm like, "No, I'm from Iraq, but like, yeah, I'm Middle Eastern." He's like, "Okay, I have this. Do you know how to act?" I'm like, "I've never done it before." It's like, "What is it?" He's like, "I'll send you the lines. Film it in front of the camera and send it to me." It's like, okay. So a guy named Khalil. Send him the line, whatever, and at the end, it would end up being the second hand. I'm the right hand of a bad Middle Eastern guy, and we're like,
not a good storyteller.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Movies are different than music because some old music is dope as fuck, right? Like,
yeah.
And then I guess some old movies are dope too.
Hell yeah!
I got pretty into like some later, more recent era Steven Seagal stuff, like 5-6 years ago. My friends and I would watch it because it was just so insanely bad. And then Dan sent me a link to the Come Town guys talking about these same films, and it was like they summed it all up so perfectly. But it was basically like
one of the funny things is like he's so old, and his special forces team that he assembles all has to be kind of his age, which means their commander has to be like 80. You know what I mean? My God! So they show the commander just a white mustache, old as fuck.
That's hilarious. Tom Segura had a whole bit about Seagal.
Dude, I heard a story about him from someone who would know, and they said that like this super agent, like he was the personal trainer of this like super agent,
Michael Ovitz.
Yeah, and that he had a bet with another agent that he can make anybody famous. And they're like, well, how about your trainer? I guess they asked him like to learn a martial art or something.
No, that's not it.
That's
not it. No, Steven Seagal is a legit Aikido specialist,
right? And that's legit. Like the art. That's the art of like de-arming someone. So it is.
It was invented for samurai to fight against someone with a sword.
Right.
So it's all about like a redistribution of energy. It's all about I commit to you, right, and then you throw me to the ground. The problem with that is if someone doesn't commit, if someone just fucking grabs you, and wrestles you, like you're a Division I wrestler against an Aikido guy. The Aikido guy has zero chance. There's not a chance in hell you're going to stop Daniel Cormier from taking you down. There's zero chance.
That's
Chimaev grabs you, you're going for a ride 100% of the time.
That's the other fucking awesome thing too. The Seagal, in the like later films where he doesn't even get up out of the chair. He just does the shit and throws people down. Yeah, they come at him and he just
He's eating a hot dog. So this is Seagal when he was younger. Seagal was the first American to run a dojo in Japan. Now, this is later.
Okay.
This is actually later because he's already got wacky hair.
Just his posture, he's so disrespectful.
Well, it's the whole idea behind him is that he was an American who spoke Japanese. He's married to a Japanese woman. He ran a dojo in Tokyo or somewhere in Japan. But it was very unusual for an American to be running a dojo. But I think it was because he married the woman. It's ridiculous.
But the stuff where he's like, have you seen the clips of him in Belarus eating the carrots and stuff.
Eating carrots?
There's a good yeah, he's like hanging out with the president or dictator of Belarus, but it's amazing.
Jamie,
thing.
find the older
There it is.
footage. Older footage.
This is
Just eating carrots?
I'll watch this, kind of.
Look at the way he dresses up.
Watch this.
Thank you.
So insane.
His hair is insane.
And of course, someone edited that, so he's like deep throating the carrot. And he checks. Watch. He makes a good like tit joke about the melons here in a second. That's nice.
That's the weird thing about like old actors that like are kind of at the end of the journey and they start appearing in foreign countries and meeting people. I want to meet Steven Seagal. Bring him to me. And then all of a sudden he's a Russian citizen. He's got a passport in Russia, like no bullshit.
Yeah,
he's a Russian citizen.
Right.
Mr. Putin's always been amazing to me. There's a weird thing with this is him when he was young. So this is before the movie days. This is him teaching Aikido.
This is cool.
This is much better, right? But it's also not real.
Yeah.
Like that shit doesn't work. It's like if you learn Aikido, you can do some of those things.
That was such bullshit. He just threw the guy behind his back.
The clips from like the last couple of years when he's doing it, it looks, preposterous, really.
It's a lot of preposterousness to Aikido because the people are playing along with it. They're going along with it. So that's real. It's also, it's just fucking that's kind of martial art is like, it's like not, you don't really know how to fight. It's like learning a language, but you only learn like conjunctions. You only learn like ends and buts and and you learn a couple of vowels.
So it's how we speak Spanish.
It's worse. It's worse. It's like you just can't only do that. If you want to learn how to do that for funsies, it's fun to do. But don't think this is going to really work. There's shit that they didn't know. They just didn't know.
Worked for him.
Well, it would work if someone had a sword. The thing is, like the Japanese samurai, they knew how to fight. And then that would be an art that they would train in just to learn how to disarm sword carrying weapon, like someone who's got something, a spear, something that's gonna get you. You lost your sword in battle. There has to be a strategy for that. So the Japanese came up with Aikido.
There's this dude that makes these dioramas, like that are out like insane detail, and
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So I would imagine if you're the fucking CIA, you're like, okay, we're looking for people who have gone through these things in their life that have curated this kind of like personality type.
Well, isn't it just like part of the gig? Like here's a for instance, like your bit about Puffy.
How you're going to connect these two fucking dots?
That bit is like, look, you don't have any real personal beef with Diddy, but it's got to go down. The bits are there. I'm a gold miner. I just found some gold.
You're right. Maybe I'm a sociopath.
It's not that you're a sociopath. It's just that that's part of the gig.
Yes.
Like you're not a sociopath with your friends.
No, I think I'm maybe an empath.
Yes.
But I guess it's one of those things where like you justify, you go, okay, I think this person might have done something bad.
Yes.
And he can get jokes and we're all going to tell jokes.
Yeah.
I'm not pressing fucking charges.
Well, not only that, you're not the guy who's out there like calling the New York Times, hey, you know what I heard about
By
Diddy?
the way, yeah.
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 Exactly. You're just like, it's there. I mean, it's not just there.
Yes.
It's everywhere. My fucking news feed is dominated by it.
Yeah.
Fox News, CNN, everyone. There's raids at Diddy's house. Who was the guy that was running around with a sports bra on? Did you see that one dude?
No, this is in LA.
Oh my God, I gotta send you
while
this.
the raids are happening?
Yeah. He got caught up in the raid and he was yelling, I'm a celebrity. It was like one of the most hilarious clips. Hold on, I'm gonna find you this. It's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Jamie?
But you bring up a good point, which is like, are there ever situations where you feel you won't?
Wait till you see this. He's wearing a sports bra. Hold on, we're gonna play it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, put your headphones on so you can hear it.
Hey, Santana.
Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Wearing what appears to be a black sports bra, red tights, and the performer's signature trim beard and
Yo, give me a second. Oh God, dude. I think I'm gonna have to start covering this.
Oh. All right.
Go.
Peanut butter and gumballs, nice combo. Don't worry about what happened. Time heals all things. Except these crazy eyes.
Oh, it's good to be home. I know that much.
I wasn't talking to you, Deeds. I was talking to that squirrel over there.
Oh.
Although it is a shame about that Cedar fella tearing apart your uncle's company and firing all those nice people.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh, I watch the stock market channel all the time. I just watch because I suspect that anchorman of being an evil leprechaun. He can bullshit everybody else, but he ain't fooling me.
Can you believe Deeds bought us all these?
Damn, these things are fast.
Yeah, this is Joe. This is Saucy Santana.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him.
Oh, wow. Saliva on the beard is crazy.
Saliva on
He
the
definitely
beard.
came from a Diddy party.
Yeah. Well, he was at Diddy's house.
I bet he was.
So I guess Diddy just kept people at his houses because he's got multiple houses, and he's just had freak out part. Look at him. Look at Saucy Santana. Go, Saucy.
Yeah. No, Saucy's crazy. Have you seen Saucy twerk?
I didn't even know Saucy existed until I saw the video.
Oh, Saucy can throw it down.
This is Booty by Saucy Santana.
I don't even know if it's Diddy's artist, but Saucy's like a popular figure in
They're
music.
staying at his house.
No, Diddy's in a tricky situation.
Boy,
Diddy's in a
that's the
tricky
understatement
situation.
of the year.
Yeah, Diddy's in a I think it's over.
You think it's over?
I think it's over for him as like a figure in entertainment.
Right. But do you
Like,
think it's over as him as far
go to
as like
jail?
he gets a cell right next to R. Kelly?
I don't think so. I don't think
Really?
he gets
I
locked
think he
up.
skates.
I think he skates, or he goes to
Really?
like Bali.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a move, huh?
I mean, Russell's out there.
Yeah.
You know,
Is he been formally charged, or does he just know that the shit is out there?
I think there's just so much shit out there.
Bro, I think those rappers did some wild shit.
It's I mean, it was
Especially in the 90s.
music business. It's a lot of people.
It's not just the music business. It's like it's the extortion business.
Well, that's I mean, the rap game was crazy. That's a thing a lot of people don't realize is like back in the day, especially like early rap game, you weren't just going to play at what's the random theater that you would play in LA? What's like a big theater? I'm trying to think, the Orpheum or something like that. Wiltern. Some guys were explaining to me, it was like you would play at the local hood club. There was like a hood club that you could perform at. And then that was owned by the local drug dealer that was washing money there.
Right.
So this is where the idea of like checking in comes from. Have you heard of this term?
Yes.
Like checking in was basically like, hey, I want to make sure we're good because you're going to pay me. And if I don't check in, you might rob me because you're putting me up at the hotel and you know everything that's going on. And you're a drug dealer. So you
Right.
don't play by the rules.
Right. When you come to Houston, you're checking in with certain people.
Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prince.
Yeah.
You don't got to check in, Joe.
You got to check in, say
Joe
hi.
don't got to check in.
I'm not in that business. I say hi.
You've had him on here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a legend in the game.
He's a
dude.
legend. Out of respect, I say hi.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So what is like, how does a guy like him like I'm trying to think, like how do you navigate that to the point where people have this like respect and fear because of what they assume you've done in the street world,
right?
But you're also operating legitimately,
yeah,
and nobody can get you.
They
Like,
try.
They try.
Well, they
nonstop.
tried with him many times.
And do you think they just give up?
I don't think they have anything. Something they would have brought it. You know, if they have something on a guy like that, they try to get him.
That's the thing.
But
with,
he's clever.
Oh,
he's playing many levels. He's like one of those dudes. You ever see a chess tournament where a guy walks in and there's 10 different players and he just walks and goes to each move and goes to the next board and makes a move, goes to the next board, makes a move, and he beats everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where does a guy like that learn that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Streets. Yeah. He learns that, you know, I mean, it's all about keeping people close.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
Giving respect, getting respect.
Yeah.
Making sure that, you know, you cover all your statements.
Yeah. Like if you say something, you have to make sure you do it.
You cover it. Yeah.
100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably times in his life where he's went, like if it's poker, he probably went all in a few times, not in terms of money, but like this decision makes or breaks me.
Yeah.
I wonder how many make or break moments he's had.
Well, it depends on what's actually true and what's not true in terms of accusations. You know, because if some of the accusations are true, that kind of covers things. You know, when folks vanish, when someone does abracadabra,
see you later.
Folks vanish.
Yeah, that's effective. Fear is effective, man.
100%. Yeah, and it should be, because listen, all the shit that's going on right now in the world. In America, we get so soft and we think none of that shit's going to happen here. All that murder, war, drones, assassinations, that's not going to happen here unless you know the Clintons.
Yes.
Unless you know some shit.
Yeah.
Unless you know some shit about old Bill. And then you wind up shooting yourself in the chest while hanging from an extension cord.
Wait, did that happen?
Oh, yeah. You don't know that guy?
Shot himself
This is
in
a
the
guy
chest. Joe, that seems really hard to do.
With a shotgun. This
Yeah,
is
how do you do such a thing?
while you're hanging? This is a guy that brought Epstein to the White House at least 7 times.
What's his name?
And like,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
so I get picked up in Atlanta, take me to Atlanta jail. I go and put me in this modular, and I go in this modular, and there's black people, all the different races, right? Well, over there, they don't politic like we do in California, right? So this is my first understanding of how the system works, right? So I go in there, and the only thing that you can't do in that system is you can't eat at the same table with a different race. Besides that, once you're up from the dinner table, I can trade with any race. I could do whatever, talk to them, chop it up. Like,
But you
whatever.
have to eat with people of your own race
Only. Yeah. Only. So then,
and they tell you this, so somebody informs you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I got informed when I went in.
So when I moved from Atlanta to California politics much different. You can't trade with blacks. You can't trade with others. You can't trade with. So you can only do trade with your race, and then the whites get along with the SA. So what ended up happening is like, so you have others, which are any other race besides Mexican, white, or black. And this is a car. It's called a car, right? So everybody has a car, their own race. So you have Woods, you have Skinheads, you have Paisas, you got Mexicans, you got Crips, Bloods, and others.
And the Paisas roll with the Mexicans, the Skinheads roll with the Woods.
Yeah. And if something really pops off, some race
click
shit,
up.
then Mexicans and the whites will click up against the blacks, or the blacks.
It's always on them against us. It always sucks to be. It sucks to be black in them times. I'm telling you, real shit. But we thump though. We thump.
So
we always knock them out
so
anyway.
You start trying to figure out this shit, you know, like you get thrown into that fire, you're trying to figure out all these unwritten rules. You know, there's no rule book, a law book come in and say, hey, do this.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
so a guy could really direct you in the wrong way if he wants to, you know what I mean? Like tell you some sideways shit, and next thing you know, you're in a wreck. You know?
Ooh.
So I go in.
Set you up.
So I go in. This was actually my second experience, not my first experience in there, but my second experience, I go in, they put me into a psych ward, a psych watch, getting extradited from Atlanta to here. And so I go into this area and I don't know anything, you know, and this black guy in the psych ward is like yelling in this module, you know, like, anybody want to learn how to play chess? Anybody want to learn how to play chess? You know, and I was like, hell yeah, I want to learn how to play chess, right? So I walk over, I sit down with this fool, and he starts showing me how to play chess. But it's a black guy at a black guy table, and I'm a white guy. So now I just sat down at this black guy table, and all the woods and all the skinheads, and they're like now against me.
Oh no.
But I didn't know. Like,
oh no, you had no idea.
I had no idea.
Oh no.
Right. So now
no.
Yeah. So now my cell pops, and I go to walk to the shower, and I walk past the other cell that pops, which is another skinhead in that room, and I go walk past his cell, and it's smack, right? So now we're fighting.
Wow.
You know. So clean this kid up. Now they move me to another module. So now this kid put a kite out, like, oh, we got to get this guy because So
fun.
Yeah. So I'm moving this other module. At the time, the institution had a lot of skinheads in there, and the skinheads will politic hard.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Nobody has any idea how the world works until they plug into a group, and the group has its stories that it tells about how the world works. Every group has its model of what a hero is, and this set of beliefs a hero has. And once we've plugged into that group, we orient ourselves towards becoming that person. And cults are interesting because cults are like, all human groups are kind of cults, but looser. So every human group is a status game in the sense that it's a group of people who believe the same things, and there's sort of rules for being part of that group. And the more, the better you become at following those rules and becoming its ideal of self, the higher you rise up that status game. The only difference between cult and a religion and a business and a political group is just that it's much tighter. So the rules are much stricter. Like there's a zillion rules. Like I've written before about what they call there was the cult that they castrated themselves.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's Gate. That's right. Yeah,
Oh
and
my
they had rules
God.
even about like how much toothpaste you were allowed to put on your toothbrush. They had a rule about exactly how scrambled eggs were to be cooked, and the rule was dry but not burnt. So there was a rule about how much water you put in your bathtub. And
was the leader was he castrated as well?
No, he wasn't, surprisingly enough.
Really?
Yeah, they were called T and Doe, and there he is, T. Yeah,
Just imagine you are so low in your life that you think that's the guy that has all the answers.
Mark Applewhite,
Is that a tribal thing? This is what I've always assumed, that's just some holdover from when we were a part of groups of 150 people that needed a leader. And generally that leader would be some old warlord. He's probably like 35, back then. But had gone through a lot and was a strong leader, was someone that you admired as a leader. And maybe in these tribal times, that's baked into our DNA. And when someone comes along and speaks confidently, I am never confident. I'm never confident about if you're so confident about all these thoughts and about what life is about and where we're going and what awaits us. And if you follow these rules, God, that's so confident. I'm not that confident. So I could get sucked in.
Yeah.
Any human could get sucked in. But is that what it's from? Is it from tribal times?
Yes and no. So one of the really surprising things about tribes, the tribes in which we evolved, is that idea of the big man is a bit of a myth. So they were kind of leaderless. Like leaders would bubble up by consensus when, say, we wanted to solve a particular problem to do with hunting. The best hunters would be deferred to. And what do you think? At
some point in time, they became leaders. I mean, they've been leaders for so long.
We're going to get back to this because, this is explaining cult leaders and all that. We have Mark from Soft White Underbelly telling us why he does interviews and the homeless problem and shit.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
When you first started doing these videos, did you have to figure out a way to balance your own mental health with interviewing these people? Because I got to tell you, I watched a bunch of videos today in the gym while I was working out, and I felt like shit. And I always feel good after I work out.
I know it affects people in different ways. Some people make, oh my God, my problems are not so bad. My life is pretty great. I've heard that many times. I've heard that more often, but I get what you're saying because I'm immersed in it.
Yeah.
What you see on my YouTube channel is 1,200, maybe 1,300 videos. I've done over 5,000 because not everything I shoot, like with you, you're doing interviews with Elon Musk and Dave Chappelle and Huberman, and they're great. you know they're going to grade. You don't need to do 8 or 10 in a day like I do.
Right.
Like I'll do 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in a day, hoping to get 1 or 2.
But even the ones that you have where the people can barely communicate, they're almost more disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I watched a couple today of homeless people.
Yeah.
Where, there was this one woman, she was missing one of her toes, and that woman,
Yeah.
and she's just the movement and the mental health, the obvious signs that she's very troubled and probably on some drugs, and it's just.
Yeah.
Did you have children?
I do. I have 2 daughters, 19 and 22.
Yeah. So that to me was like the hearing the stories of how they were all abused sexually and physically when they were children, and seeing what it leads to.
Right. So I'm aware that these things go on.
Yeah.
I've been down on Skid Row for 12 years now, maybe 13 years. And so I know what's
Do you
going on.
live down there?
No. I live in Pacific Palisades, which is like the exact opposite.
Yes.
I live in Bel Air basically, but then I go down to the worst. I go from the worst part of town to the best part of town. Yeah, it's a drastic change.
I wonder how he
from
found
one to the other.
JC.
But even when I was doing this before I started Soft White Underbelly, I was aware that this crap is going on to these people when they were kids.
Yeah.
And when I decided, I gave up advertising, I wanted to do something that was meaningful to me. I looked around like, that's a problem that needs to be addressed. And, people say, oh, your work's exploitive. You're exploiting these poor drug addicts. Like, I understand there's an exploitive element to it. All photography has that, element to it. But let's say I never did these videos. Let's say we just pretend these problems don't exist. It's all going to continue. And Caroline's kids are going to get molested by the babysitter or by the uncle or by whoever. And it'll repeat the pattern over and over and over. So I figured by putting out these, it's disguised as entertainment, but what it really is if you watch a dozen of them, you're going to learn like, wow, we need to protect our kids. We need to watch our kids. We need to, how many fathers were absent in these kids' lives that I do? Like 1% of them had fathers that were in their lives.
Right.
Like, where are the dads? What are they doing that's so important that they can't raise their own kid?
Well, they're probably fucked up too, which is
that's where it goes.
It's never-ending cycle.
It's generation. It's cycle after cycle.
Have you interviewed anyone and then come back years later and they straighten their life out?
Yeah, that's happened.
Yeah? Who?
I've done 5,000,
right?
And it's literally like 4 that I know of.
And what has that been like? Like, can you give me an
Yeah, I mean,
example?
And even though they've done it, doesn't mean they didn't break down and relapse tomorrow. Today.
Right.
That happens all the time. So
Yeah. Hello, freak bitches.
I got a question for you, man.
Okay.
So, I've been a fan of you for a long time, right? So what?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I appreciate you. Appreciate it. What? What made you make the switch from like being a moon landing denier to like you
That's a
fucking
good question.
crazy if we didn't? If you don't.
No,
do it?
I don't think we're crazy. No, this is my take on it. Absolutely, I don't know enough about astrophysics, about space travel,
Right.
about the science that's the work that's been done, about how to get a rocket to the moon and back. I definitely don't know enough.
It's rocket science.
And I've looked at a lot of very compelling documentaries that explain why they think it was hoaxed. And they'll show you some footage, and you can look at some of the footage, and it looks fake as fuck. There's some footage that, to me, looks really doctored. There's
this
some,
day?
Yeah, to this day.
Okay.
Some when you ever seen ones where it looks like they're on wires, that the astronauts are on wires?
I have.
There's some where there's a video where they look like they're on a trampoline. They're bouncing around on trampolines.
Mm-hmm.
The physics are different in different videos. This is where it gets weird. Like the physics are different from the Apollo 11 moon landing. We see him waddle around on the surface of the moon.
Oh shit!
The
Damn it.
Joe Rogan
I
Experience.
wanted to see the rest of that.
Where it gets weird. Like the physics are different from the Apollo 11 moon landing. We see him waddle around on the surface of the moon. They're moving at like half speed. And then you see them in other ones, like the one where they bounce around the air. You're like, wow, they're moving different. They're in the same thing, but it looks different. The first one was very grainy. They showed it on a projection screen.
Right.
There's a couple different possibilities. One possibility is it just looks weird because it's on the moon, and your brain is trying to interpret it, and your brain's going, well, that's fake, because you don't really understand what 1/6 Earth's gravity really does to a body. That's one possibility. Another possibility, which has been shown to be true, is that some of the stuff that they passed off as being legitimate photographs of space travel was actually test runs where they blacked out the background and pretended that they were in space. And there's one really clear example of this. It's Michael Collins. Michael Collins, who was a guy who was aboard Apollo 11.
Right.
And Gemini 15. There's a photo of him in the middle of a what is it when they walk around outside the spacewalk? They call it spacewalk. Why does that seem like a bad word? It's like spacewalk. Like if it doesn't seem like that's the official title. Well, it's in the middle of a spacewalk.
It's probably something more.
Yeah,
a little more syllables.
Yeah, something slicker. Anyway, so he's doing the spacewalk and he's got this harness on. He's holding on to this like thing, and it was apparently just an image that had already been published of him in a training exercise, and they blacked out the background and flipped the picture upside down.
That's the joint right there.
It's the same exact photo. Same exact photo. I mean, people have lined it up and switched it over. It's the same photo. It's just been edited. So the one on the left was them practicing how to use these. I don't guess that the harness is some sort of a thing that he's hanging on to. I guess it moves him around a little bit.
Right.
They were trying to practice it on the left, and on the right, they just passed it off. But those are publicity photos, right?
Right.
So you got to go, well, okay, well, who approves of publicity photos? It could easily be just some idiot who works in the publicity department who did marketing and who didn't think they had enough photos from the moon that were good of spacewalks. It's probably insanely difficult to take a spacewalk photo. So does that mean that they faked the moon landing? No, but it means that people fake things. So you got to got to be really objective and looking at that.
Right.
Okay. So people say fake things. They definitely filmed a lot of the training exercises that they did of the moon landing. Right. They filmed a lot of shit. They definitely did. If that has already been proven that they took this fake photograph and they tried to pass it off as a real spacewalk, it's entirely possible that some of the stuff that they filmed, they made out to look like they were on the moon when they were not. But does that mean they didn't go to the moon? No, it doesn't. And so when I was saying it proves that they didn't go to the moon, my critique of myself is that I didn't look at it objectively because I wanted one conclusion to be true. And I wanted that conclusion to be that the moon landing was fake. So I looked at it and I was saying to myself, okay, did I come to this conclusion because there's a lot of evidence that shows it to be fake, or have I seen a lot of evidence that looks fake? And does that mean that they didn't go to the moon? Right. No, it doesn't. There's a bunch of different possibilities. There's a ton of different possibilities. There's also the possibility that whatever photographs they took can get severely damaged in the radiation of space, and that it was really difficult to do.
Right.
That's possible too. And that they decided somehow or another that they were going to pass off these, that they actually did go, and they decided they're going to pass off some of these fake videos. So there's a bunch of possibilities. The possibility that it looks fake because I'm dumb, and because I don't understand anything about the physics of 1/6 Earth's gravity, and it just looks weird because it's shitty film. It's 1969. That's possibility number one. Number two is they fake some things. Or number three is they didn't really have good footage because, like, you couldn't take film through the airport. Remember that?
Yeah.
Like, people would go through those radar detectors, and your film would get jacked, and they weren't responsible.
I didn't have any film, but I know
people that I have friends that are photographers. And my uncle's a photographer, and he would tell me, you can't send the film. Like, if you have, like, you take a roll of film and awesome pictures.
How would they get it through?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they did, but I know that some film has been damaged, or maybe it's an urban myth. Maybe find out if film got damaged by those radar things at the airport. X-rays at the airport.
I could appreciate the mindset though of looking at your opinion objectively and saying, am I tripping? Let's look at the facts and say, I'm just not really sure. I think that's the problem with people today. When people, period, is that they're afraid to say, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're super afraid.
It's like, to me, ignorance is such a gift. Like, it just gives you an opportunity to learn some shit if you're humble enough. Like, don't assume you know shit. Like, even the shit I feel like I know, I still feel like I don't know.
Yeah, well, that seems you have a very healthy ego for a big, young, fucking super athlete.
It's fucking football, man. Like,
I know, but
you
I'm saying your
saying?
ego is very healthy. You
I
have a really
appreciate
good
it.
way of looking at things. I think that's the right way to be, man. You can't be married to like ideas and opinions like that because they're not you, but we think that they are. They're like an extension of us. So we want to win these arguments.
That's
and we
what-
want, we
yeah.
want to be right. I think it gets real scary when you want to be right, and then you're willing to ignore evidence that might show that you're wrong.
Right.
And that's how I felt about myself. And by the way, if you wanted a conspiracy that's a good one, that seems like it might be possible, the moon landing is one of the best ones. And this is why it's so attractive. Between 1969 and 1973,
You still on the fence about this, huh?
no, I'm not at all.
Okay.
But I'm on the I don't know shit fence. That's where I live.
All right.
But between
You got
that
a lot of
time,
facts on this side. I'm with you, though.
they sent, I think it was 7 missions. 6 of them were successful. The only one that wasn't successful was Apollo 13, right?
Right.
They sent these fucking people around the moon, 250,000 plus miles out there and back. But ever since then, all they've been able to do is get people into near Earth orbit. Ever since then, like the highest anyone's ever gone, I think it's 400 miles. So they went from 260,000 miles all the way to the moon and back to 400 miles. Everything is like inside. And they've never gone through the Van Allen radiation belts. They've never gone into deep space and returned. They haven't done that since 1973.
I thought, and I could be wrong, but I thought it was because of like funding.
Could be.
Like, you know,
Meanwhile, LACMA's got funds. Show me how that makes sense. You don't want to fund space travel. You want to fund that fucking acrylic box.
Amber box. Great adjective, by the way. That's perfect.
It is great. I don't think that I know whether or not we went to the moon, but I'm telling you that if you wanted a juicy conspiracy
I've looked
to
into
get
it.
excited about,
I've looked into it,
it's
man.
the best one to get excited about.
I
They
just-
lost all the data.
I see, because like I see, like, you know, you go down the YouTube wormhole, you know, you start watching Barry Sanders highlights, and then all of a sudden I'm looking at JFK being Michael Jackson or some shit. But like I
we
just don't
definitely
see
went down
what
the,
the
rabbit
motive
hole
would
tonight.
be. Like, what is the fucking like?
The
What?
Cold War. First of all, we wanted to beat the Russians because we were in a race to see who
Okay.
can get to the moon. And here's one of the things that we do know for a fact: the Russians faked a bunch of shit. They faked
We
a
know
bunch
they
of
faked.
footage. Yeah, Yuri Gagarin, who was the first man in space, they had a video.
You might be an expert on this, man.
Well, I studied this. I dated a guy who was a really nice guy, but Phil Plate, who's a bad astronomer, badastronomer.com. And he was a lot of things he wasn't willing to admit, though, that were unfortunate, because maybe he could have convinced me more if he was. And one of the big ones was that Werner von Braun was a Nazi. They hired a bunch of Nazis to run the space program. It was called Operation Paperclip. And what Operation Paperclip was they took a bunch of Nazi scientists and relocated them to the United States. We lost some of them to Russia. Russia scooped up some of them. But when we ended the World War II and Nazi Germany collapsed, we went in and took the scientists. Well, Werner von Braun was the head of a rocket factory in Berlin, where they used to hang the 5 slowest Jews in front of the rocket factory for all the other workers to see. Werner von Braun, the Simon Wiesenthal Center said, if Werner von Braun was alive today, he'd be punished for crimes against humanity.
This is news.
Yeah,
to me.
no, Werner von Braun was a straight up Nazi. And this guy was not willing to admit that.
All right.
You know, he's like, well, you know, just because someone's in Germany. No, he was a Nazi. He was a Nazi. Whether or not he actually killed anybody, maybe he had to be a Nazi. I mean, we're not saying that, look, if you're fucked and you're in this neighborhood and that it overcomes the entire neighborhood, you want to keep your family alive, so you put that thing on your jacket sleeve, you put that swastika on, and you see Heil like everybody else. Maybe you're not really a Nazi ideologically. Maybe you're not a Nazi in your heart. Maybe you're just trying to stay alive. That's entirely possible too. But he was a Nazi. He was a fucking Nazi. And they had slaves that were running rocket factories in Berlin where they were figuring out how to make rockets.
That's brand new. I need to.
Yeah. Operation Paperclip. Cold War, President Truman authorized Operation Paperclip in August of 1945.
Oh,
The U.S.
shit.
Army secretly admitted 88 German scientists and engineers to help in development of rocket technology, including Werner von Braun, Arthur Rudolph, and Herbertus Strugold.
People didn't know this shit.
Hubertus. That's a great name.
It's not a great name, bro.
Bring that back. Hubertus. If you have a fucking stud kid who's like one of the strongest men in the world, his name is Hubertus.
He's named after a
my
Nazi.
son, Hubertus.
Fuck that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He was named after a Nazi. So there was like something in the debate that guy was not willing to admit, which made me even more skeptical that he was right about the other stuff. The other thing was that they, like, moon rocks that they've collected from the moon have turned out to not really be moon rocks. Like a bunch of them for sure have been tested by scientists and they've found that these rocks are from another planet. But there was a rock that they gave to whoever's the head of Holland. And it was personally given with a plaque by Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins. And it turned out to be petrified wood. Moon rock given to Holland by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin is fake. It's a moon rock given to the Dutch prime minister by the Apollo 11 astronauts in 1969. Turned out to be a fake. So they were giving people pieces of petrified wood saying, "This is for you. We went to the moon. God bless America."
308,000 euros.
Now, there's a bunch of possibilities, okay? Let's just be honest about this, because this story is from 2009. It's entirely possible that between 1969, there's multiple sources, but that's the Telegraph.
That's
That's
what I'm
the
saying.
legit
But
newspaper.
you got to trace the source.
For sure. What I'm saying is that it's entirely possible that someone stole that moon rock and replaced it with that. That's possible. All right. That's possible. Or it's possible they just got some fake rocks. Here's the thing. Bill Clinton had a quote in his book, in one of his books. I think his book is called My Life. And he had a quote about the moon landing and a story about him having this conversation with a carpenter. And that this carpenter said that he didn't believe the moon landing. He goes, "Them television fellers, they can make anything look real." And he said, this is a quote in Bill Clinton's fucking book. He said, "Back then, I thought that guy was a quack. But after, or a crank, whatever, crazy person. But after 8 years in the White House, I was wondering if he wasn't ahead of his time."
Oh, wow.
This is a guy that was the fucking president of the United States. And he's talking specifically about an old carpenter telling him the moon landing was fake. And then he says, "I wondered after 8 years in the White House if that guy wasn't ahead of his time."
Causation, correlation.
Yeah. No, look, could be bullshit.
Yeah.
Could be bullshit. 100%. It could be just a good story.
But I think that's the thing about conspiracy theories is like it leads you on all these dead end chases.
Oh, yeah. So to the long answer of your question, that's where I stood on this whole moon landing thing. That's why I came around to thinking in a different way.
Right.
I was way too convinced that I was right.
Right.
I'm convinced I was right, but it's fucking real low levels of understanding of any of the science of this stuff.
Yeah, I think that's
You know?
the problem is as a society we're so scientifically illiterate, you know, and that causes so much room for speculation. And you're kind of a prisoner of people who are masters of their craft. You're kind of a prisoner to their quote unquote agenda. I don't want to put that bad of a term on it, but you're kind of a prisoner of that because we don't have any choice but to take their word for it
Right.
or to pursue it yourself.
Right, to learn about what they're talking about yourself, to
Yeah.
know if they're right or not.
Yeah.
Well, that's absolutely the case, right? Because you know that's the case in almost everything else.
There's no video evidence of what hit the Pentagon.
Well, there's a video of something. I know there was one hidden camera thing or security camera video that was released, but
The Joe Rogan Experience.
You know what I'm going to completely change the subject, if I may.
Sure.
You know, I want to talk about when you came on my radio show with Phil Plait about the moon
talked
landing.
about the moon landing. Yeah.
But what I think is fascinating about this, about clubs and stuff, you know, is you know, and I know I've read here and there that you've gone back on a lot of that, your conspiracy stuff and so.
Yeah.
But that's not.
But I can explain that too. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, this is the thing. I have zero astrophysics education. Zero. I don't know anything about whether or not it's possible to put people on the moon. I do know fuckery, and I do know teams, and I do understand when people are bullshitting people. And I think there's a lot of that with a lot of the NASA stuff, a lot of the older stuff in particular. There was a lot of manipulation of images and putting things online that may not have actually really happened because it was press releases. And there's an image of Michael Collins from like Gemini 15 that's a very clear image of him doing a simulation, like in a studio with straps and harnesses. And then someone from NASA or someone put that exact same image, blacked out the background, and used it as a photo of a spacewalk. And it's not real, you know, but it's sold it as real. There was something about, there's something that predates that.
You could infer that.
You could infer that.
Yeah.
So this 33 one you said was in Italy?
Yeah, magenta. So it's I'm bad at geography. I think that's like a Lombardy region. It's like northwest Italy.
And what's the story behind it?
So basically it looked like it crashed, right? The original shape most likely was like a lenticular disc-like craft, you know, with like two dinner plates.
What
right?
does lenticular mean?
So like two dinner plates, you know, smushed together, right? A hump, and there's like a, you know, like a bubble on top.
Like the classic,
like
saucer.
like that.
Like that. Okay.
But it looks like when it hit, the edges broke off, so it became this like bell or acorn shaped thing. And there was nothing in it. It was like just an artifact. You know, there was no biological remnants, if you will. So it's so funny because the Italians were so confused. They actually called up the Germans and they were like, is this one of your Wunderwaffe? Like, what the hell just crashed in northern Italy? Mussolini. And this is all publicly available information because some Italian researchers.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So you were saying that you're on the fence, off the fence about Grush.
The story I was hearing is it's a lot. I'm going to skip a lot of it, but what I was reading and / what they were saying is that one possibility that could be going on is there is I think we're taking in some of Graham Hancock stuff too. If people were around on Earth 500,000 years ago, in some way, there was some split and a second set of humans continued on, and we're like in this interdimension space where they're both happening simultaneously. And that's where, like, if
he was saying this,
no, this is from I'm gathering this all from like that video. I'm adding in some of Graham Hancock stuff too, because this kid also interviewed him, Jesse Michaels, on his podcast.
Okay.
And they're talking about some of the same stuff. But something they said in the Grush interview on his podcast was that an idea would be that these people exist on like a split timeline from us. Like, we had cataclysms and died and repopulated and whatnot. Now we've ended in this place in 2023 with combustion engines and we're flying around. These people would have been in a different anti-gravity. Who knows what they figured out?
And they went somewhere else?
I don't know. They're not even saying that. This is where, like, they're not going to talk about it. They haven't talked about that, but I think what they're saying or getting at maybe is that they're here. And that's why the nuclear thing is so important to them. They're on the same planet as us, and if we blow up the planet, it goes away for them.
So they're here. We just don't know where they are.
And that's where the interdimension thing comes in. That's what I'm gathering out of what I've heard.
How high were you when you came up with this?
It's not. I don't think I'm saying it's my theory. This is what they're sort of saying. And Grush is sort of like, that's an interesting thing you're saying. He's not confirming it with them or anything, but it's a lot to take in. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah, it's all a lot to take in. David Grush is that UFO whistleblower that testified in front of Congress.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, man. The thing about it is, I believe he's telling the truth as far as what he's experienced and the documents that he uncovered and the people that he talked to. But how do you know whether or not they're just using him as a useful idiot to just get out some silly story because they're covering up for the fact that there's some very advanced drone system that the United States government has they're trying to keep under wraps?
Right.
It might be
Tough to
both.
know.
I think it's probably both things. Well, here's the thing. You're out in the woods all the time. You ever see a UFO?
No.
Ever see Bigfoot?
No.
Ever talked to a hunter that's seen a UFO?
No.
Ever talked to a hunter that's seen Bigfoot?
I talked to
really
the guys down at San Carlos, the Apache Reservation.
Yeah.
They said they've seen stuff.
Okay. Were they on peyote?
I don't know.
Because I know a lot of those Indians like to get down.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't, and it's been like multiple times.
What kind of stuff?
Like square, like something square flying.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Because that is the thing that they describe, right? It's a square with a sphere inside of it, like a black. No, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
A sphere with a black square.
Yeah, like a force field or something.
I fucked that
Yeah.
up.
So that's. I don't know anybody other than that. That's the first story I've heard from somebody who I have talked to.
Well, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That thing they do spot. That's a common one. Some flying square inside a sphere, like a translucent sphere. And that's like legitimate pilots have seen that. That's a weird one.
Right.
Because that my theory, and this is totally unfounded without any research whatsoever.
Those are the best kind.
This is my favorite kind of theory. My theory is that they have this ability to make something move in this insane way with gravity, but they can't put a body in it and they can't put weapons in it. They can't, it's just an object that they can get to move at insane rates of speed. That's what I think. I think the military applications of this thing have yet to be figured out. But I think they do have something that can do things that we have no knowledge of. But the United States government's probably have in their possession something that was either back engineered from something from somewhere else or something that they developed in a completely top secret environment with the top research scientists probably during the wars, during World War II and Vietnam.
That's impending.
And in Iraq and Afghanistan. You think about the amount of money that gets funneled through the government. And that they don't, I mean, didn't the Pentagon just for the 6th year in a row fail their audit? Imagine if you failed your audit 6 years in a row. Boy, they'd crawl up your ass with a fucking microscope.
Yeah.
I think, is that what it was?
They've ever passed it. But yeah, they got this correct. It failed 6th audit with number. That's great.
So there's a lot of money flowing around, is my point.
Yeah.
And who knows how much of that money is going to these secret programs that we don't know about.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
And if they did that and they did have the top scientists, if I was the fucking president and I was the chief of staff and I was running the Pentagon, I would want the best scientists. So I'd recruit the best scientists and I'd say, hey, you know, this is national security. We're working on this project. It uses gravity propulsion. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody, but you get to work on some cool shit.
Yeah.
And
you get paid a lot of money.
You get paid a lot of money and you get to be a part of one of the most insane discoveries in human history. So this is what we're working on.
Yeah.
I think that's likely too. But then you got to go back to like the Foo Fighters from the 1940s and the crash at Roswell. And that you also have to be open to the possibility that, like, look, there's a lot of planets out there. A lot of planets out there. It's very possible that we're not alone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I gotta do it. I need that clip back.
Not alone.
No. I don't know why the fuck you're going. Yeah, I need that clip. Definitely need that clip.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So you were saying that you're on the fence, off the fence about Grush.
The story I was hearing is it's
where like something square.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That thing they spot, that's a common one. Some flying square inside a sphere, like a translucent sphere. And that's like legitimate pilots have seen that. That's a weird one.
Right.
Because My theory, and this is totally unfounded without any research whatsoever. It's just
Those are the best kind.
This is my favorite kind of theory. My theory is that they have this ability to make something move in this insane way with gravity, but they can't put a body in it and they can't put weapons in it. They can't, it's just an object that they can get to move at insane rates of speed. That's what I think. I think the military applications of this thing have yet to be figured out. But I think they do have something that can do things that we have no knowledge of. But the United States government probably have in their possession something that was either back engineered from something from somewhere else, or something that they developed in a completely top secret environment with the top research scientists, probably during the wars, during World War II and Vietnam,
That's impending.
and in Iraq and Afghanistan. You think about the amount of money that gets funneled through the government, and that they don't. I mean, didn't the Pentagon just for the 6th year in a row fail their audit? Imagine if you failed your audit 6 years in a row. I know they crawl up your ass with a fucking microscope.
Yeah,
I think is that what it was?
They never passed it. But yeah, they get this correct. It just it failed 6th audit with number passing grade.
So there's a lot of money flowing around, is my point.
Yeah.
And who knows how much of that money is going to these secret programs that we don't know about.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
And if they did that, and they did have the top scientists, if I was the fucking president and I was the chief of staff and I was running the Pentagon, I would want the best scientists. So I'd recruit the best scientists and I'd say, hey, you know, this is national security. We're working on this project. It uses gravity propulsion. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody, but you get to work on some cool shit.
Yeah.
And
you get paid a lot of money.
You get paid a lot of money, and you get to be a part of one of the most insane discoveries in human history. So this is what we're working on.
Yeah.
I think that's likely too. But then you got to go back to like the Foo Fighters from the 1940s.
I
like
just had an
Richard
idea
Roswell.
for it. Yo, you motherfuckers better appreciate this shit, because I'm not gonna. This isn't something I can do. Fucking
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So you were saying
this isn't something I can do immediately. Like, this is gonna take some time. But I just funny idea. Let's see.
Three, two, one. Boom, and we're live.
What's happening, Joe?
What's up, Mike? Tom Segura's in a few minutes here.
Yeah,
man. By to say hi. I can't believe you never had a cup of coffee.
Never.
You want some?
No.
That might be the most outrageous thing about you, that you've never had coffee.
Your whole life, you've never had coffee.
No.
Did you just
tea? Never coffee.
No one ever offered you a cup of coffee? No. You never went to Starbucks?
Never tea or some donut.
Wow.
What about like
that was when you when I was in rehab, it was at a Starbucks because the meeting's right outside of the Starbucks. You always hang out at Starbucks, right? Never had coffee.
You didn't want to try it?
Never.
Is that? How about like girlfriends' wives? Like none of them ever like coffee at home.
I'm sure they have, but I never really. My wife drinks it.
And you just nothing.
No.
Nothing. No.
Well,
I'm so
all the
addicted to
stuff I did,
coffee,
all the
too.
drugs I did, you think coffee would be nothing.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make any sense. When did you first try any drugs?
Kid.
When you were a kid?
9 years old.
What kind of shit?
Smoking and drinking.
Right.
Then as I got older, I tried acid.
How old were you when you first tried acid?
Probably 11.
Wow.
Yeah, really young.
Jesus, man.
Wow, that's real young. Wow. But when you were the champ, when you were in your prime, like when you beat Trevor Bourbon, were you doing anything back then?
Just drinking a lot.
Drinking a lot? Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Would you go clean for camp or like
Yes, for camp. Yeah.
just for camp?
Yes, for camp.
Yeah, but outside, like once the fight's over, it's
Yeah,
like, yeah,
I'm an animal.
wild. Yeah.
You were the first guy that I ever used as an example of to break that old myth that you can't have sex before fights. And I was like, well, that's out the window.
Right.
Oh shit!
Right.
this
If
is
Satan
new.
hits me, there's no hitting back immediately. You're gonna know about it if I've never heard. Yeah, the electric specter.
That thing is insane. That's insane. Just the way the doors open up, the way the doors close, we touch the brakes. Totally silent.
For the price point, it would have to be perfect. And the whole thing is, it is. And that's what you're trying to do in any genre.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're trying to find that thing that is flawless in that genre.
Right.
And that's it.
That's the Rolls Royce. I've never had one of those.
Right. Well, because it's important to you that you be grounded in the important ways. So I can see you not having not had a Rolls Royce. I've had 4.
I'm not opposed to it. It's just the idea of it to me is like, don't do that. For me, I'm always like, get away from that.
Right,
Yourself
right.
a muscle car.
Well, see, you see what I mean? Yeah, because we live vicariously through these things, and it's been that way for all of humankind. I'm saying it was still like that for the Roman and his chariot. That's how he felt. Like that's how horsemen feel about that ride.
Beautiful vehicles are driving. Michael Hastings, Rolling Stone article. Shadow government.
We have an overpopulation problem, Captain.
Yeah,
it's an overpopulation problem,
right?
And we're gonna be able to mitigate that with vaccines. We're gonna be able to mitigate that with healthcare.
Right.
We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna get rid of a bunch of people.
We used to be able to do it with neglect, and it was nature's way.
Right.
Like whatever was ailing you, it wasn't ailing everybody in the world. The Chinese didn't have it because they had 6,000 herbs 6,000 years ago and knew what each one did. And
people are very resistant to that when they don't realize that almost all pharmaceutical drugs come from plants.
You can't be against the original.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's government propaganda working on you. That's like remember when they had Marinol, when they were making weed illegal, and the people were going through cancer, and their doctors are prescribed weed for chemotherapy, so they gave them Marinol. Do you remember that shit?
I do.
It's like a synthetic version of weed that's terrible.
But terrible is subjective,
right?
To nothing. So they have this oil-like cannabis that is for people having seizures,
right?
And it's the only thing that will stop a seizure.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is. But here's the thing: the fact that there is a God is the biggest conversation worldwide. But the truth of the matter is, there is more. Everything goes together.
Hey, one, two, people. Conspiracy. Jesus Christ. This guy goes into fucking a bunch of shit. Yo, some people just go down that rabbit hole, never come back. Hey. Let's see. What the hell was that?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I'm super excited to talk to you about several subjects, but this one, thank you very much for this first edition copy of your Area 51, an uncensored history of America's top secret military base book. I'm super excited.
In your book, Surprise, Kill, Vanish, you write about the CIA and the so-called president's third option. It turns out, so first option being diplomacy and second option being war. So when diplomacy is inadequate and war is a terrible idea, we'll go to the third option. And the third option is about covert action and it's about assassination. So how much of that does the CIA do?
That is open to debate. We know from the historical record that the CIA was heavily involved in assassination during the
I've
Cold
been trying
War.
to get
That's
this shit done
non-negotiable.
forever.
You know, even the names of the programs that were assigned to perform assassinations are fascinating and now declassified. Like Eisenhower's, for example, was the Health Alteration Committee.
Well,
Right.
at least they have a sense of humor to this dark topic.
You know, then the more modern names are targeted killing, right? Executive action, targeted killing, right? I mean, drone striking is essentially assassination. And, you know, people jump up and down and say that's not true. Well, I spent quite a long time interviewing the CIA's lead counsel, John Rizzo. He died recently. But Rizzo was very forthcoming with me, of course, never sharing classified information, but to the edge of what can legally be known. Rizzo was thrown under the bus by sort of the general public for, he was the fall guy for the torture campaign. The CIA calls it enhanced interrogation. And so Rizzo had this long career. You know, he began working under the Carter administration, right? And was responsible for the torture memos, was responsible for legally making sure the president's ass was covered, and then got thrown under the bus. And so he was very forthcoming, not in a bitter way, but in a very earnest way about a lot of how these programs are made to be legal, because if the president of the United States says they're legal, they're legal. Executive Order 12333, you know, it says we don't assassinate, but it can be overwritten by another order. That's straight out of Rizzo's mouth. Right. Also really important to keep in mind is that the military operates under what's called Title 50. It's part of the National Security Code that gives like sort of, you know, rules and etc. how you must behave in a war theater. Well, the CIA is under no such rules. It operates under what's called Title 50. And, you know, it's interesting to me as a reporter, because before I wrote the book and reported openly about Title 50, it was not really discussed. Now you even see operators themselves on podcasts talking about Title 50, which is kind of great because it's like the cat's out of the bag, guys. That's what it's called. And that's how it works. It means what we say goes.
Can you elaborate on what Title 50 says? Basically says assassination is allowed.
It says what the president wants, the president gets, right? And so, I mean, the best example is the killing of bin Laden, right? We were not at war with Pakistan. So Title 50 doesn't apply. You can't have a military operation in a country you're not at war with. I mean, the lines, my God, now they've really blurred. But even then, they were a little more honored, right? And so what do? Well, Leon Panetta was the CIA director. And you work out a scenario whereby the SEALs, and by the way, it wasn't the SEAL, there was a rotational on that killer capture mission, which was really just a kill mission. SEALs were practicing, Delta was practicing, and Special Activities Division was practicing. They were all practicing at a secret facility in North Carolina, right? And it was just like, you know, they're ready till they get the go order, and it just happened to be the SEALs, okay? So the SEALs operate under Title 10. So they had to get what I call sheep to dip, because that's what the insiders call it, right? And that is a term that comes from, interestingly, Area 51. The U-2 pilots were Air Force pilots. They needed to be sheep dipped over to the CIA so they could do things that defied the law, okay? So you can see how these all entwine, and you become more and more informed, and you go, aha, right? So that's how Title 50 worked. So the night of that mission, it was a CIA mission, because the CIA is allowed to go into Pakistan and kill someone. and the military can't.
That's fascinating. So people thought the Navy SEALs doing it, but it's really, legally speaking, to get the permission to do it within the whole legal framework of the United States, it was the CIA.
And if you look at their uniforms that they were wearing, and now that you know this, you'll see there's no nomenclature on them. There's no, right? So those are, they're just meant to be completely untraceable. Were they to be shot down and captured? It's like, wait, who are these guys? Oh, a bunch of rogue guys. Okay. And this goes back, the origin story of all that is in Vietnam with Mac v. SOG and these cross-border operations that I chronicle in Surprise, Kill, Vanish, which still amaze me to this day, right? I mean, SOG missions, they called it suicide on the ground because that's what it was. And these guys had no identifiable, nothing. I mean, they were essentially in pajamas, right? Even their weapons were specially designed by the CIA to have no serial numbers, no nothing. So if they were captured and they became POWs, I don't know who these guys are.
What do you think, and how much do they think at the highest levels of power about the ethics of assassination and about the role of that in geopolitics and military operations? To you, maybe also, does assassination make sense as a good methodology of war?
I mean, again, I try to remain agnostic on the policy part of it and just report the operator's perspective, right? Because this is what people do, and this is what people are asked to do. And it depends on the individual. I mean, Billy Waugh went on a lot of those missions. I mean, the saying is like, oh, Billy Waugh, he killed more people than cancer, right? Did Billy Waugh ever tell me about direct assassinations? No, because they're all classified, right? Did he tell me about some failed ones? Yes, I'll give you an example. It's really interesting. He would show me these PowerPoints that were just fantastic. You know, late in his life, he was constantly being asked to go up to Fort Bragg and lecture to the young soldiers. Everybody loved him, you know, and he would drive all night to get there, and he would create these PowerPoints, and then he would show me the PowerPoints, and he would all unclassified. But at one point, when Hugo Chavez was in power, Billy Waugh was kind of asked, that's how it works, of like, if you had to think about doing something, what would it look like? Let's just say hypothetically. So he took me through this PowerPoint that never happened, whereby he and a group of operators, agency operators, were going to halo jump in to the palace and grab Chavez and probably kill him because he wouldn't allow himself to be captured. And you know what Billy, and by the way, halo jumping, for those listeners who don't know, high altitude, low opening, right? So you jump out of an aircraft and you go down like a pencil until you're really low to the deck, like 1,000 feet. You pull your parachute cord, and that way you're not picked up on radar. And you're also not traceable when you get to the ground. It's so fast. Billy Waugh took the second halo jump in history into a war theater in Laos during the Vietnam War, right? So he's like this famous halo jumper, right? So he and the team were going to go and grab Chavez, and he said to me a very interesting thing that was kind of a one moment in time where I saw a different side of Billy Waugh, where he said, I'm so glad we didn't do that, even though I really wanted to at the time. Because can you imagine that country's problems where it is now? Can you imagine how we would have been blamed? And it was an interesting, rare moment for Billy Waugh to comment on the bigger picture that you're asking me about, right? Yeah. I think pretty much the operators I know, they just stick to the mission.
So on the technical difficulty of those missions, just your big sense, how hard is it to assassinate a target on the soil of that nation?
I suppose that just depends, right? Here's another insightful thing Billy Waugh said to me, and I'm answering the question around because I don't know. Because again, you know, I never had anyone say to me, here's how it went down, right? Because you can't. That would be, first of all, those are classified. So I'm never going to receive classified information. I did hear a lot about reconnaissance missions when people would be in charge of, you have to be able to, it's called make book on the target before, right? And making book on the target means photographing them, to really, then that gets run up the chain of command to make sure this is really Imad Mugnia we're about to kill, right? But I once asked Billy when I was trying to get the question, and he wouldn't answer it. And I said, so there's another person in the book named Rick Prado, who's also like a legendary agency guy. And so he's like 20 years younger than Billy. And I said, Billy, if you and Rick had to kill each other, like who would win? Right? I was trying to imagine this like hypothetical, like how would that work? Who would win? Right? And I posed the question to each of them.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, each of them said me. Right. But Billy, then I went back to them and Billy said, let me tell you how I would win. Okay. Right. And he said, I'd cheat. I'd show up before the duel and I'd kill him.
Yeah. There's such a I have a lot of friends who are Navy SEALs. It's such a guy conversation.
Well, you would be amazed at what the women do. Let me just tell you that. Women are part of the Special Activities Division. A big part of it.
Can you comment on that?
I can. Women can get a hell of a lot closer to a target. And I mean that literally.
The Special Operations, do you mean, is this part of the CIA?
The Special Activities Division, now
Activities.
it's called the Special Activities Center. But originally that's the umbrella agency that has the different paramilitary organizations under it, right? So the most lethal one is Ground Branch. And that's what I reported on in Surprise Kill Vanish. And its origins go way back to the guerrilla warfare corps that was started in 1947 for the president.
So women are also a part of the alleged assassination?
Absolutely.
And you're saying they can at times be more effective? I'm just going to leave that pause there. The reason I ask of how difficult the assassinations are, with bin Laden, it took a long time. So I guess the reconnaissance, the intelligence for finding the target, I imagine with Mossad, maybe the CIA now, the leadership of Hamas, the military branch of Hamas, is much wanted from an assassination perspective. So to me, as an outside observer, it seems like it's more difficult than you would imagine. But perhaps that's the intelligence aspect of it, not the actual assassination of locating the person.
Well, I think it's because mostly, from what I understand, it's a really dirty game, and people are covering for people, right? And I'll give you the example of Billy Waugh and Imad Mugnia, if I may, right? So Imad Mugnia was the most wanted terrorist in the world before bin Laden, Hezbollah's chief of operations, and he was wanted by every, Mossad on down, but no one could find him. He was missing for 20 years. There wasn't even a photograph of him. And then he resurfaced. And of all places, he resurfaced in Saudi Arabia. Okay. So that's when I say it's a dirty game, right? Hezbollah, Iran, enemies with Saudi Arabia. Why on earth was Imad Mugnia in Saudi Arabia? Well, that's where he was. There was a Navy SEAL who was doing reconnaissance on him. This is according to Billy Waugh. And this is around 2005. So Billy's in his 80s at this point, right? Late 70s, 80s. And he gets word that the SEAL who's been tracking Mugnia to get photographs of him, to give the photographs to Mossad and CIA so they can do a joint operation to kill him, which they did with a car bomb in Damascus. That's the end of the story, right? But how we got there was we needed, the CIA needed confirmation. You can't kill the wrong person. So the SEAL panicked, according to Billy Waugh, and was just like, I'm out of here. This is too dangerous. And I do not want to wind up in a Saudi prison. So who do you send in? Billy Waugh, right? He shows up. He's there for 24 hours. He knows where Mugnia lives from the SEAL. He positions himself in a cafe across the street, which is run by Sudanese men. And of course, Waugh speaks some Sudanese because he operated in Sudan, right? And he's shooting the shit with him by his own words. He had the most foul mouth. It was just absolutely delightful to listen to. And then in between him and Mugnia's house is a dumpster. And Billy Waugh, being Billy Waugh, who will go to any lengths to do the job, decides to conduct reconnaissance from inside the dumpster. And that is where he is when he takes the picture of Imad Mugnia living so comfortably in Saudi that Mugnia came, according to Billy, came out of his apartment building with dry cleaner plastic bag hangers over his shoulder. That's how comfortable he lived there. It was his neighborhood. Click, click, click. Billy Waugh takes the photographs, runs them to the CIA headquarters in Saudi at the embassy. Oh my God, it's Mugnia. Get the hell out of here. He gets to the airport, he leaves. Those photographs get sent to the agency, and then they do the operation with Mossad, and Mugnia is dead. Now, that the truth about that being a co-CIA mission was not reported for many years after the fact. It was originally, Mossad took credit, as the CIA often likes to just give other people credit. They just want the job done.
Well, speaking of Mossad, what, in your understanding of all the intelligence agencies, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the different intelligence agencies out there? CIA, Mossad, MI6, SVR, and FSB, and Chinese intelligence, all this kind of stuff. Is there some interesting differences, insights that you have from all your studying of CIA?
That's a really interesting question. I don't know. And here's why. It's because I've never interviewed any intelligence officer with those other agencies, right? I've interviewed a couple people with Shin Bet in Israel. But until I speak to an actual source whose job it was, I don't know. And so the information that I'm getting is based on perception of others, which one would think would be deeply clouded by the idea that America is the greatest.
Right.
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 We're better than them, you know?
Yes. Well, actually, the fascinating thing is, because you've spoken to a lot of people about the CIA, how do you know they're telling the truth? Like, how do you, and this actually probably applies generally to your interviews with very secretive people. How do you get past the bullshit? Like,
Well, that's just like multiple sourcing, right? So you find the story out, and then you go to the National Archives and you find the operation, and then you learn all about this, and then you interview other people who were there, and you put the story together to the best of your ability, and you make very specific choices with, quote, so-and-so said, end quote, said so-and-so, right? And very rarely do I report on a single source, as I did in the end of Area 51. And then it says, essentially, look, dear reader, this is what the source told me. I have no way of corroborating it. This is legit, and here it is. So that's an area to make your reader comfortable with the information that they're being given. And then in all of my books, whether they're 300 or 400 pages, there's always 100 pages of notes at the end. So you can see all the sourcing, and you can begin to get an understanding of how journalism in the national security world works. And also great opportunity for me to say, I'm often standing on the shoulders of journalists before me who did an incredible job digging into something and being able to report what they knew. Often the books are 10, 20, 30 years old, and so much more has come to light since.
and I also would just like to say that I appreciate that you said, great question. I don't know. Not enough people say, I don't know, and that's a sign of a great journalist.
What were some of the major projects you worked on that you can talk about?
To be honest, I mean, I consider my career to be aggressively average. The only thing I probably ever was involved with, and I was a super small cog in a very big wheel, was the Jessica Lynch rescue. I mean, other than that, I left the command in 2006, so a lot of the things that whether it's the Captain Phillips or the rescue of the aid worker in Africa or the Bin Laden raid, all of that happened well after my time. So I think people in that era, even though they would be unlikely to want to raise their hand and directly attach themselves to that, a lot of that stuff happened post my time.
Crazy question for you. So announcement comes out, hey, we've killed Bin Laden. Okay. And okay, sounds good. and he's dead. And you know the speech that Obama gives, which I think his speech was like 9 minutes, and the famous Trump speech is 48 minutes. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a that.
Oh my God!
It's, and by the way, it's one of those things that my kids watch it on repeat over. I mean, you know, most of the time, people, you knock on the door before you go. No, we didn't even knock. We just came through. I mean, the way he told the story. But anyway, so Bin Laden, okay, we found him. He's dead. We dump him in the middle of the ocean. You expect me to believe that? And so then the question for you, like a guy who's on the inside, I don't know, man. If you cut somebody, can we see a face? Can we see a body? Can we see? Why are you so quick to drop the guy into the ocean? So, I mean, listen. This is just us speaking. It's just a form.
I'm not a voucher. Nobody's watching.
So, like, are you certain that Osama bin Laden is actually dead?
Yes, because I am friends with people who were there that night, and I've had conversations with them independently. The decision to dispose of the body in the way that they did, I've heard it phrased in a couple of different ways, but one of the main ones was that they didn't want to create a place where followers would come and use it as like a place of worship or connecting, and then connecting and doing something else with those ideas. I've heard it say that they were trying to, at least in some way, shape, or form, respect the religious beliefs of that individual. And there's a third possibility that maybe you guys have or have not considered. Maybe there wasn't much of a face left to take a picture of.
Got it. Okay. And I get that. And could we add a fourth possibility?
Oh, we can go. Yeah. I mean, he might be on a space shuttle right now. I don't know. Like, how deep do you want to go?
No, it's actually the truth is the aliens came, they took them, they went to a different planet, and just, you know, they're hanging out over there playing backgammon. No, but the fourth option would be, could it be possibility that you announce you dropped them in the middle of the ocean, but you have the body and it's buried somewhere else that nobody else is the military and our intelligence capable of lying to the people of what they did with the body?
I'd say possible, but not probable, because there'd be too many moving pieces. It's the same reason where when I hear people talking about 9/11 being an inside job, I've worked with some of the people at the absolute highest levels of the intelligence organization and apparatus and the military. And I'm sorry to break people's hearts. It's not a bunch of Jason Bournes running around. If you pull back the curtain at the agency, and I don't mean this from like a case officer level or the individuals working there, if you're looking for Jason Bourne, you're going to find a donkey with a fly buzzing around its head. Yeah. Right? And it's a huge bureaucratic organization. They do many, many, many things. But you know, what's the saying? A secret is something that only two people know. As soon as you start adding layers to that, you know, because there's the helicopter crew, or everybody who was on target, right? Who supposedly, let's assume that the body, they have a mannequin in the body bag. If they even put them into a body bag, I'm not sure. So everybody on target would have to be a witting participant in that. And then how'd they get to target? Helicopters, right? So, okay, the helicopter crew is now exposed to this as well, to include the support personnel that's gassing up the helicopter, all the things that make those things fly. Then you go back to a forward operating base. All right, so how many people at that base are now going to be included in this particular narrative? And then it makes its way out to a United States naval vessel. And you know what I mean? It to me, again, not impossible, but it becomes much more improbable as you start adding those extreme layers of exposure and individual.
That's where I'm at with you on 9/11, because for me with 9/11, by the way, we had is it Richard Gage? Am I saying the last name correct?
Yes, Richard Gage.
We had him on here. How long did his episode last on YouTube before they took it down?
Like that day?
Yeah, I was like 20 minutes. What did he say?
Yeah, they took it down like within it may have been a day or two before they took it down. And his entire story and the premise is the fact that, you know, it was an inside job. Lex Wexner was involved, and, you know, how the other buildings come down, Building 7 and all these things. So, but for me, I asked him, I said, how many people does it take to do something like that? You mean to tell me you can get 50 people quiet? Well, how could you keep them quiet? Everybody has an individual thing. People want to brag about their legacy. You mean to tell me, like, you know, guy's not going to sit there and say, well, let me tell you what I did. It's kind of like when you know, a guy, Gianni Russo's like, well, let me tell you, I hooked up with Marilyn Monroe. People want to brag about, you know, what they've done. It's like later on, I was actually part of it, and you're at a bar drinking. So those 50 people who were involved would need to remain non-alcoholic for the rest of their lives, never get drunk, never do drugs, And either you kill all 50 of them, which 50 of their family members would come out and why did all these 50 people who were working on the building get killed? That's the challenge that I go to, right?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Problems where it is now. Can you imagine how we would have been blamed?
Mm-hmm.
And it was an interesting, rare moment for Billy Waugh to comment on the bigger picture that you're asking me about, right?
Yeah.
I think pretty much the operators, you know, I never had anyone say to me, here's how it went down, right? Because you can't. That would be, first of all, those are classified. So I'm.
Limited the CIA.
Absolutely.
And you're saying they can at times be more effective. I'm just going to leave that pause there. The reason I ask of how difficult the assassinations are, you know, with bin Laden, it took a long time. So I guess the reconnaissance, the intelligence for finding the target. I imagine with Mossad, maybe they say, hey, now the leadership of Hamas, the military branch of Hamas, is like, how do you, and this actually probably applies generally to your interviews with very secretive people. How do you get past the bullshit? Like,
Well, that's just like multiple sourcing, right? So you find the story out, and then you go to the National Archives and you find the operation, and then
Tell us a little bit about where you grew up first. Where you're
I
from
grew up
originally
in,
before it all started.
in an area just south of Austin called Bastrop, Texas, Vastrop, which was a city of probably 400 people.
Wow. Small town.
Small town. Small town. And my mother's a very strict woman, very bright woman, UT grad and a school teacher. She didn't take any shit from anybody, especially me, man. But she taught me properly how to get along with people and so forth like that. And that was a good area to come up in. And I'll answer any question you may have of me.
Okay. Well, so what made you decide so coming from Bastrop, what made you decide you wanted to go in the Army?
Because I want to. Say 15 miles away, but you can hear, but you run it up there across the sky, and pretty soon he's going to see the flash, and he knows where you are. That aircraft knows where you are, and they give you a signal.
What's the craziest shit DARPA has done? Like the
Oh my God.
absolutely most mind-bending thing that they created.
I think the biohybrids, because when I say that thing they have done, right? So for anyone who isn't familiar with DARPA, right? It's the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, a mouthful.
Go for it.
1947, 48,
What do you mean
right?
by this is the
Well, they didn't, I mean, that was drone technology then.
Okay.
Right?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
15 minutes.
See, I don't have a desired outcome. I mean, I would love it if aliens were real.
Okay.
But when
This is
someone
the show
starts
talking
talking
about
about disinformation and propaganda campaigns, but they want you to believe them.
Right.
But don't listen. I am here telling you the truth. I'm here telling you the truth.
I'm not saying I'm telling you the truth at all. That's why I was
No,
like,
not you.
Joe, let's wait
For
till
sure not
hour
you.
3 because it's too explosive. People have such a horse in the race
Yeah.
already. They
With aliens, you think?
Well, I mean, maybe you are neutral. I don't know. I know I'm neutral. You know?
Yeah, I will listen. I absolutely want aliens to be real. 100%.
Wouldn't it be interesting?
I'm not neutral, but
Okay.
I am neutral in my perceptions. And when I look at things, I go, I don't know about that.
Me too.
I want to see a picture. Like, what do these guys look like? I mean, what did they do to them? Did he describe what kind of surgical alterations?
I stayed with the source. I mean, after the book published, I would go and visit him. We'd sit in a Chinese restaurant and eat and talk, and I would try to get a droplet of information out of him.
And what was he doing?
Oh my
Avoiding
God.
it?
He avoided. I mean, look, here's another thing. When the book came out, his wife, 65 years, knew it was him. Okay. And I went out to Las Vegas and sat there in a room with the source and his wife. And she said, "Tell me this isn't true. Tell me you made this all up," to her husband. And he said, "It's the truth." I mean, that's a triangular version of getting at the truth. But again, to reiterate, I believe he believes what he told me was the truth. That was the truth he was told.
I think there's certain agents that think it's fun to fuck with reporters and journalists and make things up. I really do. And I think especially when they're talking about secret information that they were sworn to protect. And then all of a sudden they want to talk to someone that they don't even know on the sneak tip. Let's meet at a diner. I'm going to tell you everything.
That's not how we met.
Well, I mean, but however you met.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
we met because I was interviewing nuclear weapons engineers who were setting off nuclear bombs in Area 51. I'm not sure. I mean, in the Nevada test site, Area 12, Area 23. And they all said to me, "You've got to talk to the top engineer of all this weaponry." And they gave me his name. And we talked for days and hours about nuclear weapons. And then in one conversation, he began to cry and told me this story that I was like, what? What?
Why was he crying?
He was crying because he participated in our version of the human experiments. Because what the Russians do, we do. Look, I've written 5 books about this.
We altered people to make them look like aliens?
According to him, we had a small program in 1951 where we wanted to see how the Russians did what they did, how they made human beings look like this.
So what'd they do? Take prisoners or something? Like what? Who do they alter?
He said they were handicapped children.
Oh, Jesus.
And he told me that he participated in this. So again, I mean, unless you have someone that lost their mind at age 90 and was willing to tell their wife of 65 years, "I lost my mind."
So he's saying that he participated in something that altered handicapped children. When you say handicapped, you mean like Down syndrome or something like that? And they made them look like aliens and then killed them? Like, what did they do with this?
This is where we get into drops of information coming out. But what I can say is he had a grandchild that was born that way. And the grandchild did not live long. The grandchild died. And it made him feel so guilty about what he had done that he felt compelled to confess, if you will. And I remember saying to him, "Why are you telling me this? Why don't you tell a priest?" And he said, "A priest would judge me, and I can tell you won't."
Why wouldn't you judge him? I'd judge him.
Well, I guess that's why I'm a born journalist, Joe, because I really try not to judge people. I mean, my new book, Surprise, Kill, Vanish, it's about assassins. It's about people who work for the CIA, who do what needs to be done on the ground in the name of national security. I don't judge them. This is why, what's really at issue here is morality, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can I tell you how I got the idea for this book?
Sure, but let me, before we go any further, so
you want to
was
talk
he
about the
saying,
aliens?
Was he saying that there have never been any encounters with alien spacecrafts?
He was totally neutral about aliens. He had nothing to do with aliens. He could have cared less. He didn't watch the X-Files.
And what was his take on Bob Lazar?
His take on Bob Lazar was that he probably saw something that the government had an extension of the program. I mean, he didn't know. That was speculative. We didn't talk about that. I mean, other than inference. He was very limited in the information that he would get out. But I mean, I used 79 sources in that book that all went on the record in name. And he was the one anonymous source. But like I said, he told me after he died that I could tell the whole story.
Are you going to?
I might. I might come back.
Write another book?
Well, if you give me a break and back off of this subject, I might come back and tell you and your
What are you
audience
saying? Back up
his
the subject.
name.
This is your book. I want
I
to
know.
promote your book. I know you want to promote your new book, but I want to promote this book as well.
I mean, I'm teasing you,
I know
right?
you are.
But it's like, it's an astonishing story. And I think the best line of all is that people that read about that in the very end of what we did, they go, I wish they were aliens.
Mm.
You know.
So Stalin created some sort of a craft that mimicked.
You're going to read it.
Okay.
That's what you're going to do
You're
the
not
rest
gonna
of the
tell me?
afternoon. Nope. I'm going to
Well,
come back
this
on
is
your
a
show after you read it.
podcast, and we're talking. I think we should probably get into
Yeah.
this a little.
Okay. Come on with questions.
Okay.
I'm used to asking the questions.
Are you? Oh, right. As a journalist, yeah. Now, Stalin and the Russians created something that mimicked a UFO, something that looked like it would be from another planet. Is that what they did?
Mothership.
Mm-hmm.
In those days, drones there was a mothership and a drone was attached to it and it was jettisoned off. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So according
In those days.
well, in 1947, 48, right? Well, they didn't, I mean, that was drone technology then.
Okay.
Right. So there's a mother craft, like an aircraft.
Mhm.
And then the drone is like a small aircraft under it and it gets jettisoned off. And that was what the craft was. It was jettisoned off. So Stalin actually, according to the source, invaded our airspace, which was the deep embarrassment to Truman.
So he invaded our airspace and then let this drone crash land on the ground with these things that turned out to be human. They looked like aliens, but they turned out to be humans that were manipulated surgically to look like aliens.
Yes, as a way to, and remember, I mean, not remember, but where this was, you know, very close to a nuclear weapons base, to our White Sands military base. I mean, this is like not a place you want the Russians to be able to get near,
Right.
you know? I mean, what was interesting is at Area 51, we then went out and mimicked all of those. One of our early drones was a mimicry of that. It was the there was a M21, which was the mothership, and a D21, which was the daughter ship. So
how did they pilot them? Was it wirelessly like we do now?
No. Then it was like there was a pilot in the mothership, and they kind of let it go. Right. And it flew off. I mean, there's incredible stories of what the CIA was able to do out there at Area 51 with their air branch, you know. The technology, they're always ahead of technology. That's what's remarkable.
What Bob Lazar did film that was really shocking was the filming of these drones flying around and performing these really you've seen those videos, I'm sure, right?
In the 80s, it gets really crazy with what they're able to do and what they're, but I mean, why I like looking at history is because you can see the progression, you know, you see how science evolves, you know, bit by bit. And then there's these great breakthroughs because what the government is always looking for is called a revolution in military affairs, right? And that's certainly what drone technology did. Later on, as drones became developed after the Vietnam War.
So in the 1980s, when Bob Lazar was filming all this stuff, you think this was similar to the technology that we see publicly described today in terms of like what drones are capable of?
Sure. I mean,
So
that's
they probably had something like that back then.
They're, you know, when the F-117 was revealed during the first Gulf War, that aircraft was being developed 25 years out at Area 51. Actually, at Area 52 was where they had it set up to develop that stealth technology. Think about, and what was amazing, talk about keeping secrets. They had something like 10,000 people working on that. No one knew about it. That story was never broken by the press, not by anyone. It just suddenly appeared in the Gulf War and took out Saddam Hussein's, you know, facilities. That's a revolution in military affairs. What becomes interesting is then it becomes obsolete because now everybody knows about it and everybody's going to mimic that. And now you have to have a new weapon system, and that's the military industrial complex.
So was this drone aircraft that was released from the mothership, was this capable of autonomous flight, or was it just they just threw it out there and let it crash?
The latter, right? And remember, that information I am very limited to. That's why it's 12 pages. It's like the source gave me these little bits of information, which I felt was important to include because it speaks to the big issue. Why is Area 51 classified? I mean, now it's not. President Obama was the first president to actually say Area 51 publicly. Some people say because of my book, right? Meaning it was out, the secret was out. But before that, I went through 10,000 pages of documents from the National Archives. And every place you see, the word Area 51 was actually redacted, right? Why would you keep that so secret? I mean, all the guys that I was interviewing say they could call it, Groom Lake. They could call it the test facility. They could call it Paradise Ranch, but they couldn't say Area 51. Why? And the source said, well, because we did this horrible program out there and the government doesn't want anyone to know about that ever. I mean, there's stories of like somebody asking Bill Clinton, about Area 51, him going white. I mean, human experiments, who wants to be part of that? It's horrible.
But the human experiments were they limited to this mimicry of the Russian experiments where they were trying to get people to look like aliens, or was there something else going on?
Oh my goodness. I mean, you read now the declassified documents tell us how many different human experiments were going on around nuclear weapons. Okay. Horrible experiments where they were subjecting people to radiation because they wanted to know. They felt, well, it's more important to know what happens to people than to not know. And so they would take groups of people that they had cancer or something and test them. So there's no doubt that the government has experimented on humans. It's just, is that something that is wise to make public? And, there's two sides of the coin on that. I mean, you when you reveal these kind of things, when you write about them, I mean, people get really upset and, vilify the government, partially with good reason, and partially it's like bad for national security. So I think that's the justification on the part of the Defense Department to keep things secret.
That makes sense. Wow, that's an interesting take that I never thought of before. But if I was Stalin and I was trying to, air quotes, fuck with the Americans, that's maybe the way I would do it. Hey, man, you got a problem? Aliens, they're coming. And it's hard for people that live in 2019, especially if you're young, to really imagine a world not only without the internet, but with 2 television channels, right? And radio, which was where people got all their information from. I mean, was there 2 channels? How many channels were there in 1947? Maybe 3? Maybe 3.
I mean, it was radio in World War II, right? Most people had radio.
Yeah, mostly radio and newspapers. And that's where people were getting their information. And there was a mass hysteria where people were absolutely terrified that we were going to be invaded, which is why when Orson Welles' War of Worlds, which when they released it, when they did it on the air, they were very clear that this is going to be a reading of Orson Welles' War of Worlds book, or that H.G. Wells, excuse me, War of Worlds, right? It was H.G. Wells' book and Orson Welles read it.
Yes.
And when they were talking about this on the radio, a lot of people missed that part, right? And so as the radio went on, as the broadcast went on and people were tuning in later in the day, it erupted in mass hysteria. People were freaking out. Hundreds of thousands of people really did think that it was, and it was also something that was recreated in other countries. I don't know if you know that. They did that in other countries in different languages when they saw how cute it worked in America. And,
so you see, you see the logic. I mean, at first it sounds absurd and it sounds ridiculous. And that's why I was sweating, because it's like,
I know.
Right?
Right.
But when you think it through, and I challenge you to read the whole book, because you start piecing together these various ideas and disinformation becomes less vague and more specific. And you go, that's how it works. And you begin to see how people's perception and how they're easily manipulated factors into national security, just like you just described. Stalin knew about that. He was a master. He was the master of propaganda. He invented it. I mean, he didn't invent it, but he invented it in on the political stage to be used to mess with another country's perception of things. Think of what he did with brainwashing, right? Okay. So like in the 50s, and this is journalists, said, so there was a journalist who was putting out stories about brainwashing. And there was this idea, which is well taken, that totalitarian governments brainwash people. And this became a big code word. It was introduced into the American lexicon in 1950. When we're in the Korean War, our pilots start getting shot down. They're put on TV by the communists, saying terrible things about America, the American pilots. And suddenly it was like, they've been brainwashed. It was very convenient to have that story. So these things were part and parcel, and you've got all kinds of smart people behind the scenes knowing this, looking at it, examining it, and using it to their advantage to stay where? In the pole position. That's the goal of the US government.
So the propaganda that we did that sort of copied Stalin's, we were kind of playing catch up in that sense.
I mean, we're playing catch up, then we're ahead, then we're
Right.
behind.
Mhm.
It's always it's a game. I mean, you're a competitor, you know this.
But
How
that's
do
a crazy thing to do, to make a fake spaceship and just let it slam into the ground with a bunch of people that you cut up to look like aliens. Did he say specifically what kind of modifications they made people that made them look like aliens?
I got drips. And
Drips.
you'll read it in those 12
Come on with this 12 pages.
I'm telling you that because you're asking me these questions that as if I spent, I mean, look, I did spend literally hundreds of hours with this source. We
Mhm.
sat there and talked about everything. And I would try to squeeze out, just like you're trying to squeeze out of me. And that's why I'm saying read it, because I literally tell you everything that there's. I think what's most interesting about the source and why I might come back and talk to you about it and tell you who he is on your show is
teasing.
because of his backstory,
Hmm.
right? Why he did what he did, how he wound up in the Manhattan Project.
Sounds like he was probably Jewish from Germany. No?
No.
All right, I'm trying.
Okay.
Trying to get you.
All right. This is the Danger Close podcast, Beyond the Books with me, Jack Carr.
Oh, I hope everyone had fun.
Welcome to the Danger Close podcast, an Ironclad original, presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. My
Quite
guest
the
today,
subject
Ed
today.
Calderon. Ed worked as a law enforcement officer in Mexico, combating the cartels, organized crime, counter narcotics. He has a very unique voice and perspective on the U.S.-Mexico relationship. You can find him at Ed's.
You ever go up in Churchley?
No, I went through a shoplifting phase, but not a church.
I robbed a bar mitzvah once. One of the most embarrassing things I ever did. You know, I still think about it once a week at night.
Did you take it from the bar mitzvah boy? The
No,
kid?
take it from the bar mitzvah guy from 2002.
No,
Yeah.
I thought it was like the
I was,
bar or something.
was bartending. Well, I was at a country club, and I used to be a banquet bartender, a union banquet bartender, and they had fucking suspended me for close to 9 to 10 months. They had suspended me because of tardiness and not showing up and not calling.
As a bartender.
As a bartender in New York City, and I'm robbing them blind.
As a bartender.
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course.
Everybody's robbing them blind.
Every job I had as a kid, it was all about.
Yeah, how much you do?
Exactly.
Fucking
Every job.
terrible. And for peanuts, like it was just garbage.
And it's one of $5.
What are we talking about?
Your bartending gig where they
So they sent me to this fucking. So I'm out of work, guys. And I'm just stealing for a living. I'm just waking up in the morning, going for it. Whatever. I'm putting the suit on. I'm going in buildings. I'm a fucking creepy motherfucker. You know, somebody would get up to go to the bathroom. I'd rob their office. You know, whatever they had, the petty cash box. It was terrible. It was fucking terrible. Think of all that shit. So that I got a call one day. Hey, you're back in the unit. Are you available Saturday? I'm like, fuck yeah. They're like, this country club needs a bartender. First day there. I didn't even wait a week. First day fucking there's a bar mitzvah. And they're putting envelopes. I don't know what's in the envelopes. I'm just sitting there and they keep coming back to me with bags of gifts with envelopes in them. And I'm just putting them back there. And finally I see a couple come in with a kid, a Jewish kid. And the guy takes money from his wallet, cash, and puts it in this envelope, licks it. And when the mother comes out, he gives it to the mother or the cat. I don't know who the fuck it was. So when they would stack up, they come to me and go, put those envelopes in the back. I just saw it, and I remember what color it was. I opened that envelope up, there was fucking a deuce in there or something, $300. I go, wait a second. I got 100 envelopes here. I hit the jackpot. I'm just going to walk out of here with the fucking envelopes. That's how crazy I was. But I took 20 of them, I ripped them open. Whoever had a check, I just threw it in the garbage. And what I
You
can.
didn't even let him keep the check.
Fuck no, they were ripped open. They're gonna know that somebody ripped them open.
Fuck it, at least as a check.
Fuck it. What are you gonna do? There's gotta be a victim there. And I fucking took the money. It was like $1,000. At the end of the shift, I just left. And I threw away the ones I had ripped open. Creepy fucking thing to do. That's how much of a creep I was. And I was a grown man. Like, there's a fucking pizza place over there. I go to Daniel's.
Yeah.
It's okay. Nice people, nice owners. They've gotten broken into 3 times.
People are hungry right now.
Right. The other night I drove by there in Laurel Canyon. I was parked at the light. And I sat there at the light and I lowered the window because I used to be a burglar.
Of course.
If you smash that window, the whole neighborhood hears it. He did it all 3 times. The camera
didn't catch it.
No, caught it. He called. He wakes up. He calls the cops. He's watching them on the camera on his phone as they're going in. He goes, I leave $40 in there at night. But the point of the story is that I was sitting there. There's a gas station that's open 24 hours. There's a Jack in the Box that's open 24 hours. And there's a Subway sandwich on the corner that's in there hidden next to a Starbucks. Nobody heard. Like, he's like, it's the weirdest thing. I sat there in the car. I know as a burglar, if I would break that, the way it would echo. It would just echo. There's a sporting store there. I mean, it's tough to be a burglar now.
Fuck, there's cameras everywhere.
There's cameras everywhere in people's houses. And you catch them on the news how they get confused. And they take their camera off to scratch their head. And then the camera gets them right there. Like, what the fuck?
That's fucking hard.
It would be so fucking hard to do anything anymore. Like, I think of the shit I used to do, and I would have been busted, trusted.
Oh, I would like steal their cell phone and subscribe to George Perez stories on it. All right, subscriber. I'm gonna do some shit.
I don't know nothing about cell phones, but I would just be fucking robbing shit.
I used to rob houses, but never like I was fuck Joey. I wanted shit, dog. So when I was like 18, I wouldn't rob a house, but like if a rich ass, no disrespect, but rich ass white girl invited me to her crib.
Oh, it was going down.
Come on,
yeah.
dog.
From the age of 16 to 30, everything I did was a case. Everything. If you invited me to your house, you just put yourself on the list for me to rob you. Like if you invited me to your house, that's what I would do. I am a security expert. When I look at your house, I can tell you if you're going to get robbed, and why you're going to get robbed, and how you're going to get robbed. Yeah. There's different percentages. You know, if you leave your backpack in the front seat of your car
that's
with your computer, they're gonna break it. If you put it on the front floor and the backpack is black, and they don't see it, they're not gonna break it.
Cover it with a sweater.
It's really fucking stupid what life is about. You know, the one thing I never did was I hated car stereos. Like, there was just so many things that I wouldn't do. There was a point for years that in America, if you robbed the car stereo, you couldn't do nothing with it. Because once you took it out, you couldn't play in another car unless it was aftermarket. Like if you went and bought like a whatever. But if you took like a Chrysler stereo out, there's nothing you could do with it. Even if you put in another Chrysler, it was fucking. There's so many crimes that people do for little shit, and they cause so much havoc.
Yeah,
and it pisses me off. Like if you leave dollar bills in the middle of your thing. You know how you pay for tolls?
Yeah.
You put change in there.
They're going to break the window.
If you put singles in there, they're going to break your window. They're going to break your window at 4 in the morning for $3.
Yep. And now you got to pay $150.
And now you just paid $150. When I go into a place, I look at the security of the place. And I look at the people and I ask if I can go to the bathroom. I look at the people that you go to the bathroom and you have to walk through a bedroom. They got a jewelry box right there.
Yeah.
You're going down. You're going down. I would have got the case of the shit to steal one of your weddings. I mean, it was just dumb. Like when people would have parties, I would rob parties all the time. Like if people would say, "Oh yeah, it's a party. It's a friend of mine. He's having a party in Tenafly." That's the first places you went. And next thing you know, you're on the second floor under the bed, fucking with the little girl's fucking pony bank and piggy bank and shit. It's fucking embarrassing, dog. It's embarrassing the shit.
You've done some crazy shit. I've done some shit.
I used to break into this house so much that they would leave me notes. Like, fuck you.
Hey, wipe your feet, asshole.
Like, I would rob them once every 90 days for like 2 years.
Oh, shit.
I robbed them once every 90 days, a drug deal.
Why didn't they put a lock on the door?
They did everything they could. I would just rob them just to let them know it was stupid.
Yeah.
Just to let them know the stupid. They had a back window that I could open like nothing. And nothing pisses me off more than when I rob you and I come back and you start to fix that problem. I will rob you again just out of principle. I robbed that fucking apartment. It was a fucking gay dude who sold drugs. And I knew he had to work. Like I knew him through another gay guy, and I knew he had to work. And I would rob him certain hours. Damn. Like the first 2 places I robbed him, like the first time he left money in like the jar in his like
on a dresser or something?
Like on a dresser.
Oh,
I just stuck my hand in there. It was $450.
Wow, that's money.
Friday morning.
Oh,
and there was like an ounce of coke somewhere. Oh my God. And then I waited like 90 days. He never accused me. I went back again. And this time he hid in his lover's room. And I robbed that one. And then I went back like 6 months later and I robbed him again for something else. For coke again. And then after that I waited and I robbed him again. And I went to the first 2 spots and both of them had notes like, fuck you, asshole. Years later, like,
why didn't you leave him a note back? Like, haha, you're good.
I don't have that type of time, Lee. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's say he's a stenographer. I'm fucked up. You know, he's an FBI dude. That we're talking about. I broke into a cheese shop one night. I was 19 years old, guys. I still had the bug. In those days, you know, some people drink and do stupid things.
Of course,
I would drink and steal.
Right.
I would go crazy.
Now, could you do it sober, or did you have to have a drink? You know what I mean? Like
I would be home for a week and a half.
Yeah.
And to unbreak the homesickness, like I've broken all these things down in my head. You know, like I was addicted, not to drugs at that time. Excuse me, I was a reefer head at that time. When I moved to Colorado the first time, I understood what it was to be a real hippie. It's not those guys with the long hair that stink. It's an attitude. These guys were laid back. Nothing bothered. I never understood what laid back was until I went to Snowmass Village the first time in 1983. It really. So I was telling these guys that one night I had this bedroom. Like when I got to Basalt, I moved into a room that had belonged to somebody else. They had to go home because there was an emergency in his family. So all I did when I got there was take the sheets off, flip over the mattress, wash the sheets, and they were mine. That had become my bed. So when we moved out of there, the kid came back and took all his stuff. So the apartment I got with my buddy basically had nothing. I mean, nothing. When we moved in there was a black and white TV, a table, an oak table with a fucking milk crate under it, a couch that stunk. And there was nothing. In the rooms were nothing. So I put like a fucking mat down and put a sheet over it. And I slept like a fucking Indian, like just on the floor, like Bruce Lee in Fist of Fury, under a tent and shit, like in the room. And the apartment was clean. It was fucking tremendous. The paint, I mean, it was Creekside Apartments, I think, at the time. And they were fucking pretty much new, you know. And his brother, my roommate's brother, also from my neighborhood, was a carpenter on a job site that was the biggest building in Snowmass Village at the time. It looked like a battleship. That's what people called it. They built a fucking battleship up there. So one day I went to meet him, and I go, I thought these things were being built, but they had already a condo that had the furniture, the flowers, the towels, the fucking bath mats. Something out of the fucking magazine cover.
Like a model home?
Like a model home. Nice. I go in there, I see this shit.
Like an IKEA display.
Yeah, I go home. I tell Jim, I saw something very interesting today. He goes, what? I go, you know where your brother works? They got apartments that fucking got furniture. He goes, Joe, we can't do that. I go, listen, you don't have to do nothing. Let me go snoop around.
Yeah.
And on a Sunday night, I went up there. The door was open.
Damn.
Like the realtor left the door open.
Jesus.
I went in, put the light on. I took everything I could. I put it in a circle, including a mattress and a fucking box spring. And I made 3 or 4 climbs. That today, I could never do it.
No.
And I did it between 9 and like 2 in the morning.
Wow.
With fucking wheelbarrows. And then he finally got up. He was drunk. He finally got up. And he helped me carry like.
And nobody woke up. None of that shit.
Nothing. There was nobody in the building. There was still the construction.
Yeah.
And they didn't go like apartment to apartment looking?
No. They didn't know. And I went into the fucking one room, and it was all the tools. And Jimmy's like, "Let's rob tools." I'll never forget. He got like a bar and stuck it in and put his feet up against the thing. And he started pulling back, and it just broke. He landed on his back. He's like, "Ugh." But we went and furnished our whole apartment. It went like we went from fucking 0 to 100 towels, bath mats,
From an airbed to a full display
Oh
of
my
everything.
God, we had everything, a new couch. And finally, the brother knocked on the door and then he goes, "Hey, what's going on?" I was telling me it wasn't you guys, and he came in and started laughing. He goes, "Trust me, I was thinking of doing it." Well, he goes, "Throw me the lamp, and I won't say nothing." And that was the end of that. We had all this new furniture.
That's kind of on them to build an apartment, not have it be completed, and furnish it empty. That you're asking for that to fucking
And
happen.
no security with Joe
No
Diaz
security.
around. 1983. You're crazy.
Come on.
You couldn't leave a name. I was in the heyday of my heyday.
What year is it?
It's 83. I'm 20 years old. I'm living in D12, the bottom of the something apartments. D is the fourth building. That's my friend, me and Jimmy Burkle. And I'm not making a bad living. I'm not living the life of Riley, but I got a job. I'm taking classes at night, and I got my eyes open. And that's the type of town that you just have your eyes open.
Yeah.
You're gonna pick up $1,000 a week by mistake because nobody's paying attention.
Right.
So you'll pick up a purse, you'll pick up a wallet, you'll pick a car. I mean, it was fucking crazy. I cannot describe it. But you know, at that time I was living 24/7, which means nobody got a break. When I was 19, when I left Jersey the first time, nobody got a break.
What do you mean nobody got
a break? Okay. So I get up in the morning. I probably got $30 on me. I got 2 5s and singles and a 10. All right. I would hitchhike down the hill. If I could hitchhike to work, I would hitchhike to work. If not, I'd take the bus. But guess what? I wasn't paying the bus. I was going to get it on the back and fucking walk off on the back.
Right.
And then I would get to work and I'd work for 8 hours at work. And you and Lee brought lunch. I'd take Lee's sandwich and your soda. You know, I was just a fucking miserable fuck until I didn't give a fuck because I knew I was going to keep this job. So I'm just eating that fucking sandwich. Sometimes I throw it away. One time when I first,
sandwich, Luke.
Listen, at Masback Century Hall, when I first quit, listen to me, though. Here's the crazy thing. When I quit high school, I quit to go to Masback Century Hardware. And one day I was downstairs in the fucking, I was a warehouseman. And something happened. I go, break time. And I go, listen, I don't want to take a break. And I go, Joey, you can't do this. You have to go to the break room. I went to the break room. I'm sitting there. It's a true story, guys. I'm 17. I'm stupid, but I don't give a fuck. I probably had $2 in my pocket. I go upstairs. I'm sitting there and I go, what the fuck am I doing up here? I got in those days, they didn't have microwave sodas, like that. But there was a refrigerator. And there was all these brown lunches. Right? And I saw one and I just took this motherfucker out and I opened it up and God forbid, good googly moogly.
It was a kosher meal.
No, it was like a fucking a Philly cheesesteak wrapped. Like he had bought it at a store.
Yeah.
So it didn't belong to nobody. So I'm like maybe.
What do you mean? You bought it from
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I didn't maybe on Tuesdays they order from fucking Johnny's.
Yeah.
And this was this is for everybody. But I got it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock. I'm up there. And I'm looking, this is a true story, Josh Wolf. Okay. You know me and you, we go back a long time. I forgot about this one. All of a sudden, I go up and I take the thing out. It's the first thing I take out. It was still even kind of warm. And I take it out. I'm eating this Bible. It's got a U in there. It was me. There was a napkin and shit.
There was a note. Yeah, a note from the mom.
No, there was a napkin. And all of a sudden, you know that I'm sitting there and I finished wiping my head. And thank God I've always been a gentleman. I wiped the table, I threw the stuff in the garbage, and then I wiped it again. At that time, I wasn't friends with nobody. I'd just been there for maybe 3 weeks. I didn't know nothing. But I still had another 15 minutes upstairs. So I just went and washed my hands. And I went by the window and just looked outside. And all of a sudden, I'm looking out this window, And I hear like 3 people come in behind me. They got nothing to do with me, so I don't look.
Right.
And they're talking. And I'm like, who you got tonight? I got the Steelers, you know. And all of a sudden I hear, all right, let's do this. I hear, what the fuck? Listen to me. And that's when I turn around. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So he goes, God damn it. Somebody's now this guy, at this time, bro, I'm a little on the crazy side. My mom's been dead 2 years. I think I want to be a gangster, you know? But let's face it, I wasn't going up against this. This dude was 5'11", yoked, black, you know, angry, and now somebody took
his food.
Fucking food. He took the fucking door, and when he slammed it, it just landed in his hand. Now, if Lee would have slammed the door and it would have landed in his hand, he would have just dropped it. Yeah. This guy held the door in his hand. He's like, who took my motherfucking sandwich? Who the fuck took my sandwich? And I started shitting. I was like, I better not have an onion on my teeth and shit. Oh my God. He fucking slammed the door. He fucking went through all the fucking sandwiches in there. He ran downstairs. Who the fuck took my sandwich? Who the fuck came up here? And I'm right there like 20 minutes. And he looked at me. Who the fuck? You see anybody? I go, no. I just got here. I didn't even know what was going on up here. This is the first time I've been here.
I didn't know why I'm up here. Yeah, I don't even know what's happening up here.
I ran out of there and I was like, oh shit. That's where you put your food. And you know, no, it was just one freezer.
Yeah.
Now you go to an office building, they have.
But I like how you said it was like a Philly cheesesteak, so it didn't belong to anybody. Yeah, it fucking belonged to somebody, whoever put it in the refrigerator.
But listen.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he was like, they bought it at the store.
Yeah, so I guess it's for everybody.
I thought, you know, if I would have took it out and it would have been a container, I would have gone, oh, this.
Oh, you mean like a Tupperware?
Yeah, this is from somebody's house. But when I saw it in the thing, I go, you never know. Maybe the people
Maybe this is for everybody.
This is for everybody.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I was hungry in those days. I ate that sandwich in 2 bites. It was delicious. And after that, we kind of became friends, and I would bust his balls about that from time to time.
Did you ever tell him it was you?
No, but I would like torment them. Come
I
here.
love that shit.
I got my eye on up there because somebody took my motherfucking sandwich. I'm telling you, dog, there's a beef in this motherfucker. I know how to give air to those
Oh,
situations.
you love that shit.
I love to fan those.
Yeah.
So I got him for a while. One of the sickest things I ever did was I got involved with, well, they were my neighborhood friends. It was like Sabatino, Carlos Perez.
Chicha Bastich.
No, Chicha Bastich was a Kennedy school guy. This was the Giving That Terrace crew. It was, in those days, it was Carlos Perez, me, Sabatino, Dominic Special, God bless his soul. A couple other kids I may forget. It was a soccer field. It's called Schutzen Park.
Schutzen.
Right in Union City. It's been there since fucking before Hitler. And it's a German place that serves German food, but they also cater it out. You can have parties there.
Oh, yeah.
So they have all the political parties. We were kids. They practiced baseball back there. North Bergen had the rights to practice Little League baseball back there. And there was a soccer field back there. So on the weekends, the German soccer team would play back there. And blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And it was basically, it had stands.
Yeah.
I don't know what you could fit in there. I don't know, 2,000, 3,000.
It's a park.
But it was covered by this tin thing.
Oh, it was covered. Oh, okay.
It was covered by this tin roof. And for years, starting, I mean, I remember going up there when I was like 10 and hitting balls with the Todd brothers. By the way, one of them just died, Jeff Todd and Rich Todd and Banachek. And we'd go up there on our own and play ball. Right. But there was a guy back there, his name was the Butcher. And if he caught you back there, he'd chase you with a knife and a German Shepherd.
Oh, Shepherds with a dog back then.
But the beautiful of it, we used to go up there and ride the motorcycle, and that would really drive me. He would chase you and all those sing out.
Yeah, that's
shit.
Right.
But we figured out one day somebody told me, my mother first died. I had all these different friends, and I had good people in my life. I had this one particular kid, Mike Denny. Everybody called him the devil. Like people called him the devil. I think I like him to my Denny. Mike Denny was a short wrestler. I went to Lehigh.
Lehigh, yeah.
And, but he just had him, you know, he was one of those guys that every time you did something with him,
you're trouble.
You came up short.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
really, when I gave 300 instead of 5.
Yeah.
And I tolerated it for about a year. I lost him as a friend.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, he was a money-making machine. When it came to make money at night, the problem with him was he robbed all the wrong people. His father owned a ship refurbishing company. So when a ship lands in Newark or Hoboken in those days, after 6 months at sea, they come in, weld off all the barnacles, repaint
It's a big job.
They do, and they get year contracts.
Yeah, it's a big job.
Well, he would go back at night and steal the hull.
Oh, Christ.
And steal the fucking shit that belonged to the ship. The new, and yeah, he was just a fucking moron.
Crazy.
But I'm snorting coke with him.
Yeah.
Listen to Aerosmith, get your wings an RX-7. He's got to be 20, and I'm 16.
Right.
And that little crew, we put together one day, somebody mentioned that tin above soccer field that you could sell it.
It's worth something. Yeah, like copper.
Like
copper wiring.
Listen, everybody in my neighborhood got a ratchet set. And at night, before you went out, Lee, you took out your rattiest clothes, and we go up there, me and you, every night at 7 o'clock, because Butcher would get off. Butcher was off between 7 and 8. He took a nap. So we get up there, climb, and ratchet those things
Take big
off,
fucking
throw
panels
them off.
Yeah.
You had to slide off or you fell off. It was fucking scary. And I mean, little by little, you saw sections disappearing. Lee, it was like fucking.
What could he do?
It was like little by little every night. And then somebody else caught on. So I would steal a sheet. He would steal a sheet, and then he told his friend, and his 2 friends started stealing 2 sheets.
Yeah.
So now we almost turned into a war. Like, wait a second, this is our turf here. We've had this first. Me and the devil,
Schutz and Park is ours.
Carlo, and Sabatino had this first. Dog, they fucking stripped every piece of fucking tin. Schutz and Park had to put a tarp over it, a paper
That's
tarp
great.
for the soccer
That's
game.
great.
That was a hustle for a whole fucking summer. And we were getting like $55 a thing. There were so many people I used to bring things to.
Yeah, those I don't know.
Pay me
I don't know what those people are anymore.
I used to have a transmission guy.
Yeah.
That would give me money for sawdust.
No.
They fill the
Sure.
transmission
Yeah,
with
yeah.
sawdust.
Yeah.
Where do you get sawdust?
Oh,
Lumberyard.
lumberyard. Very small.
Lumberyard. So I used to work at a lumberyard.
You don't play that every day?
And when I got the job, the kid that had the job before me, he told me right up and he goes, listen, the money you got to steal. Because if you don't steal, they're going to know I was stealing. An existing contract.
Are you kidding me?
And I go, what are you talking about? He goes, on Saturdays, a guy comes in and buys 40 sheets of plywood. He'll give you $400 cash. Give me 100 from now on. And I got another guy that comes in on Thursdays and gets 20 sheet of because marine plywood was $64 a sheet, 4x8.
Right.
He would say, and it was galvanized. So
Yeah.
you could put it on boats.
Yeah, yeah.
So he would say, charge him 20 a sheet. I mean, there was days.
It's a lot to remember.
There was days me and 4 gorillas would load the back up, and at the end of the day, there was no sheets left. I was a junior in high school.
Yeah.
I was robbing that line. It was a family at the transmission place, and they would tell me when the barrels get filled up, give us a call. I wasn't allowed to sweep and put the thing. I would sweep and put in barrels. And once I get 5 barrels, they give me like 100 cash, which was every week. I got 100 cash from the walk to come. The job paid me $6 an hour.
Yeah, you got to make
But
a
I
living.
probably made $1,000
Yeah, you
a
got
week out of it.
Right, right.
They had an old school register. So which meant if you spent $8, it would come up $8. But if you came in, I'd say, how you doing today? Oh, nothing. How you doing, Joey? Nice to meet you. What are you looking for? I'm redoing my basement. I need 10 sheets of 4x8 plywood at $44 a piece. 10 sheets, that's $440.
Right.
I knew that plus tax.
Right.
I would fucking do the register.
Mhm.
Would do it on my computer. It was a calculator. And I mean, the register would be packed. There would be 4 salesmen at the time. Right in front of them. They didn't know that I had loaded the sheets on. I would take the sheet and do the tax like for $440 plus tax. And instead of ringing in $488, I'd ring in $88. And the guy would give me $488, and I put $88 in the register and keep $400 and lock the register. I did this every day.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I see people right now who are like sitting there going, I'm putting away money to move to Montana or California or back to Jersey or New York. And you're always a little scared. And these stories I'm telling you right now about Colorado in '83, That was the first time I was ever out of New York City.
Yeah.
That was the first time I was ever in Miami. I was in another state by myself. I had a roommate, but he was struggling just like me. It's not like I couldn't be late with the rent there. Do you understand me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
You're saying take the chance, move out.
no. But it was amazing, like walking home in those days in November. And in Colorado, if you lived in those places at night, all you smell is wood burning.
Oh, yeah.
And you can hear it.
Right.
And you can hear it, and it's cold, but not really. And it's real quiet and serene. And I would be walking in that parking lot, like walking and doing what a 21-year-old doing, skating down half of it. And I remember going, wow, what these motherfuckers are really missing. And even though I'm by myself, look at what I'm doing by myself.
I agree.
That's the most important thing that people are always scared of. They don't know if they're going to, that satisfaction of having that closet with that fan, you're eating what you want, you're driving Lyft.
Yep,
you
whatever
know,
it is.
And you're trying to put it together just to prove to yourself
that you can.
And there's one night where you'll be there with crackers, you're at the computer, I'm watching Game of Thrones, and you'll have crackers, and you'll have a can of sausages and a Dr. Coke one, and you'll sit there and you'll go, how fucking lucky am I?
Yeah.
I'm in Sacramento, I'm in
Wherever.
Los Angeles, living my dream. I might be broke, but for tonight, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm not home. I'm out of that bar. I'm out of that environment. I'm out of that. That's what that part of my life always was. I was ashamed how it ended. They caught me robbing. I planned a jewelry heist. They already knew I was burglarizing these places. I was in deep. They knew, but they didn't know. I acted like I didn't do coke. That was my cover.
Isn't that every cokehead's cover?
No. At this time, I was doing
They
that
always
cover.
pretend like they don't do it.
At this time, I was doing it to steal.
Got
So
it.
the finger can never be on to me. Why would he steal? He don't even do coke. Look at the size of him. He lifts weights and hits a bag every fucking day. Does push-ups in between outside like an idiot. I played the pothead.
Got it.
Follow me? And then
The pothead never.
and they would smoke coke around me, and then they talk, and we'd go back up to the house, and they play darts. Also, a guy would come out of the back room, with a kilo of coke, like, oh, here we go, we got a pigeon. And there we go, pilot the bombardier. And I give him like right away. With those guys, you just put them on a hook. You just got one guy. Eventually, you're gonna throw him in there. You just gotta work him and see what's going on. The woman in the house, who his roommate is. I knew the roommate. The guy worked in a fucking golf course that went away for in the daytime. And this guy skied. The apartment's wide open, and the coke is in the bedroom somewhere, or in that closet in the hallway there. And I got 5 minutes. But there's a fucking sliding window in the living room. So when I come into place, I'm gonna open up the sliding window. I'm gonna leave it open just so I have the option to walk out the sliding window if they come to the front door.
Okay.
So I would always open up my path out before I'd even go for the loot. I'd go for the loot. I'd find the loot. I'd lock the door how it was, and I'd go out the back door. I'd look, boom, and I'd walk out the back door, and I made believe I was looking at birds. Oh my God, it's a silver-bellied blue kid from Canada.
Did you learn that door trick the hard way? Like that seems like something like you might have to learn when you get trapped somewhere.
I was really good at it because all the condos were made the same. From building A to building M, they were all the same cut. If I could break into one door, I could break into all of them. My buddy was an engineer, and he made the clips to bust into all the doors. But my kooky, listen, I'm not the smartest dude in the world. So one night, because new people live upstairs, and they're talking about drugs all the time, and I don't really befriend them. I just hear them chatter at parties, how much blow they do. So I watch them one night. Again, I go into the fucking front door, lock the door, the lights are out. I go in the back, but again, it's snowing out. So I get to the front of the back door, and I slide open the sliding door, and I fucking go to the back, and boom, there's the blow. You see the lights pull up. Close the door, boom. I lock the front door. I go to the fucking back. As I'm running out, boom, I left the screen door up, the one with the flies on it, and I landed right in the fucking grass. And I just closed the sliding.
What's up, Verbo? Yeah. Things are things. but about to crash out. Alrighty. Definitely watch Simulation 2. Where's my mouse? Come on, dude. I hope you guys have fun. Definitely working.
So